The realm of darkness intertwines with reality, as bizarre entities invade the world through a door. A clandestine organization has quietly emerged, identifying themselves as the Guardians of the Abyss. They stand as sentinels, preventing the uncanny from breaching the door, capturing and containing the strange beings that escape into our realm. Xiao inadvertently plummeted into the abyss, living alone in its shadows for 3 years. Upon being discovered by the Guardians, he was extracted from the darkness and designated as an S-Class entity under their care. Chapter 1. I can still be rescued. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The fetid blood dripped from the sharp blade onto the ground, producing a rhythmic sound. Xiao, with his lifeless gaze, contemplated the unknown creature before him. After a prolonged moment, he raised his hand, the bloodied knife poised above the mound of decaying flesh. Sever the head and tail. He grinned, his smile twisted and sinister beneath the crimson moonlight that bathed his face in an eerie glow. Just as Xiao prepared to feast, the sound of raucous footsteps reached his ears. Target acquired. Repeat. Target acquired. All teams, prepare for combat. In tandem, a squad of well-equipped soldiers encircled Xiao, who remained crouched on the ground, momentarily stunned. He scanned the group with his vacant stare. "Are you humans?" rasped his voice. The squad, comprising 7 members, donned masks that obscured their features. In an instant, 7 dark muzzles were trained on Xiao. Tick! Blood dripped once more from the blade in his hand, pooling on the ground. He forced a smile, which he considered charming. "Greetings, I am Bang. Bang! Bang!" Gunfire erupted, and blossoms of crimson erupted from Xiao's body. "What the hell?" was his final utterance before collapsing. One soldier spoke, his voice muffled and trembling through the mask. "Captain, the target has been neutralized." He gestured at Xiao's lifeless form, now sprawled in a pool of blood, his face still adorned with a cruel smile, blood caking the corners of his mouth and filth staining his visage. Particularly unsettling were his lifeless eyes, capable of sending chills down the spine with a mere glance. The female soldier crouched down to conduct a routine examination, her voice tinged with surprise. "Captain, he appears to be human." Upon hearing this, the captain was taken aback, then retrieved his radio, speaking solemnly. "This is Dart. The target has been neutralized, but he seems to be a human." There was a silence of half a minute on the other end, followed by incredulous questioning. "Human? A human in the abyss?" Dart was indeed the captain's codename. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the squad exchanged bewildered glances. After a prolonged silence, Dart repeated, "The target has been neutralized, awaiting further instructions." The voice on the radio sounded urgent. "Bring the body back." Just then, one of the female soldiers gasped. "Captain, Captain, the target is still breathing." Dart's expression shifted to one of shock. The roar from the radio abruptly ceased. "Quick, bring him back, even if he's a corpse." Beep, beep, beep. The radio call ended abruptly. Dart quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Hurry. Xiao, administer emergency field treatment to the target. Ensure his vital signs. The rest of you, spread out and stay vigilant." As the team dispersed, Xiao retrieved a backpack from behind her. She pulled out emergency medical supplies, casting a fearful glance at Xiao's face, causing her to drop the medical gauze. It quickly soaked in his black blood, rendering it useless. She then produced a pristine roll of medical cotton. Gritting her teeth, she used the backpack to shield Xiao's face. Beneath the cover, Xiao's lips twitched, and he muttered inwardly, "Do I look that terrifying?" Xiao grasped a hemostatic clamp and inserted it into the gaping wound from which blood flowed profusely. Soon, a bullet was extracted. Blood erupted from the wound like a miniature fountain, splattering across Xiao's visor, staining the transparent glass crimson. She hastily pressed the gauze against the wound, which rapidly absorbed the blood. Gritting her teeth, she stuffed the cotton deeper until the bleeding ceased before shifting her focus to the next wound. Xiao's body convulsed violently. The pain was unbearable, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. "Captain, abyssal levels are spiking. Something is approaching." The monitoring officer cried out. Dart glanced at Xiao, who had only managed to tend to the second wound, while 7 others continued to bleed profusely. If these wounds were not sealed, Xiao would likely bleed out before they could return to base. Dart's mind echoed with the urgent command, "Quick, bring him back, even if he's a corpse." A fierce determination flickered in Dart's eyes. Xiao, stop the bleeding. Ignore the bullets lodged inside. We have 3 minutes. After that, we must evacuate, no matter what. Xiao remained focused, diligently applying pressure to stop Lu Xiao's bleeding. Her mask concealed a face now beaded with sweat, reflecting her anxiety. This was their squad's first mission, initially a trivial task, rated level 5, yet it had spiraled into such chaos. Captain, abyssal levels are rising again. Danger level has escalated to level 2. At that moment, Lu Xiao lifted the backpack, obscuring his face. Relax, miss. Let me show you how it's done. With that, he plunged his hand into the bullet wound. Puffed. Blood gushed forth once more. Xiao, startled, fumbled, inadvertently tearing open another wound. Blood surged forth, transforming the previous trickle into a torrent. The scent of blood permeated the air. Lu Xiao longed to sit up and proclaim, "I've got this." Just then, a haunting laughter echoed through the night. Dart glanced back, witnessing the scene unfold, and sighed inwardly. It's over. Captain, abyssal levels are still rising. Something terrifying is closing in. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Dart made a swift decision. All personnel retreat. A heavy weight settled upon Dart's heart. If it were just their squad, the retreat would be manageable. However, bringing along a bleeding individual would attract all manner of strange life forms lurking nearby, leaving little chance for survival. Yet, he was commanded to bring the target back. Moments later, a steely resolve ignited in his gaze. Brothers, it's time to risk it all. Xiao picked up her backpack, muttering softly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lu Xiao offered a gentlemanly smile. It's all right, but I believe I can still be saved. Chapter 2. Supernatural Entities. I've been trapped in this hellish place for over 3 years, and it's my first encounter with a human. Can we talk this out? Why start with gunfire? Lu Xiao clutched a roll of gauze, continually stuffing it into the bullet wound on his body. After lying on the ground and eavesdropping for a while, he grasped that this group intended to take him away. Although he was uncertain of their destination, his curiosity was piqued. The 7-member team exchanged glances. Observing Lu Xiao's lively demeanor, their anxiety began to dissipate. Huado, you carry him on your back and retreat first. I will cover you, commanded the member known as Huado, responsible for monitoring. Upon hearing this, he set down his equipment and hoisted Lu Xiao onto his back. Thanks, buddy, Lu Xiao rasped. Huado instinctively turned his head, but was quelled by the terrifying visage of Lu Xiao, suppressing his instinctive fear. Through clenched teeth, he muttered, "And no problem." Another male member bent down to lift the monitoring device from the ground, gasping at its weight. Is this thing really that heavy? Huado snorted in silence. The others immediately dashed in the direction they had come from. Fei Biao positioned himself at the rear of the group, retreating cautiously while keeping a vigilant eye on the surrounding darkness. Soon, a heavy breathing sound echoed from the shadows, filling the deserted street with an eerie atmosphere. Fei Biao tensed, his gaze sharp as an eagle. In the darkness, a crimson glow emerged, resembling a pair of lanterns, eyes of some creature. Lu Xiao's nostrils flared, instantly quelling any desire to retaliate. Dirty lizard, he thought, having dispatched countless of them over the past 3 years, his only assessment being unpalatable. He grimaced, stifling a scoff. A hissing sound, akin to a snake's flicking tongue, resonated as a lizard, roughly the size of a calf, darted from the shadows. Dubbed a lizard for its reptilian head, its body bore a humanoid shape, crawling in a grotesque manner through the gloom. Fei Biao exhaled in relief. It's merely a low-level lizard man. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired a volley of bullets at the creature. Whoa! The anguished cries echoed, reminiscent of a stray dog being struck. After emptying his magazine, Fei Biao swiftly retrieved a fresh one from his waist. In less than a second, he completed the magazine swap. The team members sprinting ahead dared not look back. Huado, carrying Lu Xiao in the center of the group, called out, "Captain, you're so cool." Beside him, Xiao, panting, retorted, "Is this really the time for your antics?" Huado, seemingly unfazed, continued running without a hint of fatigue. "What do you expect? My codename is Huado, for a reason to that moment." Fei Biao's heavy voice broke through. "How far to the door?" Xiao raised her wrist, revealing a watch. A light screen manifested, displaying a maze of pathways, with a red flashing vigorously. The map indicates 1 kilometer remaining. Upon hearing 1 kilometer, the group collectively sighed in relief, though Fei Biao remained vigilant. He swiftly grabbed the walkie-talkie, announcing, "This is Fei Biao. We are 1 kilometer from the door, with suspected level 1 anomalies in pursuit. Prepare for extraction. Repeat. We are 1 kilometer from the door, with suspected level 1 anomalies. Prepare for extraction." Meanwhile, the other end of the walkie-talkie crackled with static, followed by a loud thud, as if it had been carelessly tossed onto a table. "Extraction team, prepare for reception with Containment Object Sequence 069. Ensure the safety of the field team." A voice echoed from afar. "They've mobilized Sequence 069. How significant is this containment target?" Huado murmured. In that moment, Fei Biao had to reassess Lu Xiao's value. "No wonder the doctor insisted we bring him back, even in death," Huado grinned. Though the containment level of 069 is deemed safe, each deployment comes with stipulations. He glanced at the team member who had fired first, jesting. "Are you mad?" Startled, the member shivered. "Why me?" Huado smirked. "Why indeed? But I must admit, your shooting stance was quite impressive and swift." The man's lips twitched, realizing that had he not fired first, the situation might not have escalated to this extent. "There should be," he stammered. Fei Biao's heavy voice echoed from behind. "Enough, Huado. Stop teasing him." Relieved, the man sensed the captain had a plan. However, Fei Biao's next command sent chills down his spine. "Liu Guang, sever your own hand." Liu Guang froze at the order. Glancing around, he noticed the rest of the team kept their heads down, focused on their escape. Oblivious to him at that moment, Huado interjected, "Don't worry. Once your hand is severed, Sequence 069 will reattach it for you. Otherwise, when the time comes to pay the price, if your body bears no wounds or ailments, you will face dire consequences." Hearing this, Liu Guang shivered again. He promptly drew a dagger from his waist and, without hesitation, struck down upon his hand. With a swift motion, the blade severed his hand cleanly. Xiao hastily bent down to retrieve the severed hand, realizing there was no time to tend to Liu Guang's wound. Gritting his teeth, blood gushed from the severed stump. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. Lu Xiao, witnessing the scene from Huado's back, struggled to comprehend. Why must one sever their hand? Just as Huado was about to respond, a sudden sound pierced the air. Beep, 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 beep. Startled, Huado's expression shifted. He recognized the sound all too well, yet it was the first time he had heard it in the dark prison. "Captain, the dark prison's threshold has been breached. An anomalous entity is approaching." At this moment, Huado's voice trembled, and even Fei Biao felt a chill running down his spine. Their previously calm minds were now engulfed in fear. Xiao raised her wrist, her voice quivering. 300 meters to the door. 300 meters was a trivial distance for this team during their regular training. Yet at this moment, it felt insurmountable. Heavy gasps echoed in the darkness, accompanied by the distant sound of a chainsaw revving. "Run," Fei Biao bellowed. As his words fell, the unmistakable sound of the chainsaw grew nearer. They beheld a figure wrapped in bandages, wielding a chainsaw, closing in on the team with alarming speed, covering vast distances in mere strides. In an instant, the chainsaw-wielding figure was less than 10 meters away. An overwhelming stench of decay filled the air, and even through their masks, the team members recoiled from the nauseating odor. Fei Biao raised his weapon and fired, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the lizardman's bandaged head. The bullets struck its wrappings as if they were forged from the hardest steel, sparking without inflicting any harm. The sound of the chainsaw echoed in the ears of the team members, resembling a macabre waltz of doom that a profound despair enveloped their hearts. At that moment, they were less than 100 meters from the door. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao fell into deep contemplation, lost in thought. Chapter 3. Serial number 069. The prison doctor. The dart hurled a fierce cry. "Shuya 2. You bear the containment target on your back and run ahead. The rest of you, sacrifice your lives to buy time for Shuya 2. After uttering these words, he was the first to charge towards the bloodsaw man, attempting to buy time for his teammates with his own body. Upon hearing the captain's command, the formation of the group immediately shifted. Shuya 2, who was originally encircled in the middle, was now pushed to the forefront. At that moment, Lu Xiao let out a soft grunt, Dianchi Dage. His call was audible to everyone present. However, Shuya 2, carrying Lu Xiao on his back, disregarded everything else, and sprinted towards the radiant white door ahead. Lu Xiao gently patted Shueitu's shoulder. "Put me down. I am well acquainted with him." Shueitu was nearly in tears. "Brother, please don't cause trouble now." As he closed in on the glowing door, only a few dozen meters remained. Just a few more seconds, and he would cross the threshold. Dart's voice, filled with the relief of survival, rang out, "Shueitu, put him down." Upon hearing this, Shueitu hurriedly turned his head. At that moment, the saw blade in Bloodsaw Man's hand was less than 10 centimeters above Dart's head. The buzz of the chainsaw was excruciatingly piercing. The airflow generated by the spinning blade carried a strong metallic scent, shattering the glass mask on Dart's face. At this juncture, Lu Xiao once again tapped Shueitu's shoulder. "Let me down." Shueitu, in a daze, complied and set Lu Xiao down. "Dian Qite, I wish to accompany them." As soon as these words were spoken, Bloodsaw Man hesitated, then retracted the chainsaw, gradually disappearing into the shadows. The team members stood in stunned silence. Shueitu trembled. "Brother, how do you know such a bizarre creature?" Lu Xiao did not respond, but pointed towards the dazzling white door nearby. "Take me there." Finally encountering humanity after more than 3 years in the abyss, Lu Xiao was filled with excitement. Moreover, as he clung to Shueitu's back, he felt curious about their discussions of doors in 069. He felt a sense of kinship with this team of humans. It was the first time he had seen humans since his fall into the dark prison. Of course, the term dark prison was also new to him. At this moment, Lu Xiao was filled with questions. However, he was not particularly curious about the truth. He simply wished to walk with these humans. Shueitu gazed at Lu Xiao's face, his emotionless eyes devoid of anger. "Brother, are you truly human?" Lu Xiao turned to him, revealing a somewhat menacing smile. Shueitu jumped back in fright, hastily retreating 2 steps. It was not that Lu Xiao appeared particularly terrifying. Rather, his current appearance was quite ghastly. His face was smeared with dirt, flecked with chunks of flesh and blood. When he smiled, his stark white teeth were visible, with a piece of black bone wedged between them. Coupled with his lifeless eyes, he was indeed a sight to behold. If he were to star in a horror film, the entire production would likely be pulled from theaters. Dart approached and quickly assessed Lu Xiao's condition, exhaling a sigh of relief. At least the target was exhibiting considerable vitality. "Enough chatter. Let us return to base," he commanded firmly. Shueitu's voice trembled slightly. "B brother, do I still need to carry you?" Lu Xiao shook his head and pointed to his legs, indicating he could walk. Thus, surrounded by the group, they crossed through the brilliantly glowing door. Lu Xiao felt a sensation of weightlessness, akin to riding an elevator. Moments later, he was greeted by a blinding white light that stung his eyes, which had not experienced such brightness in over 3 years. After a brief adjustment, he surveyed his surroundings. They found themselves in a vast, spacious flat, with steel walls reflecting a metallic glow. At that moment, another team of soldiers was present, numbering 7. They surrounded a humanoid figure nearly 3 meters tall, shrouded in a black robe. The figure wore a birdbeak mask. Lu Xiao immediately discerned that this masked creature was certainly not human. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. As expected, the creature with the birdbeak mask emitted a cackling laugh. "You carry a familiar scent." It turned its gaze towards Lu Xiao, the beak of its mask parting. "It seems you have been in the depths." Its voice was raspy, utterly grating, as if produced without the use of vocal cords. Before Lu Xiao could respond, the birdbeak creature drew closer, sniffing him intently. "I detect the scent of affliction on you. I am a doctor. Do you require my assistance in healing?" Just as Lu Xiao was about to answer, Shueitu urgently intervened, whispering, "Do not agree to it." Lu Xiao glared at him with his lifeless eyes. Shueitu instinctively recoiled, nearly on the verge of tears under Lu Xiao's gaze. He shook his head vigorously. "If you are ill, someone else will treat you, but you must not seek him out." Although Lu Xiao did not fully grasp why Shueitu insisted on this, he found the birdbeak doctor to be quite amiable, seemingly a physician of great ethical standing. Why, then, should he not seek treatment from him? Despite his confusion, he chose to cooperate with this more approachable human. He then turned to the birdbeak doctor and offered a relatively friendly smile. "Thank you, my friend. I will surely seek you out when the opportunity arises." The birdbeak doctor cackled again before addressing the team that had brought Lu Xiao out. "Very well. The transaction is complete. Does anyone here require my medical attention?" The support team immediately looked to Dart. After all, It was Dart who had indicated the presence of a level 1 anomalous life form, prompting them to extract Xiao from the containment chamber. Naturally, the cost will be borne by Dart's team. Dart removed his helmet and rubbed his temples, turning to the member known as Lu Guang, who had received a severed hand from Xiao. Lu Guang, understanding the situation, stepped forward. "Doctor, I require your treatment." The bird-beak doctor glanced down at him before falling into silence. At that moment, everyone held their breath, except for Xiao, who curiously observed the bird-beak doctor. After a long pause, the doctor's voice emerged. "I believe you have other ailments as well. Allow me to conduct a thorough examination." Chapter 4. The Doctor Indeed. He is truly a physician of great ethical standing, Xiao mused internally. However, Lu Guang was on the verge of tears. Clutching his severed hand, he trembled. "I trust your diagnosis completely, but there are many matters awaiting my attention. Perhaps you could reattach my hand first, and I will seek you out for treatment when I have the time." The doctor nodded. "Come with me." He then turned to Xiao. "Friend, I'll look forward to your visit." As the doctor departed, the support team members followed suit. Dart's radio crackled to life. "Dart, have you arrived at the base?" Dart hurriedly picked up the radio to respond. "We have arrived safely." Heavy breathing came from the other end. What is the condition of the containment target? Dart glanced at Xiao, who appeared like an inquisitive child, and his lips twitched slightly. "The target seems to be doing quite well." In a room awash with white light, Xiao lay on an operating table, his body adorned with an array of tubes. The cacophony of beeping instruments filled the air. An elderly man clad in a white coat erupted in a fit of anger. "Who stitched this wound? If I find that person, I shall stuff their head where the sun doesn't shine." He pointed at a ghastly scar on Xiao's chest, expressing his disdain for the abominable stitching technique. After a moment of pause, as if to regain his composure, he continued, "In my entire life, I have never seen a wound stitched so atrociously." "Doctor, please calm down. Your heart rate is skyrocketing." A voice interjected. The doctor took several deep breaths, striving to quell his agitation. "Apologies for my outburst. I didn't frighten you, did I?" He forced a benevolent smile at Xiao, who was lying on the operating table. Xiao grinned, about to respond, when the doctor swiftly draped a white cloth over his face. "Well, could you not clean him up before bringing him in?" the doctor remarked, only to be met with a meek reply, "But it was you who insisted on bringing him in immediately." At that moment, Xiao felt an inexplicable joy. After 3 years of silence, hearing human voices again was immensely comforting. He then recalled the amiable and morally upright doctor. Soon after, a staff member in a white coat approached, preparing to clean Xiao's body. Xiao cooperatively turned over, exposing his back, thinking, after all, one must scrub the back first. The staff member gasped upon seeing the gruesome wounds and congealed blood on Xiao's back, rendering him at a loss for how to proceed. "Go ahead and clean him," the doctor urged. The staff member, feeling somewhat helpless, retorted, "Doctor, perhaps you should take a look yourself." Upon hearing this, the doctor approached, and as he beheld Xiao's back, his brows furrowed deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered a statement that took everyone by surprise. "It seems we should first summon a professional cleaner for our friend." Several hours later, a rejuvenated bath attendant emerged, exclaiming, "In 30 years of service, I have never had such a fulfilling experience." The doctor, noticing the attendant's return, instructed his assistant, "Take him for an F-level memory wipe." The attendant did not refuse, as this was made clear upon his arrival. He grasped the doctor's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Boss, if there is ever another opportunity like this, please be sure to contact me again." The doctor nodded kindly in response. Shortly thereafter, a group of staff members returned to the room. By now, all the filth covering Xiao had been thoroughly scrubbed away, revealing the true color of his skin. The doctor looked at Xiao with warmth and inquired, "My friend, how do you feel now?" Xiao waved his arm, exclaiming, "I have never felt my body so light." The doctor nodded, adjusting his monocle. "Next, we kindly ask for your cooperation in conducting a small study." Xiao grinned, and this time his smile did not evoke fear. "Are you planning to take samples?" "I have nothing else to offer. You must be after my flesh and blood, right? There is no need to complicate matters." He casually glanced around and picked up a surgical knife from beside the operating table. With a swift motion, he plunged the knife into his own chest, maintaining his smile as he held a bloody piece of flesh. "Where else do you need to cut? I can handle it myself." The staff were left speechless. and even the doctor involuntarily twitched his facial muscles. Xiao placed the bloody piece aside and turned his attention to the suturing thread. He picked it up and began to stitch himself up while chattering away. Honestly, seeing you all makes me incredibly happy. Do you know how I've spent the last 3 years? Indeed, humans ought to live among one another. He continued to speak animatedly, his hands deftly working without interruption. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I assure you, I will answer without reservation. If there is anything else to research, please let me know, and I will cooperate fully. As he finished stitching up his chest, he carefully tied a delicate bow with the thread. The doctor gazed at Xiao's chest, now sporting another protruding scar. For a moment, he forgot what he was originally going to say. The staff members stood in stunned silence. How is it possible for you to engage in such bizarre behavior while remaining so cheerful? Are you truly still human? Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, for the young man before them exhibited behavior that was utterly uncanny. The doctor adjusted his monocle and donned a gentle smile. He picked up the bloody piece of flesh and handed it to a nearby staff member. Take this for testing. After issuing his instructions, he turned back to Xiao with a kind expression. Based on our observations, it appears you have recently appeared near the periphery of an U. Xiao paused. And you refers to that dreadful place where I spent 3 years? The doctor nodded seriously. Indeed, according to the creatures we have contained, they refer to that place as the prison. Due to its perpetual darkness, we have dubbed it an U. Until now, we have never discovered human life near its periphery. Just yesterday, our field team found you near the entrance. Originally, we planned to eliminate you due to your proximity to the entrance. However, it seems you bear no malice towards humanity. We have now decided to contain you. The doctor elaborated extensively. Xiao quickly grasped the crux of the conversation. Containment? Does that come with meals and lodging? How wonderful. He sat up excitedly, grasping the doctor's hand. I will certainly follow your instructions, as long as I am provided for. I will go east when you say so and never west. The doctor nodded, then turned to speak. The target shows no intent to attack. The safety level is provisionally set to S, designation 292. The nearby staff member swiftly recorded the doctor's words. Designation 292. Containment subject name, the Lost One. Containment level, safe, provisional. Target abilities, unknown. Pending research. Containment conditions, unknown. Pending research. Before long, the staff completed the data entry for the containment subject and handed the tablet to the doctor. The doctor glanced at it and nodded. He then looked at Xiao with a gentle smile. Do you possess any special abilities? Xiao pondered for a moment and then earnestly replied, Does being able to eat count as a special ability? The response left everyone momentarily speechless. The doctor adjusted his monocle again. Do you have any other special abilities? After careful consideration, Xiao shook his head. The doctor contemplated for a moment before addressing the staff beside him. Let us proceed with this for now. Prepare a containment room for him. The staff hesitated. Should we note the ability to eat? The doctor retorted, Should I stuff your head up your backside? The staff member recoiled, refraining from arguing. He had no doubt the doctor could do it. He merely questioned whether the doctor would resort to such an action. After completing the documentation, the doctor kindly addressed Xiao. Since your current containment level is S, which signifies safety, you may operate within the designated confines of the base. Xiao was taken aback, gazing at the doctor with vacant fish-like eyes. Wasn't it said that I was to be studied? The doctor waved his hand dismissively. The research is conducted in the containment chamber. Is slicing not required? Xiao found himself perplexed. In his mind, research was inextricably linked to dissection. The doctor adjusted his monocle and instructed his assistant behind him. Take him to the containment chamber. Inside the containment chamber, Xiao sat upon a steel-framed bed at the center of the room. The walls surrounding him were cast from iron, glimmering with a metallic sheen under the glare of the incandescent lights. On the wall near the door, 3 buttons were visible. One button bore an icon of a door, another depicted a light bulb, and the last one was shaped like a chicken leg. Xiao first pressed the button with the light bulb icon. Click! In an instant, the lights in the entire room extinguished. Xiao pressed the button once more. The dazzling, incandescent lights illuminated the room once again. Then he pressed the button with the chicken leg icon. Click! A small door on the adjacent wall swung open, revealing a hollow space. Subsequently, a hamburger appeared within the opening. Xiao stared with his vacant eyes. They truly provide food and shelter. How delightful. As he reached for the hamburger, suddenly, whoosh, A gust of wind erupted from the hollow, sending the hamburger tumbling to the ground. The room fell into a hush. Meanwhile, the doctor and the staff stationed before the surveillance monitors held their breath. On the screen, Xiao remained motionless, gazing down at the hamburger. The scene was exceedingly bizarre. Would he become enraged? One staff member whispered. The doctor's gaze remained fixed on the surveillance feed. On the other side, Xiao was unfazed by the fallen hamburger and instead fell into contemplation. A single hamburger would not suffice. I wonder if I can press the button a few more times. With a thought, he pressed the button again. Click. Another hamburger materialized within the hollow. Once more, the hamburger was whisked away by the gust of wind and landed on the floor. At that moment, a manic grin spread across Xiao's face. Observing the deranged expression on the surveillance screen, all the staff felt a pang of concern. It seemed his containment level required re-evaluation. Someone suggested. At this juncture, Xiao was laughing maniacally as he relentlessly pressed the button. In no time, a mountain of hamburgers had accumulated beside the wall. Xiao plunged into the towering heap of hamburgers, seizing one and stuffing it into his mouth. The staff monitoring the screens exhaled a sigh of relief. They then recorded 2 lines on their tablets. Sequence 292, emotional stability. Sequence 292, enormous appetite. Suddenly, the leading doctor slapped his forehead. Oh no! Upon hearing this, the staff present were taken aback and turned to look at the doctor. I forgot to remove the projectile from within him. The staff momentarily stood in shock before resuming their tasks, accustomed to such occurrences. Just then, an urgent voice rang out. Doctor, the analysis results of that tissue sample have come in. You must come and see. At this, the doctor promptly made his way to the testing apparatus. Upon witnessing the analysis results, his monocle fell to the ground and shattered. All the staff who beheld the results were momentarily stunned. The analysis indicated that the cells within the tissue were continuously proliferating, subsequently dividing, and ultimately heading towards demise. The doctor bellowed at the staff member responsible for the analysis. What happened to the original tissue sample? The staff member hesitated briefly before approaching the preservation cabinet and retrieving a container. Inside the container lay the very piece of flesh that Xiao had excised from his own chest. The doctor opened the container and extracted the piece of flesh, which still quivered slightly, appearing identical to when it was initially removed from Xiao. A faint metallic scent filled the doctor's nostrils. One of the staff members inquired, Doctor, is there an issue with this tissue? The doctor's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. What a remarkable discovery. He swiftly cut a small slice from the piece of flesh, placing it under the microscope for observation. Typically, entities that pose no threat to humans, with no attempts to escape containment, are classified as level S. For instance, a button that, when pressed, would trigger global annihilation would also be rated level S. Conversely, an entity that frequently escapes to enjoy the scenery, despite causing no harm, would be classified as level D or dangerous. This is because the button cannot move within the containment facility, thus deemed level S, while the entity capable of escaping at will is classified as level D. There is also another category, level R, reserved for entities possessing immense power, malevolent character, and a strong desire for destruction, harboring great hostility toward humanity. An entity classified as level R is one that the Wardens must find a way to obliterate. Chapter 6. No need for courtesy, my friend. On the slice, countless cells began to proliferate rapidly. Subsequently, the older cells swiftly perished, continuously cycling through this process. The sliced piece of flesh could be described with one word: fresh. It could maintain its freshness indefinitely. Witnessing this spectacle, the doctor, in a frenzy, shouted, "This is nothing short of a miracle." He nearly maniacally seized an assistant by the collar. "Do you realize what this means?" "God, this is utterly insane," the assistant promptly replied. "It signifies that he could attain immortality." The doctor's eyes gleamed as he nodded. "Precisely. However, have similar phenomena not been observed in other entities?" A researcher queried. The doctor shook his head and donned a fresh pair of monocles. "Not the same. This has been discovered within a human." Upon hearing this, the attendees were momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of confusion. Someone muttered softly, "But is he truly human? Who among us would slice their own flesh without batting an eye?" The doctor, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. From a biological perspective, it should be considered human, right? Should be. At this moment, the doctor was engulfed in profound self-doubt. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao finished devouring the scattered hamburgers and let out a resounding belch. His gaze fell upon the last button on the wall, emblazoned with a door icon. Without a second thought, Lu Xiao pressed it. A mechanical whirring resonated as the door to the chamber swung open. Lu Xiao peeked out, finding the surroundings utterly empty. The corridor was flooded with light, enveloped in silence. Lu Xiao glanced back and noticed a monitor mounted on the outer wall of the room he had exited. It displayed the following. Sequence number 292. The Lost One. Containment level. S. Tentative. Targetability. Unknown. Under investigation. Containment conditions. Unknown. Under investigation. Lu Xiao stared with his vacant eyes. Lost in contemplation. The term lost was inappropriate. It should be replaced with another word. What could it be? Lu Xiao pondered deeply, struggling to find a suitable term for his thoughts, ultimately surrendering to his contemplation. I recall that the prison doctor is designated as Sequence 069. He extended his crimson tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. How might I locate him? He lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings, and soon spotted an object resembling a surveillance camera. With a sudden impulse, Lu Xiao approached the camera, pressing his face against it. The staff member monitoring the footage was startled, tumbling from his chair. On the screen, a pair of lifeless, fish-like eyes dominated the view. Concurrently, Lu Xiao's voice resonated. Hello? Is anyone there? Knock, knock, knock. In the surveillance footage, Lu Xiao wrapped his hand against the camera. The staff wiped the sweat from his brow before responding. Igadiagajis, how may I assist you? Upon hearing the reply, Lu Xiao smiled. I would like to inquire about the direction to the room of Sequence 069, the prison doctor. Just continue down the corridor. The room with the corresponding number is right there. The voice emanated from above. Lu Xiao chuckled softly. Thank you, and no problem. Thus, Lu Xiao proceeded down the corridor. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, he finally spotted the designated number on the wall. Sequence No. 069 Prison Doctor. Containment level. S. Target abilities. Diagnosis, medical skills, creation and dissemination of viruses and plagues. Containment conditions. Regularly provide a patient for treatment, or risk falling into a state of rage. Combat ability. You would not wish to engage him in battle. After reading, Lu Xiao's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, a doctor with an abundance of medical ethics. Such noble convictions are truly admirable. If all physicians possessed his level of integrity, how splendid this world would be. Lu Xiao exclaimed with genuine admiration. Meanwhile, his hand had already reached for the doorbell button on the wall. Soon, the imposing steel door swung open. Inside, the 3-meter-tall prison doctor was restraining a young man clad in tactical attire. Be good. You must trust me. My diagnosis is infallible. Your body is ill and gravely so. The chilling voice emerged from behind his bird-like mask. The young man being restrained was none other than Liu Guang, a member of the external team that had captured Lu Xiao. Liu Guang struggled incessantly, his mouth tightly sealed by the prison doctor's hand, unable to utter a sound. His body contorted in a desperate attempt to escape the prison doctor's formidable grip. Upon noticing the door had opened, the prison doctor turned to regard Lu Xiao at the threshold. In an instant, his voice grew somewhat shrill. Oh, my friend, you have truly arrived. Simultaneously, he released his hold on Liu Guang. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Guang sprang to his feet and made a dash for freedom. However, as he passed Lu Xiao, he was swiftly yanked back. Tears of despair filled Liu Guang's eyes. Brother, let me go. Lu Xiao shook his head. Why do you not adhere to medical advice? Liu Guang exerted all his strength to break free from Lu Xiao's grip. Yet, Lu Xiao's hand clamped down like an iron vice, immovable. Regardless of how forcefully Liu Guang struggled, that hand remained steadfast. Ha ha ha. In that brief moment, the prison doctor had approached the two. He extended a hand, resembling that of a bird's claw, with only 3 elongated fingers. The fingers were slender and disproportionately long, with surgical blades embedded at their tips. He seized Liu Guang, piercing his flesh with the sharp tips, while the beak of the mask opened and closed several times. Thank you, my friend. Had it not been for your arrival, this mischievous patient would have escaped. Lu Xiao offered a warm smile. You're welcome, my friend. Chapter 7, a minor operation at this moment. Despair etched itself across Liu Guang's face. The prison doctor slowly dragged him back to his previous position, leaving a faint trail of blood in his wake. Upon entering the room, Lu Xiao politely pressed the wall-mounted button to close the door. The glaring, incandescent light illuminated the metal wrought chamber. In the center of the room stood an examination table, with nothing else to be seen. The prison doctor lifted Liu Guang as if he were a mere chick. Liu Guang attempted to resist, but the doctor's words plunged him into utter hopelessness. "My friend, I require your assistance." Without hesitation, Lu Xiao nodded. "No need for formality. My friend, what are your instructions?" The prison doctor emitted a peculiar laugh. "Ha ha ha. Please help me restrain this troublesome patient. I am utterly unable to spare a hand." Lu Xiao approached the surgical table, glancing at the straps intended for binding patients. Without a word, he skillfully secured the struggling Liu Guang. Finally, the prison doctor was free to use his hands. He extended a finger, the surgical blade glinting with a ghostly metallic sheen. Just as he prepared to cut into Liu Guang's chest, Lu Xiao interjected. "My friend, it seems you have forgotten to administer anesthesia." At this remark, the prison doctor froze in place. The air felt as if it had solidified in that instant. Liu Guang, lying on the surgical table, had lost all hope. This madman dared to question the doctor's skills. If there was a chance for survival before, it had now evaporated. He understood well that questioning the prison doctor's expertise would send him into a furious rage. No one had witnessed the terror of an enraged prison doctor. For those who were all dead. Every piece of information on the containment panels, every statistic bore the cost of one or countless lives to be compiled. The atmosphere grew cold. Lu Xiao appeared oblivious, a hint of reluctance on his face as he continued. "If anesthesia is not administered, the patient will endure great suffering. I thank you." Liu Guang, on the operating table, felt tears welling up. He cast a glance at the motionless prison doctor. At that moment, the doctor's body trembled slightly, teetering on the brink of fury. "Ha ha ha." A strange laughter escaped the beak mask, raspy and unsettling. Merely hearing that laughter sent chills down Liu Guang's spine. The dread of death loomed over him. Thanks to his training, he managed to avoid losing control at that moment. Just as Liu Guang closed his eyes, preparing to embrace his fate, the prison doctor's voice reverberated through the containment chamber. "Thank you for the reminder. My friend." The prison doctor retracted his finger, cradling his chin in his hand. "However, I neglected to prepare anesthesia beforehand, and there are no materials available for its creation. What shall we do now?" Upon hearing this, Liu Guang felt a glimmer of hope. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Doctor, please allow me some time to prepare. I have not arranged for anesthesia, nor am I ready for the operation. How about I return another day?" The prison doctor sighed, the sound echoing harshly through the beak. "We shall have to proceed this way." He reached to untie Liu Guang's bindings. Just then, Lu Xiao grinned widely. "Do not fret, my friend. I have a solution." Hearing this, Liu Guang immediately turned to Lu Xiao. The smile on Lu Xiao's face seemed akin to that of a devil to him. "I truly thank you." Liu Guang surrendered to despair. Lu Xiao approached the surgical table, gently lifting Liu Guang's head. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the back of Liu Guang's skull with a knife hand strike. Liu Guang rolled his eyes dramatically and then fainted. The prison doctor, witnessing this scene, seemed profoundly inspired. "My friend, if you were to practice medicine, you would undoubtedly become an exceptional doctor." Upon hearing the doctor's praise, Lu Xiao's face instantly flushed with shyness. He then pointed to the unconscious Liu Guang and expressed his curiosity. "What ailment afflicts this mischievous patient?" The prison doctor, with an air of nonchalance, raised a finger and replied, "It is not a grave issue. A minor surgery will suffice for recovery." As he spoke, his finger deftly sliced open Liu Guang's chest. The sound was reminiscent of a blade tearing through a sack. Lu Xiao quickly leaned down to observe. Inside the open chest, a vibrant red heart pulsated vigorously, accompanied by a tumor the size of a pigeon egg, dancing in rhythm with the heartbeat. The doctor's hands moved swiftly. With a gentle flick, he excised the tumor. Simultaneously, blood gushed forth like a fountain from the incision. Lu Xiao nimbly dodged the splattering blood. The doctor, unperturbed, skillfully removed any remaining diseased tissue with his surgical knife. He then produced a piece of cotton thread from seemingly nowhere and swiftly stitched the wound on the heart. Although Liu Guang's heart no longer bled, the chest cavity was filled with pooled blood. Lu Xiao, like an inquisitive child, watched intently with unblinking eyes. At this moment, the prison doctor suddenly appeared somewhat frustrated. "Damn, I forgot to prepare the toolbox in advance." This operation is exceedingly hasty. Hearing this, Xiao scanned the room. Apart from the operating table, there was nothing else in the confinement chamber. However, his gaze soon fell upon his own attire, a pure white short-sleeved t-shirt, which had been provided by the staff upon his arrival. He rubbed it gently. "Oh, it's cotton." He quickly stripped off the shirt and stuffed it into Liu Guang's open chest. Instantly, the blood soaked into the cotton fabric, absorbing the blood pooling within the cavity. The doctor exclaimed with fervor, "My friend, you are truly a genius. Although this may lead to infection, with some post-operative medication, any complications from the infection will be negligible." Xiao, now bare-chested, smiled bashfully and replied, "My friend, thank you for your recognition." Thus, with the combined efforts of two madmen, this chaotic little surgery proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Meanwhile, before the monitoring screen, an atmosphere of absolute silence descended, rendering the scene eerily still. The silence persisted for a full 5 minutes. "Doctor, is he truly still human?" A staff member trembled to inquire. Chapter 8. Your ailment is more severe than I imagined. The doctor remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the surveillance feed. Xiao's voice echoed from the monitor. "My friend, is this patient suffering from cancer?" The prison doctor shook his head, holding the excised tumor in his hand. The tumor, now devoid of blood supply, appeared somewhat agitated, pulsating violently in the doctor's grip, occasionally emitting faint squeaking sounds. "This is not a tumor. It is an egg." "An egg?" Xiao stared in disbelief at the quivering mass. The doctor extended a finger and made a delicate incision on it. Instantly, a white, worm-like creature sprang forth. In a mere moment, it burrowed into the doctor's beak. As if anticipating this, the doctor swiftly used his surgical knife to slice open his own neck, pulling out his esophagus to extract the wriggling creature. Ignoring his own wound, he pinched the worm between 2 fingers and presented it before Xiao. Xiao leaned in closer. The worm writhed frantically at the doctor's fingertips, emitting sharp squeaks as it noticed Xiao's proximity. Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the creature. It was about the thickness of a finger, entirely white, resembling a plump maggot, yet adorned with a grotesque human face. At that moment, the hollow eye sockets of the face oozed black liquid, creating a horrific sight. The doctor remained calm, first shoving the exposed esophagus back into his neck before using his surgical knife to sever the worm's head. He then directly forced it into Xiao's mouth. Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he chewed thoughtfully, exclaiming, "Delicious. It tastes just like eggs that have been left out for days." The doctor nodded in affirmation. "My friend, this is my token of gratitude to you." On the other side of the monitor, the doctor's voice took on a somber tone. "The larva of the ghost-faced moth. Investigate where that team member has recently been. Why has this creature been implanted within him?" After giving his orders, he turned again to the surveillance feed. "My friend, what kind of creature is this? I've never seen anything like it before." The prison doctor's voice was sharp as he replied. "The larva of the ghost-faced moth. This is indeed a rare treasure. My friend, consuming it will enhance your mental prowess." Hearing this, Xiao's face broke into an embarrassed smile. "So, it is such a precious thing." The doctor waved his finger. "My friend, you are worthy of it. I am extremely grateful for your assistance in this operation." He gestured toward the still unconscious Liu Guang. "Had you not been present, a medical mishap may have occurred today. In my medical career, this is something I absolutely cannot allow. Thank you for helping me save face." Xiao responded, "Sir, you are far too kind. You are one of the most exceptional doctors I have ever encountered. I merely stumbled into this situation, yet I am elated to have been of assistance." Unbeknownst to him, the use of the term sir had slipped into his address. A shrill caw broke the air. The prison doctor appeared somewhat agitated. "My friend, do you know any other doctors as skilled as I am?" Xiao nodded, a hint of pride in his expression. "Of course, I have another friend. He is also a highly skilled physician." As he spoke, Xiao turned to reveal his bare back to the prison doctor, which was marred by a multitude of gruesome and terrifying suture scars. "That friend has performed countless surgeries on me. Without him, I might have perished long ago in the dark prison." The doctor reached out to gently caress the scars. "What instruments did your friend use to perform these surgeries? My God, I cannot find words to describe the beauty of these incisions. They are nothing short of art." Xiao grinned. "My friend used a chainsaw." Upon hearing this, the doctor paused momentarily, his fingers trembling slightly. "My God, your friend must be an elite surgeon." Lu Xiao turned around, smiling as he replied, I believe so too. Having been focused entirely on the operation earlier, the doctor now noticed the two grotesque and terrifying hemorrhoids protruding from Lu Xiao's chest. His tone shifted to one of hesitation. My friend, why do you have two hemorrhoids on your chest? If I am not mistaken, they should be hemorrhoids. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly replied, well, these are wounds I stitched up myself. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's response, a hint of irritation laced the voice of the prison doctor. Forgive me, my friend, while I greatly value your insights on surgery, your suturing technique is nothing short of abominable. Lu Xiao's actions undoubtedly tarnished the essence of his lifelong studies. The doctor extended his hand, tearing apart the two delicate butterfly knots, and with a swift tug, the sutures were abruptly pulled free. The two protruding hemorrhoids instantly vanished. Strangely, Lu Xiao's chest bore no wounds. The puncture marks from the sutures were visibly healing before the naked eye. Lu Xiao touched his chest, finding it smooth and unblemished, entirely unlike that of an injured person. He paused, then lowered his gaze to examine his body. The gunshot wounds from mere moments ago had also inexplicably disappeared. The areas that had been shot now revealed tender, fresh flesh. Lu Xiao, momentarily bewildered, questioned, but I was clearly injured, fearing the doctor might doubt his words. He hurriedly traced the location from his memory. With a rip, akin to the sound of a sack being torn apart, Lu Xiao tore his own skin open. Beneath the ripped flesh lay a mass of vivid red cotton. After extracting the cotton, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. Indeed, I was injured. The doctor fell into silence. Seizing the moment, Lu Xiao hastily continued to tear open the sites of the bullet wounds, extracting the remnants of the bullets lodged within. In an instant, his chest became a gruesome sight. Lacking suturing tools, he allowed the wounds to bleed freely, reassured by the presence of the highly skilled physician at his side. Soon, delicate granulation tissue began to sprout from the edges of the wounds, resembling countless maggots intertwined, knitting the edges together. Minutes later, the torn flesh completely fused back together. Witnessing this, Lu Xiao felt a surge of astonishment. What on earth is happening? He quickly raised his gaze to the doctor. Having observed the entire process, the doctor's deep voice resonated with a serious tone. My friend, your condition is more severe than I had anticipated. Chapter 9. This is truly a mad surgery. Upon hearing those words, Lu Xiao felt a pang of urgency. How can this be? The doctor's voice remained devoid of any fluctuation. My friend, your cellular activity is remarkably high. Wounds typically heal rapidly on their own. Lu Xiao pressed further. Then why does the wound on my back persist? The doctor's voice returned. It is likely that the wound is tainted with a curse. Or perhaps it is a result of your surgeon friend's chainsaw. The doctor offered a comforting reassurance. Do not worry, my friend. I am a competent physician, dedicated to healing my patients. Let me conduct a physical examination. Lu Xiao nodded, his tone urgent. I have complete faith in your medical skills. Let's begin at once. Concerned for his own body, Lu Xiao did not dare to delay. After swiftly clearing the surgical table, he positioned himself upon it. The doctor stepped forward, gently slicing open Lu Xiao's back with his finger. He then dipped his finger in the blood and brought it to his nose, explaining, I once encountered a diagnostic method in an ancient text. The doctor in the book referred to it as observation, smelling, inquiry, and palpation. It is an exceedingly profound diagnostic technique. I spent a century mastering only two aspects, smelling and palpation. I have augmented my olfactory nerves to possess an extraordinary sense of smell. Often, I can diagnose a patient's condition simply by smelling their blood. Suddenly, he paused. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Lu Xiao hurriedly inquired, Did you discern what illness I have? The doctor remained silent for a moment. Then his tone shifted to one of grave seriousness. I detected the scent of a curse in your blood. Upon hearing the word curse, Lu Xiao sighed with relief. Ah, so it is merely a curse. I thought I was gravely ill. You truly frightened me. However, the doctor's tone was less than optimistic. This curse is quite rare and formidable. In my many years as a physician, I have only encountered it twice. At this, Lu Xiao felt a swell of anxiety. Is that truly the case? The doctor nodded. The last time I encountered this curse was on a pig. That pig ultimately devolved into a mindless, instinct-driven mass of putrid flesh. Hearing this, Lu Xiao forced a grim smile. Is it truly that intense? Meanwhile, on the other side of the surveillance monitor, the doctor held a notebook, swiftly documenting the dialogue between Lu Xiao and the doctor in meticulous detail. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. This is indeed a priceless discovery. The nearby staff held their breath, fearful of disturbing the doctor. As for the grotesque scene unfolding before them, they were unfazed. They had witnessed far more gruesome sights. Their fear of Lu Xiao, however, had only deepened. At this moment, the doctor's voice rang out. My friend, your symptoms present a challenging dilemma. I require the assistance of another colleague. Seemingly concerned that Lu Xiao might be alarmed, he quickly added, do not worry. He is an exceptional orthopedic surgeon. Lu Xiao felt a surge of gratitude. How can I express my thanks to you, my friend? The doctor shook his head, solemnly stating, I am a physician of integrity. I seek no gratitude from my patients. As long as there remains even the slightest possibility of healing, I will exert every effort. Hearing this, Lu Xiao felt deep admiration for the doctor donning the avian mask. You truly are a noble physician. Soon, the doctor returned with his colleague, who bore a substantial medical kit. Clearly, they had come well prepared. This colleague was devoid of flesh, reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame. The structure was not even human. It resembled the skeleton of some indescribable creature, grotesquely exaggerated. Suspended from a skeleton was a large toolbox. Lu Xiao had already taken his place on the surgical table, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the doctor accompany his colleague, he promptly inquired, and who might this friend be? I am Ivan. The voice emanated from within Lu Xiao's very body. This voice was not produced by vocal cords, but resonated through the bones, vibrating at a unique frequency, causing a resonance within Lu Xiao's skeletal structure, making it sound as though it originated from him. On the other side of the monitor, a staff member exclaimed, Subject S-081, the bone sculptor. The doctor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clutched his notebook tightly, awaiting the trio's exchange. With a clang, Ivan placed the toolbox heavily on the ground beside him, while the doctor also set down his medical kit. Ivan, this is the patient I mentioned to you. He has fallen victim to that curse, which has penetrated to the very marrow. Thus, I had no choice but to seek your assistance. Ivan remained silent, his hollow eye sockets flickering with two vibrant green flames, seemingly reflecting his emotional turmoil. The doctor opened a medical kit and soon retrieved a large glass bottle, holding approximately 5 liters. He addressed Lu Xiao, my friend. Rest assured, I have not forgotten to prepare the anesthetic this time. In a short while, I shall extract your bones in their entirety. Even with anesthesia, the process may entail a modicum of pain. You must endure it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's lips twitched uncontrollably. This indeed was a mad operation. He sighed and then reclined. Come forth, my friend. I have faith in you. Lu Xiao held a high regard for the medical skills and ethics exhibited by the prison doctor. He believed that this benevolent physician would cure him completely. After all, the consequence of this curse was to transform into a mindless mass of flesh driven solely by instinct, a fate Lu Xiao could not abide. Consequently, he was fervently eager to remedy his affliction. The prison doctor exchanged a glance with Ivan. The soul fire in Ivan's eyes flickered intensely, and then he bent down to retrieve a hammer and a small chisel from the toolbox. The prison doctor's body emitted a sound. I will do my utmost. As a copious amount of anesthesia was administered, Lu Xiao felt as though his eyelids were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. In less than 30 seconds, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The prison doctor extended his finger and slowly incised Lu Xiao's chest. For a moment, the room was filled solely with the sound of flesh being sliced open. After completely opening Lu Xiao, he extracted a bottle containing a dark green elixir and evenly applied it to the incision. In an instant, the wound ceased to bleed. Subsequently, the prison doctor fetched dozens of bottles of various sizes from the medical kit. He poured the contents of these bottles over Lu Xiao, spreading them evenly as if he were marinating pork. Several hours later, the prison doctor held up a remarkably intact skeleton, save for the absence of the skull. Nearby, Ivan had already constructed a frame. He carefully hung the skeleton upon it. At that moment, the unconscious Lu Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Clearly, he had awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he was met with a hellish sight. Oh no, this is too intense. He hastily shut his eyes, but upon reopening them, the same grim scene persisted. Trembling, he pinched his thigh. A sharp pain surged through his brain. He finally confirmed this was not a dream, and promptly fainted again. Chapter 10. The operation completed. Even the personnel monitoring the surveillance were taken aback by this sight. Extracting bones from a living person was indeed a first for them. The doctor adjusted his monocle, his gaze landing on Ivan, who stood before Lu Xiao's skeleton, hammer in one hand, chisel in the other. Clink, clink. He began to carve into Lu Xiao's bones. Doctor, shouldn't we intervene? The doctor pushed up his monocle. Certainly, we must stop them immediately. So who among you is willing to go? Upon hearing the doctor's words, the staff exchanged glances. Suddenly, the doctor's exclamation snapped everyone back to reality. Good gracious! He is employing relief carving techniques on the bones. The onlookers turned their attention to the surveillance video, where intricate and elaborate patterns were being carved into the skeleton. Indeed, in the style of relief art. The hammer struck the chisel repeatedly, sending sparks flying. The patterns on the skeleton increased in number, intertwining like activated magical arrays. Emitting a faint glow, as the carving progressed, the brilliance intensified. After a considerable duration, Ivan set down his tools. Perhaps out of the instinct of his former humanity, he wiped an imaginary sweat from his brow. The carved patterns on the suspended skeleton were obscure, yet possessed an extraordinary beauty. What once appeared terrifying now resembled a work of art. His curse runs too deep, and I can only rely on the alchemical array to suppress it. Rooting it out is beyond my capabilities. Ivan's voice emanated from the prison doctor. The prison doctor nodded, supporting his chin with 3 fingers. As I anticipated. Next, I shall return his bones. Ivan did not respond. Instead, he placed the tools back into the toolbox and remained where he stood. The flickering soul fire in his empty eye sockets seemed to convey urgency. The prison doctor inserted the skeleton back into Lu Xiao's body, followed by repositioning the disordered internal organs. Next came the nerves and blood vessels. Finally, the prison doctor meticulously stitched Lu Xiao's body back together. The operation was now considered complete. Just as the prison doctor was about to exhale in relief, Ivan's voice resonated within him once more. It seems I have an extra part. The prison doctor was instantly frozen in place upon hearing this. He glanced down at a tray beside the operating table, where a bloody organ remained. Blast it! I forgot to insert his vocal cords. The containment chamber door swung open, and a squad of fully armed soldiers rushed in. The doctor's voice crackling through the intercom. Bring sequence 292 back. If 069 and 081 interfere, abandon the operation. The lead soldier immediately commanded his team to lift the bloodied Lu Xiao off the operating table, casting a glance at the prison doctor and Ivan. He refrained from attempting communication, knowing that if either containment entity made any sudden movements, they would prioritize retreat. Fortunately, the prison doctor and Ivan did not intervene, simply observing quietly. Lu Xiao, having undergone the prison doctor's stitching, had already stopped bleeding, yet remained unconscious. The 2 responsible for lifting Lu Xiao were taken aback. As his body was exceedingly hot, even through their tactical gloves, they could feel the heat radiating from him. Captain, the target's temperature is abnormal. Upon hearing this, the captain rushed to inspect, removing his tactical gloves to place his hand on Lu Xiao's forehead. Hiss! It felt akin to touching a red-hot iron, and he swiftly withdrew his hand, then inquired through the intercom. Doctor, target sequence 292 exhibits abnormal temperature. The doctor on the other end pondered for a moment before responding. Ask the prison doctor. Beep. The intercom went silent, leaving the Special Forces team exchanging apprehensive glances. Finally, the captain summoned his courage and addressed the prison doctor. Sir. Before he could finish, the prison doctor's chilling voice interjected. Oh, it's nothing significant, merely a series of surgical complications. I have already administered my concocted elixir. Once his temperature decreases, he should awaken. Hearing this, the captain sighed in relief, then instructed his team to carry Lu Xiao away. Just as they reached the doorway, the prison doctor's voice called out once more. Wait! At the sound of this, everyone froze in place. Although the prison doctor was classified as an S-Class secure living containment entity, it did not mean he would not attack. S-Class merely indicated that if left undisturbed, he would not retaliate. There is another human here. Take him along. The prison doctor's next words caused everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. They had indeed noticed the person lying unconscious on the ground. However, the doctor's orders did not include taking him out. The captain turned back. At your service, sir. In an instant, Only the prison doctor and Ivan remained in the containment chamber. Ivan's voice emerged from the prison doctor. I shall take my leave now. I am quite satisfied with this carving. The prison doctor nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. It seemed they were both untroubled by the prospect of failure in the operation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao was immersed in a nutrient solution, his skin rapidly absorbing the nourishing liquid. The doctor adjusted his monocle and remarked, following the surgery, the activity of his cells has diminished somewhat. However, the cells at the incision site remain remarkably active, and the wound is healing at an impressive rate. It appears that the procedures on 069 and 081 have yielded great success. The dialogue between the warden and Xiao was crystal clear to him through the surveillance. Numerous phenomena defy scientific explanation. For instance, the cell activity within Xiao is abnormally vigorous, with proliferation and division rates unprecedented in his experience. Yet, upon hearing the warden's words, the doctor grasped the reality. If the cell growth had continued at its original pace, Xiao's fate would have likely culminated in a grotesque demise. Fortunately, the current activity level of his cells has returned to a normal range. Truly, a miraculous surgery. Oh, Satan, I am tempted to slice him into sections. The doctor's gaze towards Xiao was imbued with an unusual gleam. At that moment, Xiao appeared in his eyes as an innocent, unclothed child, laying on the bed, exuding an irresistible allure from every inch of his being. The surrounding staff members cautiously distanced themselves from the doctor, fearing that if he could not procure Xiao for dissection, they themselves might become subjects of his macabre curiosity. According to the regulations governing the containment of prisoners, researchers are prohibited from inflicting any subjective harm upon the subjects. However, it does not specify that researchers cannot harm one another. Chapter 11. The Warden's Investigation Team. When Xiao awoke, 2 days had already passed. At that moment, the nutrient solution in the tank had been nearly completely absorbed. Simultaneously, the tank door slowly creaked open, revealing the doctor standing nearby, a smile gracing his face. You are awake? Do you feel any abnormalities in your body? Xiao clenched his fist and shook his head, replying, I feel nothing. By the way, where is the warden? His memories remained frozen at the moment he was administered anesthesia. The doctor adjusted his monocle and smiled. The warden is resting. Xiao nodded, then recalled another individual. He gestured with his hand, inquiring, what about that mischievous patient? How is he faring now? The doctor nodded, his face still adorned with a smile. Thank you for your concern. He is doing very well. Meanwhile, Liu Guang, after watching the footage of his treatment, stood in profound shock for a considerable time. The scenes had left a significant psychological shadow upon him. Dart spoke in a hushed tone. Liu Guang, think carefully, where did you encounter the ghost moth? Liu Guang, in a daze, shook his head. Captain, I swear I have never seen that ghastly creature. I also do not understand why there is a larva of that entity within me. His voice trembled. Darts paced back and forth, lost in thought. The growth cycle of the ghost moth larva is a mere month, given the size of the larva inside you. It must have been parasitizing you for less than 20 days. Yet, you have spent the past 3 months training at the base without venturing outside. The only time you left was 2 days ago, during a mission. It makes no sense. At that moment, a man dressed in a black suit and sunglasses entered the training room. He displayed his credentials to the crowd. I am from the Warden's Investigation Team. You may call me Colonel Enzo. Upon seeing the credentials, everyone present placed their right fists over their hearts. Colonel Enzo. Enzo retracted his credentials and nodded before addressing Liu Guang. Private Liu Guang, according to the Warden's regulations, you are required to accompany me for an investigation. Liu Guang stared blankly at Darts. Darts gritted his teeth and boldly declared, Report, Colonel. I believe there are still many uncertainties surrounding Liu Guang's case. Upon hearing this, Enzo removed his sunglasses, his azure gaze fixed intently on Darts. Lieutenant Darts, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Darts stood tall and replied with unwavering resolve. Report. Colonel Enzo, I am fully aware of what I am saying. A sudden crack echoed through the air as a gun was pressed against his temple. Enzo's expression was one of amusement. Obstructing an investigation by the team, according to Warden regulations, how should one be dealt with? Darts remained unfazed, his gaze steady. According to the internal security regulations of the Wardens, obstructing an investigation and posing a threat to the safety of the containment facility warrants immediate termination. Enzo chuckled, his gun still firmly pressed against Dart's temple. Lieutenant Darts, if I were to pull the trigger now, would you have any objections? At his words, the hearts of everyone in the room raced. Darts remained silent. At this moment, Liu Guang stepped forward. Colonel Enzo, I am willing to cooperate with the investigation. Huatao, standing nearby, tugged at Liu Guang's sleeve. Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you will face in the investigation team? Liu Guang nodded, a bitter smile on his face. But Captain, what a wise decision. Enzo retracted his gun and then turned to Liu Guang. He subsequently produced a pair of handcuffs, tossing them directly to Liu Guang. As Liu Guang prepared to clasp the handcuffs onto himself, the door to the training room swung open. The doctor, clad in a white coat and sporting a monocle, entered, followed by Lu Xiao, who was curiously observing his surroundings. In an instant, all eyes in the room were drawn to them. Returning to half an hour earlier, the doctor had said, I have a task for which I require your assistance. Adjusting his monocle, he addressed Lu Xiao. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao nodded without hesitation, declaring, I derive great pleasure from being of help. The doctor nodded, then produced a photograph. The individual depicted in the photo possessed striking azure eyes, a prominent hooked nose, and short golden hair. When you see this person, I need you to tell a little fib. Just say he emanates an eerie aura. Lu Xiao accepted the photograph. Is it truly that simple? The doctor revealed a knowing smile. Indeed, it is that simple. Lu Xiao thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, leave it to me. Returning to the training room, the doctor held an investigative order in his hand. Mr. Enzo, we kindly request your cooperation with our investigation regarding the latest order. Upon hearing this, Enzo was momentarily taken aback. He took the investigative order from the doctor's hand, reading its contents with disbelief in his eyes. What the hell? What evidence do you have to claim I have been contaminated by something strange? The doctor swiftly stepped aside to reveal Lu Xiao behind him. This is a living specimen recently contained within our C03 facility. He has survived in the dark prison for many years and is highly sensitive to eerie auras. Detailed information has been recorded in the system. In accordance with your investigative order, we have been instructed to bring S-292 along to assist in the inquiry. Enzo, growing increasingly agitated, retorted, but this is not in compliance with the internal regulations of the Wardens. Even if I am under suspicion, the investigation team should be the one conducting the inquiry, not you. The doctor adjusted his monocle, his smile serene. Colonel, it seems you are quite familiar with the internal regulations of the Wardens. However, we have received special authorization from above. With that, he produced a document from the inside of his lab coat. The document bore the seal of the highest office of the Wardens. Colonel, do you have any further questions regarding this matter? Enzo could only scoff in response. Based on the materials in the doctor's possession, the investigation by C03 was both reasonable and lawful. These documents alone were sufficient to warrant an urgent investigation against any warden. Seeing that the negotiation had concluded, Lu Xiao smiled and circled around Enzo a few times. A sound of clicking emerged from his mouth. Enzo felt a prickling sensation on his scalp under the gaze of Lu Xiao's lifeless eyes. With a hint of impatience, he inquired, Have you figured it out? Lu Xiao tilted his head, gently sniffing the air with the tip of his nose, and then looked at the doctor with an expression of apparent difficulty. Doctor, it seems I need not lie on your behalf. Upon hearing this, the doctor was suddenly overwhelmed with an urge to slice Lu Xiao into pieces. He stifled the impulse to curse and forced a strained smile. So what is your conclusion? Lu Xiao flashed a self-assured smile that appeared somewhat eerie to those present. He pointed at Enzo. This gentleman is not merely tainted by the bizarre. He is bizarre himself. Chapter 12. The high-ranking individual. Upon hearing this, Enzo was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Doctor, it appears this containment subject is rather unreliable. Are you attempting to stall for time with your investigation? I must say, Doctor, your thoughts are quite ingenious. The doctor's expression darkened. Enzo then patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder. Sequence 292. I reviewed your dossier on the flight here. Have you considered transferring to our U01 containment facility? The conditions there far surpass those here. After listening to Enzo's words, Lu Xiao turned to the doctor, his face a mask of confusion. Is transfer even an option? The doctor scoffed but still replied, in principle, yes. As long as the containment subject does not exhibit a strong desire to escape or a tendency toward aggression. Lu Xiao nodded, then turned to Enzo, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. remnants of vegetables caught between them from a hamburger consumed days prior. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no intention of relocating. Enzo remained unfazed. No problem. If you change your mind, feel free to reach out. Xiao wore an unsettling smile. I doubt there will be an opportunity to contact you. At this proclamation, the atmosphere in the room instantly chilled. Everyone sensed the palpable aura of menace radiating from Xiao. Enzo was momentarily stunned, his expression turning wary. For the murderous intent from Xiao was directed squarely at him. The doctor noticed the shift and swiftly intervened. 292. If you resort to murder, your rank will be classified as a guardian, and the organization will seek your eradication. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. His lifeless gaze remained fixed on Enzo, a grin stretching across his face. He is not human. Enzo's face twisted with mockery. You claim I am not human? What evidence do you possess? You cannot dismiss my humanity based solely on your word. Xiao grew impatient and turned to the doctor. Doctor, is it truly so complicated to kill a lowly being? The doctor quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression turning somber. He did not doubt Xiao's words. For Xiao had lived in the shadow prison for 3 years, constantly dealing with the bizarre. Yet, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it can be proven he is bizarre, then killing him is permissible. Xiao appeared agitated. What if I cannot prove it, and simply proceed to kill him? What consequences would ensue? The doctor replied gravely, eradication. What a nuisance. I feel far more comfortable in the shadow prison. After uttering this, Xiao turned and left without a backward glance, leaving behind one final remark. If proof is necessary, you may consult my friend, the prison physician. He can certainly validate it. Upon hearing this, the doctor's eyes brightened. Just then, Enzo raised his weapon once more, aiming it at the doctor. Bang! The gunfire echoed. The doctor adjusted his monocle, unharmed. At that moment, a dart pinned Enzo firmly to the ground, blood seeping from his abdomen. Get him to the prison physician. Dart, you should accompany him as the price for this transaction. Dart nodded in compliance. At that moment, the members of the Dart squad regained their focus and rushed forward to restrain the struggling Enzo. Liu Guang held the handcuffs Enzo had given him. Click! The cuffs were ultimately fastened onto Enzo's own wrists. Enzo's face twisted in agony, emitting a growl akin to that of a wild beast. With a sudden thrust, the dart embedded in Enzo's body pierced through him, revealing a stark white bone spike protruding from his back. Yet, Dart seemed oblivious, his arm still firmly gripping Enzo's neck. The doctor, without hesitation, turned and strode toward the exit, declaring, activate the emergency protocol for C03 containment. In an instant, alarms blared. Steel doors descended throughout the corridor. The Dart squad bore no resentment toward the doctor's departure, for his significance transcended mere leadership of the C03 containment facility. Sliding his gaze, he chuckled wryly. It seems our squad's fate is sealed here today, but perhaps we might band together and find refuge. His words bore a hint of jest. Xiao delivered a punch to his arm. Were you joking about a time like this? The other squad members wore expressions of despair. At this moment, Dart, racked with excruciating pain, struggled to articulate his thoughts. Without Dart's command, the newly formed squad resembled a flock of headless chickens. Enzo, pinned down, let out a chilling laugh. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, the plan would have proceeded smoothly. And that containment subject, I will surely kill him. In the midst of his words, he broke free from Dart's grasp. A pair of bone wings unfurled behind him, stained with blood and flesh, the origin of which was uncertain, his own, Dart's, or perhaps both. The onlookers were plunged into despair. Such a monstrosity was beyond the capabilities of these novices to confront. Moreover, they found themselves in a physical training room, devoid of weapons. You wish to kill me? Then come at me. I can hardly wait. Just then, a mocking voice echoed. Enzo looked up to see Xiao perched in an unnatural pose on the ceiling, reminiscent of a spider. His hands were deeply embedded in the reinforced concrete. He flicked out a crimson tongue, licking his lips. His head had twisted a full 540 degrees to look at those inside the training room. This scene sent shivers down everyone's spine, even causing a shudder in Enzo. Do you not feel that this fellow is far more terrifying? Sliding his gaze, he felt close to tears from fright, yet could not resist making a jest. Compared to Enzo, soaring through the air with bone wings, Lu Xiao appeared as though he had crawled out from a horror film, while Enzo resembled a mere toy. Simultaneously, a peculiar aura began to emanate from Lu Xiao. The squad members remained largely unaffected, but Enzo, suspended in the air, began to tremble uncontrollably. No, this cannot be. The wings behind him ceased their flapping, and his arms flailed helplessly in the air. Bang! His form barely maintained its aerial position for 3 seconds before crashing to the ground with a thud, making intimate contact with the surface. He struggled to rise, but it seemed as though an unseen force held him firmly down. After landing, Lu Xiao crawled across the ground in a bizarre fashion. Crack! His head snapped back into place, accompanied by a disconcerting sound. Lying on the ground, Enzo's once azure eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson. He trembled as he uttered 3 words. The High Ones. Chapter 13. Is it delicious? According to the records, you are not human. How is it that you possess the oppressive aura of a High One? When Enzo spoke these words, it was not a question, but rather an expression of sheer terror. Upon hearing his words, Huatu appeared somewhat perplexed. What is a High One? Lu Guang, standing nearby, spoke in a low voice. A High One refers to those bizarre beings of a higher rank. To illustrate, at this moment, Enzo is akin to a mere mortal, while 292 is like an emperor. Huatu seemed to grasp the meaning. Is there such a classification? Lu Guang nodded. Indeed, this was shared with me by the captain during our conversation. The captain's previous teammate perished at the hands of a High One. Huatu displayed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. So you mean to say that 292 is not human? Lu Guang shook his head. I am uncertain. Their voices were hushed, yet Lu Xiao heard every word clearly. He turned his head 180 degrees to gaze at the 2 whispering individuals, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a rather amiable expression. I am indeed human. You must believe me. Had it not been for his head twisting at an impossible angle, they might have genuinely believed him. At that moment, Xiao was on the verge of tears from fright. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Xiao's demeanor morphed into something sinister. He twisted his head again, looking at Enzo, whose neck had now rotated a full 360 degrees. It is because your appearance has terrified this lovely lady. His expression had become somewhat contorted as he spoke. Enzo muttered incessantly. Impossible. Impossible. Huatu, gathering his courage, inquired, 292. Sir, what kind of bizarre being does he belong to? Lu Xiao's neck snapped back into place with a series of audible cracks. This sight left everyone in stunned silence. Lu Xiao shook his neck. I have a name. I am Lu Xiao, the smiling face. He gestured towards the prostrate Enzo. He is not even a bizarre being, merely a lowly vampire. Moreover, he is a vampire who has only recently undergone transformation. Just then, the door of the training room swung open once more. The doctor stepped inside. He had observed the recent events through the surveillance cameras in detail. After taking some time to lift the emergency lockdown of the containment facility, he finally made his entrance. Upon seeing the doctor, Lu Xiao cast him a glance, then returned to his previous preoccupation. The doctor first assessed the condition of the dart. The state of the dart was dire, having suffered excessive blood loss, among other issues. His abdomen and chest had been pierced by Enzo's bony wings. The internal organs were severely damaged, and, coupled with prolonged blood loss, his vital signs were alarmingly faint. Under normal medical circumstances, such a condition would warrant notifying the patient's family. Yet, this was an extraordinary situation. The doctor retrieved a walkie-talkie. Bring 069 here. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Remember to have him bring a medical kit. After concluding this matter, he approached Lu Xiao's side. Your earlier display was indeed thrilling. Lu Xiao responded cheerfully to the doctor. Sir, thank you for your compliment. The doctor adjusted his monocle, pointing at the immobile Enzo on the ground. Did you just say he's a recently transformed vampire? Lu Xiao nodded, speaking softly. Indeed, he is vastly inferior to those vampires I encountered in that dark abyss. Those vampires were far more formidable. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, the doctor nodded. If he has just been transformed, then this situation becomes intriguing. The doctor fell into contemplation as he regarded the fallen Enzo. Lu Xiao grinned. So, doctor, may I kill him now? The doctor pondered for a moment before nodding. As long as it pleases you. Hearing this, Lu Xiao's smile widened, and he stretched his hands toward the prostrate Enzo. Crack, crack, crack. This section is unsuitable for children and has been omitted for brevity. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao finally straightened up satisfied as he wiped the bloodied fingers. The members of his team stood behind him, faces contorted in horror, desperately covering their mouths. Even the doctor raised an eyebrow in surprise. He voiced his curiosity. It is evident that you harbor a strong disdain for the bizarre. For that vampire was gruesomely torn apart by Xiao, and the scene was exceedingly gory. It took Xiao a while to comprehend the doctor's words, and he responded with a bashful smile. Sir, it is not as you assume. He pointed at the tidily arranged body of Enzo on the ground. This is merely for convenience and consumption. Moreover, he is not the bizarre being you allude to. Upon hearing this, the doctor's monocle nearly slipped from his grip as he hastily adjusted it. Are you suggesting that you intend to consume him? Xiao nodded, a smile gracing his face. The doctor was taken aback, yet maintained his composure and asked, Is it delicious? Lu Guang. Huatu. Xiao Yu. Just as the four were left in shock, the training room door swung open once more. A squad of Special Forces soldiers entered, accompanied by a 3-meter-tall prison doctor. The doctor spotted Xiao immediately and hastened towards him. My friend, I am so relieved to see you unharmed. Xiao turned to face the doctor, his expression reflecting his joy at the encounter. My friend, your medical skills are truly remarkable. I feel better than ever. To receive your commendation makes all my efforts worthwhile. The captain of the Special Forces team gestured for the others to remain on standby. The doctor spoke softly. You all wait here. Suddenly, the doctor remembered that he had come with a transaction in mind. He addressed Xiao. I apologize, my friend. I have other matters to attend to. He then turned to the doctor. Doctor, is there anything I can assist you with? The doctor pointed at the nearly lifeless dart on the ground. The prison doctor turned to look, his voice tinged with excitement. Oh, what a pitiable soul. He appears to be gravely injured. The doctor nodded. The content of the transaction is to save his life. The prison doctor gently placed the medical kit he had slung over his shoulder on the ground and began diagnosing the dart. What a pitiful individual. His internal organs are already in shambles. Members of the dart squad gathered around, pleading with the prison doctor to save their captain's life. The prison doctor's tone was somewhat moved. Witnessing the bond you share is truly touching. As a physician, I will do everything in my power to save him. He then commenced the operation. The doctor resumed his idle chat with Xiao. Where was I before? Xiao grinned widely. You asked me, is it delicious? Chapter 14. Borrowing sequence 292. The doctor nodded. So is it delicious? Xiao wiggled his fingers, shaking his head. Not at all. The taste is utterly repulsive. It resembles the stench of an old woman's bound feet, both sour and foul. The doctor's mouth twitched. Your vivid description has painted quite a picture. Does all bizarre life share the same flavor? Xiao immediately corrected him. To clarify, he is not the bizarre being you speak of. True bizarre beings possess a delightful taste. I have had the fortune to sample such flavors, and they are simply unforgettable. However, for survival, I often resort to consuming these inferior life forms. Just as the doctor bent down to pick up a piece of flesh, ready to take a bite, the prison doctor's voice called out from the side. Doctor, I do not recommend that you try it. The doctor halted his actions and turned towards the prison physician, perplexed. Why? The physician continued his work without interruption. Because you might not be able to digest it, or you could contract some unknown curse. Upon hearing the mention of a curse, the doctor finally set down the piece of meat he was holding. What a pity. He wiped the blood from his fingers onto his lab coat. Will I have the opportunity to taste the flavor of these bizarre creatures next time? Xiao nodded with a smile. Of course, doctor. The doctor then pointed to the neatly arranged pieces of meat on the ground. May I take these with me? They possess significant research value. Hearing this, Xiao's expression turned somewhat troubled as he patted his stomach. I could, but I'm truly quite hungry right now. The doctor tilted his head, a touch of confusion evident. Is there not an abundance of food inside the containment area? Or are you uninterested in that food? Xiao suddenly recalled the button that dispensed food. I apologize. I became so hungry that I forgot about that. With that, he prepared to return to his containment area. At this moment, the sly one weakly interjected, there's food here too. He pointed towards the button on the wall. Xiao glanced over, his eyes lighting up. Then I shall indulge in the delicacies first. He then approached the button on the wall and began to tap it fervently. Moments later, witnessing a mountain of food, the doctor adjusted his monocle. Will he not suffer from indigestion after consuming so much? This question was directed at the physician. Without looking up, the physician explained. His digestive capacity is remarkably robust. In other words, his body requires a substantial intake of energy to sustain itself. The doctor recalled Lu Xiao's terrifying cellular activity rate and quickly comprehended the situation. So that is how it is. Soon, the physician began to meticulously stitch together the internal organs of the dart that had been shattered. He extended his hand towards the feasting Lu Xiao. "My friend, I require your assistance." Lu Xiao, with a chicken leg bone in his mouth, approached. "At your service." The physician gently traced a line on Lu Xiao's arm with his fingertip. A small incision appeared, and a drop of crimson blood oozed out. The physician caught that droplet with his fingertip and subsequently let it fall into the dart's abdominal cavity. He then proceeded to stitch the dart's abdomen closed. The doctor observed this scene in silence, while Lu Xiao appeared curious. "Shouldn't my blood contain a curse?" The physician rose, tidying his black robe before placing his tools back into the medical box, then replied, "A single drop of blood contains a limited curse, but that feeble curse power is sufficient to facilitate its healing." Upon hearing the physician's words, the doctor suddenly had an idea. "Physician, if what you say is true, then the blood of sequence 292 could heal all wounds?" The physician nodded, seemingly unfazed by the doctor's interruption of their conversation, perhaps indicative of the unspoken understanding between researchers. "In theory, that is indeed correct. However, it must also be determined based on the patient's subsequent clinical responses. After all, this is my first attempt at such a method. His blood may induce uncontrollable mutations in the patient." He gestured towards the dart lying on the ground. "Let's wish him good luck." The doctor nodded, but his gaze towards Lu Xiao had shifted. That gaze seemed to regard a treasure. Undoubtedly, Lu Xiao was now his treasure boy. After returning to his office, the doctor first instructed all the staff to leave before retrieving a communicator. Beep. The communication was instantly connected, as though the person on the other end had been awaiting it. Has the investigation team completed their inquiry? A commanding male voice resonated from the communicator. The doctor adjusted his monocle. "The investigation has been completed." The voice on the other end responded again. "That is good. This should afford us some time." The doctor spoke softly. "Sir, there has been an unexpected development in the investigation results." A brief silence followed. "What unexpected development?" The doctor transmitted a segment of surveillance footage. It depicted the events occurring in the training room. After a prolonged silence, the voice inquired, "What is your assessment?" The doctor adjusted his monocle once more. "This relates to the characteristics of the Gui Lien moth. In its larval stage, it will lurk within a human body, and upon metamorphosing into an adult, it will reside within the person. It lays its eggs through the body's secretions. This means that if that unfortunate guard had not been discovered in due time, our C03 containment facility could have faced total collapse." The sound of fingers tapping rhythmically on a table emanated from the communicator. "So, you suspect that this incident was a premeditated action against the C03 containment facility?" The doctor merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. "I understand your implication. What do you believe their objective regarding C03 is?" The doctor replied solemnly, "The tainted creator of Sequence 09. Their aim should be to cause the downfall of C03 and subsequently relocate Sequence 09. Bang, bang, bang. The tapping sound resumed from the communicator. The doctor continued, "The fact that the members of the investigation team are vampires can be utilized for our advantage." The voice on the other end responded, "Understood. Is there any containment object you require from the U01 facility?" The doctor responded without hesitation, "I want the cursed toy gun from Sequence 097. "Very well. I shall negotiate for that." The doctor nodded and added, "I have another proposal. Please proceed." The doctor removed his monocle, wiping on his lab coat. "I wish to leverage the abilities of Sequence 292 to conduct some containment of peculiar entities." Chapter 15. The Box Experiment. Upon hearing the doctor's words, there was a long pause before the response came. "Based on the video you provided, that containment object appears exceedingly dangerous." The doctor replied, "Yet it has not shown any malice toward humanity. When we contained it, the city fire team fired upon it, yet it did not retaliate." The voice on the communicator grew somewhat somber. "I believe it requires further observation." Upon hearing this, the doctor merely shrugged. "That is acceptable." The voice on the communicator added, "By the way, I noticed its status seems quite elevated." The doctor adjusted his monocle. "It shares an extraordinary rapport with the physician. I suspect they may belong to the same tier." The tapping sound returned from the communicator. "If they are of the same tier, and the physician possesses a faint divinity. Does that imply that humans can also possess divinity? The voice became increasingly urgent. The doctor shook his head, responding calmly. 292 does not exhibit any referential qualities. Moreover, whether it possesses divinity remains to be researched. The voice conveyed a mix of disappointment and anticipation, a rather conflicting sentiment. Accelerate research in this area. If it can be confirmed that humans can possess divinity, it will be a grand feast for humanity. The communication was swiftly severed. The doctor maintained an indifferent gaze as he adjusted his monocle. Indeed, it would also spell catastrophe for humanity. On his desk lay the blood and tissue analysis report of Xiao. At the conclusion of the report, it stated, the subject's blood and tissue seemingly contained divinity. The doctor shook his head, picked up the report, and without a second thought, placed it into the shredder. He then rubbed his forehead. The individual who authored that report had been personally sent for memory erasure. Subsequently, he produced a blank report. The target, 292, exhibited abnormal cellular activity, suspected to be cursed. After completing the report, the doctor locked it in the drawer of his desk. He then summoned the staff. The box experiment concerning sequence 292 was to commence immediately. Soon, Xiao was escorted to a special containment chamber. With curiosity, Xiao observed the chamber, which was encased in 3 layers, resembling a set of Russian nesting dolls. Each room was adorned differently. He was led into the smallest room. The staff informed him, designation 292, you will be contained here for the next 7 days. After giving the instructions, they closed the door. Once the staff departed, Xiao began to scrutinize the room. It was small, even slightly cramped. A large floor-to-ceiling window on the wall allowed a view into the next room. Xiao stared vacantly, then settled onto the iron bed in the center of the room. Meanwhile, the doctor instructed from the monitoring station, in one day, dispatch 2 personnel to provoke 292. On the screen, Xiao sat on the bed, drowsy. His head drooped, and soon a faint snore echoed. Was he truly asleep? One staff member exclaimed in disbelief. An obvious outcome. Thus, Xiao spent his first day in containment. On the second morning, a cacophony of noise intruded upon Xiao's ears. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing toward the window on the wall. In his line of sight, 2 individuals clad in yellow vests were laughing boisterously. The noise was quite loud. Old Wang, this room is far more comfortable than our cell, one of them exclaimed, reclining on a soft sofa. The man dubbed Old Wang held a goblet filled with a crimson liquid. I didn't expect there would be red wine here. Ha ha ha, he bellowed, laughing heartily. As death row inmates, we never dared to dream of such treatment. Old Wang smirked. That man in the suit and sunglasses told me that if I stay in this cursed place for 30 days, my case would be dismissed. I've already been here for 13 days, just 17 more to go. The other man teased. Old Wang, you can't possibly believe his nonsense. With a murder charge you carry, you deserve to be executed 30 times over. Old Wang remained silent, savoring the wine in his goblet. Suddenly, the other man spoke up. By the way, I heard that kid next door reached his 30th day yesterday. I wonder if he got released. I certainly haven't seen him. Old Wang's gaze sharpened as he gravely inquired. What did that kid do? The man pondered for a moment. I heard he was charged with violating over a dozen children, originally sentenced to death. Upon hearing this, Old Wang spat. What a worthless scoundrel. Criminals of that ilk are the most despised, even in prison. Their conversation, while not overly loud, reached Xiao's ears as an unbearable clamor. Clearly, the room had some means of amplifying sound. Growing increasingly irritated, Xiao raised his fist and shattered the window. The 2 conversing were startled by the sound of breaking glass. In their line of sight, they could not see Xiao within the small chamber. The sudden appearance of a figure was indeed frightening. Xiao brushed off the glass shards from his body and approached the 2 with a smile. Gentlemen, you have disturbed my rest. Could you speak a little more quietly? He offered a benign grin. Upon seeing a young boy before them, the 2 exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Old Wang, did you hear that? This kid wants us to be quiet. Ha ha ha, my hearing is just fine. I can hear you clearly. With that, Old Wang stepped forward and seized Xiao by the collar. Kid, I don't know where you came from, but if you keep talking, I don't mind shoving you back into your mother's womb. He regarded Xiao with a contemptuous expression. The other man took on a spectator's demeanor. Old Wang, be gentle. We wouldn't want to frighten this little friend. Old Wang shot him a glare before turning back to Xiao. Little one, while I'm in a good mood, apologize, and I will pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, before he could finish his threat, disbelief crossed his face. The intense pain caused him to release his grip on Lu Xiao's collar, stepping back slowly. Fear evident in his eyes. Lu Xiao grinned. "You are truly too noisy." His smile was eerie, and in his hand, he clutched a bloodied object. That gruesome item was none other than Old Wang's tongue. Chapter 16. Sequence 077. Stu the other man looked on in horror. They could never have imagined that this seemingly frail youth could strike with such ferocity. At that moment, his pants had become thoroughly soaked, an unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Lu Xiao gestured for silence. "Friend, I trust you won't disturb my rest any further?" Hearing Lu Xiao's words, the man could only nod vigorously. He clamped his mouth shut, not daring to make sound. Satisfied, Lu Xiao turned and returned to his room. On the monitoring side, the doctor quietly reported, "The target has shown no proactive aggression. There is no intention to escape the box." Beside him, the staff swiftly recorded this information. "Tomorrow, dispatch 3 personnel to clean the target's room." Lu Xiao reclined on the bed, leisurely crossing his legs. Though the room was cramped and confined, it was infinitely more comfortable than the dark prison. Moreover, the food was plentiful. Under such circumstances, Lu Xiao had no desire to venture outside. Soon, the third day arrived. 3 individuals clad in yellow vests were escorted in by a special forces soldier, each holding cleaning tools. The soldier opened the door, thrust the 3 inside, and then closed it again. Lu Xiao's vacant stare fixated on the trio, his expression inscrutable. The 3 newly arrived personnel were evidently more sensible than the previous 2. They exchanged glances, and the leader, a middle-aged man, offered Lu Xiao a warm smile and asked, "Sir, would you like us to clean your room?" Without hesitation, Lu Xiao stood up and replied with a smile, "Of course. Thank you." The 3 immediately began their cleaning. In truth, the room was quite tidy and required little maintenance. On the monitoring side, it was confirmed that the target would not initiate unprovoked attacks on humans and harbored goodwill toward them. The doctor articulated, "This experiment primarily assesses whether the containment object harbors malevolence toward humans and whether it will attempt to escape the box." The design of the 3 nested rooms was intended to ensure the subject's safety. As long as the target did not escape the largest room, it could be classified as S-Class, denoting peace. Conversely, should the target escape the 3 rooms and display intent to harm humans, it would be classified as D-Class, indicating danger. Those containment objects that exhibited hostility from the outset would be directly categorized as D-Class, exempt from this experiment. As for those who remained in the first room until the experiment concluded, the Keeper's organization would consider taking them to the real world to assist the Keepers in executing certain tasks. The purpose of the experiment conducted by the doctor was to definitively establish the containment level of Lu Xiao. On the 4th day, the food supply to the containment room where Lu Xiao resided was halted. However, this posed no challenge for him. He climbed through the window and ventured into the second room, where he indulged in a hearty meal before returning to the smallest room. On the 5th day, the food supply to all rooms was ceased. Lu Xiao felt somewhat annoyed, yet he was not particularly hungry. So he returned to his room and slept for the entire day. By the 6th day, the food supply remained suspended. Lu Xiao's demeanor remained unchanged, and he refrained from any unexpected actions until the 7th day. A group of individuals clad in yellow vests arrived at the second room, where they hosted a banquet. The commotion awakened Lu Xiao. He glanced out of the window to see a table laden with an array of foods. Lu Xiao licked his lips and stepped outside without hesitation. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he devoured the spread like a ravenous beast. He then returned to his own room, patting his backside. This time he did not mind the noise, as he had just eaten his fill and felt no inclination to move. The doctor observed this scene through the surveillance, concluding the experiment with the designation of S-Class. Noting no tendencies for escape and no inclination to attack or harbor malice towards humans, the containment conditions stipulated that he should not provoke others and be provided with ample food. The information regarding Lu Xiao's abilities, particularly his rapid healing, was promptly updated in the warden's system. The doctor adjusted his monocle, realizing that only one final experiment remained, to test the subject's combat capabilities. He pondered for a few moments, suspecting that a D-Class containment object might be suitable for assessing his combat skills. Which containment object should be employed for the experiment? Hearing the doctor's musings, a staff member suggested, "Doctor, why not utilize the sequence 077 Butler?" Initially, The doctor intended to use a D-Class Containment Object to test Lu Xiao's combat prowess, but upon hearing the staff member's proposal, his eyes lit up. It was indeed a splendid idea. The combat capabilities of 077 were formidable, surpassing many D-Class, and he need not worry about the subject's safety. Commence the 292 combat data collection. Deploy the 077 butler. He swiftly commanded. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao was escorted to another room by the staff. The walls of the room bore evident signs of vitrification, indicating they had undergone special treatment. Lu Xiao maintained his curious demeanor. Since arriving at this facility, everything he encountered felt novel to him. These objects were unlike anything he had seen prior to his descent into the abyss. At that moment, a staff member addressed him. "Sir, there will be a battle shortly. Do you require any weaponry?" Lu Xiao, somewhat puzzled, inquired a battle. The staff member nodded affirmatively. "Yes, sir. This is to collect your combat data." Lu Xiao nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Research, is it? Fear not. I shall fully cooperate." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I have never handled a gun in my life. Perhaps you could provide me with a pistol?" The staff member nodded and communicated through a walkie-talkie. Shortly thereafter, another staff member entered with a pistol in hand. Lu Xiao accepted the firearm, his vacant gaze fixated on it as he recalled military documentaries he had watched. Before long, he chambered a round and fired at the ceiling. A loud bang echoed as the bullet grazed the ceiling, sending a spark flying towards one of the staff members, resulting in a sudden bloom of blood on their body. Lu Xiao hurried forward, an expression of apology on his face. "I am so sorry. My apologies." The injured staff member, on the verge of fainting from the pain, dared not express anger towards Lu Xiao. Instead, he could only clutch his wound and retreat from the room. Outside, the doctor held a bell-shaped bell that had not been struck. He gently shook it, and though it had not been touched, a melodious chime resonated in the air. Chapter 17. The Unadorned Battle. A middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat suddenly appeared. He sported a distinctive mustache and donned white gloves, resembling a quintessential British butler. He bowed slightly to the doctor, performing a gentlemanly gesture. "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you?" Sequence 077 Butler. Containment level. Yes. Target abilities. Financial management. Administration. Assassination. Containment conditions. Maintain distance from other containment objects to avoid contamination or exploitation. Combat capability. Engaging in battle with him will induce a headache. The doctor instructed the butler. "I require you to eliminate the young man inside." The butler inclined his head slightly, responding, "At your service." The door swung open. Lu Xiao observed this peculiar middle-aged gentleman, his nose twitching at an odd scent. With a tear streaming down his cheek, he remarked, "What a strange aroma." With that, he raised his hand and emptied the magazine of his pistol. A flurry of gunfire erupted, yet the butler stood unfazed, sustaining no harm. He adjusted his white gloves and spoke softly, "Sir, conventional firearms cannot inflict damage upon me." Lu Xiao casually discarded the firearm, grinning broadly. "What a pity." The doctor fixated on the surveillance screen, his monocle reflecting a glimmer. To be precise, no conventional physical means could harm the butler. In the footage, Lu Xiao shook his neck, an imperceptible aura emanating from him. The oppressive force characteristic of a high-level entity bore down upon the butler. The butler's body slightly sank, yet that was the extent of its effect. Fortunately, Lu Xiao had no intention of easily subduing the butler. While this tactic proved effective against mere food, it was less impactful against true anomalies. Subsequently, Lu Xiao crouched on the ground, contorting his body into an unusual posture akin to a lizard. This maneuver, learned from the lizard men, allowed him to crawl swiftly while evading frontal attacks. The butler waved his hand, and several knives and forks flew towards the crawling Lu Xiao like projectiles. However, Lu Xiao slipped past them with the grace of an eel, avoiding all harm and rapidly closing the distance to the butler. The butler bent slightly, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Lu Xiao's head. Lu Xiao extended his hands to catch the butler's leg, and a resounding crack echoed as the butler's leg was gruesomely twisted. This scene left onlookers utterly astounded. How is this possible? How could he inflict harm upon the S-077 butler with merely his hands? The staff members exchanged bewildered glances, their gazes shifting towards the doctor. The doctor adjusted his monocle, a spark of realization illuminating his mind. It must be the curse he endured that enabled his physical form to inflict damage upon anomalous entities. In other words, this curse had transformed him into a being akin to an anomaly. A myriad of thoughts surged through his mind. If only the warden soldiers could possess such a curse, they would no longer be so helpless in the face of anomalies. This was the doctor's initial thought. Yet, he quickly dismissed it, for the consequences of this curse remained unknown. Returning his attention to the scene, Xiao had already broken the butler's other leg. The butler was left with only his upper body, yet his expression betrayed no emotion. His mustache quivered slightly as numerous knives and forks materialized, hurtling towards Xiao. However, these proved trivial to Xiao. With a grin, he declared, "That's enough. I have more than enough utensils." At this moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to savor this peculiar flavor. The last time he experienced such an odd taste was when the chainsaw uncle shared it with him. Merely taking a single bite left him craving more. It was not that Xiao had a warped palate. Although there were many bizarre life forms resembling humans, they bore no relation to humanity. They were manifestations of a higher dimensional power. Of course, this was also connected to the curse within him, a fact he was unaware of. The doctor shook the bell in his hand, and in an instant, the butler vanished without a trace. Upon realizing that the duck he had aimed for had flown away, Xiao's expression froze. He looked up and scanned the surroundings, finding no evidence of the butler's presence. He crouched down in frustration. How could he have disappeared so suddenly? Why did I engage in such pointless chatter with him? I should have gone straight for it. How exasperating. The doctor returned the bell to a small box crafted from lead and handed it to an attendant nearby. The target's combat capability was temporarily assessed at level 1. This was already considered a high evaluation. Given that Xiao could sustain damage from firearms, he could otherwise be classified as a supernatural entity. Supernatural beings were nearly immune to over 90% of conventional firearms, with only a select few large-scale weapons capable of inflicting harm. Soon, the door opened, and Xiao stepped out. The moment he laid eyes on the doctor, he understood that this doctor was the one orchestrating the events. He bared his teeth in a grin directed at the doctor. "Doctor, where did that peculiar entity go?" The doctor adjusted his monocle. He cannot be allowed to interact with you. Otherwise, we would not pass the review." Xiao responded. "By the way, how did you manage to inflict harm on him?" The doctor expressed his doubts. S-077 had previously proven nearly impervious to conventional physical means in past experiments. Yet Xiao seemed able to injure the butler with his bare hands. Xiao scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. It was just like that. He was not lying. After all, every move he made was rather unembellished. Hearing Xiao's response, the doctor fell into contemplation. "The experiment is concluded. You may return to your quarters." After arranging for the staff to escort Xiao back, the doctor proceeded to the laboratory. He retrieved the container holding Xiao's flesh and blood, extracting a piece and casually dipping a pen into it, staining it with Xiao's blood. He then summoned the staff to bring S-077 back. The bell jingled, and the butler in a tailcoat materialized. "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you?" The doctor, holding the pen, spoke softly. "Let us conduct a small experiment together." The butler slightly bowed. "I am at your service." Chapter 18, Sequence 081. Bone Sculptor Ivan with a swift motion. The pen's tip pierced the butler's arm. The doctor inquired, "Did you sustain any injury?" The butler nodded. "I sustained some minor harm." Having achieved the desired result, the doctor shook the bell and summoned the butler back. It appeared that S-292's flesh could indeed inflict damage upon bizarre life forms. In an instant, a multitude of plans filled the doctor's mind. Meanwhile, Xiao remained comfortably indulging in his confinement, enjoying casual conversations with the prison doctor and leading a rather pleasant life. "My friend, lately, I feel my appetite has diminished." Xiao expressed his concern. The prison doctor's voice emerged from the avian beak. "Do not be alarmed, my friend. It is merely because your curse has been suppressed, reducing your need for copious amounts of sustenance to maintain energy expenditure." Upon hearing the prison doctor's diagnosis, Xiao sighed in relief, having feared he was unwell. He had noticed he was eating less and less, especially when confined to his room. He used to consume 3 large buckets of food in one sitting, but now could manage only one. "By the way, where is Mr. Ivan? I haven't seen him lately." Xiao suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit. "I wish to express my gratitude to Mr. Ivan in person." The prison doctor replied, "Very well. I shall take you to find him." "Thank you, my friend." Soon, the prison doctor guided Xiao to Ivan's confinement area. Lu Xiao cast a glance at the small screen on the wall. Sequence 081. Bone Sculptor, Containment Level, S. Target Ability, Puppet Creation, Sculpting Alchemy, Containment Conditions, Do Not Provoke. Combat Ability, Beware of your bones when engaging him. The prison doctor also looked at the small screen and addressed Lu Xiao. Ivan is a masterful sculptor. The dolls he created during his lifetime were adored by children. However, upon discovering that these dolls were crafted from human bones, the ignorant masses retaliated against Ivan with fervor. They bound him to the gallows and tortured him with the most extreme forms of punishment. Ultimately, they separated his body from his bones. Hearing the prison doctor's account, Lu Xiao sighed. Such a pity. Mr. Ivan was indeed a craftsman deserving of respect. The prison doctor wholeheartedly agreed. He merely sought to bring joy to people, yet alas. Subsequently, the prison doctor rang the doorbell. Moments later, the door opened, revealing Ivan squatting before a massive skeletal frame. Lu Xiao surveyed the room, which was filled with various sculptures, some humanoid, others beast-like. Compared to the empty confinement of himself and the prison doctor, Ivan's quarters exuded a vibrant sense of life. The floor was covered with a large red carpet, seemingly made from the hide of some creature. At that moment, Ivan turned to face the two at the doorway. "What brings you here?" Ivan's voice emanated from within the prison doctor's form, evidently directed at him. The prison doctor gestured towards Lu Xiao. "Ivan, my friend wishes to express his gratitude to you in person." Lu Xiao eagerly nodded. "Mr. Ivan, thank you for the surgery you performed on me. I feel fantastic now." The soul fire in Ivan's eyes flickered, and then his voice resonated from within Lu Xiao. "No need for thanks. I have completed a magnificent piece through you." The prison doctor inquired, "May we come in and sit for a while?" "Please do." Lu Xiao stepped onto the red carpet, feeling an unusual sensation beneath his feet as if he were treading upon flesh. It was quite an experience. Ivan gestured to two chairs. "Please have a seat." They were two chairs intricately carved from unknown bones, upholstered with fine leather. The backrests retained a skeletal appearance. Lu Xiao sat down, finding it rather comfortable while a faint, pleasant aroma wafted into his nostrils. Unable to identify the source of the fragrance, he nonetheless found it delightful. Meanwhile, Ivan's voice echoed throughout the room. "My friend, what do you think of my collection?" The surrounding bone sculptures quivered in unison, reverberating Ivan's voice. Lu Xiao glanced around and immediately gave thumbs up. "These are exquisite works of art. I must say, Mr. Ivan, your sculpting skills are nothing short of transcendent." Upon hearing Lu Xiao's praise, the soul fire in Ivan's eyes flickered once more. "Alas, people do not recognize my art," Ivan lamented. In response, Lu Xiao offered words of comfort. "Mr. Ivan, great artistic works will inevitably face criticism. Clearly, this is due to their lack of understanding of art." He then turned to the prison doctor. "Just as with you, dear doctor, your medical expertise is often met with skepticism. Yet you and I both know that you are, in truth, a remarkable physician." The prison doctor's beak opened and closed, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, both the prison doctor and Ivan turned their gazes toward Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's face was adorned with a gentle smile. "The prison doctor is the most remarkable physician I have ever encountered. His unwavering beliefs leave me feeling profoundly humbled. And you, Mr. Yifan, are the most exceptional sculptor I have ever known. Behold these exquisite works of art. They are so dazzling that they deserve to be displayed in an art museum." This heartfelt expression moved both the doctor and Yifan deeply, especially Yifan. The vibrant green flame of his soul flickered intensely within his hollow eye sockets, causing his body to tremble with excitement, the sound of cracking bones echoing throughout the room. "Yet they cruelly took my life. They have forgotten that the dolls I painstakingly carved once adorned the burial goods of their children. I merely wish to bring joy to those children." The voice carried a heavy sense of regret. Lu Xiao reassured him, "Mr. Yifan, you should not feel regret. It is those foolish individuals who should bear the burden of remorse. Their ignorance has led them to lose a great artist." Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, Yifan stood in silence for a long while. "Thank you, my friend. Your words have brought me much comfort, although I have never blamed those people. I cannot deny that the incident has left me with profound sorrow." At that moment, the prison doctor added, "Yifan, I am truly delighted to see you emerge from the shadows of your heart. I am delighted as well. My friend, I have decided to present you with a small gift." The voice emanated from within Lu Xiao. Chapter 19. Ascension to divinity soon. Yifan rummaged through a corner and produced a long box. The box was intricately carved from bone, adorned with exquisite patterns. Yifan approached Lu Xiao, cradling the box. My friend, this is a piece I have cherished for many years. As he spoke, he opened the box. Inside lay a bone spur approximately 30 centimeters long. Its surface covered in intricate and delicate designs. At the end of the handle was embedded a smooth, azure gemstone. Yifan lifted the bone spur, his voice resonating in the room. This is a leg bone I chanced upon, along with an eye. I do not know from which being they originate. I have poured my lifelong understanding of alchemical arrays into this bone spur. It is the greatest work of my life. Lu Xiao's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the bone spur, his eyes never leaving its captivating beauty. After a long moment of contemplation, he regretfully declined, Mr. Yifan. This is far too precious. Yifan, however, pressed the box into Lu Xiao's embrace. My friend, it is yours now. Only those who truly appreciate art deserve to possess such fine works. It is evident that you possess an exceptional understanding of artistry. The prison doctor remarked from the side. Yifan is correct, my friend. Only you are worthy of it. Lu Xiao was taken aback, the emptiness in his lifeless eyes shattering the emotion on his face. Thank you for your recognition. He tucked the bone spur away and then solemnly stated, Forgive me. After all this time, I have yet to reveal my name to you. I am Lu Xiao, the one who smiles. The doctor replied, Lu, the name you is mine. Yifan's voice chimed in as well. Lu, we shall undoubtedly become great friends. Lu Xiao nodded, his face radiating joy. In the surveillance room, the doctor observed everything unfold. Monitoring the containment objects was a continuous endeavor, both to prevent anomalies and to gather data for research and analysis. The containment conditions for S-081 can be updated, he murmured softly, his attention shifting to the bone spur. Meanwhile, Yifan's voice echoed once more. Lu, the curse upon you will soon bring you troubles in the near future. I have inscribed a suppressive alchemical array upon your bones, but it is merely a temporary measure. Hearing this, Lu Xiao listened intently, knowing that matters concerning his body demanded his utmost attention. Yifan continued, The curse is rooted deep within your marrow. It is impossible to eradicate it. Yet this curse also grants you formidable power. Lu Xiao nodded and inquired, What should I do next? How much time do I have? After pondering for a moment, Yifan turned to the doctor. The doctor explained, I once told you that the culmination of this curse is to become a mindless heap of flesh driven only by instinct. However, this theory is not absolute, as my previous observation was of a pig. While that pig ultimately became a heap of flesh, it simultaneously transformed into a higher dimensional form, a form that even I found nearly contaminated. The doctor's words carried a hint of trepidation. He then looked at Lu Xiao. Your situation mirrors that of the cursed pig. Based on the cursed components in your blood, you're likely to become that heap of flesh by next month. However, due to the surgeries performed by Yifan and me, we have delayed that timeline by a year. Therefore, within this year, you must seek a solution. Lu Xiao nodded, his tone grave. Where should I search? Should I return to the dark prison? The doctor replied, Returning to the dark prison would only deepen your curse. So my advice is to seek answers in the human world. Lu Xiao nodded and then looked at Yifan. Yifan offered no suggestions, prompting Lu Xiao to commit this advice to memory. After a brief exchange, Lu Xiao bid farewell to the two. Once Lu Xiao departed, Yifan turned to the doctor. Why did you deceive Lu? The only chance of finding a solution lies in returning to the dark prison. The doctor shook his head. I did not deceive him. Returning to the dark prison does indeed present a greater likelihood of resolving the curse. Yet, it would simultaneously accelerate the curse's erosion. He paused momentarily. Yifan suddenly grasped his implication. His bones emitted an odd vibration, and simultaneously, all the sculptures in the room began to tremble. In the monitoring room, the doctor adjusted his monocle as he observed the dark, chaotic images and cacophony of sounds. The doctor then continued, This curse is known as Dangshin. As a human, the human world is far more suitable for Lu. Upon hearing this, Yifan's soul flame flickered intensely within his eye sockets. How could a human like him be subjected to such a curse? The doctor shrugged. I'm equally curious. A note of concern tinged Yifan's voice. But the consequences of failure in Dangshan. He left the sentence unfinished. The doctor then erupted into a harsh, crow-like laugh. but I have faith in Lu. Upon returning to the containment chamber, Lu Xiao promptly addressed the air. Doctor, are you present? Soon, the doctor arrived in Lu Xiao's containment chamber. Lu Xiao inquired, Doctor, I wish to venture into the human world. As Lu Xiao was uncertain whether this human world was indeed the one he once inhabited, he resorted to using the term human world. Among the items he had seen in the containment facility, aside from the firearms that seemed somewhat familiar, nearly everything else was entirely alien to him. The doctor pondered for a moment. However, there has never been a precedent for bringing live containment objects into the real world. This statement was not a lie. Lu Xiao, as an active living entity, differed greatly from the inanimate containment objects typically utilized in conjunction. The distinction made Lu Xiao far more challenging to manage. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Lu Xiao was taken aback and subsequently asked, Are there no other alternatives? The doctor wore a perplexed expression on his face. However, there was still a solution. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao exhaled in relief and looked at the doctor with eager anticipation. The doctor spoke in a low voice. I can send you to assist the prison guards in completing the containment task for the anomalies. But this undoubtedly poses a significant risk to me. He gazed at Lu Xiao, his monocle reflecting Lu Xiao's figure. If you harm a human during your outing, the organization will classify you as a Class D, and I will be subjected to judgment. Lu Xiao instantly comprehended the doctor's meaning. He patted his chest and assured, Doctor, you need not worry. I am very amicable towards humans. The doctor nodded. At least for now, it appears to be as you say. This is the premise upon which I trust you. But I have another condition. Upon hearing that the doctor had a condition, Lu Xiao was not surprised. Even the prison doctor, a being of his stature, remained obediently within this containment facility. Lu Xiao found the institution increasingly inscrutable. Moreover, he had never contemplated engaging in any direct conflict with humans. After all, before his descent into the abyss, he was a model citizen. Doctor, what condition do you have? The doctor adjusted his monocle and addressed Lu Xiao. I require a substantial amount of your flesh and blood. Taken aback by the doctor's words, Lu Xiao paused. The doctor, fearing he had made an excessive demand, was about to retract his statement. To his surprise, Lu Xiao countered, Doctor, what does substantial entail? How much are we speaking of? He gestured to his own body for emphasis. The doctor's lips twitched. Not that much, perhaps about this size. He formed a bowl shape with his hands. Mainly blood. The doctor had confirmed that, compared to flesh, it was Lu Xiao's blood that posed the greatest threat to the anomalies. Coating bullets with his blood could enable an ordinary person like the doctor to instantly eliminate the S-077 caretaker with a single shot, provided the gun was aimed directly at the caretaker's forehead. Naturally, typical anomalous entities would not stand still for such an act, and some anomalies could even move faster than a bullet. You want my blood? Lu Xiao pondered, stroking his chin. Is 5 liters sufficient? Any more, and I will be lacking. The doctor shook his head once more. Even if you provide me with more blood, there will inevitably come a day when it runs out. I plan to extract some of your hematopoietic stem cells. The doctor's intention was to cultivate Lu Xiao's hematopoietic stem cells to artificially generate blood. Although this method might greatly reduce efficacy, it would suffice for usage. Lu Xiao was quite familiar with the term hematopoietic stem cells, yet he was uncertain about the extraction process. He patted his chest. Come on, doctor, take what you need. When Lu Xiao exited the operating room, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. The doctor, being succinct yet assertive, had extracted a significant portion from him. Fortunately, Lu Xiao possessed remarkable recovery abilities, so he did not suffer any substantial effects, merely a temporary weakness. The doctor patted Lu Xiao's shoulder. When a task requires you, I will inform you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao began to feel excited. Simultaneously, atop a small mountain near the Demon City area, there stood a luxurious villa. Countless robust men clad in black suits gathered in the garden, all donning black sunglasses. At the end of the sunglasses' arms, microphones protruded outward. Brothers, we have received word that someone is coming to rob the villa tonight. All units, prepare for battle. The voice emanated from their sunglasses. A bulge at their waist suggested they were equipped with firearms. In the innermost chamber of the villa, a middle-aged man adorned with a thumb-thick gold necklace faced an ornate mirror. His hands rested upon his belly, and his high-end custom white shirt was drenched in sweat. Magic mirror, oh magic mirror, I wish to inquire how many will arrive tonight. A face materialized upon the mirror's surface, casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man. What will you offer in exchange for the answer? Do not attempt to deceive me with that filthy flesh and blood. Irrequire pure flesh. Pure. Do you understand? If a bystander witnessed a mirror speaking, they might well succumb to a heart attack. Yet the middle-aged man appeared unfazed. He clapped his hands, and the door swung open, revealing 2 bodyguards in black suits escorting a young girl. The girl was clad in a blue and white striped school uniform, her complexion notably pale, clearly having suffered severe fright. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the bodyguards promptly exited. The girl was bound, her hands and feet restrained, and her mouth gagged. The middle-aged man yanked the girl's hair, drawing her closer to the mirror. Magic mirror, oh magic mirror, are you satisfied with this offering? He grinned broadly at the mirror. The face within the mirror twitched its nose. Not bad. It is pure flesh. As it spoke, its mouth split wide, revealing a gaping maw. The girl gazed at this horrifying scene, her eyes filled with terror. She struggled desperately, but the bindings were too tight. The middle-aged man turned away, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It was not fear that caused his perspiration. Rather, the previous exertion had simply been considerable, resulting in his drenched state. A chilling sound echoed from behind him, resembling the gnashing of teeth of a rodent. Approximately 5 minutes later, the voice returned. 7 individuals. Advise your bodyguards to monitor the sewers. Upon hearing the magic mirror's reply, the middle-aged man nodded and procured a communicator. 7 individuals may emerge from the sewers. Be alert. After tonight, he promised his brothers he would distribute bonuses tomorrow. Everyone has worked hard. His words resonated in the ears of all bodyguards throughout the villa, causing many to breathe heavily. Mr. Liu is truly a good person, one bodyguard murmured. Indeed, a daily salary of 60,000. Perhaps even the nation's foremost bodyguards do not enjoy such treatment. If I work for just another week, I will have saved enough for a home in Demon City. What business does Mr. Liu engage in? Why are there frequent robberies? Mind your own tasks. Do not question what is not meant to be questioned. Some bodyguards whispered among themselves, showing little concern regarding the impending robbery. Such events occurred with alarming frequency, and they had always managed to repel the assailants. The Liu they spoke of was, after all, the wealthiest individual in Demon City, with his shadow lurking behind 90% of the city's businesses. Each time they thwarted an attack, Liu would reward them with bonuses, ranging from 50,000 to 100,000. It was known that the villa employed at least 100 bodyguards like themselves. Simultaneously, in the villa's sewer system, a 6-man special operations team crawled through the cramped tunnels. Captain, is this truly effective? The target containment object possesses omniscience. If we approach through the sewers, it will undoubtedly be aware. The captain replied solemnly. How could it know where we approach from? Entering through the sewers minimizes our exposure and enhances our defense. If they toss a grenade, we could meet our doom. You're being reckless. Can you please assess the situation? No worries. It has been investigated. They only possess handguns. They cannot acquire heavy weaponry. This team was the City of Fire team, tasked with containing Xiao. In a concealed location outside the villa, a light drizzle fell as Xiao held a tablet. Its screen displaying the entire villa's layout. Her fingers swiftly danced across the tablet before she addressed the communicator. Captain, all sewer exits are being guarded. Chapter 21. The first psychiatric hospital in Mo Du Fei Biao appeared unfazed. With a generous reward, brave souls will surely emerge. They are well compensated and will naturally work diligently for their employer. Have the bullets been replaced with tranquilizers? Lu Guang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Captain, using tranquilizers significantly heightens our risk. Why not employ conventional ammunition? Fei Biao sighed. These bodyguards are merely ordinary individuals kept in the dark. We possess specialized bulletproof vests. Conventional bullets are unlikely to harm us. Tranquilizers will suffice. At this moment, Huatu interjected, they are not just any ordinary group. They belong to a privileged and high-income echelon. By my grandmother, their salaries surpass mine. Captain, shall we join them? No, I'm feeling envious. No one responded to Huatu's jest. It was evident that everyone had grown accustomed to his humor. Fei Biao automatically filtered out Huatu's remarks. Enough. Focus on timing and check your gear. We will assault from directly above in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, the 6 squad members synchronized their watches. 10 minutes later, bang, the sewer cover was blasted off. Subsequently, several smoke grenades were hurled from the opening. In an instant, The entire estate was engulfed in alarm bells. The smoke was highly conspicuous under the moonlight. A substantial number of bodyguards rushed toward the direction of the smoke. Members of the City of Fire Squad had already reached the surface under the cover of the smoke. They were met with a barrage of handgun fire, enveloping the estate in gunfire. Huatu flicked his wrist, and in an instant, a massive blast shield appeared on his arm. He raised the shield at the forefront, and the squad members promptly followed suit behind him. Bullets struck the shield, creating showers of sparks. Huatu's arm felt numb from the impact. Too many. I can't bear it. Behind him, Fei Biao was tempted to shoot him in the back of the head. When we return, I will request the doctor to have the prison physician perform a vocal cord removal surgery on you. Upon hearing this, Huatu shivered and quickly replied, Captain, I was merely trying to lighten the mood. At that moment, Xiao's voice crackled through the earpiece. Captain, a large number of targets are approaching your direction. Quickly relocate. Upon hearing this, the group immediately began to move. At this point, the approaching bodyguards had yet to arrive. Fei Biao understood they would soon be discovered. Through his special operations goggles, the smoke posed minimal obstruction. He surveyed his surroundings and quickly made a decision. According to the intel, all windows on the 4th and 5th floors are sealed. We will climb the exterior wall to the 3rd floor. He added, we must be swift. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed toward the wall. Simultaneously, sharp barbs protruded from his gloves, resembling spider legs, enabling his palms to adhere firmly to the wall. Utilizing these means, they swiftly scaled the wall, reaching the 3rd floor in mere seconds. At this moment, all bodyguards in the estate heard an announcement. The targets have entered the villa. Those outside must guard the exits. Bang, bang, bang. The interior of the villa erupted with intense gunfire. Clearly, a confrontation had commenced within. Captain, the villa's exit has been barricaded. Xiao's voice echoed through the earpiece. Just then, Lu Guang's frustrated voice came through the headset. Damn it, wasn't it said they lacked heavy weaponry? How is it that they have even unearthed an ancient Maxim gun? Huatu responded awkwardly. Ahem, according to the intel, the villa's owner is an antique collector. An antique collector possessing a Maxim machine gun from the recent past is quite reasonable. Upon hearing this, Lu Guang fell silent. Meanwhile, the doctor was remotely observing the squad's combat perspective. Hearing the relentless sounds of heavy weaponry discharging, he inquired of Fei Biao, Can we break through the fire blockade? The voice from Fei Biao's Bluetooth earpiece answered without hesitation. We can breach, but casualties may occur. On the other side, the doctor's assistant leaned in to whisper to him. After listening to the assistant's words, the doctor immediately instructed Fei Biao to withdraw. Fei Biao paused for a moment, then gravely stated, The doctor has ordered an immediate retreat. Soon, a squad member detonated the wall behind them. The group orderly jumped through the breach. The muzzle of the Maxim machine gun spewed flames for half a meter. Huatu stood at the forefront, using his blast shield to deflect the incoming bullets. In an instant, his arm lost all sensation. The shield was on the verge of shattering from the relentless assault. Once everyone had evacuated, Huatu, still holding the shield, was the last to leap through the opening. In that moment, the blast shield shattered into fragments capable of withstanding explosives. Fortunately, Huatu had escaped in time. Otherwise, he might have been riddled with bullets in an instant. However, his arm, which had held the shield, was left bloodied and mangled. As soon as they landed, Lu Guang hoisted him up and they fled frantically. Huatu's faint voice came through the earpiece. Wow, that was exhilarating. Hearing Huatu's voice, the others sighed in relief. As long as he could speak, it meant he was still alive. Simultaneously, their presence was detected by the bodyguards. At that moment, Fei Biao stepped forward, taking the lead. A blast shield appeared in his hands. Clang, clang, clang. Countless bullets struck the blast shield, sending sparks flying. The footsteps around them grew, increasingly numerous. The squad members hastily retreated. Xiao, through satellite imagery, mapped out their escape route. Only after the entire squad had vacated the estate did the bodyguards cease their pursuit. On a secluded road, the City of Fire Squad appeared somewhat disheveled under the moonlight. A white ambulance came to a halt before them. Emblazoned with the words the first psychiatric hospital in MO, the doors swung open, and Xiao, seated in the driver's seat, beckoned to them. Hurry, get in. The ambulance, accompanied by its siren, sped away. Inside, Xiao switched places with Fei Biao, who took the wheel while she tended to Huatu's wounds. It hurts a bit. Just bear with it, Xiao gently urged. She then rolled up Huatu's sleeve to reveal his blood-soaked arm, bruised from the impact. Seeing this, Xiao sighed in relief and proceeded to examine Huatu's chest and back. Several bullets were lodged in the bulletproof vest on his back. Thanks to the specially designed vest, the bullets had been prevented from penetrating. However, Huatu was evidently not unscathed, as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating significant internal injuries. Xiao administered some emergency care. In the midst of silence, the ambulance arrived at a hospital situated in the suburbs of Modu. Chapter 22. Bone Spurs. The ambulance drove deep into the psychiatric hospital, subsequently vanishing from sight. When the City of Fire squad reappeared, they had returned to the C-03 containment facility. "Doctor, we are back." The doctor adjusted his monocle but remained silent. He had already seen everything clearly through the cameras connected to the squad's uniforms. "Well done. You may all go and rest now." After finishing his words, the doctor paid no further attention to Fei Jiao, who had come to report, and instead resumed his examination of Lu Zhao's hematopoietic stem cells. Fei Jiao quietly exited the doctor's office and returned to the team's training room. Upon seeing Fei Jiao return, Xiao hurriedly approached him. "Captain, did the doctor say anything?" Fei Jiao shook his head. The others, upon witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Lu Zhao's containment chamber, he was toying with a bone spur. The spur felt heavy in his hand, and it seemed to pulse slightly, giving Lu Xiao the impression that it possessed a semblance of life. This piqued his curiosity. Ivan had not mentioned how this item should be utilized. He merely referred to it as a work of art. However, it was evidently more complex than that. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiao recalled a passage he had read in A Tale of Immortality that spoke of magical artifacts recognizing their masters through blood. A smile crept across his lips. With a swift motion, Lu Xiao drove the bone spur deep into his thigh. At that moment, the spur quivered violently. Lu Xiao quickly withdrew it, bringing it before his eyes for a closer inspection. The intricate patterns on the spur, now stained with blood, emanated a faint emerald glow. The azure gem at its tip radiated a soft aura. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness washed over Lu Zhao's mind. He shook his head to dispel the sensation. It came swiftly and receded just as quickly. As Lu Zhao's vision refocused, the bone spur appeared unchanged, returning to its original state. He frowned slightly, feeling that it had not lived up to its promise. Meanwhile, within the confines of C-03 containment facility, numerous staff members lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth. These individuals had been engrossed in their tasks when, without warning, their eyes rolled back and they succumbed to unconsciousness. Only a few managed to remain upright, one of whom was the doctor. Upon noticing this anomaly, the doctor rushed to the surveillance monitor and activated the emergency protocol. In an instant, all passages were sealed by massive steel doors weighing 1,000 pounds. Alarms blared throughout the facility. In the area where the expendables resided, some noticed something was amiss. Due to the considerable distance from the containment chamber, they had not felt any disturbances. Yet, the alarm echoed throughout the entire base. An expendable with a deep gaze murmured to himself, "The alarm has sounded 3 times in just 1 week. Something must have happened." There were over 100 individuals like him in this facility. Clad in uniform yellow vests, they resided in cramped, prison-like quarters. Unlike a traditional prison, they were housed in single rooms. These individuals, referred to as expendables, were not regarded as human beings. They shared 2 common traits. First, they were all heinous death row inmates. Second, a man in a black suit had uttered the same words to each of them. "Do you wish to live? I will take you to a place where, if you endure for 30 days, you shall regain your freedom." These death row inmates, already facing execution, saw the prospect of living another day as a blessing. Upon hearing they could survive for an additional 30 days, they unanimously agreed without hesitation. Their concern over the possibility of regaining freedom was negligible. However, since their arrival, their thoughts began to shift subtly. After all, who wouldn't desire a little more time to live? It soon became apparent to some that this was an elaborate ruse. The purpose of bringing these expendables here was to provide researchers with experimental data. They were forcibly sent to interact alone with terrifying containment entities, testing the properties of the subjects. A moment's negligence could lead to their demise. As for whether they could truly achieve freedom after 30 days, who could say? No one had successfully lived beyond the 30th day thus far. Several expendables exchanged glances through the bars. Their focus then turned to the Special Forces soldier stationed at the door. "Sir, what has happened now?" One of the expendables called out, whistling. The soldier's earpiece crackled with the doctor's voice. "Stand by." Upon receiving the doctor's command, they breathed a sigh of relief. A soldier approached the whistling expendable, raising his weapon to strike the bars. Silence. He spoke little, for these individuals were merely expendables. The soldier's demeanor caused a silent exchange of glances among the group. On the other side, the doctor finally discerned the cause. He watched the playback of the surveillance footage featuring Xiao, his lips twitching slightly. In the footage, after the spur had been fully embedded in Xiao's thigh, the staff members began to collapse one by one, as if their souls had been simultaneously drawn from them. In the recording, Xiao appeared to contemplate repeating the action. The doctor hurriedly seized the microphone. S-292, cease immediately. In the containment chamber, Xiao was momentarily stunned by the sudden voice. "Doctor?" he queried, perplexed. Shortly thereafter, the doctor arrived at Xiao's containment area. After watching the surveillance video, Xiao awkwardly concealed the bone spur behind him. The doctor adjusted his glasses. S-292, this item is far too dangerous and requires containment. Upon hearing this, Xiao resolutely refused. "Doctor, this is my personal possession." The doctor did not intend to force the issue. He adhered to his own principles regarding containment items. He would avoid provoking them whenever possible, as he believed that doing so could lead to many uncontrollable consequences. Then you must ensure it remains uncontaminated by blood. The doctor was certain that Xiao's blood had activated the spur. Whether contact with others' blood would yield similar effects was of no concern to him. He merely wished to prevent Xiao from repeating the experience. Xiao smiled broadly, securing the spur. "By the way, doctor, are there any missions coming up? When can I return to the real world?" The doctor was about to shake his head when he suddenly recalled the failed mission of the Changshi team. "Oh, as luck would have it, there is indeed one." Upon hearing this, Xiao became excited. "Then what are we waiting for? I can't wait." Chapter 23. Shanghai? Magic City? Hold on. We need to organize and prepare. The doctor adjusted his glasses. "Furthermore, I must prepare an exit permit for you. This process will take a day." Xiao pouted and returned to his bed. "Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to come and escort you. At that time, you simply need to cooperate with them to accomplish the mission. Remember, do not kill." With that, the doctor turned and left. Once the doctor departed, Xiao once again examined the bone spur closely. It resembled a vibrating rod, incessantly trembling in his grasp. Xiao found himself enchanted by it. In the doctor's office, Fei Jiao received a document from the doctor regarding the mobilization of sequence 292 for the operation. Fei Jiao, taking the document, asked in a grave tone, "Are we to have 292 assist with our containment operation?" The doctor nodded, producing the footage for Fei Jiao. "This is one of his abilities. I have calculated that its radius extends 3 kilometers. When this ability is activated, all humans within that radius experience a similar degree of dizziness lasting up to half an hour." Fei Jiao gasped in astonishment. "Is there no way to evade this ability?" The doctor adjusted his glasses once more. "I suspect that only those with strong mental fortitude can resist such an abrupt onset of dizziness." Fei Jiao gazed at the video, observing Xiao experiencing a brief moment of dizziness. In but a fleeting moment, he devised a plan. With this newfound ability, the previously insurmountable villa would become effortlessly accessible. The doctor seemed to perceive his thoughts. How simplistic! Upon hearing this, Fei Jiao was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the doctor. The doctor spoke softly, stating that the target possesses omniscient qualities, rendering the likelihood of achieving containment through this method rather slim. Fei Jiao comprehended immediately. Indeed, the target's omniscience posed a significant challenge. Otherwise, given their team's capabilities, a single incursion would suffice for containment. What, then, is the purpose of bringing 292? Fei Jiao inquired, puzzled. 292 possesses characteristics of a higher entity, which may slightly disrupt the target's prophetic outcomes. However, the doctor was uncertain. Their information regarding that mirror was woefully inadequate, leaving much to conjecture. Moreover, this operation entails not only the containment of the target, but also another objective. Other nations' wardens have infiltrated, seeking to seize this containment object. Should containment fail, you must thwart the actions of the other wardens. As he spoke, the doctor adjusted his monocle. If necessary, 292 can be directed to utilize this ability against the other wardens. As long as the target remains within the borders of Huaxia, the operation can be deemed successful. This was the rationale behind the doctor's insistence on bringing Lu Xiao along. Fei Biao raised no objections to the doctor's orders and promptly set off. Within the villa, the magic mirror spoke. "Oh, magic mirror, I wish to inquire how to bring down Shurdai real estate." President Lu wiped the sweat from his brow. A smile plastered across his face. A visage materialized upon the mirror, gazing at Lu with disdain. "You cannot afford the price of this question." Lu was momentarily stunned, this being his first encounter with such a response. "Can you enlighten me as to why?" He pondered that if he could take down Shurdai real estate, his business would dominate the entirety of Modu, making him the puppeteer behind the scenes. The magic mirror scoffed. "Consider this answer a gift. The principle of trade is equivalence. Each question bears a different cost based on its potential impact on the world." Its mouth stretched wide, a crimson tongue swirling twice around the gash. "In other words, the blood and flesh you offer are far from sufficient to pay the price of this question." President Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead. "But I can sacrifice more flesh. 100, 1,000? Upon hearing this, the magic mirror clicked its tongue, the disdain in its eyes more pronounced. "You still fail to grasp my meaning. Your abilities cannot meet the price of this question." Lu appeared deflated, collapsing to the ground. The magic mirror continued. "Rather than contemplating how to bankrupt Shurdai real estate, you should be concerned with something else." "What is it?" A sense of foreboding washed over Lu. At that moment, an image appeared on the mirror's surface. It depicted a headless, corpulent corpse. The magic mirror's voice echoed. "This answer is also a gift." After which, the mirror fell silent. No matter how Lu called out, it remained unresponsive. Panic set in as he recognized the headless body as his own. The following day, an ambulance departed from the Modu Psychiatric Hospital. The members of the Chengshi Jihua team appeared somewhat anxious. Lu Xiao gazed out the window, surveying the surroundings. The team members dared not utter a word, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, fearing any misstep might provoke a display of Lu Xiao's formidable abilities. The atmosphere was laden with tension. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xiao remained oblivious, seemingly entranced by the scenery outside. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. "Which city is this?" The team members exchanged glances, and their eyes collectively settled on Huatu. Huatu pointed to his own nose, and upon seeing the nods from others, he took a deep breath. "Mr. Lu Xiao, this is Modu, a first-tier city in Huaxia." Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Modu? Oh, I know. This is the name of a city I longed to visit before my fall into the dark prison. I never anticipated I would have a chance in this lifetime." The team members were momentarily taken aback. Huatu, summoning his courage, asked, "Mr. Lu Xiao, you are familiar with Modu?" Lu Xiao nodded, a warm smile gracing his face. "Of course. It's Shanghai, a grand city." "What Shanghai?" Huatu's expression was one of bewilderment. The other team members mirrored his confusion. Noticing their reactions, Lu Xiao sensed something amiss. "Isn't Modu Shanghai?" Huatu hastily shook his head. "Modu is Modu. We have never heard of a place called Shanghai." At that moment, Liu Guang interjected. "I believe I have heard this name before." After some contemplation, he continued, "I recall my forebears mentioning it. It seems to have been a super city in the near ancient era." Upon hearing Liu Guang's words, Lu Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 24. The Eerie Van Near Ancient Era? Lu Xiao gazed at Liu Guang, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, sending shivers down Liu Guang's spine. Liu Guang stiffly replied, "Yes. The Near Ancient Era. And what era are we in now?" A possibility began to take shape in Lu Xiao's mind. Liu Guang pondered for a moment. "We are currently in the era of innovation." Lu Xiao silently repeated this term in his mind. "And how many years have passed in the era of innovation?" Without hesitation, Liu Guang replied, "This year marks the 211th year of the era of innovation." In other words, the era of innovation has spanned 211 years? Liu Guang nodded. Lu Xiao detected an unsettling peculiarity. His previous assumptions crumbled. "I fell into the dark prison only 3 years ago. Has over 200 years passed in the outside world?" This question swirled in his mind. He then considered another possibility. Is time within the dark prison different from reality? Everyone shook their heads in response. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the ambulance. Lu Xiao remained silent, not believing that the members of the Chengshi Jihua team would deceive him. Thus, numerous possibilities emerged. Could it be a parallel world? This was Lu Xiao's hypothesis, and he felt it held significant weight. However, he overlooked a crucial point. Even in a parallel world, the timelines would not align. Observing Lu Xiao's silence, the others held their breath. After an indeterminate time, Fabiao, who was driving, finally broke the silence. "We've arrived." With that, he promptly exited the vehicle. The other team members followed suit. As Lu Xiao prepared to disembark, Fabiao intoned solemnly, "Mr. Lu Xiao, please heed my instructions. If I do not permit you to act, you must simply observe." Hearing this, Lu Xiao made no objections. Noting Lu Xiao's compliance, Fabiao secretly sighed in relief. He had been concerned that Lu Xiao might break free from their control. If Lu Xiao insisted on acting independently, their team's strength would be insufficient to restrain him. Should the containment object escape control, the consequences would be unfathomable. However, it was clear that Lu Xiao had no such intentions. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. In the distance stood a resplendent villa. He turned to Liu Guang and inquired, "My friend, what is the containment target?" Liu Guang immediately glanced at his captain, and upon receiving a nod from Fabiao, he finally responded. "According to the information, the containment target is a mirror endowed with omniscient characteristics." Omniscient characteristics? Lu Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Liu Guang nodded slightly. "This mirror is quite peculiar. It is said to possess knowledge of all things, regardless of the past or future. Such a sinister phenomenon? It must be said that this revelation thoroughly piqued Lu Xiao's curiosity, especially as he found himself filled with questions. Indeed, it was as if a pillow had appeared just as sleep had come upon him. Lu Xiao became genuinely interested in this containment operation, which he had initially regarded as merely a formality. Now, he felt an irresistible desire to acquire the object of containment. At that moment, General Lu sat on the sofa, his face ashen. He had contemplated fleeing, but the images displayed within the mirror had already foretold his fate. As the owner of the mirror, he understood it best. The mirror's revelations were immutable truths. Throughout that day, he had revisited his past. He had once been a mere owner of a small processing factory in Mo-Du. In Mo-Du, there were countless small business owners like him. Although he lived a relatively prosperous life, he clearly harbored greater ambitions. By chance, he stumbled upon this mirror in an antique shop. The moment he laid eyes upon it, he was utterly captivated. Thus, he paid a handsome sum to bring the mirror home. On one occasion, overwhelmed by stress, he found himself speaking to the mirror, and to his astonishment, it responded. From that moment on, he was unable to extricate himself from its influence. With the mirror's assistance, his career flourished. He became acutely aware of his competitors' weaknesses. In just a decade, he ascended to become the most powerful figure in Mo-Du, controlling a substantial portion of the city's business from the shadows. He had likely sacrificed countless lives to the mirror, though he may have forgotten most of them. Yet, he distinctly remembered the first sacrifice, a life that belonged to his faithful wife. However, all that was now but a fleeting memory. He stared blankly at the mirror, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Upon realizing his impending doom, he contemplated destroying the mirror. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon it. The mirror showed no further regard for him. Regret, frustration, and fear surged within him like a tempest. At that moment, a jarring alarm pierced the air. The villa was under attack once more. Gunfire echoed through the night sky. The road leading to the estate had long been cordoned off by the authorities, with police cars stationed at every intersection. At one such intersection, an older and a younger police officer leaned against their vehicle, taking a brief respite. The younger officer produced a pack of cigarettes and offered one to his elder counterpart. "Uncle Wang, why do we keep getting instructed to seal off this road without any explanation?" The elder officer, known as Uncle Wang, had been in the force for many years and possessed a wealth of knowledge. He exhaled a slow puff of smoke. "Just do as you're told, kid. Some things are beyond our understanding." The younger officer nodded, somewhat understanding. As the two chatted, a van approached from the distance. Its trajectory was erratic, weaving back and forth, tracing S-shaped curves along the road. The headlights flickered, causing discomfort to their eyes. Uncle Wang nudged the younger officer. "That looks like a drunk driver. Let's pull them over." The younger officer nodded and stepped into the road, signaling for the van to stop. Soon, the van came to a halt at the roadside. The younger officer rapped on the window. When it rolled down, he was met by the sight of a soldier clad in tactical gear. The younger officer was momentarily taken aback, then promptly saluted. However, the driver did not respond and instead engaged in peculiar, mechanical movements with his hands. having released the steering wheel. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The younger officer felt a chill run down his spine, but duty compelled him to speak. "Sir, this road is closed to unauthorized vehicles." Upon hearing the younger officer's words, the soldier halted one of his hands and retrieved an identification card from his bag, handing it to the officer. Meanwhile, his other hand continued its odd, mechanical motions. The younger officer accepted the ID, casting a glance into the rearview mirror. The sight within sent shivers down his spine. Inside the van sat 6 individuals clad in similar military garb, all exhibiting the same bizarre hand movements as the driver. Chapter 25. We cannot kill, yet they are not human. At this moment, the elder officer also sensed something amiss. He approached the van, and as he passed the younger officer, he patted him on the shoulder. However, the younger officer stood frozen, his gaze vacant, clutching the ID. The elder officer took the ID from him and leaned in for a closer look. He was taken aback and immediately saluted the driver. "Please proceed." The soldier nodded, returned his hands to the steering wheel, and drove away, the van's erratic path continuing unabated. After watching the van depart, the elder officer nudged the younger officer. With a thud, the younger officer collapsed to the ground. The elder officer stared in shock at the younger officer, who lay there, rolling his eyes. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, helping the younger officer up and pinching his philtrum. He pinched for a full 5 minutes before the younger officer's eyes gradually regained focus. The moment he awoke, he doubled over and began to retch. The elder officer patted his back. "What happened to you? Why did you suddenly pass out?" Once the younger officer finished retching, he looked up at the elder officer with tear-filled eyes and shook his head in confusion. "I don't know what happened. I just suddenly blacked out." Hearing this, the elder officer's expression darkened. "You haven't been possessed, have you?" Upon hearing this, a look of fear washed over the younger officer's face. Outside the estate, in a concealed location, an ambulance marked with the insignia of Mo.Do's premier mental hospital was stationed. Inside, Xiao held a tablet and spoke in a serious tone. "Captain, are we under attack by our own people?" Fei Jiao shook his head. "No, another team of guards has intervened." Xiao's fingers flew across the tablet. "According to satellite feedback, 3 teams are launching an assault on the villa." Fei Jiao replied with urgency. "Can we trace their identity codes?" Each member of the guard teams possesses a unique identity code. The guard's satellite can detect these codes, revealing which containment facility they belong to. Xiao's fingers flew across the tablet, her brows furrowing tightly. "Captain, I can't find anything. Their identity codes have been obscured by special means." Hearing the gunfire outside, Fei Jiao's expression soured. "Damn it, they're using live ammunition." The distinction between live rounds and tranquilizer darts is subtle, but it was one that Fei Jiao discerned clearly. Hearing this, Shuatu expressed discontent. "Captain, why are we limited to tranquilizers while they can use live ammo? Which containment facility are they from? I'll file a complaint." At this moment, Fei Jiao's brows knitted together tightly. They are likely not guards from Huaxia. Within the Huaxia Guard organization, there exists an unwritten rule. It is unequivocally prohibited to utilize live ammunition against civilians. Coupling this with the intelligence provided by the doctor, the dart can ascertain that the 3 teams are certainly not any units from the Huaxia Kingdom's custodians. Liu Guang's gaze turned somewhat somber. "Captain, are you suggesting that custodians from other nations have infiltrated, aiming to seize the target?" The dart nodded affirmatively and replied gravely. "This is the only possibility." Huito, unable to contain himself, exclaimed in anger, "What are we waiting for? Let's confront them directly." The dart shook his head, stating, "The highest priority mission given by the doctor is to disrupt their operation, and only afterward to secure the target. What are we waiting for? We must act swiftly to sabotage them." Huito stood up, clutching his weapon. The dart shook his head again. "They are still engaging the perimeter of the villa. It is not yet the opportune moment for action." Upon hearing the dart's words, Huito returned to his seat, somewhat dejected. Liu Guang patted Huito's shoulder and said gravely, "Follow the orders." His expression appeared calm, yet the trembling hand resting on Huito's shoulder betrayed his inner turmoil. Huito remained silent, absently wiping his gun with a cloth. The other team members also stared at their weapons in silence. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao curiously observed the tablet in Xiaoyu's hands. "Sister, what is this device called?" Lu Xiao pointed to the tablet. Xiaoyu paused momentarily before responding. "It is called a Jinao." Lu Xiao grinned widely. "May I have a chance to play with it?" Xiaoyu shook her head. Lu Xiao was not disheartened. He merely wished to see it, as it resembled a tablet computer from his memories. Yet, respecting Xiao Yu's refusal, he acquiesced, for as a model citizen, it was clear that coercion was unjustifiable. Concurrently, the battle within the estate had reached a boiling point. At this moment, dozens of bodyguards lay lifeless in the garden. The three custodian teams were evidently acting in unison, displaying remarkable coordination, with no casualties on their side thus far. Some bodyguards had retreated into the villa, while others took advantage of the chaos to flee the estate, as they were merely there for work and had no intention of sacrificing their lives. Captain, they have commenced their assault on the villa. It is expected that within 5 minutes, the villa will fall. Xiao Yu's voice rang out. The dart pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Check your gear. Once they exit the villa, we shall intercept them. Liu Guang, with a cold demeanor, inquired, shall we employ tranquilizer darts or live rounds? As he spoke, he had already ejected the tranquilizer magazine, clearly indicating his stance. In an instant, all eyes, save for Lu Zhao's, were fixed upon the dart. The dart scanned the team members and then gritted his teeth, proclaiming, live rounds. Upon hearing the dart's declaration, everyone seemed to find an outlet for their pent-up emotions. The sound of magazine changes filled the vehicle. Huito, in a fit of rage, hurled the discarded tranquilizer magazine to the ground and stomped on it, spitting in disdain. At this moment, Lu Xiao grabbed the dart's attention. Buddy, do you need me to step in? He pointed to himself. The dart considered for a moment. Mr. Lu Xiao, I expect you to follow my orders. Lu Xiao nodded, then smiled amicably. I have one more question. The dart met Lu Xiao's vacant stare and replied solemnly, please proceed. Lu Xiao extended his tongue, licking his lips. The moonlight streamed through the car window, illuminating his face, rendering his vacant eyes particularly eerie. Can I kill? Upon hearing Lu Xiao's query, everyone's gaze once again converged on the dart. The dart's expression darkened as he coldly articulated each word. You cannot kill. But they are not human. Chapter 26. Embrace the fear grunts. Upon hearing the dart's response, Lu Xiao's smile deepened. He had merely been driven to madness by the dark prison, but it did not signify foolishness. He had attentively listened to the team's dialogue. He would be the first to oppose the presence of outsiders wreaking havoc on his homeland, even if he was uncertain whether he still belonged to this nation. Nevertheless, this uncertainty did not dampen his resolve to kill. He extended a hand to his forehead, his long fingers distinctly articulated. A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in the depths of his eyes. He endeavored to maintain a composed expression, fearing he might frighten Xiao Yu beside him. Xiao Yu sensed Lu Zhao's body trembling slightly and curiously asked, Are you afraid? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao controlled his expression and offered her a relatively gentle smile. Just a tad excited. Yes, just a bit. The villa had succumbed. In the corridor, dozens of bodies clad in black suits lay sprawled in disarray. Undoubtedly, each bore a bullet hole in their foreheads. Blood saturated the entirety of the floor. Even the steps of the villa's entrance were stained with crimson. The opulent villa had transformed into a scene of carnage. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open. Mr. Lu sat on the sofa, clutching a high-stemmed wine glass filled with a deep red liquid that glistened under the light, appearing akin to blood. Mr. Lu did not turn to acknowledge the intruders. Instead, he savored the wine in solitude. Entering was a squad of soldiers clad in special operations attire, numbering 7. The leader signaled a tactical gesture. Subsequently, soldiers advanced to hoist an ornate, ancient mirror. Mr. Lu did not impede their actions. His form slumped on the sofa. May I request one thing from you? His voice, at this moment, sounded somewhat hoarse. The soldiers turned to glance at him. Could you have my life here? This was Mr. Lu's most fervent desire. The final image presented to him by the magic mirror lingered in his mind. It depicted a room with metallic walls on all sides, housing a grotesquely fat, headless corpse. In comparison to that fate, Mr. Lu preferred to be executed within his own villa. However, the soldiers did not heed his plea. The leader merely waved his hand indifferently. All proceeded to exit his chamber in an orderly fashion. Mr. Lu lay on the sofa, murmuring to himself, Is it truly impossible to alter the outcome? Outside the villa, 7 dart gun muzzles aimed at the entrance. These were the firearms of the Cheng Shizhihua team. At the villa's entrance, a special operations soldier cautiously probed the door with tactical movements. The moment he peeked out, a volley of bullets rained upon him. Even with the custodian's specially designed bulletproof helmet, it was instantly shattered. His head exploded like a watermelon, scattering red and white matter across the ground. Simultaneously, several grenades were hurled into the villa's entrance. Boom! Flames erupted. The dart calmly issued commands. Alternate fire. Tot-tot-tot. Tot-tot-tot. The tongues of flame from the muzzles extended half a meter, akin to fiery dragons exhaling their scorching breath. Click! A smoke grenade was thrown. Moments latte. The area was engulfed in smoke. The dart activated the smoke filter on his goggles. In his line of sight, there was not a single person amidst the smoke. He instantly comprehended their choice. They had abandoned the front entrance. Huodo chuckled coldly. Then they shall face the consequences. The dart activated the microphone. Mr. Lu Xiao. They did not exit through the front door. The voice of Lu Xiao came through the microphone. I have already observed. Meanwhile, a breach was blasted into the villa's wall. Over a dozen special operations soldiers emerged in an orderly fashion through the opening, advancing in a stair-step formation, vigilant of their surroundings. As everyone emerged from the cave, a voice echoed in their ears. Hello, friends, Sapalai Si. They turned towards the sound. Illuminated by the moonlight, a sinister figure could be discerned upon a nearby tree. The figure hung upside down from a branch, its head twisted at an unnatural angle as it gazed at them. A scarlet tongue flicked out, brushing against its forehead. The soldiers, all professionally trained, were startled by the eerie sight, yet they unhesitatingly directed their fire towards the source. After Lu Xiao dropped from the tree, he crawled in a grotesque manner, evading the bullets that rained down upon him. In less than 2 seconds, he had closed in on the squad of soldiers. As he crawled, he struck out with a palm. With a sickening thud, the soldier struck by his hand lost his thigh in an instant. A piercing scream echoing into the night. Simultaneously, a barrage of bullets descended upon the location, but Lu Xiao had long since vanished. The soldier, now missing a leg, became a target for his own comrades, who riddled him with bullets. What kind of monster is this? Finally, one soldier cried out in terror. Damn it! How did such a bizarre creature suddenly appear? Before he could finish his thought, silence fell upon him, his vision spinning as Lu Xiao shattered his neck with a swift strike. Oh dear, you truly are fragile. Fragile as a piece of paper. Another palm strike followed, and the soldier's head exploded upon impact. Lu Xiao extended his crimson tongue to lick the tip of his nose, his figure appearing grotesque under the moonlight. Drenched in blood and brain matter. Surprised? My distant friends, welcome to fear, you mere pawns. At that moment, a grenade landed at Lu Xiao's feet. He swiftly bent down to pick it up, then shoved the almost detonated grenade into a soldier's mouth. Amidst the soldier's horrified gaze, a thunderous explosion erupted. His upper body was obliterated, leaving only a pair of bloodied legs behind. Lu Xiao turned his head, a grin spreading across his face, his mouth agape. Boom! A word tumbled from his lips, remnants of flesh still clinging to his visage. Yet his expression bore the semblance of a gentleman. This scene etched a deep shadow in the hearts of the remaining surviving soldiers. Fei Biao glanced to the Special Operations Watch. 3 minutes had passed. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yu's astonished voice rang out. Look, under the moonlight, a youth strolls leisurely, a mirror resting upon his shoulder, as if sauntering in his own backyard. Remnants of torn flesh and blood clung to his clothing, droplets of crimson falling from his hem. Huatu shuddered at the sight, unable to suppress his discomfort. Does this fellow not care about his appearance? He questioned. Just then, 2 members of the squad suddenly convulsed and collapsed. Chapter 27, Sequence 137. The puppet on strings. The abruptness of this scene was jarring. The 2 fallen squad members foamed at the mouth, their eyes rolling back. Xiao Yu hurriedly knelt to check. She first reached out to feel for their breath. They still have breath. They must have fainted. Fei Biao crouched beside her, equally puzzled. At that moment, another team member collapsed with a thud, followed by Lu Guang and Huatu. All 5 exhibited identical symptoms. As Fei Biao pondered the situation, he felt his thoughts begin to slow, and his limbs grew rigid. In an instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Sequence 137, Puppet on Strings. J01 Containment Facility. His eyes reddening, Fei Biao found himself unable to move, collapsing to the ground. Hearing his words, Xiao Yu suddenly grasped the situation. Her hands began to move mechanically, distancing herself from the other unconscious squad members. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao halted, narrowing his gaze upon the 6 fallen individuals. Xiao Yu caught sight of Lu Xiao's pause and urgently called out, "Keep moving, Don't stop. This is sequence 137, the puppet on strings. Within its 50-meter range, if anyone ceases movement for 5 seconds, they will be assimilated into puppets. But it was too late. Xiao felt his limbs growing heavier, his thoughts stagnating. In a fleeting moment, his mind became blank. His soul appeared to detach from his body, observing from an omniscient perspective. The fallen squad members began to rise. Their eyes rolled back, their bodies twisting in grotesque manners, resembling puppets. Xiao, while continuing to move her hands, dashed towards Xiao. At this moment, Xiao had yet to be assimilated by the puppet. If she could help him force his hands to move, he could break free from the assimilation. In Xiao's vision, the scene appeared to slow down, the once fluid motion now resembling a series of stuttering frames. Simultaneously, he felt a slight tremor in his bones. The alchemical sigil carved into his skeleton by Ivan was activated. In that instant, Xiao sensed his thoughts returning to his mind. His pinky finger twitched slightly. Although this was the extent of his capabilities at that moment, this small movement disrupted the puppet's attempt at assimilation. It was followed by a surge of stronger power, as if something sought to manipulate his limbs. Xiao understood he had bought himself 5 precious seconds. Those 5 seconds were sufficient for him. As he observed Xiao drawing closer, a smile crept across Xiao's face. Xiao lunged into his arms, and they both fell to the ground. Not far from them, 7 figures emerged from the shadows. Each held a firearm in one hand while the other performed a repetitive motion. The gun-wielding hands moved up and down incessantly. They formed a circle around a half-meter-long wooden coffin, which was suspended by ropes tied to their waists. With Xiao's assistance, Xiao had broken free from the assimilation. Sister, who are these people? Xiao moved his arms and turned to Xiao. Gritting her teeth, Xiao replied coldly. The sequence 137 puppet on strings is contained in the J01 facility. They are clearly the prison guards of J01. Xiao continued. Where's the J01 facility? Xiao answered coldly. J01 is located in Neon Country. Oh dear, what a coincidence. Xiao's expression oscillated between a smile and madness. Sister, as long as we keep our hands moving, we'll be fine, right? Hearing Xiao's voice, Xiao nodded. The characteristic of sequence 137 is that everyone within its 50-meter range must keep their hands in constant motion. Otherwise, they will be assimilated into puppets. If someone is assimilated, then everyone else within a 50-meter radius must also keep their hands moving. This means that theoretically, if someone is assimilated every 49 meters, the puppet could potentially assimilate the entire world. However, if an assimilated individual exceeds 50 meters from the puppet, the assimilation will be severed. As a member of the Prison Guard's Special Operations Team, Xiao is well-versed in the characteristics of these containment entities. Likewise, this was knowledge every member of the Special Operations Team needed to remember. Xiao unexpectedly produced a bone spur from somewhere. This exquisite and intricately engraved spur was capped with a large, azure gemstone. With a grin, Xiao plunged the spur deep into his thigh. The entire length of the bone spur disappeared into his flesh, and under the deluge of blood, the azure gemstone radiated a fierce light. A halo of white light expanded outward from the gemstone's core. Just as Xiao marveled at Xiao's self-inflicted injury, she suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted. Simultaneously, the 7 special soldiers carrying the marionettes also collapsed. However, the transformed shurikens remained upright, raising their weapons and firing wildly at Xiao. The estate was once again engulfed in the cacophony of gunfire. Xiao, battling against the dizziness in his mind, scrambled away from the spot, clutching the bone spur in his mouth, crawling swiftly on the ground. Soon, he surpassed the shurikens and charged towards the nearby J01 prison guard squad. Countless bullets rained down behind him. At that moment, the squad gradually rose, their dark muzzles aimed at Xiao, unleashing a torrent of fire. Concurrently, the sound of grenade pins being pulled echoed. They had been thrown by the shurikens. Xiao did not spare a glance, directing his assault towards the J01 squad. The grenade detonated behind him. The bone spur pierced through the heart of the first soldier. The soldier's bulletproof vest crumbled before the spur like tofu. Yet, despite the fatal wound, the soldier did not perish. His eyes rolled back, revealing the whites, and drool dripped from his mouth. One hand clutched the spur embedded in his chest, while the other raised a firearm and fired at Xiao. Xiao attempted to withdraw the spur, but the soldier's grip was astonishingly strong. For a moment, Xiao could not extract it. Meanwhile, all weapons were pointed at him, including those of Xiao Yu, who had just regained consciousness. Chapter 28. The cleaner as gunfire erupted, Xiao had already abandoned the notion of removing the spur. The soldier with the spur embedded in his chest was riddled with bullets. At that moment, Xiao held a crimson heart in his hand, still pulsating with life. Crushing it effortlessly, Xiao lunged at the next target. Although they had been transformed into puppets, their attack methods remained those of humans. However, inflicting effective damage on Xiao through human means proved exceedingly difficult. Over the 3 years spent in the dark prison, Xiao had faced a myriad of monsters and bizarre creatures, each possessing capabilities beyond comprehension. The areas he had explored represented merely the tip of the iceberg of the dark prison, with countless more terrifying and peculiar entities awaiting his arrival. The scene was one of carnage, with the 7J01 prison guards falling to Xiao's hand within mere minutes. Even as their heads were crushed, the soldiers, under puppet control, continued to assault Xiao. After dispatching the J01 guards, Xiao kicked the half-meter-long wooden coffin. What lay within was revealed, a filthy, dilapidated puppet with an eerie expression. Grasping the puppet, Xiao sprinted over 100 meters, never forgetting the puppet's nature, as its hands continued to move. Once Xiao had departed with the puppet, the members of the city fire squad regained their composure, groaning on the ground. Shuriken was the first to recover. A glance at the scene was enough for him to grasp the current situation. All units, prepare to deal with sequence 137 puppets. He commanded, his hands moving mechanically. Speaking into the microphone, he declared, "Doctor, the operation is complete. Furthermore, sequence 137 has appeared on site. How should we handle it?" A cold voice from the earpiece responded, "Bring sequence 137 back to the containment facility." Shuriken nodded, then recalled another matter. Huatu, check the villa for survivors. Huatu waved his arms and entered the villa. Shortly after, his voice crackled over the microphone. "Captain, Lu Mingsheng is still alive. You want to shoot him? What should I do, Captain?" Lu Mingsheng was the owner of the villa, the wealthiest hidden tycoon in Mo City. Shuriken's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "That would not serve him well. Keep an eye on him, and when the cleaner emerges, let him serve as a resource in our containment facility." Although Shuriken was unclear about Lu Mingsheng's past deeds, he understood well that those who made deals with the bizarre had blood on their hands. The price of most eerie transactions was the sacrifice of living beings. In contrast, entities like the prison doctor, who sought to heal, were a refreshing anomaly among the strange. Once the squad members regained their composure, Shuriken spoke into the microphone. "Mr. Xiao, you may return now." On the other side, upon hearing Shuriken's words, Xiao hurriedly ran back, the puppet in hand. At that moment, the members of the city fire squad were animatedly celebrating, appearing quite comical. Liu Guang sighed in relief. "Thank goodness for 292, otherwise we might have been done for today." Xiao waved his arms, grinning as he replied, No. I was also caught off guard. I owe it all to Xiao Yu." The squad members quickly turned their attention to Xiao Yu. Under their gaze, she appeared somewhat bashful. It was the captain's quick reaction, if not for his reminder. I would not have thought to consider the puppet. The atmosphere turned lively as they began to exchange compliments. An ambulance emblazoned with Mo City's first psychiatric hospital rattled along a secluded path. The vehicle swayed from side to side. Liu Guang waved his hands, his voice hoarse. "Captain, could you please reduce the swaying? I think I'm getting car sick." The others nodded in agreement. Shuriken shrugged, exhaling in exasperation. "I can't help it. My hands can't stop for a moment." Inside the vehicle, a filthy, dilapidated puppet lay at their feet, accompanied by an ancient, ornate mirror. Xiao continued to wave his hands, turning to gaze out the window, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Huatu was coordinating with a group of sanitation workers. He pointed at Lu Mingsheng, slumped on the sofa, and instructed one of the workers in uniform, "Take this man back to the containment facility as a resource." The sanitation worker was none other than the cleaner mentioned by Shuriken. They were responsible for assisting the prison guards with various follow-up tasks. After circling the villa, the cleaner and Huatu exchanged uneasy glances at the horrifying scenes, particularly the scattered, dismembered corpses. Cough. Did you deploy a Class D containment object? They had yet to receive detailed operational reports and were unaware of the unfolding events. However, the gruesome remains scattered across the ground were evidently beyond the capabilities of their squad. Huatu scratched his head. According to the prison regulations, Class D containment objects are not permitted to leave the facility. The cleaner shot him a disdainful glance. Of course I know that. Huatu chuckled. The specific circumstances will be elaborated upon in a detailed action report by our captain. For now, you may begin to clean up the aftermath here. The cleaner waved his hand. Very well. Once your action report is completed, we shall know how to address any subsequent impacts that may arise. Additionally, Lu Mingxiang will be delivered to the base within 2 days, so please prepare for his arrival in advance. After speaking, he performed a gesture of respect towards Huatu, placing his right fist over his heart. Huatu returned the gesture. Once Huatu departed, the cleaners commenced their work on the scene. They first gathered the scattered remains on the ground. In some areas, they even employed shovels to clear away the blood and flesh. Subsequently, they poured a specially formulated liquid over the area. Upon contact with the blood and flesh, the substance rapidly dissolved them at a visibly observable rate, leaving behind only a layer of black ash. Following this, the cleaners repaired the damaged areas of the villa, restoring it to its original appearance. As a result, the manor bore no trace of the battle that had occurred. The interior remained opulent, while the exterior exuded grandeur. Finally, the cleaner produced a confession document and presented it to Lu Mingxiang, prompting him to press his thumbprint upon it. Chapter 29. The Omniscient Mirror. Lu Mingxiang gazed at the confession document with a dazed expression. I confess, what will my sentence be? The cleaner replied without hesitation. Given the nature of your crime, the death penalty is unavoidable. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxiang surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Do not rush. I have a question for you. The cleaner donned a pair of sunglasses. Do you wish to live? Those 4 words seemed to resonate as a profound inquiry. In an instant, a flicker of vitality returned to Lu Mingxiang's eyes. He nodded fervently, his voice trembling. Of course, I want to live. What do you want? Money? The cleaner shook his finger. I will take you to a place. If you can stay there for 30 days, you will gain your freedom. Lu Mingxiang agreed without hesitation. As long as I can live, I would endure not just 30 days, but even 30 years. The cleaner chuckled softly. It won't take 30 years. If you agree, we will sign a contract. He then produced another document. The title read, Volunteer Recruitment. By signing this agreement, you will become an esteemed volunteer. The cleaner smiled at Lu Mingxiang. Without hesitation, Lu Mingxiang pressed his thumbprint at the end of the document. What a twist of fate, he exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Having prepared himself for death, the prospect of life caused his mind to momentarily falter, completely forgetting the nature of the magic mirror. The outcome is unalterable. The cleaner nodded and then clapped his hands. A cleaner dressed in sanitation worker attire approached with a yellow vest. Put this on. In the containment facility, the magic mirror had been secured. The doctor was leading a team in its study, while Lu Xiao observed nearby. He harbored a curiosity regarding the magic mirror and had questions of his own to pose. The doctor adjusted his monocle. How should I address you? This question was directed at the mirror. A face materialized on the surface of the mirror. You may call me the magic mirror or the omniscient mirror. The doctor nodded, recording both names. What is the price for asking you a question? The face on the mirror grinned menacingly. This too counts as a question. However, I can provide the answer as a complimentary gift. The doctor's expression remained inscrutable. The omniscient mirror responded. The price of inquiry depends on the significance of your question's answer. If the answer greatly impacts the world, then correspondingly, the price will be substantial enough to affect the world significantly. The doctor adjusted his monocle. So, it requires an equivalent exchange, correct? The omniscient mirror affirmed. Precisely. You are far more astute than that fool. That fool only asks foolish questions and attempts to bamboozle me with filthy flesh. The fool referred to Lu Mingxiang. The doctor nodded, a glimmer of insight shining through his monocle. I happen to have a question. How can humanity's current technological level be transcended? The face on the omniscient mirror grinned. The price for the answer to that question is beyond what humanity can afford. The doctor showed no surprise at this response. Adjusting his monocle. Can you disclose what the price is? The face pondered for a moment before responding. That constitutes a second question, requiring an appropriate price. Of course. The cost will not be excessive. The doctor nodded, remaining silent. The face continued. Sacrificing a brain rich in knowledge will yield the answer to this question. Just as Lu Xiao contemplated what it meant to possess a brain rich in knowledge, The doctor had already pushed his assistant toward the omniscient mirror. Amidst the terrified screams of the assistant, the face emerged from the mirror, opening its mouth wide and swiftly biting off the assistant's head. The other staff members shuddered at the sight. A fine brain indeed. The doctor adjusted his monocle. So, what is the answer to the question? The face smacked its lips. To obtain the answer for transcending technology, a divine being must be sacrificed. Upon hearing this, the doctor's eyes brightened. A divine being must be sacrificed? Does it matter which deity it is? The face wore a disdainful smile. Certainly not. The doctor's face briefly displayed a rare expression of regret. The reason for his regret was that there was indeed a divine being within the containment facility, the tainted creator of Sequence 09. At this moment, the face began to tempt him. Would you like to know which divine being to sacrifice? Naturally, that falls under a different question. However, I can offer you a significant discount. You need only sacrifice 100,000 lives. What do you think? I've already given you a 10% discount. Upon hearing this, even Xiao involuntarily flinched. Yet the words of the omniscient mirror echoed in the doctor's mind like a whisper from a demon, continuously tempting him. The doctor adjusted his monocle. When the opportunity arises, I will pose this question to you. Clearly, the doctor managed to resist the temptation with his unwavering willpower. The staff members looked at the doctor with fear. When the doctor had pushed the assistant toward the omniscient mirror, there had been no hint of hesitation in his demeanor, as if he were aware of their thoughts. Seemingly reading their minds, the doctor turned a glance at them. The investigation results regarding Lu Guang being parasitized by the ghostly face moth have been concluded. His voice was devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. In the past month, Lu Guang had physical contact with him. The him referenced by the doctor was the assistant who had been pushed toward the omniscient mirror. However, the expressions of the staff members indicated their disbelief. Doctor, even if there are doubts, shouldn't we initiate an investigation? One staff member boldly questioned. The doctor adjusted his monocle but did not respond to the inquiry. At that moment, the omniscient mirror spoke up. How about it? Do you wish to inquire about the answer to this question? The doctor replied calmly. No need. The face expressed mild disappointment. How unfortunate. Sir, do you have any questions you would like to ask? The visage within the mirror displayed a playful smile. The doctor pondered briefly before turning his gaze towards Xiao. Number 292. Do you have inquiries? Xiao, having grown impatient, eagerly approached. Well, my friend, I have several questions. Can you answer them for me? The face in the mirror beamed with a smile. Certainly, I am at your service. Xiao rubbed his hands together. My first question. Is this world the same as my original one? What is the cost of answering this question? The face paused in contemplation. One of your fingernails? Xiao was taken aback momentarily, then fell silent. Do you find this price too steep? The face inquired tentatively. Xiao's expression remained inscrutable, his lifeless eyes fixed upon the mirror of omniscience. The doctor adjusted his monocle, lost in thought. An eerie silence enveloped the room. The face hesitated. Perhaps. But before it could finish, Xiao had already plucked the nail from his thumb and tossed it towards the mirror. The face caught the bloody fragment with ease. The answer to your question is yes. Xiao was momentarily stunned. This was not what he had anticipated. Initially, he believed the world he inhabited was merely a parallel universe to his original one. However, with the response from the mirror of omniscience, all his prior conjectures were overturned. He fell into silence once more. Do you have any other questions? The face queried. The doctor nudged Xiao, prompting him to regain his composure. Yes. We're the near ancient era, the Middle Ages and the ancient era. What is the cost for this question? Xiao rambled on. The face was momentarily taken aback. You have presented 3 questions. It quickly amended. However, given that they pertain to history, they can be considered as one question for the purpose of answering. The cost remains one of your fingernails. Xiao nodded and without hesitation, removed another nail and tossed it. After ingesting the nail, the face began to elaborate. First, the near ancient era refers to the century before the cataclysm. Upon hearing this, Xiao hesitated to respond. The face, sensing his uncertainty, added hastily, the near ancient era has passed for 300 years. 300 years? Xiao gasped. Indeed, the cataclysm era lasted for 89 years. And when combined with the time of the new era, it totals precisely 300 years. After a brief pause, the face added, this answer is a gift to you. Xiao murmured in disbelief. Impossible. Unthinkable. At that moment, the doctor instructed another assistant, "Take them for an F-level memory wipe." The assistant nodded and led the staff out of the containment chamber. The doctor then produced a device resembling a remote control. He pressed a button on it and turned back to Xiao and the Mirror of Omniscience. At this moment, only Xiao, the doctor, and the mirror remained in the room, as even the surveillance system had been temporarily disabled. This meant that during this interval, all occurrences within the containment chamber would remain unknown to any third party, excluding the Mirror of Omniscience. Xiao's expression exhibited signs of distress. The doctor adjusted his non-existent monocle, as if lost in contemplation. After a significant duration, Xiao managed to compose himself. "Continue." The visage in the mirror nodded. The Middle Ages refer to the period from over 300 years ago to 800 years ago. The Ancient Era, in turn, denotes the age preceding the Middle Ages. Xiao quickly calculated in his mind. If what was stated was accurate, then the Middle Ages indeed referred to the medieval period. His knowledge of this history was somewhat vague, only encompassing a general time frame. The face in the mirror cautiously inquired, "Do you have any further questions?" Xiao nodded. "I wish to know how to resolve the curse within me." Upon hearing this, the face appeared momentarily taken aback, then spoke with a sharper tone. "You refer to that entity as a curse." Its incredulity was palpable. Xiao affirmed, "My friend, the prison doctor, informed me." The face grew agitated. "He does not comprehend what that entity truly is." Xiao's countenance darkened. "Are you doubting my friend's medical expertise?" The face recoiled in surprise, then pressed its lips together. "In truth, it is not incorrect to label that entity a curse." Upon hearing this, Xiao narrowed his eyes. Then what cost must be paid for this answer? In an instant, the face displayed a conflicted expression. "This answer," it stuttered. Xiao fixed his lifeless gaze upon it. "You do not know?" The visage shook its head vigorously. "It is not that I lack knowledge, but the price for this answer is exceedingly steep. To learn how to resolve the curse within you, the cost requires the sacrifice of the entire present world." For a moment, even the observing doctor appeared dumbfounded. The sound of his monocle crashing to the ground echoed as the lens shattered. Xiao furrowed his brow. "Why is this so? Why must the resolution of my curse demand such a tremendous price?" The face hastened to explain. "The magnitude of the impact that the answer would have on the world necessitates a sacrifice of equal consequence." The doctor adjusted his imaginary monocle. "So if sequence 292 resolves the curse within, the entire present world would consequently meet its end?" The visage in the mirror nodded solemnly. "Why?" Xiao's voice rose in pitch. The face shook its head in desperation. "I cannot disclose." The doctor placed a hand on Xiao's shoulder, speaking calmly. "Do not rush. Did sequence 069 not mention that there may be a way to resolve the curse within the present world? Do you still doubt 069's medical expertise?" At this remark, Xiao's emotions began to stabilize. Yes, the prison doctor did mention that there are solutions within the current world. Indeed, there must be a way. Xiao repeatedly reassured himself, the phrase serving as a glimmer of hope in the darkness, his sole lifeline. As for sacrificing the entirety of the present world in exchange for the answer, Xiao dismissed the thought outright. The doctor observed Xiao, who was constantly providing himself with mental affirmations, and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Should Xiao choose to exchange for the answer, the containment facility's level of containment for him would necessitate a re-evaluation. Given the nature of this matter, it would likely lead to his immediate termination. The desire to preserve Xiao stemmed from the significant research value he possessed. Do you have any more questions? Chapter 31. 1,000 years of existence. Xiao contemplated for a moment. "I have one final question. I fell into the abyss of darkness only 3 years ago. Yet over 1,000 years have elapsed since that day. What transpired during this millennium?" Upon uttering these words, even the doctor perked up, eager to listen. According to sequence 292, he was a figure from the near ancient era. The doctor instantly grasped the significance of this revelation. The visage in the mirror shook its head vigorously. "The cost for this answer is the same as the previous one." Xiao, perplexed, inquired, "Does this answer also threaten to obliterate the present world?" The face nodded. After pondering for a moment, the doctor altered his mode of inquiry. "Allow me to rephrase the question. Does he exist within this timeline spanning over 1,000 years?" Upon hearing the doctor's query, the figure nodded affirmatively. "The answer is indeed existence. He continued to elaborate. Since this answer bears no consequential impact, there is no need to pay a price. The doctor instinctively performed a gesture of adjusting his monocle, only to realize in surprise that he was without it. At this moment, Xiao also fell into deep contemplation. The magnitude of information this question presented was substantial, and he had yet to fully digest it. After a considerable pause, the doctor concluded, "Thus, 292 has indeed existed throughout this millennium. The curse that afflicts him also transpired during this interval. As for what occurred over these 1,000 years, 292 himself possesses no recollection. Recovering this memory is the key to resolving the curse." A faint glimmer sparkled in the doctor's eyes. "Is that correct?" The figure nodded. "You are quite astute in your analysis, dear sir." The doctor appeared somewhat taken aback by the figure's response. "Does answering this question not require me to pay any price?" The figure shook his head. "As this deduction was made by you, it does not qualify as a question." The doctor nodded in understanding. He had begun to grasp the nature of the all-knowing mirror. Xiao interjected. "So, does this imply that I have actually lived for over 1,000 years?" The figure hesitated briefly before stating, "You may interpret it that way." Xiao felt a peculiar sensation in his head. Oh no, rather, a throbbing pain. After concluding the inquiries, the doctor returned to his office. At that moment, his assistant knocked and entered. "Doctor, you have a phone call." The doctor nodded and took the communicator from his assistant's hand. "This is the doctor." After a brief silence, a deep voice resonated from the other end. "Doctor, return the marionette." Without a second thought, the doctor declined. "I refuse." The voice on the communicator expressed indignation. "Doctor, 137 is a containment object of our J01 facility. How dare you refuse its return? Are you not concerned about my reporting to the highest office?" After patiently listening to this tirade, the doctor replied in a calm tone. "Since 137 has appeared within our borders, it indicates your containment has failed. According to the Warden's regulations, should a containment object appear on our territory due to a failure, we possess both the right and obligation to contain it." The voice fell silent upon hearing the doctor's statement. After a lengthy pause, it replied heavily, "But you are aware that the containment of 137 has not failed." The doctor coldly responded, "I'm afraid I do not know that. I only know that 137 has manifested on our territory, and to prevent the containment object from becoming uncontrollable, we have undertaken its containment. If you contest this outcome, you may report to the highest office, where the Executive Management Council will adjudicate." The other end stammered, unable to formulate a rebuttal. According to the Warden's regulations, no Wardeness Special Operations Team may operate in foreign territory, as it constitutes an invasion. Clearly, J01 facility cannot bear such a charge. "Doctor, I am willing to exchange for other containment objects. You understand, 137 is exceedingly important to us at J01. The voice compromised. "Very well. Really? Which containment object do you require? I will arrange for its immediate delivery." The doctor retrieved a pair of monocles from his desk drawer and, upon donning them, slowly stated, "Sequence 012 pen. Are you jesting with me?" The voice on the other end became increasingly frantic. "Just wait. I will ensure you return 137 to me, compliant." With that, the communicator was abruptly disconnected. The doctor paid it no mind, carelessly tossing the communicator aside. He then began documenting the characteristics of the all-knowing mirror. ID, Sequence 301 all-knowing mirror, containment level, S, target ability, suspected omniscience, containment conditions, prohibit proximity to any individual, combat capability, non-combative anomaly, subsequently. The doctor uploaded this information into the Warden system. Once he completed these tasks, he rubbed the corner of his eye. "Should I update the information on Sequence 292? He murmured. After some consideration, he ultimately decided against it. The containment information for Xiao remained at its previous version. Sequence number 292, the lost one. Containment level, target ability, unknown, pending research, containment conditions, do not provoke and provide ample sustenance, combat capability, level 1 at that moment. The communicator rang again. The doctor glanced at the device he had discarded, then answered. "This is the doctor." A slightly magnetic male voice emanated from the communicator. "Doctor, I have successfully secured the Sequence 097 corrupt revolver you requested." Upon receiving this news, the doctor merely responded with a disinterested hum. "By the way, have investigation results concerning that Special Operations Team member been released?" "The detailed investigation results are in, And I have already dealt with that individual. The voice on the communicator expressed surprise. You simply dealt with him? Did you initiate the investigation protocol? The doctor replied coldly, no. Everyone who witnessed the event has been sent for F-Class memory erasure. After a moment of silence, the sound of fingers tapping on a desk was heard from the communicator. Since you have handled it, let it be. Are you aware of which forces are involved behind this? The voice seemed unconcerned by the doctor's unilateral decisions and instead focused on the final outcome. The doctor adjusted his monocles. The Saints. Chapter 32, A Glimmer of Light. Is it the Saints again? By the way, were those investigation team members also part of the Saints? The doctor adjusted his monocles again. If he is also associated with the Saints, then we Warden should simply disband. The other end remained silent for a moment. The doctor continued, although that Enzo is not a member of the Saints, he is indeed a vampire. This fact is now clear. It seems there are serious issues within our Warden. The doctor's gaze was sharp as a blade. An investigation protocol has already been initiated for the U01 facility, and results should be forthcoming in the next few days. At that time, the Executive Management Council will convene a roundtable meeting to report the findings. The doctor spoke softly. Will I need to cooperate in any way during the roundtable meeting? The sound of fingers tapping on the desk returned from the communicator. There were some unpleasant encounters while securing sequence 097, and the meeting will likely address you. Be prepared to adapt. However, sequence 09 must not be surrendered to them. In response, the doctor merely stated indifferently, I know what to say. Captain, are we truly going to see that fellow? Can I opt out? The slippery one hesitantly looked at Fei Biao. Before Fei Biao could respond, Lu Guang snorted derisively. What are you afraid of? Will he eat you? The slippery one nodded in agreement. I am indeed afraid he might. Lu Guang expressed exasperation. He saved our lives. Shouldn't we express our gratitude? Besides, aside from being somewhat terrifying, as he spoke, Lu Guang began to waver in his resolve. After much contemplation, he struggled to find an appropriate way to evaluate Lu Xiao. Fei Biao spoke in a deep voice. Do not overthink it. Sequence 292 harbors no malice toward humanity. He then turned his gaze toward Lu Guang. Especially you. 292 has effectively saved your life thrice. Once at the prison doctor's office. For it was Lu Xiao who brought him back, leading to the expulsion of the ghost-faced moth that had been parasitizing within him. Furthermore, there was the matter concerning Enzo, a member of the investigation team, as well as the incident where Lu Xiao subdued a marionette within the villa estate. It can be said that the entire City's fire squad owed Lu Xiao 2 lives. Xiao merely scoffed, remarking on the two men's overly sentimental demeanor. Mr. Lu is actually quite a good person. Of course, it would be even better if he didn't come across as so peculiar. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao had already become a little admirer of Lu Xiao. As they conversed, the group arrived at the entrance of Lu Xiao's confinement room. Fei Biao pressed the doorbell, and the door was promptly opened, revealing Lu Xiao, looking rather disheveled. He glanced at the members of the squad, his vacant eyes sending chills down their spines. Eventually, Fei Biao spoke in a deep voice, salute. Upon hearing this, the squad members immediately stood at attention, their right fists placed over their hearts. Lu Xiao appeared somewhat bewildered, yet he did not dwell on this matter and returned to sit on his bed. The words of the all-knowing mirror had profoundly affected him. According to the prison doctor's diagnosis, the curse would result in him transforming into a mindless mass of flesh, driven solely by instinct. Faced with such a fate, Lu Xiao felt a surge of panic. Becoming a mere heap of flesh seemed far less acceptable than simply dying. While he trusted the prison doctor, he had also never doubted the all-knowing mirror. At this moment, he found himself entangled in a dilemma. With only a year left, should he seek answers from the all-knowing mirror? His heart wavered. Seeing this, Xiao approached him. Mr. Lu, are you troubled by something? Lu Xiao nodded. My friend, the prison doctor, informed me that I have only 1 year left. After that, I shall become a mindless heap of flesh. The room fell silent at his sudden revelation. Is it really that urgent? Huaido remarked. Fei Biao swiftly slapped Huaido on the back of the head, reminding him that this was not the time for jest. Is there any solution? Xiao inquired, her voice laced with concern. Lu Xiao nodded. The all-knowing mirror knows how to resolve it. However, the cost of obtaining the answer is rather steep. Xiao, intrigued, asked what cost? The sacrifice of the entire present world. Lu Xiao's words were like stones thrown into water, sending ripples of shock through the room. Huaido stammered, dude, I didn't know you had a penchant for jokes. Liu Guang narrowed his eyes. So, Mr. Liu, do you wish to seek those answers? Lu Xiao shook his head. I do not know. Primarily, I find this outcome hard to accept. If it were merely death, I would not mind. After 3 years in the dark prison, I have long since become indifferent to death. This was Lu Xiao's inner monologue. His vacant eyes seemed filled with despair. Xiao Yu, feeling sorrowful, said, how could this be? Although she was unaware of what Lu Xiao had endured in the dark prison, he had finally returned to the human world, only for reality to play such a cruel joke on him. Liu Guang spoke earnestly. Mr. Liu, first and foremost, I am immensely grateful that you saved me 3 times. However, I cannot accept your current state. You just mentioned that you still have a year left. Why not shine brightly during this remaining time? His tone grew impassioned. Do you know why my codename is Liu Guang? Lu Xiao shook his head. Sorry. I'm not interested. Liu Guang felt a twinge of discomfort from Lu Xiao's dismissal, but continued. If the world falls into darkness, humanity needs light. I am willing to be that ray of light, even if it is but a fleeting glimpse. His fervent words stirred the hearts of those present. Yet, Lu Xiao's confusion could not be alleviated by mere rhetoric. He glanced at Liu Guang without uttering a word. Fei Biao, witnessing this exchange, felt a headache coming on. He knew more than Liu Guang and the others. His concern lay in Lu Xiao's choices. If Lu Xiao opted to seek answers, even if only entertained the thought, the warden would undoubtedly eliminate him. Although Lu Xiao was formidable, if the warden wished to erase him, it would not be a difficult task. He did not want Lu Xiao to face such a fate. It would be unjust. He scratched the back of his head, feeling an itch. Mr. Liu, have you consulted the prison doctor about this? Hearing Fei Biao's question, Lu Xiao abruptly lifted his head. Recognizing his reaction, Fei Biao continued. It is evident that you are engulfed in confusion and in need of a wise counsel. I believe the prison doctor would be more than willing to assume that role. Chapter 33. The surgery to cure kidney deficiency. A glimmer of light sparked in Lu Xiao's vacant eyes. It must be said that Fei Biao's words resonated deeply with him. After all the chatter, no one had quite hit the nail on the head. He sprang to his feet. I apologize, but I shall not entertain you any longer. I need to see my friend. After Lu Xiao departed, Huaido patted Liu Guang on the shoulder. Brother, I must say, your earlier words stirred my blood. I shall refer to you as the passionate boy. Liu Guang wore a face of exasperation. Fei Biao scratched the back of his head. He hoped the prison doctor could guide Lu Xiao toward the right decision. As for the prison doctor's thoughts, Fei Biao could only speculate. After all, they were different beings. Only someone as peculiar as Lu Xiao could truly engage with the prison doctor. Lu, what brings you here? The prison doctor was currently diagnosing an unfortunate patient. Lu, just a moment. Let me assess this poor patient first. On the operating table lay a man clad in a yellow vest, struggling in a state of sheer terror. As a material resource, his purpose was to provide data for the research staff at the facility or to serve as a sacrifice to fulfill some bizarre containment conditions. Let me go. I'm not sick. I am perfectly healthy. The prison doctor's beak opened and closed, emitting a distressing sound. The patient claims he is healthy. You must trust my diagnosis. Friend, trust me. You are indeed unwell. As he spoke, the prison doctor extended a finger and gently sliced it across the patient's chest. Instantly, flesh and fabric parted, blood oozing from a wound. The prison doctor dipped his finger into the patient's blood, bringing it to his beak to sniff delicately. Friend, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The patient was momentarily taken aback. Good news? The prison doctor nodded and replied. The good news is, you are indeed ill. Upon hearing this, the patient became agitated. What kind of good news is that? The prison doctor did not respond to his question, but continued. The bad news is, your illness is not serious. A minor surgery will suffice for your recovery. The patient visibly relaxed at this declaration. It was the best news he had heard all day. However, Lu Xiao detected a hint of regret in the prison doctor's tone. He moved closer to the operating table. Prison doctor, what ailment does this unfortunate patient suffer from? The prison doctor sighed. He merely suffers from slight kidney deficiency. Oh dear, that is indeed not a grave issue. Lu Xiao expressed his sympathy. Although it was regrettable, the prison doctor's medical ethics were beyond question. He swiftly proceeded with the surgery, first flipping the patient over before making an incision near the patient's waist. As the prison doctor carried out the operation, he engaged Lu Xiao in conversation. Lu, minor ailments like kidney deficiency can be resolved with a simple surgical procedure. As he spoke, Xiao listened intently. Even the original purpose has been forgotten. A sound akin to the cry of a slaughtered pig emanated from the surgical table. The prison doctor abruptly halted his actions. "Lu, it seems I have neglected to administer anesthesia once again." Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. He swiftly rendered the unfortunate patient unconscious before inquiring, "Doctor, where are we in our discussion?" The prison doctor nodded and resumed the topic. Conditions like kidney deficiency can be eradicated with just a minor operation. Xiao played the role of the straight man. "What manner of minor surgery do you speak of?" As they conversed, the doctor had already grasped a dark red mass in his hand. Upon closer inspection, Xiao realized it was indeed a kidney. The doctor's sharp laughter echoed in the air. "A nephrectomy." At this revelation, Xiao experienced a moment of clarity. "Doctor, does his other kidney also suffer from deficiency?" The doctor nodded with satisfaction. "Lu, you have already learned to draw inferences from one instance. Should you choose the path of medicine, you shall undoubtedly become a great physician." Thus, they embarked on an academic exchange. Meanwhile, the unfortunate patient lay there, having had both kidneys removed without anesthesia. After stitching up the unfortunate soul, Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow. "A successful operation. The patient shall no longer be troubled by kidney deficiency. I am certain he will express his gratitude to you, doctor." The doctor's beak-like mouth flapped excitedly, and he appeared somewhat agitated. "Lu, have you truly no desire to pursue medicine? I have a premonition that if you embark on this journey, you will soon surpass me." Xiao shook his head in refusal. "Not all, my friend. In truth, I sought you out because I find myself in a state of confusion." Upon hearing this, the doctor fell silent for a moment. "Speak your mind. Perhaps I can assist you." Xiao nodded. "It concerns the curse that haunts me. A miraculous mirror has revealed that to resolve the curse, one must sacrifice the entire present world." The doctor seemed unfazed and shifted the topic. "So, my friend, do you wish to sacrifice the entire world?" Xiao was once again engulfed in uncertainty. "I do not know." The doctor extended his hand, resting it on Xiao's head. "Lu, you must confront your inner self. Now, tell me, are you willing to sacrifice the entire world for the answers you seek?" Instinctively, Xiao shook his head. The doctor's voice bore a note of reassurance. "My friend, you have already made a choice, have you not?" Xiao was taken aback and looked up at the towering doctor. In the presence of the 3-meter-tall physician, he felt like a bewildered child. The doctor withdrew his hand. "Lu, deep down, you do not wish to exchange the present world for the answers you seek. You are not confused. Rather, you harbor a certain fear of the future. It is this fear that clouds your mind." Hearing the doctor's words, Xiao fell into contemplation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "But I do not wish to become a mindless, instinct-driven mass of flesh. That thought repulses me." The doctor's sharp voice tinged with disappointment responded, "My friend, have you completely forgotten my medical advice? That miraculous mirror is merely a shortcut in your quest for answers. In the future, there may be even more such shortcuts. Yet, you are entangled in this one, wasting the precious time you hardly possess." At this, Xiao felt a jolt of realization. The doctor had intended for him to seek a solution to the curse in the present world, while Xiao had subconsciously believed that the omniscient mirror was the answer he sought. Clarity washed over him. "I apologize, my friend. It is I who have failed to heed your medical counsel." Chapter 34. The Sacrificer. Dante the doctor gazed down at Xiao. "I forgive you, my friend. So, do you wish to study medicine with me?" Xiao nodded. "My friend, once I resolve my own curse, I will certainly come to study medicine with you." The doctor nodded, no longer fixated on the matter. "By the way, do you know the detailed usage of the bone spur Ivan gave you?" Xiao responded affirmatively. "I inserted it into my thigh, and the effect was quite remarkable." The doctor nodded with a smile. "When you sense danger, try inserting it into your heart. Perhaps it will yield unexpected surprises." Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He promptly retrieved the bone spur, eager to test it. The doctor, witnessing this, spoke with a note of alarm. "Lu, promise me you won't experiment recklessly." Although Xiao remained curious about the nature of the surprise, he was a man who followed medical advice and decisively abandoned the idea. "Understood, doctor. I will wait until I am in danger to try it." The doctor finally sighed in relief. "Lu, you truly are a madman." Xiao replied earnestly. "Doctor, I have never doubted your diagnosis, but I assure you, I am not mad. The moment Lu Xiao returned to his containment chamber, the voice of the doctor echoed from all around. 292, in half an hour. Someone will come to take you for a containment task. Upon hearing this, a look of delight spread across Lu Xiao's face. A task right after returning? At that moment, Lu Xiao wished to remain in the present world at all times. He organized his belongings, awaiting the staff to fetch him. In truth, the only item he needed to prepare was the bone spur. He affixed it to the area of his chest closest to his heart, in order to avoid being caught unprepared by any bizarre occurrences akin to marionettes. Lu Xiao unconditionally trusted the doctor's words, except for the notion that he was mad. As anticipated, a researcher clad in a white lab coat soon arrived and rang his doorbell. Lu Xiao followed the staff member to an elevator. The researcher produced a headset and handed it to Lu Xiao. 292. This is an accessibility communicator. You must wear it at all times. Lu Xiao accepted the headset and donned it. The researcher then retrieved a watch. This is a system carrier specifically for the jailer, fully equipped with functionalities. The doctor will explain its usage to you. Lu Xiao took the watch and put it on, then turned to the researcher. Why am I the only one? The researcher shook his head. It was arranged by the doctor. With this, Lu Xiao ceased to pursue further inquiries. Only after witnessing Lu Xiao where the watch did the staff member direct his attention to the elevator's access control system. Iris verification successful. Identity: C-level researcher Li Haichuan. Thank you for your contributions to humanity. A synthesized voice emanated from a system. The elevator doors slowly opened. Li Haichuan looked at Lu Xiao. Ascend in the elevator. Someone will be there to assist you. Lu Xiao nodded and stepped into the elevator. The elevator ascended smoothly. When the doors opened again, they had arrived at an underground parking lot. Lu Xiao exited the elevator and glanced around. The parking lot was eerily empty, save for an ambulance parked a short distance away, emblazoned with the words "the first psychiatric hospital of Modu." Just then, the ambulance's lights flashed, and Lu Xiao heard the doctor's voice in his ear. 292, get into that ambulance. Lu Xiao opened the passenger door. The driver, a scruffy middle-aged man, squinted at Lu Xiao while puffing on a cigarette. Sequence 292, I've read your file. Lu Xiao offered a friendly smile. Hello, I am Lu Xiao. The middle-aged man started the vehicle and replied, my codename is Devil, but you can call me Dante. Lu Xiao nodded. Mr. Dante. Don Ding turned his head in surprise and cast a glance at Lu Xiao. He did not expect such politeness from him, as he appeared to be unlike a typical human living in the dark prison. Lu Xiao chose not to respond to this remark, but instead inquired, Mr. Dante, what is the mission we are undertaking this time? With one hand resting on the steering wheel and the other pinching a cigarette, Dante flicked the ash away, which fell beside Lu Xiao's hand. He did not answer Lu Xiao's question immediately, but introduced himself instead. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a sacrifice of the guarding prisoner organization, which you may understand as mere cannon fodder. Unlike those main soldiers, we sacrifices primarily engage in the containment of bizarre entities that harbor malicious intent towards humanity. These include monsters and various supernatural beings. He took a deep drag from his cigarette. Typically, our containment targets are ghosts. As he spoke, he opened the armrest compartment and retrieved a handgun, handing it to Lu Xiao. The bullets in this gun are infused with mercury, capable of inflicting slight harm on those bizarre creatures. During their conversation, the ambulance had already exited the parking lot. Dante greeted the parking lot security guard before turning his attention back to Lu Xiao. By the way, do you mind if I smoke? Lu Xiao shook his head, indicating that he did not mind. Dante lit another cigarette. If you do mind, then hold it in for a while. Since Lu Xiao had entered the vehicle, Dante had smoked 2 cigarettes consecutively without a pause. Lu Xiao frowned. Mr. Dante, I believe such smoking habits are detrimental to your health. Dante shrugged. I am merely cannon fodder. What does my health matter? Lu Xiao shook his head, speaking earnestly. I have a friend known as Yu-E. You might want to consult him for a diagnosis. I suspect your lungs are in trouble. Dante took another drag and replied nonchalantly, that guy, Yu-E has already diagnosed me. He said I have lung cancer and that a minor operation will cure me. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Yu-E's medical skills are undoubtedly reliable. So, have you undergone that minor operation? Dante grinned. I asked him what kind of operation it was. And do you know what he said? He told me it was a lobectomy. It seemed that this statement amused him, as Dante laughed heartily. Lu Xiao maintained a serious expression. Yu-E's diagnosis is sound. Just recently, I personally witnessed him perform surgery on a patient suffering from kidney deficiency. That fortunate patient will no longer be troubled by their kidney issues. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's earnest nonsense, Dantang's lips twitched involuntarily. No wonder you can get along with that guy. Chapter 35. The Orange Taxi. Dantang appeared quite informed about Lu Xiao's background, even aware of his good relationship with you. 292. What kinds of monsters have you encountered in the dark prison? Dantang flicked the ash from his cigarette. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. Too many. Pick one that you find exciting to share. Dantang, with a cigarette between his lips, said. Lu Xiao, nodding, recounted. I once encountered a beautiful lady. We merely exchanged glances, and then she crawled out from my abdomen. Dantang was taken aback, the ash falling onto his collar without him realizing. Is it really that thrilling? Lu Xiao nodded, with an expression as if savoring the moment. Indeed, it was quite thrilling. Dantang smacked his lips. And then what happened? Did you die? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's mind momentarily froze. He turned his head to look at Dantang with a peculiar expression. Dantang also paused for a second before bursting into laughter. Ha! I seem to have asked a pointless question. So what happened to that beautiful lady in the end? Lu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. I don't know. She disappeared after crawling out of my abdomen. Dantang chuckled lightly. What a shame that the story has no continuation. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a pity. Anything else worth hearing? Dantang took a deep drag from his cigarette and shook his head. No need. I fear I might wet my pants in my sleep if I hear any more. Lu Xiao nodded and returned to the initial topic. So, Mr. Dantang, what is our mission this time? Dantang replied in a flat tone. This time, the mission involves a taxi. A taxi? Dantang nodded. Yes, a taxi. Recently, numerous individuals have vanished after getting into that taxi. Lu Xiao contemplated for a moment. So our objective is to contain this taxi? Dantang nodded noncommittally. The mission's goal is to investigate where the people who boarded that taxi ended up, and then contain the taxi. As they spoke, the ambulance had already reached a secluded road. Dantang stopped the vehicle and then addressed Lu Xiao. 292. Forget it. Calling you by your number is too cumbersome. I'll just call you bro. Only those researchers prefer to use numbers. Lu Xiao shrugged casually. Bro, let's park the car here and wait for that taxi by the roadside. After the two exited the vehicle, Dantang opened the hood, feigning a broken-down car. He discarded the cigarette butt and lit another one. For this mission, the guarding prisoner's system had no recorded information, so once we get in the car, we will have to adapt to the situation. Before long, an orange taxi slowly approached the two. Dantang raised his hand to hail the taxi. Lu Xiao scrutinized it carefully, detecting an eerie odor from the vehicle. At that moment, Dantang opened the back door. Bro, do you want to sit in the back or in the front? Lu Xiao headed straight for the front seat. Dantang shrugged and took a seat in the back. As soon as they got into the car, the door closed automatically and locked. Without waiting for them to state their destination, the vehicle began to move slowly. Dantang exhaled a puff of smoke. Driver, we haven't even told you where to go yet. The driver, an unremarkable middle-aged man, slowly turned his head, his expression eerily asking, Where do you want to go? Dantang casually provided an address and resumed smoking. Lu Xiao turned his gaze to the window, seemingly lost in thought. After about 10 minutes of driving, music suddenly filled the car, a rather cheesy love song. Lu Xiao twitched his mouth. Driver, how about changing the song? The driver's eerie voice replied. My wife loved it when I sang this song for her while she was alive. Lu Xiao pressed the button to skip the song. Sorry, but I have no interest in your deceased wife. The atmosphere became awkward. Dantang coughed in the back, choking on the smoke to the point of tears. Hey, don't ruin this eerie atmosphere, he internally shouted. The driver switched the song back, and with the cheesy melody playing, he began to speak again. My wife was very beautiful. Snap. Lu Xiao pressed the skip button again, his deadpan gaze fixed on the driver. No matter how beautiful she was, she is dead. I have no interest in the deceased. Snap. The driver switched back to the song, just as he was about to speak. Lu Xiao pressed the button again. The driver turned to Lu Xiao, his expression inscrutable. Lu Xiao offered him a friendly smile. How about telling me more about your beautiful wife? I suddenly find myself interested. This time, the driver did not change the song, but instead shut off the music player entirely. My wife was very beautiful. As he spoke, that cheesy love song began to play again out of nowhere. Seeing this, Lu Xiao became curious. Driver, how are you managing that? Why does that cursed melody resonate, as if it were echoing in my ears? The music abruptly ceased, and the driver, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Can you please refrain from interrupting me? It is quite impolite, you know. Dante's hand, clutching a cigarette, trembled slightly. At that moment, his face was stained with tear tracks. Xiao hastily nodded, offering a smile, tinged with remorse. You speak. You speak. I assure you I won't interrupt again. The driver displayed a peculiar grin. My wife is stunning. Simultaneously, the music resumed. After uttering this line, the driver cast a glance at Xiao, observing that Xiao had no intention of interrupting. He continued, she is as noble as a swan. So, you consider yourself a toad? Xiao could not resist interjecting. Dante's forehead twitched with veins bulging, his eyes bloodshot. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a jarring sound. The driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. He turned to Xiao, his temple throbbing. Xiao quickly apologized. Sorry. Truly sorry. I will never interrupt you again. I promise. Upon hearing this, the driver resumed driving the taxi. Concurrently, the driver's voice intertwined with the music. She is as noble as a swan. I am merely a humble taxi driver. My friends say we are incompatible. However, I believe that as long as I devote myself wholeheartedly to her, she will surely be moved. After my relentless pursuit, she finally agreed to marry me. Yet post-marriage, I discovered she still had contact with her ex, but I love her too much to let her go. Hence, I can only pretend not to see. Drawing a pistol and aiming it at the driver's head, the knife halted just an inch from Xiao's chest. An invisible aura emanated from Xiao. The driver brandished a sharp knife, emitting a piercing shriek. Damn it, I've tolerated you for long enough. With that, the knife lunged towards Xiao's heart. Chapter 36. Flesh Engine. Xiao stared with vacant eyes, watching the blade approach. In the back seat, Dante reacted swiftly, drawing a pistol and aiming it at the driver's head. The knife halted just an inch from Xiao's chest. An invisible aura emanated from Xiao, exerting a suppressive force over the driver that rendered him motionless. Xiao's lips curled into a benevolent smile. Friend, why resort to violence when we can converse? Xiao shook his head. Not yet. There's likely a larger fish. He then spoke kindly to the driver. Do not fear. I shall not devour you. I was blind to your greatness. At that moment, he realized that these two were clearly predators. Regret washed over him. Dante picked up a half-burned cigarette that had fallen into his lap. Is that all there is to it? He had not anticipated the simplicity of this containment task. Xiao shook his head. Not yet. There's likely a larger fish. He then spoke kindly to the driver. Do not fear. I shall not devour you. The driver nodded numbly. Xiao grinned. Now, take us to the place you intended to lead us. Upon hearing Xiao's words, he never imagined that by merely picking up a hapless soul, he would encounter a formidable being capable of consuming anomalies. The true misfortune lay with him. What became of the humans who boarded your car? The driver hesitated, glancing nervously at Xiao. Xiao snorted lightly. Though I have never consumed low-tier anomalies, should you dare to lie, I would not hesitate to sample the flavor of low-tier anomalies. The driver's response sent a shiver down his spine. He never imagined that by merely picking up a hapless soul, he would encounter a formidable being capable of consuming anomalies. The true misfortune lay with him. Their corpses were fed to this taxi. Dante was taken aback by the driver's revelation. Fed to the car? Xiao remained silent, merely fixing the driver with a piercing gaze. The driver, feeling unnerved under Xiao's scrutiny, hastily added, It is true. This car is an anomalous object, even within their own anomalous circles. The driver quaked as he muttered, I dare not lie. I dare not lie. They were indeed all killed by me. Their corpses were fed to this taxi. Dante was taken aback by the driver's revelation. Fed to the car? Xiao remained silent. Dense veins resembled fuel lines, creating a terrifying spectacle. At that moment, the flesh engine quivered slightly, akin to the heartbeat of the vehicle. Dante inhaled sharply. I can show you. Dante glanced at Xiao, who nodded in agreement. The driver opened the car door and approached the front, lifting the hood. The gaze of Xiao and Dante fell upon the engine compartment beneath the hood. Instead of a mechanical engine, it housed a grotesque mass of flesh. Dense veins resembled fuel lines, creating a terrifying spectacle. At that moment, the flesh engine quivered slightly, akin to the heartbeat of the vehicle. Dante inhaled sharply. What an exquisite little oddity. The driver trembled as he spoke. This vehicle now requires flesh and blood for propulsion. I have no choice but to hunt some humans. Dante looked at Xiao. What do you make of this? Lu Xiao pondered before responding. No, there is another anomalous scent, and it is enticing enough to make my mouth water. He then turned to the driver. Where did you acquire this vehicle? The driver blurted, in prison. I found this car in prison and then drove it into this world full of humans. Upon hearing this, Dante's expression grew grave. Are you suggesting this vehicle can traverse freely between the abyss and the living world? If it possesses such capability, it would be terrifying. The driver shook his head. No, I inadvertently arrived in the living world and have been unable to return. The car only began requiring flesh for propulsion after arriving here. It did not need it while in the abyss. Dante looked at Lu Xiao. Is he lying? Lu Xiao shook his head, remaining silent. He was contemplating another matter. Upon first encountering this vehicle, he had detected 3 distinct scents emanating from it. He pointed at the orange taxi. One scent belongs to this car. Besides the driver's scent, there's another that makes my mouth water. It must belong to a high-ranking individual, indicating that the driver is not the true owner of this vehicle. Lu Xiao analyzed calmly. Initially, I thought this driver was merely a servant for that being. Hence, I mentioned there was likely a larger fish, but now it seems otherwise. Lu Xiao was not overly concerned with whether the driver was lying or not. In the presence of those at a higher station, the peculiarities of the lowly cannot conceal the truth. The driver in question epitomizes the most base kind of peculiarity. In the past, during his time in the dark prison, such oddities would not have garnered a second glance from Lu Xiao. Dante pondered for a moment. My friend, what shall we do next? Lu Xiao scratched his head. Let us return and consult Dr. Xianxing first. Dante nodded and subsequently activated the communicator. Doctor, this is Dante. The mission has been accomplished. The voice of the doctor resonated from the device. Excellent, well done. Bring 292 back with you. Dante acknowledged with a nod and turned to Lu Xiao. The doctor has instructed us to return first. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and pointed to the driver. What should we do with this peculiar individual? Lu Xiao stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment, then broke into a genial smile. I will drive this vehicle back. You take the ambulance. Dante nodded without hesitation. Inside the vehicle, the driver lamented, What happened to your beautiful wife? He wore a face laden with sorrow. She has passed away. Didn't you say she was as noble as a swan? I am but a toad. Lu Xiao replied, speechless. Chapter 37. Stuck on Subject 2 in the C-03 containment facility. An orange taxi was parked within a containment chamber. The doctor circled the taxi several times before turning to the driver, who was cowering behind Lu Xiao. What peculiar traits does this vehicle possess? The man clad in a lab coat and sporting monocles instilled a sense of fear in the driver. Lu Xiao grasped the driver firmly. The doctor is inquiring about you. It is quite rude not to respond. The driver nodded vigorously. Sir, I cannot articulate the vehicle's characteristics. He proceeded to recount the details he had shared with Lu Xiao and the others once more. After listening to the entire narrative, the doctor adjusted his monocle. Did it emerge from the dark prison? This information alerted the doctor to a discrepancy. As the highest authority of the C-03 containment facility, he was acutely aware that the creatures within the dark prison could only access the real world through a singular portal. The warden's duty was to guard this door, preventing the peculiar entities from entering the realm of the living. Each containment facility was tasked with safeguarding a portal. An assistant provided the doctor with a set of data. Doctor, in the past decade, the number of anomalies appearing in the real world has been increasing exponentially each year. He handed the tablet to the doctor. The doctor examined it closely. This data was retrieved from the system. The doctor returned the tablet to the assistant and turned to Lu Xiao. 292. Have you only recently been near the portal? Lu Xiao shook his head. Not at all. My activities within the dark prison were quite confined. Before you found me, I had not encountered any other humans. I had never seen that glowing door either. The doctor nodded and instructed his assistant. Bring a test subject. Soon, a test subject clad in a yellow vest, blindfolded, was escorted in by 2 elite wardens. The doctor addressed the driver. How did you feed this vehicle previously? He used the term feed. The driver glanced at Lu Xiao as if seeking his approval. Lu Xiao smiled broadly. Let us proceed, as the doctor suggests. Upon hearing this, the driver quickly nodded and approached the back of the vehicle to open the trunk. Lu Xiao and the doctor followed suit. With a loud bang, the trunk was opened. Lu Xiao's gaze fell inside, where a grotesque, terrifying mouth was the only occupant. The doctor calmly stated, push the test subject inside. The elite soldiers maneuvered the unfortunate test subject forward. blinded and unable to see. He could not quell the primal fear that compelled him to struggle. Soon, a chilling sound of chewing echoed, accompanied by the roar of an engine resembling that of an American V8. Lu Xiao stroked his chin. A taxi with such a roar reminds me of an apt metaphor. Ruburiding adok. The driver cautiously interjected, actually. Its appearance can change at will. Lu Xiao's interest was piqued. Quick, demonstrate. The vehicle writhed, its shape beginning to transform. Before long, the taxi morphed into a brand new IMA electric scooter. On the back seat of that scooter, a grotesque mouth continued to open and close. Lu Xiao's lips twitched in disbelief. This is what you can conjure. The driver trembled as he replied, I've only driven these 2 types of vehicles in my lifetime. No wonder your beautiful wife still keeps in touch with her ex. The doctor adjusted his monocle. What are the operational procedures? The driver promptly responded, sit in the driver's seat and envisioned the desired transformation, paying attention to every detail. Just then, Dante, who had remained silent for a while, suddenly rubbed his hands together. Everyone, I have a dream. I've always wanted to experience the thrill of driving a luxury car. He glanced at the doctor, a hint of grievance in his voice. Doctor, our wages as wardens are far too low. I can barely afford cigarettes. Could you possibly raise this issue with the higher-ups? The doctor's forehead twitched in irritation as he shot back. Nonsense. The wages of wardens have remained unchanged for years. Have you ever considered the reasons behind that? Dante climbed onto the IMA electric scooter. In an instant, the vehicle began to writhe slowly. Soon, it transformed into a mass of flesh enveloping Dante. Before long, the mass had expanded into a 7-meter diameter blob. The flesh began to morph, first into 4 wheels, then the body of the vehicle. Ultimately, it took the form of a car. The metallic sheen began to shine through. In less than 2 minutes, the IMA electric scooter had transformed into an imposing Raptor pickup truck. Dante gripped the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator. The engine roared fiercely, filling the room with a wave of heat. Dante exclaimed ecstatically, Ha! American V8! To hell with environmentalism. Lu Xiao pointed at the wildly laughing Dante. See, if you had such a vehicle, your beautiful wife would delete her ex's contact information overnight. The driver appeared enlightened. Doctor, may I take it for a spin? Dante shouted excitedly toward the doctor. The doctor adjusted his monocle, then opened the back door and sat inside. Seeing the doctor had boarded, Lu Xiao also opened the passenger door. On the streets of Modu, an eye-catching pickup truck idled at a traffic light. Dante occasionally pressed the accelerator, causing the engine's roar to turn heads among pedestrians. What kind of car is this? I've never seen one before. Such a handsome pickup. Indeed, a pickup truck is the epitome of a man's romance. If my husband had such a vehicle, I wouldn't even think of contacting my poor ex. The driver, seated beside the doctor, listened to the comments of passers-by, tears streaming down his face. Dante donned an extravagant pair of sunglasses, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. This is exhilarating. I have no regrets in life. Lu Xiao, watching intently, felt a twinge of desire. Ahem, doctor, may I take the wheel? The doctor's calm voice floated from the back seat. Go ahead. With reluctance, Dante exchanged seats with Lu Xiao. The vehicle's spacious interior allowed them to complete the swap effortlessly. My friend, do you possess a driver's license? Dans soudain répondait à grave question. His brow furrowed with concern. Lu Xiao recalled carefully, I didn't pass. I believe I got stuck on the second subject. As they spoke, the red light transformed into green. Chapter 38. The vehicle and the driver, the doctor, reacted swiftly, fastening his seatbelt before Lu Xiao could press the accelerator. Amidst the roar of the engine, the front of the pickup truck surged upward, then shot forward like a released arrow. Caught unprepared, Dante and the driver were instantly struck with fear. Dante clutched at his seatbelt, unable to secure it. Hey, slow down. I am terrified. The driver, more experienced, clung tightly to the front seat, pressing his body against it. The doctor's face remained expressionless, yet the veins on the back of his hand bulged, clearly exerting tremendous effort. Dante, oblivious to the cigarette that fell from his mouth, shouted frantically, Stop! Stop! Oh no, I want my pants! Outside, 2 police officers witnessed the scene and immediately pursued in their vehicle. Uncle Wong, whose vehicle is this? How dare they race on the streets of Modu? The young officer could not help but comment. In the front passenger seat, Uncle Wong, holding a thermos, expressed his irritation. Is there no law left? Is there no justice? Racing here, Call for backup now. In an instant, the streets filled with the blaring of sirens. Countless police cars appeared on the roadway. Xiao grasped the steering wheel. Oh no, it seems we've caused an accident. The doctor's voice came from behind. 292, pull over. Xiao pondered for a moment, his tone heavy. Doctor, I suddenly recalled a painful experience. I got stuck on the parallel parking section in my driving test. Doctor? Dante. Driver. On a desolate, uninhabited road outside Mo. The relentless roar of the engine continued. A dazzling pickup truck led the way, trailed closely by a swarm of police vehicles. The cacophony of sirens, engine roars, and tires screeching against the pavement melded into a singular sound. Suddenly, the leading pickup truck appeared a glitch, its body flickering before it vanished in a thin air. When the pickup truck reappeared, it was within a containment cell at Site C03. The door opened, and Dante, trembling, leaned against the door as he slowly descended the vehicle. Next, the doctor exited, followed by Xiao, and finally, the driver emerged from the driver's seat. The doctor adjusted his monocle and addressed Xiao. You drove quite well, but perhaps refrain from doing so in the future. Xiao, with a sincere expression, replied, Thank you, doctor, for acknowledging my driving skills. At this, the doctor's eye twitched. The driver, still shaken, trembled uncontrollably. The doctor whispered to his assistant, Document this. Subject 302. The vehicle requires flesh or anomalous energy as a power source. Possesses the ability to teleport between 2 points. Containment condition, a suitable parking space. The assistant nodded, swiftly recording on his tablet. Subject 302. Vehicle, containment level, target ability, teleportation, containment condition, a suitable parking space, combat capability, non-combat anomalous. Once the assistant uploaded the information, the doctor turned his attention to the driver. As for you, you are unqualified for containment. Eradicate him on the spot. The doctor's tone was flat, but it sent the driver into a state of terror. He pleaded, Sir, I haven't done anything wrong. Xiao, puzzled, interjected, But didn't you kill many people? The driver shook his head vigorously. No, I only eliminated those with wicked hearts. The reason I spoke of my beautiful wife in the car was to test their character. At this moment, the assistant leaned in and whispered to the doctor, Sir, we've retrieved the data on the missing individuals from the taxi incident. They were all criminals. The doctor nodded and remarked coolly, Yet you still killed people. According to the Warden's regulations, you should be classified as a Class D containment object. However, you lack containment value. He adjusted his monocle. Unless you can provide me with a reason for your containment. For instance, do you possess any special abilities? His eyes were devoid of emotion as they coldly scrutinized the driver. The driver hastily looked to Xiao for help. Xiao shrugged. What do you want from me? I'm merely a containment object. As he spoke, he pulled out a badge from his pocket and donned it. The badge read, Subject 292, the Lost. This was something Xiao had crafted himself out of boredom, the materials procured from the staff. The doctor, upon seeing this, instructed his staff, Document that 292 has developed a sense of belonging to the containment facility. The assistant promptly updated Xiao's records. Then, the doctor's gaze returned to the driver, who was momentarily speechless. I can drive. Yes, I can drive. As soon as the words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the room. The driver was on the verge of tears. The world is too dangerous. I want to return to the dark prison. Xiao placed a reassuring hand on the driver's shoulder, exhaling deeply. It seems you are about to reunite with your beautiful wife. He then flicked his badge with a hint of pride on his face. That expression seemed to convey, See, I belong to an organization. At that moment, Dante approached. Hey, brother, promise me, if you see your beautiful wife again, don't be a simp. The driver's tears began to flow freely, vowing that he had never cried so decisively when his beautiful wife left him. Just then, the doctor's voice rang out. Congratulations, driver. Your ability has rendered you valuable. Document this. Subject 303. Driver. Containment level. Never mind S. The doctor pushed up his monocle and inquired, Driver, do you have any conditions? Upon hearing this, the driver shook his head frantically. At that moment, he dared not voice any conditions. The doctor nodded, Handle the rest as you see fit. With that, he turned and exited the containment cell. The assistant quickly recorded the information. Subject 303. Driver. Containment level. S. Target ability. proficient in operating vehicles, containment condition, must have a vehicle to drive, combat capability, under investigation. After uploading the driver's information to the warden system, the assistant bid farewell to Lu Xiao and Dante before departing. Lu Xiao, with a solemn expression, addressed the driver. Now we are comrades. Chapter 39. Subject 097. The cursed toy gun. The driver nearly lost his balance, almost collapsing to the ground. It all felt like a dream. Within a single day, he had faced 3 life-and-death moments. First, being baited by Lu Xiao. Second, riding in the car driven by Lu Xiao. And finally, the closest encounter with death. Don't lie a cigarette. Brother, I need to go change my pants. Next time there's a mission, I'll apply to bring you along. Lu Xiao nodded, then seemed to recall something. Mr. Dante, have you truly considered visiting the prison doctor for that little procedure? Dante nearly choked on Lu Xiao's words. He turned and waved his hand dismissively. The driver, unsurprisingly, passed the box experiment. In the course of 7 days, regardless of the provocations posed by the external supplies, he never stepped outside the first room. On the day of the box experiment, Lu Xiao personally crafted a nameplate for him. The moment the driver received the nameplate, he hung it around his neck and never took it off. Lu Xiao was also a person who could not remain idle. During this time, with no tasks to attend to, he frequently sought out the driver for conversation. From the driver, he learned that they belonged to the same era of humanity. As for the driver's beautiful wife, she had indeed left him for a former lover. When asked how the driver ended up in the dark prison, he stammered and could not clearly articulate the circumstances. Much like Lu Xiao, the driver seemed to have lost his memory. He had no recollection of what transpired during that time. He simply woke up to find himself in the dark prison. However, there were differences between them. Lu Xiao remained human, whereas the driver had already transformed into an otherworldly being. This fact had been confirmed by the doctor. Lu, I am delighted to see you emerging so swiftly, the prison doctor remarked, seated upon a chair sculpted from bones. Lu Xiao patted the driver's shoulder. Allow me to introduce my newly acquainted friend, the driver. The driver sat trembling in his chair, unable to quell his fear in the presence of the towering figure adorned with a bird-like mask. The aura emanating from another skeletal figure also sent shivers down his spine. Ivan's voice resonated from within Lu Xiao. Lu, I have heard from the prison doctor. Congratulations on making the right choice. You truly are a kind human who appreciates art. Lu Xiao felt a touch of embarrassment at Ivan's praise. No. On the path to uncovering the truth, some stumbles are inevitable. Thankfully, with the doctor's guidance, I might have avoided straying onto the wrong path. The doctor nodded, visibly pleased. He then turned his gaze towards the visibly anxious driver. My friend, you seem to be afraid? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao hurriedly reassured him. Driver, do not fear. These two are my friends. They're very kind. Beings? A sharp laugh erupted, the sound belonging to the prison doctor. Ivan, it appears our friend harbors some apprehension towards us. The flickering soul fire in Ivan's eyes danced momentarily. Friend, are you frightened of us? The driver dared not respond, merely shaking his head vigorously, inwardly lamenting. The present world is too perilous. I wish to return to the dark prison. Lu Xiao observed this scene with a hint of exasperation. Apologetically, he addressed the doctor and Ivan. I apologize. My friend may have caught a chill and is feeling somewhat unwell. I shall take him back to rest for now, and will visit you both later. The doctor's beak-like mouth opened and closed, emitting a harsh sound. Lu, have you forgotten? I am exceptional physician. Allow me to conduct a physical examination for this friend. Lu Xiao's eyes brightened as he turned to the driver. Do not worry, my friend is a doctor of great ethical standing and remarkable skill. If you fall ill, do not hesitate to seek him out. Just then, Lu Xiao seemed to recall something and hastily added, rest assured, his consultations are free. Upon hearing this, the driver shook his head more vigorously than a rattle. No, that's not necessary. I might just have had a poor night's sleep. He certainly did not dare allow this doctor to examine him. When Lu Xiao brought him to see the doctor, he had already seen the doctor's information displayed on the small screen outside the door. The doctor expressed a hint of regret. What a pity. Friend, if you feel unwell in any way, do remember to seek me out. I assure you, it will be complimentary. The driver wished he would never have to see the doctor's bird-masked face again, nor that skeletal frame. Once Lu Xiao left with the driver, Ivan's voice emerged from within the doctor. Doctor, have you sensed that aura? The doctor nodded. Indeed, I have detected a scent emanating from the depths of the dark prison. It seems this new friend is anything but ordinary. Ivan's voice resonated once more. I am concerned about Lou. The doctor shook his head. There is no need for concern. In the research facility, an assistant entered the doctor's office, cradling a lead box. Doctor, the cursed revolver of sequence 097 has arrived. The doctor, holding a tablet, nodded. Let's contain it for now. The tablet displayed information regarding the cursed revolver of sequence 097. Sequence number 097, cursed toy gun. Containment level S. Target abilities: penetration, destruction, corruption, curse, containment conditions. Must be stored in a lead container. No physical contact permitted. Combat capability: non-combat entity. This containment item had long been neglected in the U-01 containment facility, as its terrifying side effects rendered it unsuitable for combat. Upon learning of Lu Xiao's formidable cellular activity, the doctor developed a keen interest in this containment item. He was curious whether Lu Xiao's cellular vitality could counteract the revolver side effects. After setting down the tablet, the doctor glanced at a massive petri dish beside his desk, within which Lu Xiao's hematopoietic stem cells were being cultivated. The cells, once minuscule, had now grown to the size of a fist, coalescing into a grotesque mass of flesh, still writhing incessantly. At this moment, the tablet emitted a synthetic system sound. The roundtable conference is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. Chapter 40. The Warden and the Director. The Roundtable Conference is the highest-level meeting of the Guardian Organization, presided over by the Executive Management Council, with members of the High Office in attendance. It is a multi-participant meeting formed through virtual holographic technology. Leaders from all containment facilities across the human world are mandated to participate in this meeting. The preparation time for the Roundtable Conference is 1 hour. During this period, all leaders of containment facilities must immediately cease their activities to attend the meeting. The doctor adjusted his white coat and meticulously polished his non-existent monocle. Once he had completed these preparations, he sat quietly in his office chair, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your contributions to humanity. A melodious female voice resonated in the ears of every participant in the Roundtable Conference. The doctor slowly opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. At that moment, he found himself within an edifice reminiscent of a temple. Before him lay a massive circular conference table, and overhead loomed a chaotic expanse, surrounded by towering pillars of white jade. The doctor adjusted his non-existent monocle. Clearly, this was a fabricated space, akin to a VR game environment. Within the temple, beams of light descended intermittently, each representing the arrival of an individual. At the head of the round table sat 5 individuals, the 5 members of the Executive Management Council. These 5 members were detached from all containment facilities, solely representing the Executive Management Council. Below them were the senior members of the High Office, followed, lastly, by leaders of containment facilities like the doctor. Beside the doctor sat a venerable elder with white hair. The elder offered a slight smile to the doctor. Doctor, it is good to see you again. The doctor replied with a hint of respect. Mentor, it has been a long time. The elder was indeed the Dr. S. Mentor and also the leader of the C-01 containment facility in Huaxia, known as the Warden. The Warden glanced at the doctor and chuckled softly. I heard your C-03 has taken the J-01's 137? Upon hearing this, the doctor responded earnestly. Due to containment failure, Subject 137 has entered the jurisdiction of my C-03. According to the Guardian regulations, I have both the right and the obligation to contain it. The Warden chuckled and shook his head. Were you pretending for in front of me? The Guardian regulations were taught to you by me. As he spoke, the Warden brushed his white hair. It is sufficient to exchange Subject 137 for some benefits. There is no need to cling to it. J-01 treasures Subject 137. But for us, its utility is rather limited. The doctor nodded, having originally intended the same. The reason for initially rejecting J-01's exchange request was twofold. Firstly, it was necessary to discuss it in such a formal setting, and it needed to be proposed by J-01 himself. This way, the doctor could negotiate for greater advantages for C-03. The second and more crucial reason was that the doctor wished to irk J-01's leader. The Warden continued, his tone turning somewhat grave. This meeting is likely related to your containment of Subject 301. Have you decided how to protect Subject 301? The doctor shrugged. That person prefers me to be adaptable. The warden paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. After all these years, you remain unchanged. Well then, regardless, with that person around, even if we ultimately fail to protect Subject 301, we will not suffer losses. The doctor shrugged nonchalantly. Seated next to the doctor was a young man known as the director, who leads the C-02 containment facility in Xiao. Hearing the conversation between the doctor and the warden, he interjected, "Doctor, compared to Subject 301, I am far more interested in Subject 292, which you recently contained." He smiled shyly, as if a bit bashful. "How about you name your price?" The doctor glanced at him. "Sorry, I have no intention of trading Subject 292. The director seemed unfazed, leaning back in his chair with a light chuckle. "The data for Subject 292 has shown almost no changes, Doctor. You wouldn't want to keep the research findings to yourself, would you?" The doctor nodded earnestly. "That is indeed my intention." The director paused for a moment before chuckling lightly. "Doctor, has anyone ever told you that you are not good at conversation?" The warden pondered for a moment. "I have mentioned this issue to him." The doctor nodded seriously once more. "Yes, indeed, my mentor has brought that to my attention." The director immediately facepalmed, feeling that conversing with the doctor was far more exhausting than conducting research on anomalies. The three of them, as leaders of Xiao's containment facilities, communicated through a private channel, equipped with measures to prevent eavesdropping, thus alleviating concerns about someone intercepting their discussion. At that moment, the 5 seated members of the assembly exchanged glances, and one of them stood up and proclaimed loudly. His voice resonated in the public channel. "The meeting has commenced. First, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the assembly members for everyone's efforts." After bowing, he launched into a lengthy opening statement. The warden listened with great interest, while the doctor and the director felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them. Once the opening remarks concluded, the assembly member spoke gravely. "First, I must inform everyone that the investigation concerning U-01 has concluded, and the results are now available." As he spoke, a holographic display appeared before everyone, showcasing Enzo's personal data along with the findings of the investigation into U-01. "Mr. Smith, do you have anything to add?" All eyes turned to a silver-haired middle-aged man, the leader of the U-01 containment facility, Mr. Smith. He stood, an expression of deep remorse etched on his face. "I believe you have all seen the investigation results. I am profoundly saddened, as our negligence has led to this severe consequence. Fortunately, we discovered it in time, preventing further damage to our guardian organization. Here, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to you, Doctor." He bowed deeply in the direction of the doctor. Upon hearing this, the director scoffed. "TSK, once again, the blame is shifted onto the saint." This remark stemmed from the investigation, results pointing all fingers at the saint. The warden chuckled. Diverting blame has always been their tactic. Just consider it as him speaking nonsense. The doctor touched his eye socket, but remained silent. Once Mr. Smith stood upright, he continued, "Rest assured, all involved members have undergone investigation. I guarantee that such incidents will not occur again. According to the Guardian regulations, individuals responsible for negligence that harms the Guardian organization should be suspended and face penalties. Assembly member, I am willing to accept punishment." The assembly member nodded. "Very well, Mr. Smith. Your resolve is commendable." Chapter 41. Sharing serial number 301. The warden looked at the doctor beside him with a grin. "It seems the penalties for this incident will not be too severe. Have you reached some sort of agreement with them?" The doctor replied nonchalantly, "Yes. I require Subject 097. The warden nodded. "That makes sense. Mr. Smith will likely receive only a symbolic suspension." The director scoffed. "If this continues, the Guardians will inevitably face ruin. The organization might as well be renamed the Yin-Yang People." The warden non-committally nodded, then sighed heavily. The current upper echelons of the Guardians have long forgotten their original intentions. The organization is fragmented, yet they navigate the bureaucratic game with ease. At this rate, I worry that one day the gate will fall. The director shrugged. "We should just manage our own small sphere. If they wish to indulge, let them." He then suddenly turned to the doctor, exclaiming softly, "Doctor, you must have had this idea in mind all along, which is why you concealed the data for Subject 292. The warden also directed his gaze at the doctor, finding it increasingly difficult to see through his own student. Given the doctor's capabilities, it was evident that such a stagnation in containment data should not occur. The doctor nodded and spoke solemnly. I suspect the properties of the gate are gradually deteriorating. Upon hearing this, both the warden and the director furrowed their brows. Elaborate. The doctor habitually pushed up non-existent glasses. According to Subject 292's account, he survived in the abyss for 3 years. Therefore, it would have been reasonable for us to discover him much earlier. Based on this, I began to harbor doubts about the gate. Consequently, I had my assistant compile nearly a decade's worth of task record from the Guardians. From an overall perspective, the number of anomalies appearing has been increasing annually over the past decade. This is quite abnormal. After the doctor's remarks, the warden regained his focus. I had overlooked this. Upon reflection, it does seem to be the case. The director pondered aloud. Is it possible that the gate has been contaminated? The doctor nodded. That is indeed my suspicion. Regarding this matter, I will require time for further research. The three fell into silence. Meanwhile, the overall penalties for the U-01 containment facility were finalized. As expected, Mr. Smith was merely symbolically suspended. The assembly member then turned his attention to the doctor. Doctor, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate you on successfully containing Subject 301. The existence of serial number 301 is of immense significance, both for humanity and for us Guardians. Thus, I request that you share Subject 301 with us for collective research. Subject 301 will then be managed under our Executive Management Council. The doctor resolutely shook his head. I'm sorry, Assembly Member, but I must decline. The moment these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. At that moment, a short, middle-aged man stood up, indignant. Doctor, do you truly wish to conceal your intentions regarding such a significant matter? Why do you hesitate to share this critical containment object? Are you aware of its paramount importance to humanity? Do you recall the purpose and duties of the Guardians? The speaker is none other than the leader of the J-01 containment facility, codenamed Craftsman. His tone is not one of inquiry, but rather of reproach. The leaders of other facilities began to join in the discussion about the doctor. Since the conversation was conducted over a private channel, the atmosphere was remarkably quiet, devoid of any disruptive sounds. All eyes turned towards the doctor. He slowly rose, his voice remarkably calm. Mr. Craftsman, according to the Guardian's regulations, any transfer of a completed containment object is prohibited unless absolute safety can be guaranteed. Therefore, I find it entirely reasonable to decline the request of the esteemed legislator. The doctor's argument was nearly flawless. While everyone was aware of this regulation, few adhered to it. The clandestine trading of containment objects occurred frequently, and even the Executive Management Council often turned a blind eye to such activities. As long as no accidents transpired, the Council typically refrained from intervening. In this setting, the doctor invoked the Guardian's regulations, and none dared to dispute his words. This was tantamount to openly slapping the faces of the Executive Management Council and the highest office. In private dealings, the unspoken rules remained intact, and no one dared to shatter this facade. Craftsman appeared to be prepared for this moment, addressing the legislator. Esteemed legislator, special circumstances warrant special measures. Although regulations exist, the importance of 301 justifies our breach of them. For the sake of humanity, we must expedite experiments and research on 301. The legislator nodded and turned to the doctor. Indeed, Mr. Doctor, our council shares this sentiment. However, according to the Guardian's regulations, this matter requires a vote among all present. Do you have any objections? The doctor shrugged, having anticipated this outcome. As you wish, esteemed legislator. After uttering these words, the doctor fell silent. The legislator proclaimed, Then let us commence the vote. Those in favor of transferring 301, please raise your hands. In an instant, nearly all present raised their hands. The warden chuckled. Their calculations sound impressive, but I wonder if they will ever have the opportunity to see 301. The director wore a similarly entertained expression. Soon, the legislator began to announce the results of the vote. The proposal has been approved. Mr. Doctor, do you have any objections? The doctor stood again, speaking with a solemnity that bordered on absurdity. Esteemed legislator, while I have no objection to sharing 301, I must emphasize that our side has incurred significant costs to complete the containment. Thus, we formally request to enter into a compensation procedure. As he finished speaking, two individuals in the audience appeared notably distressed. Craftsman was one of them, and the other was the recently suspended Smith. The legislator nodded. The request is reasonable and has been approved. The doctor nodded and took his seat. Seeing the doctor's prompt acquiescence, The director cast a puzzled glance his way. You agreed so readily? Surely you haven't been contaminated by something strange. The doctor rubbed his forehead. I too believe I should have displayed more reluctance just now. The director hesitated, knowing the doctor well. Do you have other plans? The doctor merely nodded slightly in silence. The presiding legislator continued. Now, let us move on to the next agenda item. Mr. Doctor, it pertains to your C-03 containment facility. The issue of the ownership of the contaminated entity designated as serial number 09. Chapter 42. 2 sets of videos. Following discussions among the council members, it has been decided that your C-03 facility must transfer serial number 09 to the A-01 containment facility. This is a matter of human safety, as the potential danger posed by serial number 09 is far too great. Should you use it to instigate war, the entirety of human civilization may face obliteration. Of course, a 01 has already agreed to pay a substantial compensation. You may set the price as you see fit. The legislator's voice remained calm. The doctor rose. Esteemed legislator, I believe you're quite aware of what serial number 09 represents for the Xiao nation. At that moment, a young man stood up. With flowing golden locks and a somewhat haughty expression, he addressed the doctor. Mr. Doctor, we are all well aware of 09's significance. However, you could easily hand it over to us, and we shall ensure the protection of your Xiao nation. Our special forces will assist you in guarding the gates. The doctor touched the corner of his eye. Mr. Adam, I appreciate your goodwill. However, it is evident that we do not require external protection. He then turned to the legislator. Esteemed legislator, I believe we can skip this topic. The legislator glanced in Adam's direction and then replied solemnly, according to the Guardian's regulations, the proposal must undergo a full vote. Upon hearing this, the doctor shrugged and returned to his seat. The director snickered in a private channel. A 01 already possesses the 02 angel, and now they are eyeing 09. TSK. Greed truly is their nature. The warden chuckled as well. Everyone understands the significance of such containment objects. They exist merely as a means of deterrence. If A-01 were to take 09, the entire Guardians organization would likely become A-01's property. Thus, he nodded in agreement, believing it to be merely a formality, a gesture from the council to A-01. Only the doctor's brow furrowed slowly, sensing an unsettling shift in the air. Meanwhile, Xiao addressed the driver. Driver, could you help me find some materials? I wish to create a badge for the prison doctor and Ivan as well. The driver was exceedingly reluctant. Since being contained, he had rarely left the confinement area, and no staff had come to seek him out, which allowed him to enjoy his leisure. However, Xiao often sought him out for various trivial matters. On this front, the driver was not entirely resistant. The crux of the issue was that Xiao frequently dragged him to meet that beak-nosed doctor and that terrifying skeletal figure, which made the driver quite uncomfortable. Perhaps it's best not to. I doubt their personalities would appreciate such a thing. Xiao's expression stiffened, and he turned to look into the driver's eyes. The gaze of those dead fish-like eyes made the driver feel exceedingly uneasy. All right, I shall go right away. Back to the doctor. Adam's voice resonated. Esteemed legislator, before the vote, I request to present a set of videos for everyone's viewing. The legislator nodded. The request is valid. Subsequently, a luminous screen appeared before all. The footage displayed a blood-soaked figure navigating through a throng of soldiers clad in Guardian Special Operations gear. The perspective of the recording was that of the soldiers. With each soldier he passed, the figure ruthlessly dispatched them using exceedingly brutal methods. Adam's voice rang out. This savage being is none other than Containment Object 292 from C-03. C-03 has violated the Guardian's regulations in private, designating this malevolent creature as S-Class. Furthermore, they have unleashed this ferocious entity to massacre other Guardian soldiers. Immediately following was the second set of videos. In this footage, the same figure was again slaughtering members of the Guardian Special Operations team. Unlike before, this team bore a containment object, a wooden coffin over half a meter in length. The scene depicted Xiao confronting a marionette. Adam chocolate likely. Mr. Craftsman, I believe it would be more fitting for you to provide the explanation for this matter. Upon hearing these words, the artisan immediately rose, expressing his heartfelt distress. The doctor permits high-risk containment entities to rampage within our territory. We dispatched soldiers carrying the serial number 137 marionette to address the situation. In the end, they met a tragic fate, and even 137 was taken away by that perilous entity. Doctor, I implore you to answer me directly. Is 137 currently in your C03 containment facility? All eyes turned toward the doctor, who nodded gently. This? The director beside him appeared momentarily stunned. Can a person truly be so shameless? The warden remarked gravely. Doctor, do you have a video archive of that mission? The doctor replied in a calm voice. Since they dared to release this footage to slander me, it indicates that the corresponding video archives have been tampered with. As expected, after searching through the database, the doctor discovered that all records had been erased. However, he soon paused, having found an audio recording. Doctor, do you have any evidence to defend yourself? An assembly member inquired. The doctor shook his head. I am sorry. Esteemed assembly member, I possess no evidence to refute Mr. Adams' video. A look of disdain flashed across the artisan's face, and he proclaimed loudly, Esteemed assembly member, I request that C03 return our lost serial number 137. The assembly member nodded. Doctor, if you lack evidence to explain, then Mr. Artisan's request is valid. The doctor stood, supporting his eyes with a hand, and spoke nonchalantly. I do not have corresponding evidence for the first video, but I possess a set of recordings that should clarify Mr. Artisan's concerns. He then played a series of recordings. I am a doctor. Doctor, return the marionette. I refuse. Doctor, 137 is a containment entity of our J01 facility. How dare you refuse to return it? Are you not afraid I will report to the highest office? Since 137 appeared within our territory, it indicates your containment has failed. According to the Guardian's regulations, when a containment entity fails and appears on our territory, we have the right and obligation to contain it. But 137's containment has not failed. I'm sorry. I do not know. All I know is 137 appeared on our territory, and to prevent the entity from going out of control, we contained it. If there are any objections to this outcome, you may report to the highest office, where the Executive Management Council will adjudicate. This was the conversation between the doctor and the artisan. After listening to the recording, everyone looked at the artisan with keen interest. The artisan felt his face flush slightly. He glanced at Adam, who was watching him with a mocking expression akin to that of Jester. In that instant, the artisan comprehended the situation. Adam had sold him out. The reason he dared to stand and spread falsehoods was that Adam had promised to help him eliminate all related evidence. Now it appeared that Adam had not fulfilled that promise. A surge of emotions, frustration, hatred, and anger crashed within the artisan's heart. Mr. Artisan, can you provide a reasonable explanation for this recording? The artisan did not respond to the assembly member's question, casting a venomous glance at the doctor and Adam before sitting back down. The assembly member turned to the doctor once more. So, doctor, do you still need to defend yourself regarding the first video? Chapter 43, Voting and Decision. A rare smile graced the doctor's face. Esteemed assembly member, although I lack evidence to counter Mr. Adams' video, I now harbor doubts about its authenticity. Allow me to present a live broadcast for your consideration. The scene before the assembly members shifted, revealing a live feed from a containment chamber. In the footage, a handsome young boy was busy with his head down, clutching a nameplate as he scribbled something on it in a crooked manner. The camera zoomed in, revealing that the boy had written serial number 069. Prison medic in a haphazard script. The focus then shifted to the boy's expression, which radiated joy as he murmured, "The prison medic will surely love this nameplate." He then exited his containment chamber with the nameplate in hand. The camera followed him effortlessly as he approached the prison medic's containment area, politely pressing the doorbell. The door opened to reveal the prison medic. "My friend, what brings you to me today?" The boy, Xiao, shyly smiled and produced the nameplate he had crafted himself. "Prison medic, this is my handmade gift. I hope you like it." With that, he hung the nameplate around his own neck. The prison medic paused, then reached out a finger to examine the nameplate closely. After a moment, he also donned it around his neck. "Thank you, my friend. I truly appreciate this lovely gift." The footage then ceased. Those who watched the video were left in a state of confusion. The doctor interjected. "This is the individual referred to as serial number 292 by Mr. Adam. Gentlemen, do you believe that the 292 in my video and the so-called 292 in Mr. Adam's video are the same person? After we rescued 292 from the dark prison, he has always been a caring child, He frequently crafts small gifts with his own hands to present to the other anomalous entities. They all adore this child and affectionately call him friend. How could such a united and loving child commit such cruel acts? Moreover, 292 possesses a profound sense of belonging to the containment facility. You can see his chest. That nameplate is his own creation. The assembly members paused, glancing at Lu Xiao's chest, where indeed a nameplate bearing crooked lettering was affixed. One could not help but admire the doctor's skill in deception. He delivered this speech with unwavering composure. The leaders present exchanged glances, while the response to Adam's video remained muted. However, the doctor's video invoked a sense of strangeness among them. Was it truly normal for such a loving scene to exist within a containment facility? This was their lingering question. Adam, meanwhile, smiled at the doctor. Doctor, this does not prove anything. For a human being capable of surviving in the dark prison, one cannot simply interpret his actions through the lens of normalcy. The authenticity of the video, I trust the assembly members can discern. The reason I presented this video is solely to cast doubt upon your capabilities. Whether it is an issue with containment or a misjudgment of the entity's safety level, it does not align with our Guardian's regulations. Therefore, I question your ability to contain the existence of serial number 09. Should 09 experience a containment failure, it would unleash a calamity upon the entire world. Hence, I believe transferring 09 to our A01 facility is the most prudent choice. Adam's argument was compelling and well-reasoned. Some who were initially inclined to abstain from voting began to waver. A portion of the assembly also began to harbor doubts about Adam. After all, the doctor's live broadcast felt more authentic. That young boy exuded such brightness and cheerfulness that it seemed impossible for him to be connected to the twisted creature lurking in the shadows. The assembly member turned to the doctor. Doctor, do you have any additional evidence? The doctor shrugged. Esteemed assembly member, I have presented all my evidence. The assembly member nodded and then looked toward Adam. Mr. Adam, can we commence the voting now? Regarding the potential containment failure of C03, we shall establish an investigative committee to initiate the inquiry. Adam raised his hand and spoke. Honorable members, we may now proceed with the voting. Simultaneously, two options appear before everyone, one for approval and the other for rejection. The voting duration was set for 5 minutes. Failure to cast a vote within this time frame would be deemed an abstention. The voting data was updated in real time. Soon, the approval votes approached 40%. The warden's tone bore a weighty gravity. Adam's maneuver swayed many who were initially inclined to abstain towards supporting the motion. The outcome of this vote was becoming increasingly uncertain. The director's expression also grew solemn. After casually casting a rejection vote, the doctor remarked, I have done all I can. It is now up to him to handle the aftermath. 2 minutes later, the number of approval and rejection votes had equalized. The final segment of non-voters remained indecisive. Among them, some might choose to abstain, but many were still hesitating. They were indifferent as to who possessed 09, for it would not fall into their hands. Their sole concern was the benefits they could acquire. It now hinged on which side could promise greater advantages. In these concluding minutes, some would privately negotiate terms with them. The topics decided in the roundtable meeting could not be raised again for the next decade. Therefore, the outcome of this vote would determine the ownership of 09 for the next 10 years. Soon, those who had yet to vote received personal communications from Adam. In an instant, the approval votes surged. They soon surpassed the number of rejection votes. Clearly, Adam had promised them astonishing benefits. At this juncture, the member announced the results. The motion passes. C03 Containment Facility. Please arrange for the handover promptly. Upon hearing this outcome, the warden and the director were somewhat incredulous. Even the doctor's brow furrowed tightly. Regrettably, the leader's eyes were sharp as daggers. Wouldn't you agree, Doctor? Adam's audacious voice resonated. Nonsense. Can't those fools use their pig brains to think properly? Once A01 obtains the divine entities 02 and 09, will their existence improve? I genuinely wish to dissect those idiots' brains to ascertain whether they have developed correctly. Afterward, I would stuff their heads up their backsides. The doctor's demeanor had lost its usual calm. The last time he had uttered such profanity was during the containment of Lu Xiao. The warden's voice was heavy as he queried, has that individual not intervened? Upon hearing this, the doctor's gaze swiftly fell upon a middle-aged man in a black suit seated in the highest office. At this moment, The man rested one hand on the table, gently tapping his index finger against its surface. Adam rose and slightly bowed towards the member. "Thank you, honorable member." Adam was well aware of the rules governing the roundtable meeting. Once serial number 09 was under A01's jurisdiction, it would remain contained for at least a decade. As for reclaiming 09 after 10 years, it would be nearly impossible for the Xiao nation. Adam had long devised a plan to exploit the 10 years during which Xiao will be deprived of 09 to suppress them fiercely. After a decade, Xiao would lose its competitive edge. The member smiled at Adam. "You are most welcome, Mr. Adam." He then cleared his throat and announced, "Now, let us proceed to the next topic. The ownership of serial number 02, the Angel." Chapter 44. All clowns. Upon hearing the member's words, Adam was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, honorable member, I believe the issue of 02's ownership requires no discussion. I motion to dismiss this topic." The member shook his head. "Regrettably, Mr. Adam, that motion is invalid. This topic has been formulated after extensive deliberation among the Assembly. The Assembly has decided to assign 02 to the C01 containment facility. Mr. Adam, unless you have any further objections, I shall initiate the voting." After overhearing their exchange, the warden couldn't help but smile. This maneuver, leveraging strength against strength, was executed flawlessly, achieving the preservation of a Xiao containment facility status at minimal cost. Truly commendable. The previously agitated doctor instantly regained his composure. Supporting his temples, he softly remarked this way, "Those individuals will surely prevent A01 from expanding." As expected, 5 minutes later, the voting results were announced. Over 40% had cast approval votes, while the remainder abstained, with not a single rejection. The reason was simple. None present were foolish, even those enticed by Adam's promises. Everyone was unwilling to witness a situation of singular dominance. Since A01 desired the tainted creator of 09, very well, they must relinquish 02, the Angel. Naturally, this was facilitated by that individual. At this moment, the man in the suit stood up. He first adjusted his collar before smiling at Adam. "Mr. Adam, do you accept this outcome?" Hearing this, Adam turned to the man, his gaze complex. "Xiao, is this your doing?" Xiao was indeed the man's name, not merely a code name. He waved his hand dismissively. "It has nothing to do with me. This is merely the result derived from the voting." Adam did not glance at Xiao again, but turned back to the member. "With all due respect, honorable member, do you not find this topic unreasonable?" The member's expression grew slightly conflicted. "Mr. Adam, please mind your language. I have already stated that this proposal was collaboratively decided upon by the Assembly members. If you have any questions regarding this proposal, you may submit an application subsequently." Adam vehemently retorted, "No, I do not accept it. My containment facility has not had any issues. Why should we surrender 02? This is utterly absurd." Just as the member was about to speak, Xiao interrupted him. "Mr. Adam, why don't we resolve this matter privately? Although both 02 and 09 are in an absolute state of security, transferring them is quite troublesome. Who knows what accidents might occur during the transfer?" As he spoke, he smiled at Adam. "Do you find my reasoning sound, Mr. Adam?" Adam's gaze turned icy as he stared at Xiao. "Do not push your luck." Xiao waved his hand, his smile unwavering. "I am merely making a suggestion. If you disagree, we shall proceed according to the established process." At that moment, the craftsman appeared contemplative. Initially believing himself to be a clown, he now realized that he was not alone in this regard. He turned to a nearby leader of the containment facility and remarked, "Isn't this tactic referred to as cutting off the firewood from beneath the pot in Xiao?" Adam is still quite young. The leader beside him dared not engage in this topic, thus remained silent. The craftsman, undeterred, turned to another individual and inquired, "Do you think these two will fall out over this matter? If they do, what shall become of our small nation's containment facilities?" His tone was laced with concern, yet predominantly carried an air of anticipation for the unfolding drama. The leader furrowed his brow tightly, responding solemnly, "Mr. Craftsman, I believe you should first attend to your own affairs." Having said that, he too fell silent. The craftsman's expression oscillated between laughter and sorrow, as if he were lost in a reverie, muttering to himself. Xiao watched Adam with a smile. "What say you, Mr. Adam? My suggestion, are you truly not considering it?" Adam's countenance was quite grim as he fixed his gaze intently upon Xiao's face, enunciating each word through clenched teeth. "I concur. This round of the game was a defeat for him, and it was a resounding one at that. Not only did he lose the game, but he also suffered a significant loss of face. Not only did he fail to secure the 0-9, but he also incurred considerable costs. Those promised benefits could not be evaded by his family. As for what Xiao sacrificed, he remained oblivious. Perhaps the latter had not sacrificed anything of significance at all. His gaze was laden with complexity as he regarded Xiao. Xiao, there's a saying in our Huaxia, mountains and rivers may part, yet we shall meet again. Having uttered this phrase, his figure vanished into thin air, evidently having disconnected. The gazes of the few council members turned towards Xiao, filled with a blend of emotions. Xiao, this roundtable conference has devolved into a farce because of you two. One of the members expressed discontentedly. Xiao merely shrugged. Who truly cares? Oomph. The other members also exited, forgetting even to announce the conclusion of the meeting. At this moment, they felt too embarrassed to remain. The artisan grinned widely. Another few clowns have joined the fray. Ha ha ha. They're all clowns. Ha ha ha. Thus, this roundtable conference came to a hasty conclusion. The doctor had just disconnected when he received a communication from Xiao. Doctor, the subsequent investigation procedures regarding the containment failure of 292 must be handled by you alone. At last, the doctor managed to adjust his monocle. He calmly replied, I have long since prepared a contingency plan regarding 292. Very well. The upcoming period will not be tranquil. Please alert the warden and the others. I shall refrain from notifying each one personally. The doctor stated coldly. Why do we not sever ties with the guardians? Xiao fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. It is not yet the time. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something. By the way, does 292 possess any divine qualities? The doctor's voice remained placid. You should have already reviewed the research report, have you not? It merely exhibits a peculiar rate of cellular activity. Both fell into silence. Ultimately, it was Xiao who softly declared, since there is no divinity, let's consider this matter concluded. With that, he terminated the communication device. The doctor set the device aside and exhaled gently. Moments later, he picked up the communicator again, this time dialing his assistant. Inform 292 to cooperate with the experiment on 097. Chapter 45. The Cursed Toy Firearm Soon. Xiao arrived at the experimental site, where the doctor had long been waiting. As soon as Xiao entered, the doctor tossed him a leaden box. Take out the gun inside. Xiao complied, opening the box to reveal an exquisitely crafted revolver. The revolver measured approximately 20 centimeters in length, gleaming in silver with intricate engravings. Yet, as Xiao held it, he immediately felt a wave of disappointment. It was lightweight and had a coarse texture, resembling a toy handgun made from inferior plastic. The doctor adjusted his monocle. How does it feel in your hands? Xiao carefully assessed it, then shook his head. No. The doctor nodded and began to introduce the revolver. This revolver is an S-Class Containment Object, designated serial number 097, the Cursed Toy Firearm. A normal person holding this revolver would experience skin necrosis approximately 3 minutes after use. Upon hearing this, Xiao hastily released the weapon. Doctor, why did you not inform me of such danger sooner? Xiao glared at the doctor with his lifeless eyes. The doctor's lips twitched. Nonsense. Are you an ordinary person? At this, Xiao paused. True enough. Afterward, he bent down to retrieve the decaying revolver that had fallen to the ground. The doctor adjusted his monocle and continued. This revolver is a product from your era, possessing the bizarre property of decay. However, the origin of this property remains unclear. I suspect it is due to the curse. Upon hearing this, Xiao became intrigued. This is from my era? He brought the decaying revolver closer for a more detailed examination. The entire revolver appeared as shoddy as a toy sold at a small shop near an elementary school. Doctor, what kind of bullets does this gun use? Xiao inquired. The doctor pondered for a moment. The flesh and blood of the wielder, Xiao. Shortly thereafter, a specially designed steel plate, measuring no less than 50 centimeters thick, was brought in. The doctor instructed Xiao, try firing a shot at that steel plate. Xiao nodded, aiming the gun at the plate. Bang! A thunderous gunshot resonated throughout the experimental room. The doctor first glanced at the steel plate. To his astonishment, a fist-sized hole appeared in the center of the 50-centimeter thick steel plate. This is one of the revolver's properties, penetration. Simultaneously, numerous cracks swiftly emerged around the hole, indicating that the internal structure of the plate had been compromised. This is the second property, destruction. The other two properties cannot be demonstrated by the steel plate. Nevertheless, The doctor nodded in satisfaction regarding its power. This level of physical lethality is sufficient. After all, this device is intended for use against the bizarre. And physical lethality is not the primary concern. After firing, did you experience any unusual feelings? For instance, a sense of fear towards something? Xiao contemplated carefully. Doctor, I feel no particular sensation. The doctor nodded. One of the revolver's properties is that each shot fired randomly instills an overwhelming fear towards an object. Just then, Xiao suddenly exclaimed, Doctor, I feel a bit of pain in my thigh. He tore open the leg of his trousers. To his horror, the entire calf had vanished, revealing exposed white bones. Xiao grimaced. Doctor, I might have misspoken. This is not just a bit of pain. It is excruciating. The doctor adjusted his monocle, responding calmly. Oh, right. With each shot, a portion of flesh will randomly be removed from your body. Xiao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Doctor, would you mind if I shot you in the head right now? The doctor, adjusting his monocle, replied, I would mind. His expression resembled that of an esteemed gentleman. For a moment, Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, sincerity is the most effective weapon. Xiao was on the brink of rolling his eyes in agony. This pain was a different kind altogether from the pain of tearing one's own skin. The doctor calmly stated, Do not worry. Given your rate of cellular activity, the lost flesh will regenerate in just 2 hours. Therefore, let us proceed to the next experiment. Saying this, he produced a bell that had not yet been rung. Dingling, the pleasant sound of the bell resonated. A butler-like figure materialized out of nowhere. Good morning, sir. How may I assist you? This was none other than serial number 077, the butler. The doctor nodded. Assist me with a small experiment. The butler bowed slightly. It will be my pleasure to serve you. Bang! A fist-sized hole suddenly appeared in the butler's chest, clear from front to back. Immediately, cracks began to spread across his body. Concurrently, the wound began to rot at an alarming rate. In less than a minute, the butler completely vanished. Xiao looked at the doctor, rendered speechless. It was not that he did not want to speak. Rather, this time, the decaying revolver had extracted flesh from his neck. At this moment, his neck was bare, with only bones supporting his head. I must say, your vitality remains remarkably strong. The doctor adjusted his monocle, expressing his admiration. Xiao blinked, indicating his current mood was rather poor. The doctor shrugged nonchalantly. This containment object is now yours. Upon hearing this, Xiao finally smiled as he put away the corrupted revolver. The doctor continued, This containment object is akin to a ticking time bomb. Each shot you fire brings you closer to death. For who knows, perhaps with each bullet, the sacrificial flesh may very well be your heart or your head. Furthermore, each shot inflicts an extreme fear upon a randomly selected object. It may even instill a fear of being alive. As he spoke, his gaze turned serious. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using this revolver. Even if you must, try not to exceed 3 shots. Xiao blinked, signaling his understanding. The doctor waved his hand. All right, the experiment is concluded. Go seek the prison physician and see if he can assist you. Xiao limped away. The prison physician, while applying a strange potion to Xiao, inquired with curiosity, Lu, how did you end up like this? At that moment, Xiao was unable to speak, so he could only produce the revolver. The physician pointed at the corrupted revolver. Is it because of this thing? Xiao blinked. The physician picked up the corrupted revolver and observed it closely for a moment. Oddly enough, I feel as if this gun is corrupting my body. As he spoke, he fired a shot. Half an hour later, Ivan arrived at the prison physician's containment area. At this time, Xiao lay on the operating table, while the physician was sprawled on the floor. The flesh from the physician's thigh had completely vanished. Ivan's eyes flickered with a spark of life. Physician, what on earth happened to both of you? Voices emanated from their bodies. The physician remained silent, simply pointing at the corrupted revolver lying on the floor. Ivan picked up the corrupted revolver, puzzled. Is it because of this thing? Oddly enough, I feel as if this gun is corrupting my bones. As he spoke, he fired another shot. Chapter 46. Your task is to survive. Bang! Ivan, as if having touched something filthy, hurled the revolver away. He then quickly began to inspect his skeletal frame. After a while, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. I feel as though that gun is trying to devour my bones. His voice carried a hint of lingering fear. Just then, the physician sat up, applying a potion to his own leg. It was a potion for flesh regeneration. This was the same potion he had previously applied to Xiao. 2 hours later, the three sat around on the ground, staring at each other in astonishment. Xiao had already recovered, thanks to his terrifying cellular vitality, coupled with the physician's potion. The missing flesh had grown back. The physician addressed Xiao. Lu, why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Physician, do you think I was in a state to speak just now? Hearing Xiao's words, Ivan turned to the physician. Physician, why didn't you tell me? The physician forced a laugh, his laughter grating. Hee, I forgot. The spark of life in Ivan's eyes danced wildly. I truly want to extract your bones and turn them into a nightstand. In the physical training room, the dart was instructing the team during their training session. Oddly, he had recently been feeling an incessant itch at the back of his head. He reached back to scratch it. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed his entire body. It felt as if something had stabbed at his eyes. The pain caused him to bend over. Xiao rushed over with concern, asking, Captain, what happened to you? She helped him up. Xiao, can you check what's wrong with the back of my head? The dart's voice was somewhat hoarse. Xiao nodded and looked at the back of the dart's head. In an instant, she let out a cry of shock. Captain, this. The dart was somewhat baffled as other team members gathered around. Everyone's expressions were filled with horror. There, on the back of the dart's head, was an eye filled with red blood vessels. Surrounding the eyeball were countless tiny tentacles writhing out from the corners. The voice of the slippery one trembled. Captain, how did your eye grow on your head? Soon, they brought the dart to the doctor. The doctor, gazing at the back of the dart's head, fell into deep thought. Doctor, what happened to the captain? Xiao asked anxiously. The doctor did not respond to Xiao's question, but instead asked the dart, Can you see behind you? The dart nodded. Ever since I scratched the back of my head, images of what's behind me have appeared in my mind. The doctor quickly deduced the cause. It must be related to that drop of blood from 292. Let us consult the prison physician. Xiao fixed a piercing gaze on the back of the dart's head. The dart felt a chill rush up his spine. Xiao, is there something wrong? Xiao licked his lips. It's nothing, just feeling a bit peckish. How about letting me have a taste? Just a taste. Upon hearing this, the dart's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly hid behind the doctor. The doctor adjusted his monocle and inquired, Physician, what is his condition? The physician pondered deeply for a long while. Just moments ago, he had taken a sample of the dart's blood and smelled it. It's a type of curse. The doctor spoke gravely. Is it the same curse as the one on subject 292? The physician shook his head. A completely different curse. The doctor adjusted his monocle. Will he die? The physician chuckled ominously. How could that be, my friend? It may even turn out to be a blessing. Upon hearing the physician's words, an inexplicable chill washed over the dart. The doctor spoke solemnly. In 2 days, the investigative team will arrive. If they see you in this state, it will be troublesome. He pondered for a moment before his gaze fell upon Xiao. How about you hide in the dark prison? Xiao then stepped forward, patting his chest. The dark prison? I'm well acquainted with it. How about I take him to the dark prison? I can introduce him to Uncle Chainsaw. He will protect him. The doctor adjusted his monocle, contemplating for a moment. That could work. Then, 292, you take the dart with you. The dart appeared somewhat concerned, asking the physician, can this curse be cured? The physician let out a sinister laugh. Of course, the simplest method is to eliminate the person bearing the curse. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell upon Xiao. Xiao grinned, reaching into his pocket to pull out a badge and hanging it around his neck. The doctor adjusted his monocle. Dart, go to the dark prison is your mission. Hearing this, the dart, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to agree. After all, for these special forces soldiers, obedience to orders is the foremost rule. Xiao wrapped an arm around the dart's shoulders, grinning. Don't worry. Uncle Chainsaw is a really nice guy. The dart nodded hesitantly. The doctor instructed via the communicator. Have 303 bring 302 to the prison physician. Soon, a large pickup truck appeared out of nowhere in the prison physician's containment area. The driver stepped out from the driver's seat. He donned sunglasses he had seemingly acquired from somewhere, and even wore a suit and dress shoes, embodying the appearance of a successful individual. The physician's shrill voice pierced the air. My friend, before entering, one must knock on the door. Your actions are quite discourteous. Upon hearing this, the driver hastily retreated into the vehicle numbered 302. As the vehicle roared to life, it vanished from sight. Moments later, a ring of the doorbell echoed. The door swung open, revealing the driver peeking in. "Doctor, may I enter?" he inquired. 292, the doctor commanded. "You have a mere 2 days. You must return to the containment facility within that time." Xiao flicked the badge on his chest. "Rest assured, doctor." The doctor then turned his attention back to the driver. 303, you must pass through this door to enter the dark prison. Likewise, the return journey can only be through this portal. He gestured towards the watch on the driver's wrist, which bore a map indicating which door to traverse. The driver nodded earnestly. "Do not worry, doctor." Finally, the doctor turned to the dart. He gently patted Dart's shoulder. "Your mission in the dark prison is to survive." Dart shuddered, then stood at attention, his right fist pressed against his heart. The other members of the City of Flames team saluted Dart, fully aware that this could be their final farewell. The hulking pickup truck roared to life, with Dart seated silently in the back. The driver pressed the accelerator, propelling them through the glowing white door. Chapter 47. Entering the dark prison inside the vehicle, the driver lowered his voice and said to Xiao, "How about we just stay in the dark prison?" Xiao narrowed his eyes. "My friend, your suggestion is perilously reckless." The driver chuckled awkwardly. "I was just joking. Please do not take it seriously." The car cruised down the dimly lit streets, the rumble of the American V8 engine reverberating in the air. Occasionally, heavy breaths echoed from the surroundings. Countless crimson glimmers flickered in the shadows. The driver shrank back, saying, "It seems we are surrounded." Xiao grinned confidently. "Be assured. Remove the seams." The driver immediately fell into a panic. "What should we do now? I do not wish to perish." Xiao slapped the back of his head. "Well said. My friend, if you do not wish to die, why create such a commotion?" The slap made Dart, seated in the back, feel a twinge of pain at the back of his head. The driver quickly regained his composure, silencing all sounds emanating from the vehicle. Dart's voice came from the back. "Mr. Xiao, where are we headed?" Upon hearing this, Xiao peered through the window and was momentarily taken aback. "Where's this place?" It bore no resemblance to the scenes etched in his memory. The driver, almost unable to resist, slammed on the brakes. "How shall we locate your friend?" Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. "We can only wait for Uncle Chainsaw to find us. I hope he is not too far away." After a moment of thought, he borrowed a dagger from Dart and made a small incision on his wrist. As the blade sliced through, a slender stream of blood oozed forth. He then rolled down the window, extending his hand outside, while explaining, "The bizarre entities you speak of possess an acute sensitivity to scent. The higher their rank, the more attuned they are. Once Uncle Chainsaw catches a whiff of my aroma, he will follow it to find me." Dart remained silent for a while before gravely stating, "But the scent of blood will also attract other powerful, anomalous beings." Just then, the driver's trembling voice broke through. "Are you referring to that?" His finger quivered as it pointed ahead, to the C-03 containment facility. The doctor adjusted his monocle. "I intend to place your team among the sacrificers. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. Those unwilling to join the sacrificers will be assigned to oversee the expendables." As the words fell, Liu Guang, Hua Tu, and Xiao raised their hands without hesitation. The remaining 3 took a silent step back, one of them speaking with a hint of guilt. "I am sorry. The tasks of the sacrificers are exceedingly perilous." Yet, no one looked down upon the 3 who hesitated. Even Hua Tu, known for his humor, spoke in an unusually somber tone. "May fortune favor you in battle." The 3 exchanged glances and saluted the prison guards in unison. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth approached. "Welcome to hell, rookies." Dante took a deep drag from his cigarette. "From now on, I shall be responsible for training you to become competent sacrificers. You may call me the devil, for my codename is Dante." The doctor patted Dante on the shoulder before turning to leave. Liu Guang and the others exchanged glances and stood at attention. Dante pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to a team member. "Your first task from the devil is to learn how to smoke." Liu Guang. "Xiao? Hua Tu, you truly are a devil." In the dark prison, a colossal monster blocked their path. Its immense form entirely obstructed the road. Countless eyes on its body fixated on the vehicle occupied by Xiao and the others. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the 2 occupants. Xiao glared at the driver with lifeless eyes, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and flee." The driver abruptly swerved the steering wheel, spinning the vehicle around. Xiao, exasperated, exclaimed, "Buddy, use the teleportation." If it weren't for my lack of a license, you would never have been allowed to drive. In a flurry of frantic maneuvers, the vehicle began to flicker. It was as if the scene was dropping frames. When they reappeared, they found themselves on a different street. The monster, perplexed by the vanishing pickup truck, was soon drawn in by the scent once more. Boom! Boom! The massive body began to writhe, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Dart, visibly shaken, asked Mr. Lu Xiao what level was that monster. While Lu Xiao bled, he pondered with his chin in hand. By your descriptions, it should be classified as a supernatural anomalous life form. Dart inquired solemnly, were you a match for that monster? Lu Xiao grinned. Naturally. To it. I am merely a delectable morsel. He proceeded to educate Dart. In the dark prison, if you encounter creatures of such enormous size, you should flee without hesitation. Also, those with an abundance of eyes. And do not forget those with tentacles. Upon facing any of these three, run as fast as you can. Dart meticulously committed Lu Xiao's words to memory. Is there anything else we should be wary of? Lu Xiao contemplated for a moment before adding, oh, right. Do not eat indiscriminately in the dark prison. You may consume only those things that are capable of movement. Refrain from consuming anything else. If your stomach is sensitive, it could lead to unpleasant consequences. Dart's lips twitched involuntarily, yet he firmly etched Lu Xiao's advice in his mind. At that moment, Lu Xiao pointed toward the driver, who was still behind the wheel. Those humanoid anomalous beings are extremely rare delicacies. Once you have tasted one, the flavor will haunt you. Upon hearing this, both the driver and Dart shuddered in unison. Dart felt a constriction in his stomach and could not suppress a wave of nausea. Just then, the ground began to tremble once more. The driver quickly glanced at the rearview mirror, realizing that the monster had caught up. This time, without needing Lu Xiao's prompting, he hastily activated the teleportation function. Due to his current confinement in the dark abyss, he harbored no concerns about his vehicle suddenly losing power. Initially, he had evaded countless monstrous pursuits and narrowly escaped the fate of becoming prey thanks to this very vehicle. However, less than half a minute after the latest transmission, the ground trembled once more. Lu Xiao's wrist wound had healed, and blood no longer flowed from it. Chapter 48. The Bone Spike Piercing the Heart. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment before deciding to cut open his wrist again. Blood splattered into the air, its metallic scent wafting in the breeze. The driver's voice trembled with fear. Are you trying to throw away your life? You dare to bleed? Lu Xiao shrugged. The only method left for our survival is to draw blood. Do you think that if I cease bleeding, the creature will spare us? At that moment, the driver wished fervently to press the accelerator. The creature's speed was terrifyingly swift. If this continued, they would inevitably be caught. I refuse to be consumed by such a repulsive being. If I must become food, I would prefer it to be at the hands of a noble, graceful, and beautiful lady. His grip on the steering wheel trembled. After several years in the dark abyss, this was his first encounter with a creature of such terrifying caliber. Goodness, the dark abyss is perilous. I long to return to the real world. Lu Xiao observed the scene with a headache. No matter how many times the driver attempted to teleport, the monster consistently located them with alarming speed, each time faster than before. Just moments ago, the driver initiated the teleportation. In less than 10 seconds, the creature appeared within their line of sight. Teleportation was not limitless in distance, and each activation required a preparatory process of approximately 3 seconds. At that moment, the vehicle, the Mengqin, began to flicker once more. Yet before Lu Xiao and the others could teleport away, a terrifying pressure manifested out of nowhere. Inside the cabin, all three expelled blood. Fei Jiao was the most severely affected, his chest caving in. A screeching sound pierced the air as the Mengqin's body was contorted by this sudden pressure. In an instant, the luxurious interior of the cabin vanished, replaced by writhing flesh. The vehicle disintegrated, transforming into a horrific mass of meat. Upon witnessing the monstrous heap of flesh advancing toward him, the driver fainted from sheer terror. Lu Xiao gazed at the enormous creature that slithered closer, the voice of the prison doctor echoing in his mind. When you sense danger, attempt to pierce your heart with it. Perhaps an unexpected surprise awaits. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao raised the bone spike and thrust it into his own heart. The excruciating pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. The colossal azure gem atop the bone spike emitted a radiant glow, flickering incessantly. At that moment, the spike seemed to come alive. writhing as if it possessed a will of its own. The myriad eyes on the creature pulsed with a bloodthirsty and frenzied light, and its speed increased. Fei Jiao struggled to open his eyes, perceiving the surrounding light warping, even the crimson moon above contorting in shape. The tendrils at the back of his head instinctively retracted, seemingly driven by instinct. "Oh my God," Fei Jiao murmured, gazing at the scarlet moon above. His gaze became vacant as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a gigantic eye materialized on the surface of the moon, slowly opening. Its pupil brimmed with malevolence, desire, greed, depravity, and rage, an amalgamation of negative emotions. Merely glimpsing it resulted in severe contamination. Fei Jiao fainted after catching just a fleeting sight of the unblinking eye. It was unbearable to behold. Even the creature halted its pursuit, its multitude of eyes writhing before bursting one by one, releasing a foul, putrid liquid. Were it given a choice, it would surely not opt to possess so many eyes. With a thud, the mound of flesh collapsed, stirring a massive cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Xiao also fell to the ground, having lost consciousness. The bone spike embedded in his chest slowly withdrew. The eye on the moon gradually closed, as if it had never existed. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more, save for the heap of rotting flesh nearby, continuously oozing its foul, dirty liquid. On another front, Dante, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a whip in hand, stood before Lu Guang, Huan Tu, and Xiao, each of them with a cigarette in their mouths. The ground was littered with cigarette butts and packs. Lu Guang spoke up. "Report. I have a question." Dante's voice was stern. "Call me Devil." "Yes, Devil. I have a question." Dante nodded. "Speak." Lu Guang's lips twitched. "What special significance does our current training hold?" Upon hearing this, Dante fell silent. "I don't know, but my predecessor trained me in the same manner. It must have its meaning." "Sacrificer Lu Guang, you are required to obey unconditionally." Huan Tu nearby gagged. "Too much. Too much. I can't take it anymore." Xiao was reduced to tears from the stench. Dante struck the ground with his whip, coldly stating, "Today's training is merely to ensure you won't die too embarrassingly on missions." "Report, Devil." Lu Guang spoke again. "Speak. May I ask what codename your mentor went by?" Dante pondered, uncertain. "I believe it was called Smoke Gun." Time passed, and Xiao slowly sat up, a familiar rancid odor wafting into his nostrils. Nearby, a bizarre creature, entirely wrapped in bandages and wielding a chainsaw, was gesturing over Fei Jiao's body. The chainsaw buzzed ominously. "Trim the ends." It said in a low voice. Xiao's heart leaped with joy. "Chainsaw uncle." You're awake?" "Just in time. I found a delicious morsel." The creature, chainsaw in hand, was preparing to slice into Fei Jiao's body. Xiao quickly interjected, "Wait, this is my friend." The chainsaw man paused, then reluctantly set down the chainsaw. "He's a friend? Friends can't be eaten." Seeing the chainsaw man again, Xiao was particularly elated. "Chainsaw uncle, when did you arrive?" The chainsaw man replied in a deep voice. "I caught a whiff of your scent and rushed over. When I arrived, you were lying on the ground, and I thought you were sleeping, so I didn't disturb you." Xiao nodded, then gestured, "There's a massive pile of meat chasing me." The chainsaw man pointed to the nearby stinking mass of decayed flesh. "I saw it, but unfortunately, it's spoiled and can't be eaten." Hearing this, Xiao's shoulders sagged. "What a pity." The chainsaw man shook his head. "No worries. How about we eat your friend instead? He looks quite tasty." One was food, the other something peculiar. This would also aid in advancing the plot. Of course, if you prefer a hierarchy, I will consider integrating it promptly. In truth, I had long since devised the setup, but hesitated to incorporate it. Additionally, I beseech all the esteemed writers for their support on my bookshelf and requests for updates. This truly means a great deal to me. Chapter 49, A Good Thing for Beauty and Youth. At this, Xiao quickly shook his head. No, chainsaw uncle. Haven tea, I taught you otherwise. Even the most delectable friends should not be consumed. At most, one may only savor their essence. The voice of the chainsaw man resonated with a deep timbre. Indeed, friends are not meant to be eaten, Xiao expressed with a look of contentment. By the way, Uncle Chainsaw, I have brought you a small gift. With that, he retrieved a badge from his pocket, upon which the words Uncle Chainsaw were inscribed in a haphazard manner. Struggling to rise, Xiao felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body, yet he persevered, moving his feet to hang the badge around the neck of the chainsaw man. The badge swayed gently against his chest. Observing this scene, Lu Xiao's face lit up with a smile of satisfaction. Now we are comrades. This badge had been prepared long ago, kept on his person, intended to be presented to Uncle Chainsaw upon his return to the dark prison. Uncle Chainsaw was momentarily taken aback, then revved up his chainsaw, brandishing it with exuberance. We are comrades now. At that moment, the driver began to awaken slowly. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of this terrifying spectacle, nearly causing him to faint again. The aura emanating from Uncle Chainsaw instilled a fear that resonated deep within his soul. Lu, is this your friend? He stammered. Lu Xiao, pale yet resolute, nodded in affirmation. Do not fear, my friend is quite amiable. With that reassurance, the driver exhaled a sigh of relief, though his trepidation lingered. Suddenly, Lu Xiao's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. Uncle Chainsaw rushed forward to inspect him, his head obscured by bandages, obscuring any discernible expression. You are injured. Lu Xiao shook his head, signaling that he was fine. It must be due to blood loss, but it is not severe. A little nourishment will suffice. Uncle Chainsaw's somber voice echoed. Wait here. I shall fetch you something to eat. With that declaration, he strode away with remarkable speed, each step covering great distances. The driver glanced around, noticing that the terrifying mass of flesh had transformed into a puddle of decaying meat. Upon realizing the danger had dissipated, he finally felt at ease. He then approached the writhing mass of flesh, which was the vehicle designated as serial number 302. Tentatively, he reached out to touch it, and the dense network of veins began to pulse. Shortly thereafter, an orange taxi materialized. After the earlier ordeal, the driver concluded that it was prudent to maintain a low profile within the dark prison. Lu Xiao chuckled softly. Do not fear. Returning here is akin to coming home. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, the driver fell into silence. Before long, Uncle Chainsaw returned, clutching a grotesque humanoid creature, its back adorned with enormous, gory wings riddled with holes, from which crimson blood dripped onto the ground. Uncle Chainsaw's voice was heavy with confusion. Strange, all the food around seems to be dead. Earlier, he had scoured the vicinity, but found no living sustenance. The creature in his grasp was one he had extracted from a coffin buried in the earth. Lured by its scent, upon seeing the abominable being Uncle Chainsaw held, Lu Xiao's lips curled into a grin. Uncle Chainsaw, this filthy vampire is hardly palatable. With a hint of resignation, Uncle Chainsaw replied, They are all dead. You said food must be alive. Lu Xiao paused, bewildered. What do you mean dead? All the food is dead. I cannot find anything living nearby. Without further contemplation, Lu Xiao responded, Then let us make do with this. Remember to remove the head and tail. Uncle Chainsaw revved the chainsaw, slicing the vampire into small pieces as if carving steak. The vampire scarcely had time to emit a sound before being mercilessly dismembered. Lu Xiao picked up a morsel, placing it in his mouth, only to furrow his brow in disgust. It was both sour and foul, reminiscent of an old woman's foot-binding cloth, nearly impossible to swallow. Meanwhile, the driver was taken aback by the sight before him. The vampire, previously of considerable stature, was now reduced to neatly arranged chunks of meat resembling steak. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking to him. Lu Xiao beckoned the driver. Come, taste this. Though unappetizing, according to the Shanghai Jing, it is excellent for beauty and vitality. Alas, if only we had garlic. The driver, skeptical yet curious, picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. As soon as he did, it slid down his throat, and before he could discern its flavor, he hastily grabbed another piece. As an anomalous being, he did not require food to survive. Yet the tantalizing meat chunks seemed irresistibly alluring. One piece, 2 pieces, he continued to stuff his mouth, soon finding his belly round and full. Lu Xiao quickly intervened. Mr. Driver, if you indulge so recklessly, you may suffer from indigestion. Hearing this, the driver halted his feast, wiping the remnant from his mouth and revealing a blissful smile. This is exquisite, 1,000 times better than seafood. Lu Xiao's eyes twitched slightly, but upon recalling the driver's past, he let out a soft sigh. My friend, you have endured much these years. Shortly thereafter, Dart, too, stirred from his slumber. His tendrils emerged from the back of his head once more. Were you eating? He inquired, bemused. He was familiar with Uncle Chainsaw, hence did not feel apprehensive. Rather, he was intrigued by the neatly arranged meat chunks on the ground. The driver, with a sense of fulfillment, urged, Brother, you must try this. It is truly delicious. Dart hesitated, glancing at Xiao, who nodded in affirmation. The meat chunks were clearly raw, still oozing blood. Dart, suppressing his revulsion, picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. His eyes instantly brightened, and then, as if possessed, he began to devour the raw meat chunks with the same fervor as the driver. The pitiful vampire was devoured by both Dart and the driver, leaving only scraps behind. Dart used a slender bone to pick at the remnants lodged between his teeth. What on earth was that? It was truly delectable. Xiao, gnawing on a bone with meat still attached, raised his head at Dart's words and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, just a vampire." Upon hearing this, Dart's stomach instinctively recoiled, and he looked as though he might retch. The driver, quick to act, covered Dart's mouth with his hand. "Brother, do not squander such a delicacy. This is a nourishing treasure." Dart's eyes were filled with terror as he flailed his arms, memories of Enzo transforming into a vampire flooding his mind. Xiao, sensing his distress, calmly reassured him, "Do not worry. This vampire is not the same as that despicable creature. This one did not originate from a human transformation. You need not feel guilty. Furthermore, to survive in the dark prison, you must consume sustenance. After all, you are still somewhat human, and the food within the dark prison is beneficial for you." As he spoke, Dart's tendrils emerged from the back of his neck, flailing in the air. It was evident that they had grown significantly thicker, once barely thicker than a hair, now approaching the girth of a worm. After a prolonged silence, Dart finally slumped to the ground, resigned. "Am I still considered human?" he murmured softly. Chapter 50. Grateful for nature's bounty. Xiao pondered for a moment before responding, "Well, whether you are human or not, I cannot say, but I certainly am." Upon hearing this, Dart's expression fell. The driver, observing from the side, remarked, "You truly have a way with words." Xiao shrugged his shoulders. Why concern oneself with such matters? Isn't it significant for humanity? For those who have already faced death, isn't it wonderful to still be alive? The driver pondered this notion and felt a sense of truth in it. Xiao stood up, dusting off his trousers. "Enough with the chatter. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it." With that, he approached the vibrant orange taxi, opened the front passenger door, and settled inside. The driver walked over to Fei Biao and gently tapped his shoulder. "Do not overthink it. The esteemed doctor has entrusted you with a task." After saying this, the driver also made his way toward the taxi. Upon hearing the driver's words, Fei Biao's expression turned exceedingly complex. "Survive?" Inside the taxi, Chainsaw Man and Fei Biao occupied the back seat. Chainsaw Man's muffled voice broke the silence. "Friend, you smell delightful. May I have a taste?" Fei Biao remained utterly still, the massive chainsaw resting on his lap, the rusted teeth glinting ominously in his peripheral vision. Xiao quickly intervened. "Chainsaw Uncle, this is not how one treats a friend." Oh, Chainsaw Man nodded hastily. The driver inquired from the front, "Where shall we head next?" "We have completed the task assigned by the doctor." He raised his wrist to glance at his watch. "We have been here for a day. The doctor instructed us to return within 2 days." Xiao grinned. "Now that we are here, shouldn't we bring back some local specialties?" "Worry not. A day is ample time." He then turned to Chainsaw Man. "Chainsaw Uncle, could you assist me in gathering some food to take back for our other friends?" Thus, the taxi aimlessly cruised for approximately 2 hours. According to the driver's watch, they had ventured far from the entrance. As soon as the car came to a halt, Chainsaw Man bolted out, chainsaw in hand. Xiao toyed with the bone spike, his memories frozen at the moment it pierced his heart. What transpired afterward was a mystery to him. He held the bone spike, mimicking its placement against his chest. The sight sent chills down Fei Biao's spine. Though he was unaware of the specifics that followed, Xiao's actions instinctively instilled fear within him. That fear seemed etched in his very bones. His tentacles at the back of his head thrashing wildly, producing a series of sharp sounds against the seat. "Do not act impulsively," he shouted in desperation, halting Xiao. Confused by the outburst, Xiao retracted the bone spike and inquired, "What is it?" Fei Biao's voice trembled. "Are you about to stab that thing into your heart again?" Xiao blinked, a hint of exasperation evident. "Do I seem like someone who self-harms for no reason?" Fei Biao did not respond to the question, but rather exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, he experienced a strange sense of joy at surviving. Suddenly, living did not seem so bad after all. Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Did you witness what transpired after I plunged this into my heart?" Fei Biao shook his head. I merely felt a wave of overwhelming negative emotions threatening to consume me, and then I lost consciousness. Hearing this, Xiao fell into a brief contemplation. Although he feigned indifference, he could not help but think. Chainsaw Man had informed him that the monstrous entity had perished before he arrived. Clearly, that creature was not slain by Chainsaw Man. Thus, it must have been the act of inserting the bone spike into his heart that caused the creature's disintegration. Xiao resumed fiddling with the bone spike. Compared to the thoroughly researched serial number 097, Ivan's bone spike held an air of enigma. The driver, meanwhile, remained silent. The atmosphere thick with tension. Occasional eerie breaths echoed from the surroundings, emanating from lower-tier bizarre creatures. The driver could only hope that the chainsaw-wielding figure would return swiftly. Only in the presence of such a being could he feel secure. Time passed without notice until suddenly a startled exclamation rang out. What the hell? There's a ghost. Xiao and Fei Biao followed his gaze. A tall woman in a red dress stood before them, her gaze fixed intently through the windshield upon the three of them. The driver, stroking his chin, remarked, "Strangely enough, this lady is quite attractive." The woman was indeed stunning, though her skin was unnaturally pale. Upon seeing her visage, a pleasant memory flooded Xiao's mind. He had encountered a beautiful lady during his time in the dark prison, and that lady had emerged from his very abdomen. The driver was about to exit the car to greet her when Fei Biao urgently stopped him. "Are you insane? This is the dark prison. That is undoubtedly a terrifying aberration." The driver glanced at Xiao beside him, a smirk curling his lips. "What is there to fear?" he added with a touch of bravado. "A gift from nature." Then he opened the car door and stepped out. Xiao, watching the spectacle unfold, remained seated in the passenger seat with a bemused expression. Fei Biao sighed, but did not dare to exit. The two watched as the driver approached the beautiful woman. After disembarking, the driver first adjusted his hairstyle, then rubbed his hands together as he approached. "My dear lady, how may I assist you?" He flashed a gentlemanly smile, bowing slightly in a courteous manner. When he looked up again, the woman had vanished from sight. Confused, he turned around, scanning the surroundings. Inside the car, Xiao chuckled at the sight. The driver was oblivious, but he and Fei Biao could see everything clearly. The woman was clinging to the driver's back. Strangely, the driver seemed completely unaware of the anomaly. Xiao remarked to Fei Biao, "It's not a big issue. She's likely a rule-based aberration. As long as she fulfills her conditions, she will depart on her own." As they spoke, the woman on the driver's back extended her pale hand towards his neck. The driver continued to turn in search of the woman's presence. Yet, her hand was nearly upon his neck. At that moment, the driver finally sensed something amiss. Crack! The driver's head tilted at an unnatural angle, his neck snapping with a sickening sound. Indeed, the woman on his back vanished into thin air. Chapter 51. Glitching the Rules Rule-Based Aberrations? Fei Biao inquired with curiosity. Xiao began to enlighten him. Generally, these aberrations do not pose a threat if you ignore them. "Have you seen a ring?" Fei Biao shook his head, indicating he had not. Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. "In simple terms, if you hear the phone ring at midnight and answer it, you will be claimed by a vengeful spirit. But if you do not answer, nothing will happen. These aberrations are bound by rules. As long as you do not engage with them, there will be no consequences." As they spoke, the driver stood up. His head twisted at a grotesque angle, creating a frightening sight. Crack, crack, crack. After adjusting his head back into place, the driver returned to the taxi. He expressed a hint of disappointment. "I thought it was a gift from nature, but it seems I just broke my neck." As an aberration, the driver certainly would not perish easily. Moreover, he had resided in the dark prison for quite some time, familiar with many aspects of it, including these rule-based aberrations. Xiao grinned. "It's quite an achievement to have survived in the dark prison for so long." The driver shrugged. "For me, such entities pose little to no threat. If fortune favors, one might encounter those who seek wisdom, and alas, the mind of the flying dart momentarily falters. This is but a trivial interlude." After a brief wait, the Chainsaw Man, tasked with procuring local specialties, finally returned, albeit empty-handed. "What happened, Chainsaw Uncle?" Xiao inquired, puzzled. The Chainsaw Man's voice was low, tinged with a hint of regret. I ran too swiftly." This revelation left Xiao feeling a tinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to bring back some local delicacies for the doctor to savor. The driver glanced at the time. "It's almost time." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao had no choice but to relent. Thus, the driver steered the vehicle toward the designated location marked on his watch. Chainsaw Uncle, I entrust my friend to your care. Outside, Lu Xiao reluctantly bid farewell to the Chainsaw Man. The Chainsaw Man revved his chainsaw, signaling all was well. Lu Xiao then turned to the flying dart, whose expression was one of bewilderment. Don't overthink it. Enjoy your meal. With that, he opened the car door. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle glided through the doorway, emanating a radiant light. The flying dart stood rooted, staring vacantly at the portal. On the other side, as Lu Xiao and the driver disembarked, the doctor approached them without delay. Have you completed the task? Lu Xiao patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, Doctor, my friend will certainly provide him with a hearty welcome. He won't go hungry. The doctor adjusted his monocle. The investigation team should be arriving soon. He glanced at Lu Xiao. Remember to carry 097 with you. Although Lu Xiao did not comprehend the doctor's insistence, he nodded in acknowledgement. After briefing Lu Xiao, the doctor turned his attention to the driver. Stay in the vehicle for now, on standby. On the ground, in the parking lot of the foremost psychiatric hospital in Mo, from men clad in black suits and sunglasses, stepped out of an opulent stretch limousine. One of the men, with soft golden locks cascading down, surveyed the surroundings, a smirk gracing his lips. Doctor, you didn't expect me to be part of the investigation team this time, did you? He removed his sunglasses, revealing a strikingly handsome face, none other than Adam from the roundtable meeting. Upon Lu Xiao's return to his containment chamber, he was astonished to find the all-knowing mirror had somehow been placed there. At that moment, a face materialized on its surface. Curiously, Lu Xiao asked, how did you come to be here? Did you come on your own accord? The visage shook its head. That clever human made a bargain with me. The mention of a deal instantly brought the doctor to Lu Xiao's mind. Oh, what sort of deal did the doctor strike with you? The face did not respond, instead diverting the conversation. Did you visit the dark prison? There's an aura about you that alleviates my discomfort. At this, Lu Xiao smiled broadly. Asking me questions requires a price. The face became momentarily stiff before awkwardly chuckling. You certainly have a sense of humor. Have you forgotten my nature? All-knowing. Lu Xiao's lips twitched. Then what is the purpose of your inquiries? The face sheepishly replied, isn't it to prevent you from feeling bored, to engage you in conversation? Suddenly, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. Right? I wish to pose a question. What transpired after I pierced my heart with a bone spur in the dark prison? What price must I pay for that answer? The face hurriedly shook its head. Indescribable. Lu Xiao was taken aback. I could smash you right now. Would you believe that? Why can't you answer my questions? I suspect you are targeting me. The face found itself momentarily speechless. Indeed, aside from a few historical inquiries, it could not respond to any of Lu Xiao's questions. I apologize. I must adhere to the rules. If you can pay the price, I shall certainly divulge the answer. The face finally declared. Just then, Lu Xiao suddenly recalled the serial number 097, the corrupted revolver. By the way, you are aware of this revolver, right? He produced the elegantly adorned revolver. The face replied, I know of this revolver, serial number 097, known as the corrupted revolver. Lu Xiao rubbed his hands together. If I were to ask you before firing, which part of my flesh I would randomly lose, and what fear I would experience to the utmost, what price would I need to pay? This was Lu Xiao's ingenious method to exploit a loophole. By consulting the all-knowing mirror before firing, he could assess whether the cost was worth it. Lu Xiao felt exceedingly clever. The face, however, appeared somewhat rigid. After a long contemplation, it finally spoke. These are two distinct questions, and the cost for each is one of your fingernails. Lu Xiao paused, taken aback. Can't you suggest an alternative? Pulling out a fingernail is quite painful. Are you not aware? The face responded, what do you believe would be a more suitable form of payment? It inquired cautiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao fell into deep thought. After a moment of deliberation, he tentatively suggested, what about a strand of hair? That's the only thing I can think of that would hurt. Although he had long since become numb to pain, he did not wish to remove his fingernails for no reason. What difference would that make from being a madman? The face was silent for a moment. That would be permissible, but are you truly certain you do not wish to reconsider? As it spoke, an image appeared on its surface. Chapter 52. Containment failure in the image, a bald figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xiao realized it was his own likeness. Are you still certain you wish to use a strand of hair as payment? The face inquired. Lu Xiao shivered. The bald figure in the image bore an uncanny resemblance to the inmates he had seen on television before his descent into the dark prison. No. Fingernails will suffice. They grow quickly anyway. Lu Xiao reassured himself. At that moment, the all-knowing mirror began to shrink. Moments later, it transformed into a pendant-sized object. Simultaneously, its voice echoed in Lu Xiao's ears. "Sir, the time for idle chatter has concluded. Please wear me around your neck." It thoughtfully morphed into a chain for Lu Xiao's convenience. Just as he hung the all-knowing mirror around his neck, the door of the containment chamber swung open. Leading the charge were 4 men in black suits, followed closely by the doctor and his assistant. The doctor's expression was somewhat grim. "Adam, you have violated the regulations of the warden." Adam sported an arrogant demeanor. "Doctor, you cannot make such unfounded accusations. All my procedures adhere to the warden's regulations." The doctor adjusted his monocle, his voice cold. "Following this incident, I shall certainly lodge a complaint with the highest office. You are undermining the internal unity of the warden organization." Adam, growing impatient, retorted, "How you choose to complain is your business. I need to complete my investigation." Pointing at the bewildered Lu Xiao, he commanded, "Take 292 away." 2 men in black suits approached Lu Xiao, brandishing a pair of specially designed handcuffs. Just then, the all-knowing mirror's voice resounded in Lu Xiao's ears. "Sir, that clever human wishes for you to exhibit some extreme reactions." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao glanced at the doctor. The doctor, adjusting his monocle, gave a subtle nod. A smile crept across Lu Xiao's face. The all-knowing mirror had mentioned making a deal with the doctor. Clearly, this was part of the arrangement. A bone spur abruptly manifested in Lu Xiao's hand. Puffed. He did not hesitate to stab into his own thigh. The azure gem at the tip of the bone spur emitted a radiant white glow. In an instant, a powerful wave of dizziness surged through Lu Xiao's mind. He merely clenched his teeth and shook his head gently, dispelling the dizziness. However, those present were not as fortunate. The 2 men in suits approaching Lu Xiao collapsed instantly, followed by the remaining staff who also fainted immediately. Now, only 3 individuals remained standing: Lu Xiao, the doctor, and Adam. The doctor and Adam clutched their heads, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, their expressions filled with agony. "That astute human wish for you to take some action against that blonde-haired fellow, perhaps by severing your hemorrhoids and stuffing them into his mouth." The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed once more in Lu Xiao's ear. "I sincerely apologize, but I do not possess hemorrhoids." Lu Xiao's lips twitched, yet he soon comprehended the doctor's intent. He tore off a small piece of flesh from his forearm, while Adam was still reeling from the dizziness. Lu Xiao used the bone spur to slice open Adam's abdomen and stuff the small piece of flesh inside. "That clever human acknowledges your actions." Adam, enduring the pain in his head, hurriedly reached inside his body to retrieve the flesh that had been forced into him. His hand grasped a small, bloody piece of flesh. The doctor's voice carried a chilling undertone. "Mr. Adam, your actions have caused 292 to go out of control and harm others. You must provide an appropriate explanation for this." Before Adam could respond, Lu Xiao had already dashed out of the containment area. The doctor watched Lu Xiao's departing figure, a flicker of faint light appearing in his eyes. "Activate the emergency protocol for C03 containment," he uttered with difficulty. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm sounded. Countless barriers descended. The prison doors holding the expendables suddenly swung open. The expendables wore expressions of bewilderment, and a few exchanged glances before turning to look at the soldiers stationed at the entrance. The soldiers were caught off guard, and at that moment, they received orders. C03 containment has experienced a containment breach. All special operations personnel proceed with rescue measures immediately. Upon receiving the command, they disregarded the eager expendables and turned to leave in unison. The expendables saw this, and hope flickered in their eyes. A golden opportunity. In an instant, the expendables erupted into chaos, all rushing towards the large door. Meanwhile, the prison doctor stood in the blood-scented control room, contemplating the colorful buttons. I recall the doctor saying to press a red button. Saying this, he randomly pressed a red button. Ivan's voice resonated within the prison doctor. However, the button you pressed was clearly green. After that, Ivan reached out and pressed a blue button. The prison doctor let out a sharp scream. "Ivan, do you even know what you are doing? You blind skeleton. I must cure that damn colorblindness." Just then, the doors of 2 containment chambers swung open. The doors bore engraved numbers. Number D107, number R019. When the door of chamber R019 opened, there was nothing but a mask inside. The mask was placed within a thick, 20-centimeter deep-tempered glass container. A special operations soldier passing by immediately halted in his tracks, seemingly drawn to the mask as he moved closer. On the other side, in containment chamber D-107, a clay sculpture stood in the corner. An overweight expendable dressed in a yellow vest, seeking refuge from the soldiers, squeezed inside. He sighed in relief as he looked at the clay sculpture in the corner. The sculpture resembled a child's crude clay figure, its limbs twisted and its features grotesque. Covered in colorful graffiti, the expendable immediately turned and pressed the door close button on the wall. The door shut instantly. Only then did the expendable feel at ease. He shifted his gaze back to the corner, but the hideous clay sculpture had vanished from his line of sight. A look of terror spread across his face. Crack! A sound akin to bones cracking echoed. In an instant, the expendable felt his vision falter. All that remained in his sight were the steel walls surrounding him and a headless, corpulent corpse. As for Xiao, he had barely run a few hundred meters when an orange taxi pulled up beside him. The driver, wearing black sunglasses, leaned out and spoke. The doctor has informed me of a new task. Chapter 53. I wish to walk the path they once tread upon. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and holding a cigarette leaned out. Buddy, according to the prison keeper's regulations, to take a containment object out of the containment facility, you need task documentation. The newcomer was none other than Dante. But the doctor did not provide me with the task documentation. What should I do? Dante exhaled a long puff of smoke. Just then, Dante took out a communicator. The voice of the doctor came through the communicator. Sacrificial pawn, Dante. Dante inhaled deeply from his cigarette and then replied, Doctor, I'm here. The doctor's calm voice came through. 292 has escaped the containment facility with 301. Your task. Assist 303 in locating 292 and re-establish containment. Border crossing permissions will be issued within 1 day. Dante glanced at Xiao, then grinned. Understood. After putting down the communicator, he looked at Xiao. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in Xiao's ears. Surely, the astute has already grasped the situation. A strange smile crept onto Xiao's lips. Dear Mr. Dante, where should I allow you to catch me? Dante grinned. I think Neon Country will be quite splendid. Without hesitation, Xiao opened the rear door of the car. Inside sat 2 men and a woman, all clad in black suits, wearing sunglasses and smoking. The car was filled with swirling smoke, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The suave one removed his sunglasses. Hey there, buddy. We meet again. However, it seems a bit cramped in here. Perhaps you should consider the trunk? The interior of the vehicle morphed into flesh, and moments later, a brand new van was successfully transformed. Xiao sat in the back seat, occasionally poking the suave one with the bone spur in his hand. The suave one lay on the floor, seething but unable to speak. Doctor, I suspect you intentionally let 292 escape. Adam's voice was tinged with exasperation. The doctor put down the communicator and adjusted his monocle. Mr. Adam, shirking responsibility is an undesirable trait. I have long advised you that your actions could provoke 292. Thus, you shall bear full responsibility for any potential consequences arising from this incident. Veins bulged on Adam's forehead. Nonsense. This is all you're doing. I will accuse you of your actions today in the highest office. The doctor shrugged, a rare smile gracing his face. However, accusations require evidence, do they not? Furthermore, as the leader of A01 containment facility, your presence in the investigative team contradicts the prison keeper's regulations. I have serious doubts regarding the legitimacy of your documentation. Are we simply driving to Neon Country like this? Dante asked while pinching his cigarette. The driver shook his head and retrieved a thick stack of blueprints from the armrest compartment. The doctor provided me with these. He asked me to see if I could transform the vehicle into these types of transportation. Dante glanced at the blueprints and his eyebrows twitched violently. You call these transportation tools? Hearing Dante's exaggerated tone, Xiao became curious. He took the blueprints Dante handed over, glanced at them, and then fell silent. If I'm not mistaken, this appears to be a bomber, does it not? Xiao flipped through a few more pages. Is this a tank? And, isn't this a rocket? For a moment, Xiao felt as though his mind had short-circuited. The others fell silent as well. The driver scoffed. I can't even comprehend these blueprints. I have no idea how to make any modifications. Why doesn't Doctor just try it himself? Dante sighed. At this rate, we won't be able to board a plane. Although the journey to Rihongwo isn't particularly far, it requires crossing a strait. The driver pondered for a moment. I once had the privilege of operating a speedboat. What if we transformed into a speedboat instead? Everyone, excluding Xiao, cast the driver a bewildered glance. That makes sense. You've been in the dark prison for so long. It's understandable that you wouldn't know. Dante took a deep drag on his cigarette. In this world, although strange beings exist on land, their numbers are relatively few. It is the sea that is truly a hotbed of anomalies. Upon hearing this, the driver froze momentarily. Xiao rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Therefore, to traverse the ocean, the only means of transportation is an aircraft. Upon hearing Dante's words, the driver slammed on the brakes. If that's the case, then why on earth are we even considering going to Rihongwo? We might as well head back and report to the doctor. At that moment, Xiao removed her sunglasses and timidly spoke. Actually, I can understand some of the blueprints. At this declaration, even Xiao turned his gaze toward Xiao. Feeling embarrassed under everyone's scrutiny, she added, before joining the Guardians, I was a graduate student specializing in mechanical materials. Hearing this, Xiao quickly thrust the blueprints into her hands. Please, I beg of you. Xiao blushed as she accepted the blueprints. This is our Huaxiao's latest stealth bomber. I once assisted my mentor in researching materials for this project. This is the latest model of land tank, still under wraps. She enthusiastically introduced each blueprint as if they were treasures. Huatu exclaimed, Xiao, you're so impressive. Do your parents know? Given your talents, why would you come to join the Guardians with us? At Huato's comment, Xiao's expression dimmed instantly. My parents were also Guardians, but they have already sacrificed themselves. In that moment, Huatu felt a profound moral shock, his gaze turning vacant. Xiao shook her head and forced a smile. I want to walk the path they once took. Xiao found himself at a loss for words. He could face the uncanny without flinching, but comforting someone was beyond his grasp. After all, Xiao was not a rough-and-tumble character like Dart, and he could not employ his usual comforting phrases. Xiao flipped through the pages for quite some time. Found it. Perhaps we can use this. The blueprint depicted a small aircraft. This is a Gulfstream 500 model, a relatively common private jet in civil aviation. Its range should be sufficient for us to reach Rihongwo. However, there is a dilemma. Does anyone here know how to fly a plane? At once, everyone exchanged glances. Xiao, however, grinned widely, revealing a rather knowing smile. Actually, I can fly a plane. Upon hearing this, the driver's expression stiffened. Come on, don't joke around. You might as well say you can turn a car into a plane. Chapter 54. Dante's past the driver's words did not anger Xiao. He replied in a calm manner. I have logged over 2,000 hours in flight simulation games. I possess extensive takeoff and landing experience in various extreme environments. Strictly speaking, I am a pilot with considerable flying experience. Dante took a deep drag on a cigarette. What is flight simulation? The driver's brow twitched. It's a game where you simulate flying an aircraft. Xiao turned to the driver, wearing a friendly smile. So, does that mean it's akin to flying a plane? The driver found himself at a loss for words, but another thought crossed his mind. Doctor has informed me that to facilitate the transformation of a vehicle, the operator must possess formidable mental strength. He pointed at Dante. You have heightened mental strength due to your prolonged encounters with the uncanny, and I, being an anomalous life form myself, possess greater mental strength than ordinary humans. Finally, he turned to Xiao. I'm uncertain if your mental strength can support the vehicle's transformation. Mental strength is quite elusive. Some individuals are born with exceptional abilities, while others, like Dante, develop resilience through frequent encounters with the bizarre, solidifying their mental fortitude. In plain terms, it's a matter of having faced fear many times, thus growing bolder. Xiao suddenly recalled something. The prison doctor once gave me something. He claimed it could enhance mental strength. I believe it was some kind of caterpillar. Upon mentioning this, Liu Guang's expression changed dramatically. The caterpillar of the ghost-faced moth. He said in a low voice. That incident has left a psychological scar on him. Yes. It's the caterpillar of the ghost-faced moth. But where should we search for it? Just as Xiao fell into contemplation, Dante slapped his forehead. How fortunate. I actually know where we might find it. All eyes turned to him. Dante reignited his cigarette. This takes us back to a long time ago. It was when I first joined the Guardians. Xiao's lips twitched, hastily interrupting. Mr. Dante, please get to the point. Dante sighed. It seems you're not particularly interested in my past. Very well, I will cut to the chase. He took a deep drag on his cigarette. I recall my instructor taking me on my first mission, which involved the ghost-faced moth. It occurred in a small village on the outskirts of Modu. In a town with a population of 1,000, a nest of ghost-faced moths had appeared. Our task was to destroy that nest. As he spoke, he shivered, his demeanor suggesting fear or perhaps another emotion. My instructor also perished during that mission. Dante's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he took several deep breaths to regain his composure before continuing. In the end, we paid a heavy price to destroy that nest. However, those in charge worried that it hadn't been completely eradicated, so they used an excuse to seal off the area. We should investigate. Perhaps we might find something there. Liu Guang expressed concern. If it truly wasn't eradicated, wouldn't it be too risky for us to go there now? What if they have formed a large-scale nest again? It's understandable that Liu Guang is apprehensive. His fear of the ghost-faced moth is quite profound. Dante exhaled smoke right in Liu Guang's face. What is there to fear? The ghost-faced moth is merely terrifying in appearance, with strong reproductive capabilities and swift speed. As he spoke, even Dante seemed uncertain. One must realize that the last time they attempted to destroy that nest, they had to concentrate forces from 3 containment sites in Huaxia. Even then, many lives were lost during that mission. For a moment, everyone in the vehicle stared blankly at each other, while Lu Xiao patted his chest. Fear not. I am here. Huadu shot him a glance. What good does that do? If a nest reemerges, our fate would be to become fodder for the ghost-faced moths. And my friend, you would be no different. They would lay eggs inside you, turning you into a breeding ground for their larvae. Lu Xiao jabbed Huado's backside with a bony protrusion. Huado discreetly held his rear, daring not to voice his displeasure. Liu Guang cast his gaze upon the bone spur in Lu Xiao's hand and suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Perhaps it is not entirely impossible. In the outskirts of Modu, in an obscure little town, a van driven by a driver was halted by a steel gate. The driver was about to activate his teleportation ability when Dante intervened. At that moment, a young soldier clad in camouflage approached, rifle in hand. He first rapped on the car window. Dante rolled down the window to meet his gaze. The soldier saluted and declared, "The area ahead is a military restricted zone. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter." Dante nodded, subsequently producing an identification document from seemingly nowhere and handing it to the soldier. The soldier glanced at it and immediately stood at attention. "Sir," Dante exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. Please take me to see your commander." The soldier saluted once more and then jogged over to open the gate. Inside the vehicle, Huatu, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "You are actually a commander in the official military. What rank do you hold?" Dante shot him a sidelong glance. "How many times must I remind you to call me Devil?" His face was alight with pride. "Once you officially join the Sacrificers, you will be assigned an appropriate military rank. Some missions will require you to coordinate with the troops." Upon hearing this, Huatu and the others felt a surge of aspiration. The vehicle passed through the checkpoint, revealing a military camp within. Lu Xiao curiously inquired, "So, all these bizarre locations are sealed off under the pretext of being military bases?" Dante pondered for a moment before replying, "Not entirely. However, most are indeed sealed for that reason. After all, the majority of the public remains oblivious to the existence of the bizarre. If such matters were to be exposed, it would incite widespread panic." As he spoke, he took a deep drag of his cigarette. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Lu Xiao glared at Dante with lifeless eyes. "Can't you refrain from smoking so much?" Dante shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm already a confirmed lung cancer patient. Do I still need to care about such trivialities?" Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. "Have you truly considered allowing the prison doctor to perform a minor surgery for you? Trust me, his medical skills are absolutely reliable." Dante coughed from his smoke. "No thanks. I wish to live a few more years." As they spoke, the vehicle entered a barracks area. A middle-aged man in camouflage approached. Chapter 55, Proximity Grenade Launcher. After Lu Xiao and the others disembarked, the middle-aged man saluted the group. "I am Lu Guoyang. May I inquire which military district you hail from?" At this moment, Dante stepped forward. "We are an independent action team under the 9th Group Army, codenamed Guardian of the Prison. We have come here on a mission. Due to the urgency of the situation, the mission documentation has yet to be issued." Lu Guoyang cast a skeptical glance at Dante. "How did you arrive in a van?" Clearly, the van appeared somewhat out of place. Dante replied earnestly. Due to the nature of the mission, it was deemed inappropriate to attract public attention. We were instructed to utilize a more low-profile mode of transportation. This reasoning was somewhat plausible, as Lu Guoyang was aware of what they were guarding. Please present your identification. However, he still needed to perform a final confirmation. Dante nodded and retrieved his identification from his pocket. Lu Guoyang took the document and stepped aside to make a phone call. Shortly thereafter, he returned at a brisk pace. Apologies, sir. I have confirmed that your identification is valid. He hesitated for a moment before adding, Higher Command has instructed me to fully assist you in your operations. Dante contemplated for a moment and then nodded. Please assist us in preparing some special operations equipment. We arrived in haste and brought no gear with us. Lu Guoyang saluted and then hurriedly left. You seem to hold a rather high rank. Lu Xiao remarked softly. Dante sighed. There is no choice. The missions we sacrificers undertake are perilous. Often, we require the assistance of military personnel. A low rank cannot command these big soldiers. This is the result of communication with higher authorities. Huadu felt a surge of excitement. Report, Devil. What rank will we receive upon officially joining the sacrificers? Don't vie cigarette. Sacrificers hold the rank of Brigadier General. Upon hearing this, Huatu nearly fainted with excitement. At that moment, he felt immensely grateful for his decision to join the sacrificers. Mother, your son is achieving great things. Huatu seemed to envision a bright future ahead. Dante unceremoniously doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Of course, your salary will remain the same as it is now. Upon hearing this, Huatu's head drooped in disappointment. Liu Guang patted Huatu on the shoulder. Come now, you didn't join the Guardians merely for that meager salary. Huatu replied earnestly. But I did join the Guardians for the salary, Liu Guang. Meanwhile, Xiao had finally committed the aircraft design to memory. She took a deep breath. Now, I just need to find the larvae of the Gui Lian E, and I can transform my ride into that aircraft. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao gave her a thumbs up. What a reliable girl. Xiaoyu's face flushed slightly at his words. Soon, Lu Guoyang returned. Sir, the armory has been opened for you. Please follow me. Before long, they arrived at a warehouse. Sir, you may freely access the munitions inside. Lu Xiao surveyed the surroundings. The armory was well stocked, with an array of infantry weapons. He casually picked up a portable rocket launcher. Dante interjected from his side. Although this weapon is powerful, the firing interval is too long. Moreover, it doesn't allow for much ammunition. You should consider other options. Lu Xiao nodded. These weapons, aside from appearing somewhat similar, seemed more advanced than those he had seen in military magazines before his fall into the abyss. After setting the portable rocket launcher aside, his gaze fell upon a corner where an exaggerated heavy weapon was positioned. Dante followed Lu Xiao's gaze. Buddy, you're not actually considering that thing, are you? Lu Xiao grinned. It looks quite formidable. Dante rolled his eyes. That is a close-range rapid-fire grenade launcher mounted on a tank. Let alone the weight of a launcher. A single grenade weighs 20 kilograms. The firing device exceeds 500 kilograms. He smacked his lips. However, its power is indeed tremendous. A single shot, and if someone is not careful, there won't even be a corpse left, only ashes. Lu Xiao nodded, highly satisfied with its potential. Does it have a large blast radius? Dante contemplated for a moment before responding. Approximately the size of half a football field. Wait, you can't be serious about using that thing, can you? As Dante looked on in astonishment, Lu Xiao had already hoisted the launcher, which was half his height. Give me about 100 rounds of ammunition, Lu Xiao proclaimed boldly. The others were nearly prepared as well, with even the driver donning special equipment. Hey, if my beautiful wife sees me dressed like this, she might rush over to reconcile with me. Nearby, Huadu patted him on the shoulder. If your beautiful wife sees him dressed like that, she might just come running with a train to throw herself into his embrace. The driver glanced in the direction pointed out by Huatu. Upon seeing it, he was utterly shocked, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Lu Xiao held a grenade launcher taller than himself, with an ammunition box on his back that was twice his size. His expression bore a hint of regret, as he lamented the limited stock of shells available. Otherwise, he would have wished to carry them all away. In the office, Lu Guoyang was reporting to his superiors when a soldier hurriedly entered. Lu Guoyang quickly ended the call, his face reflecting displeasure as he regarded the soldier. Sir, they have emerged from the armory. Lu Guoyang's expression turned impatient. So what if they have? Why the fuss? The appropriate weapon transfer orders have already been issued, haven't they? The soldier appeared anxious. But they have taken away. Lu Guiyang set down the phone, his tone icy. Xiao, the orders are clear. They are permitted to transfer any armaments from the armory. Besides, how much can they possibly take? Xiao grew frantic. Sir, perhaps you should take a look for yourself. Lu Guiyang, undeterred, replied, fine, I'll take a look. I refuse to believe they can haul the entire armory away. With that, he stepped out of the office. Inside the armory, Lu Guiyang pointed to an empty corner. What the hell? Where's my close defense grenade launcher? Meanwhile, Lu Xiao and his team were driving deeper into the town in a van. Chapter 56. A dramatic conclusion, the van traversed desolate roads, surrounded by the charred remnants of destruction. Dante pointed to the ruins and stated, all the residents here were parasitized by the ghost-faced moth. The entire town became a breeding ground for them. I had just become a victim, and my predecessors advised me to stay back and handle logistics. He seemed to reminisce. It was tragic, so tragic. A multitude of heavy weaponry was deployed. The artillery nearly leveled the town. Liu Guang remarked, we're only victims assigned to this task. Dante took a deep drag from a cigarette. Not just victims. There were also elite soldiers from the prison guards. The number of victims was minimal. The elite soldiers were the main force. Moreover, 3 containment facilities dispatched numerous containment objects for assistance. At this point, Dante's expression turned wistful. The sheer number of ghost-faced moths was overwhelming. As we were clearing them out, new ones kept hatching, sometimes after advancing just a few dozen meters. Newly emerged ghost-faced moths would pop up from the ground behind us. Liu Guang appeared puzzled. I recall that we housed a deity in C03, right? The contaminated creator with serial number 09. Wouldn't deploying him eliminate any risk of casualties? Dante shot him a glance. You know that's a contaminated creator. If we released him, not only would we lose this ghost-faced moth nest, but the entire magical city would likely be obliterated. He is only suited for intimidation. Liu Guang countered. What about the other S-Class Containment Objects? Like the prison doctor? Dante rolled his eyes. Forget about the prison doctor. If he were to emerge, he would likely slice up everyone he encountered. Hearing Dante speak ill of the prison doctor, Lu Xiao frowned. Are you questioning my friend's medical ethics? Dante smirked. You can speak of his medical skills, but ethics? He possesses none. It was clear that Dante knew more than he let on. Lu Xiao glared at Dante. You dare say that about a doctor with noble ideals? Dante paused, then chuckled. You have a point. His medical ethics are indeed abundant. He then added, but you must understand, every human has some form of ailment within. Some ailments do not affect a person, yet the prison doctor cannot tolerate any existence of ailments. Thus, there are few individuals he can control without going mad. If he were to enter the real world and see all the ailing humans, he would likely go berserk. Dante shrugged. Therefore, all containment objects deployed to eliminate the nest were non-living entities. Only such entities can be managed effectively. Lu Xiao gestured to the grenade launcher mounted on the roof of the van. Why not just bombard it? Dante nodded. Indeed, heavy firepower can effectively eliminate ordinary ghost-faced moths. But that is the nest, housing the ghost-faced moth queen. It is an entity of supernatural and bizarre nature. Conventional weapons would have no effect on it. We even employed small missiles. Lu Xiao stroked his chin. So how did you ultimately deal with that queen? Dante chuckled. It's rather humorous. In the end, it was an inconspicuous containment object that played a pivotal role. It was a one-time use containment object, a pill that obstructed the intestines. The caretaker with serial number 077 consumed the pill and was ordered to present himself to the mouth of the ghost-faced moth queen. Lu Xiao inquired, that frail little man in a suit with a mustache? Dante smacked his lips. Frail, perhaps. Only in your eyes. This dramatic conclusion was something none of us anticipated. That towering, indestructible ghost-faced moth queen fell at the hands of a mere pill. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and quickly added, by the way, it was the doctor who proposed this plan. As he spoke, the driver brought the vehicle to a halt in front of the cavern. The entrance was as large as a football field, surrounded by scorched earth. Dante leaped out of the vehicle. Here we are. This is the nest. The others followed suit. Disembarking, the driver hesitated, saying, perhaps I should wait for you here. If danger arises, just call for me, and I'll teleport in to assist you. Dante considered this and found the suggestion reasonable. Then you should wait here, but be cautious. Ghost-faced moths may appear unexpectedly, and they consume anything. Upon hearing this, the driver hesitated and then changed his mind. I suddenly feel that I might be more useful inside, the slick one remarked. It seems your lovely wife leaving you is not without reason. Xiao patted the slick one's shoulder and nodded. Buddy, you stole my words. The driver, that hurts. Xiao and his 6 companions traversed the expansive nest of the queen. The surrounding soil still carried the scent of gunpowder, with charred fragments embedded in the ground. The entire nest resembled the structure of an ant hill, with passages extending in all directions. The group had no idea how long they had been walking. The sound of howling winds never ceased. Xiao, carrying the close defense grenade launcher, led the way, his nostrils flaring. Dante lit a cigarette and asked, "How about it? Buddy, do you smell anything?" Xiao sniffed and nodded. "Yes, there is a strong, eerie presence. It shouldn't be. The scent should be close. Why can't we see anything?" Dante glanced around, instinctively sensing something amiss from his years of dealing with the bizarre. He tightened his grip on his automatic rifle, entering a state of alert. Just then, the slick one nervously tapped Dante's shoulder. "Report, Devil. I think I see my late great-grandmother waving at me." Dante furrowed his brow and immediately turned to look at the slick one. Huato gazed upward, his body trembling uncontrollably. The others, upon witnessing this scene, hurriedly raised their heads to look above. Under the beam of a tactical flashlight, countless faces emerged at the cave's ceiling, densely packed and innumerable. These faces stared down at Xiao and his companions with hollow eye sockets. Chapter 57. Bombarding the ghost-faced moth. My goodness. This scene startled even Xiao. He quickly lifted his closed defense grenade launcher and fired a shot skyward. My goodness. This exclamation was uttered by Dante, who, after calling out, shouted, "Quick, get down." Except for Xiao, everyone else promptly dropped to the ground. It was not that Xiao did not wish to lie down. Rather, he was encumbered by too much gear. Boom! A violente explosion érupted. Countless ghost-faced moths flapped their wings and scattered. Once their wings unfurled, they appeared as massive as water buffaloes. Shrapnel from the grenade flew in all directions. The eerie, shrill cries of the ghost-faced moths echoed infinitely within the cave. Fortunately, this cave had endured countless rounds of bombardment, causing the soil to become charred. Otherwise, Xiao's shot might have caused the cave to collapse entirely. A piece of shrapnel landed beside Dante's head. He looked up at the smoking fragment of the grenade. "Hey, next time, could you please give me a heads up before firing?" Xiao grinned, unleashing 2 more shots in quick succession. This time, without needing Dante's reminder, everyone wished they could bury themselves in the earth. They were concerned that before being harmed by the ghost-faced moths, they would be inadvertently injured by their own teammates. Boom! Boom! The consecutive cannon blasts reverberated throughout the cave, causing pain in their ears. The ghost-faced moths moved rapidly. Aside from Xiao's initial shot, which had caused significant damage, the subsequent shots were not particularly effective. However, Xiao had his methods. Holding the closed defense grenade launcher in one hand, he produced the bone spur as if performing magic with the other. Dante's eyes widened at the sight of the bone spur. "My goodness. Calm down, buddy." Yet, Xiao seemed oblivious to his cries. With a manic expression, he plunged the bone spur into his thigh. "You lunatic," Dante cursed. The spur pierced deeply into Xiao's leg, and the blue gem at its end emitted a radiant white aura. Xiao fought against the dizziness and fired another shot. The rapidly moving ghost-faced moths suddenly appeared to be paused. Before they could begin to fall, a projectile accurately struck the mass of ghost-faced moths. In an instant, dark green liquid rained down like droplets. Accompanying this were countless shattered limbs. However, the moth's stupor did not last long. Within mere seconds, they regained their senses. Without hesitation, Xiao withdrew the bone spur and drove it in his thigh once more. Buzz! The white aura swept through, plunging the ghost-faced moths back into a brief stupor. Boom! Another precise shell fell. Xiao repeated the process. Before long, his thighs were riddled with holes. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed from them. All had been absorbed by the bone spur. The blue gem at the tip became increasingly luminous. On Xiao's thigh, the wounds inflicted by the bone spur were healing rapidly. He seemed to feel no pain, switching from his left leg to his right as there were no more places left to pierce. Under such intense, self-inflicted assault, the ghost-faced moths were entirely eradicated. The only downside was that the 5 individuals lying on the ground were continuously frothing at the mouth. At this moment, the muzzle of the closed defense grenade launcher had turned a bright red. Xiao smiled broadly. 57 rounds. Truly, a real man should fire. A gust of wind swept through the passage, mingling with a nauseating odor, rushing towards Xiao. He took a deep breath. The air is quite nice. After an indeterminate amount of time, the 5 individuals on the ground slowly regained consciousness. The repeated effects of the bone spur had prolonged their unconsciousness to over 4 hours. The driver was the first to awaken, possessing the strongest mental fortitude among those present, aside from Xiao. He slowly rose, surveying the surroundings. The ground was littered with the remnants of ghost-faced moths and thick, dark green viscous fluid spread across the passage. Even the driver, accustomed to bizarre creatures, could not suppress his urge to retch. After a considerable time, Dante finally regained consciousness. His head felt as though it had been mercilessly hammered dozens of times, his skull threatening to crack. He held his forehead, his gaze vacant. What happened? Instinctively, he reached for his pocket. Trembling, Dante retrieved a pack of cigarettes. After lighting one, his eyes regained some clarity. However, upon taking in the scene around him, the cigarette fell from his mouth in shock, followed by a fit of dry heaving. Xiao expressed concern. Mr. Dante, I've advised you to cut back on smoking. Why won't you listen? Dante rubbed his temples, finally recalling what had transpired before he lost consciousness. He glanced at the numerous holes in Xiao's pants at the thigh area and gritted his teeth, uttering, "You truly are a madman." Xiao replied with utmost seriousness, "Mr. Dante, I must correct you. I am not a madman." Dante ignored Xiao and approached the other 3, flipping them over one by one and pinching their philtrums in an attempt to rouse them. Soon, Liu Guang and the others awoke. The first words from Huado upon waking were, "I dreamt of my long-deceased great-grandmother. She insisted on taking me with her." After everyone had gathered themselves, several more hours passed. There was no choice. The after-effects were indeed overwhelming. Dante lit another cigarette. The quantity was not overwhelming, indicating that the previous extermination had been quite successful. Without a food source, the ghost-faced moth's breeding rate would not be too rapid. It seems we have hope of finding the larvae. Xiao grinned. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and search. Dante took a deep drag from his cigarette. Not so fast. Ghost-faced moths have a unique trait in their oviposition, laying their eggs in a concentrated area. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a designated site for their egg-laying nearby. Try to sense the presence of those eggs. Xiao nodded, then lifted the closed defense grenade launcher, leading the way ahead. After walking for over 3 hours, Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. I sense a malevolent aura, and it is quite potent. Dante's heart tightened. Xiao's words indicated that a powerful, bizarre life form was nearby. Just as he hesitated about whether to alert his companions, a bizarre sound echoed, indescribable in words. Merely hearing it instilled a profound discomfort. Dante's face displayed sheer terror. "Run!" His voice trembled. That sound is from the ghost-faced Moth Queen. Chapter 58. The ghost-faced Moth Queen fear nearly consumed Dante. Despite having dealt with numerous bizarre incidents over the years, none had instilled such dread within him. Those experiences, though strange and terrifying, he could manage. The ghost-faced Moth Queen, however, was an entity beyond human capability to confront. While it lacked any peculiar traits or powers, it brought forth despair. Dante had personally endured that battle, having witnessed missiles strike its form, which had failed to inflict any harm whatsoever. Xiao's voice resonated with a weighty urgency. "It's too late. It has already arrived." Every person turned their heads to gaze in the direction Xiao was facing. Illuminated by the beam of a powerful flashlight, they discerned a pair of vividly colored wings, each as expansive as a room. The wings were adorned with countless human faces, their hollow eye sockets oozing black liquid. The entity's form was that of a naked female body, exuding an intoxicating allure, embellished with exquisite patterns reminiscent of a master tattoo artist's work. It possessed a face of unparalleled beauty, particularly its eyes, which, unlike the vacant orbs of other moth-like creatures, sparkled with the seduction of fox-like allure. The driver swallowed hard. "Goodness, my ex-wife pales in comparison to this enchanting lady." The sly one, feigning despair, couldn't resist a quip. Your ex-wife would surely be heartbroken to hear that. Dante reacted swiftly, raising his rifle and unleashing a volley of bullets. Yet, the bullets merely sparked feebly against the incessantly fluttering wings, leaving Dante in despair. Xiao raised his hand and fired a grenade. The explosion echoed, but the entity remained unscathed. Its lips parted, emitting a melodic sound. Xiao immediately felt a tumult in his mind, as though his very brain quaked. The others were far less fortunate, blood streaming from their orifices, their appearances utterly tragic. Unassailable, Xiao gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, discarding the close-range grenade launcher. In its place, he grasped a silver revolver, the barrel about 20 centimeters long, intricately engraved. Serial number 097, Corruption Revolver. His left hand clutched a bone spike. At that moment, he heard the voice of the all-knowing mirror. The cost of this shot is the flesh of your left forearm. It will also instill within you an overwhelming fear of rats. Xiao had no time to ponder as he squeezed the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and the mother moth's body twisted, the bullet striking its left wing. A fist-sized hole appeared, numerous cracks radiating from it, the power of the corruption curse taking effect. The mother moth furrowed its beautiful brow and decisively severed its left wing. The massive appendage shattered upon detachment, transforming into a pool of corrupted ichor upon ground. Xiao lifted his weapon once more. The all-knowing mirror's voice resonated again. The cost of this shot is the flesh of your right foot. It will also instill within you an overwhelming fear of light. The shot accurately struck the remaining right wing. The mother moth opened its mouth, emitting a piercing scream that shattered Xiao's eardrum, blood flowing from his ear canal. Simultaneously, the mother moth severed its right wing, its body crashing to the ground, bare feet touching the earth. With a swift motion, it lunged toward Xiao, recognizing him as the greatest threat. At this moment, Xiao's left forearm had become nothing but stark white bone, with a complex network of blood vessels and nerves. His right foot mirrored this fate. Nevertheless, he raised his gun, aiming at the charging mother moth. The cost of this shot is the flesh of your left thigh. It will also instill within you an overwhelming fear of contemplating this action. Furthermore, this shot will miss. However, with his eardrum ruptured, Xiao could not hear the voice of the all-knowing mirror. The gun fired, and the corruption revolver's muzzle flared briefly. The flesh of Xiao's left thigh vanished in an instant, causing him to stagger and lose his balance, collapsing to the ground. As predicted, the gun's aim faltered, and the bullet shot into the void. The mother moth was now upon him, its white, patterned arm reaching for Xiao's head. A wave of intense terror surged within him, akin to a mouse confronting a cat, an instinctual dread. In that fleeting moment, he had contemplated the action. Fortunately, the fear was brief, as his contemplation was equally fleeting. Xiao drove the bone spike into his abdomen. The azure gem at its tip erupted in a blinding white light, momentarily halting the mother moth's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao raised his gun, pressing the muzzle against the mother moth's chest. The gunshot echoed, immediately followed by the voice of the all-knowing mirror. The cost of this shot is the flesh of your abdomen. It will also instill within you an overwhelming fear of your own right hand. The bullet struck true, creating a fist-sized hole in the mother moth's chest, light shining through. Cracks spread from the wound in mere moments, enveloping its entire body. At that moment, the creature resembled a beautifully crafted porcelain doll marred by fractures. The flesh of Xiao's abdomen vanished, exposing writhing intestines in a grotesque display. Yet he smiled, a manic grin stretching across his face. He seemed to have rediscovered the sensation he felt when he first plunged into the abyss. The urgency of dancing on a tightrope. The helplessness in the face of terrifying, bizarre creatures. The constant threat to his life. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline fueled by fear. Within the abyss, a moment of carelessness could transform him into the prey of strange beings. Initially, this sensation tormented Xiao, leaving him restless, even contemplating an end to his existence. Yet now, this feeling intoxicated him. Xiao's expression radiated ecstasy, his cheeks flushed. After a brief bout of dizziness, the mother moth's hand continued its advance toward Xiao's head. Just as it made contact, its entire body disintegrated. The hand that could drive any man mad left only a shallow mark upon Xiao's forehead. The mother moth had perished. Soon after, Lu Xiao succumbed to excruciating pain, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Chapter 59. Lu Xiao's mysterious maneuver at this moment. The driver and the others finally regained their senses after the Mother Moth's initial assault. Upon assessing the scene, they exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Dante wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, trembling as he retrieved a cigarette, only to forget to light it. Xiao, go check if he is in any danger. Xiao nodded and approached Lu Xiao. His appearance was horrifying, with his organs fully exposed, and his limbs displaying stark white bone. Signs of decay marred his wounds, rendering his body a grotesque sight. As Xiao reached to check Lu Xiao's heartbeat and breath, Dante barked a warning. Do not touch his body. He clutched the 097 corruption revolver. Hearing this, Xiao hastily withdrew her hand. She was well aware of the revolver's notorious characteristics. Lu Xiao was likely under the curse's effect after firing the gun. If anyone were to accidentally make direct skin contact with him during this time, they would succumb to the curse, transforming into a pool of ichor. Liu Guang handed over a rifle, used this to pry the 097 from his grasp. Xiao nodded, accepting the rifle, and proceeded to nudge Lu Xiao's gun-holding hand with the muzzle. However, Lu Xiao's right hand, gripping the gun, seemed to be tightly clasped. No matter how hard Xiao tried to pry them apart, she could not succeed. Upon witnessing this scene, Dante furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Change to another gun. Smash it with the butt. Xiao exchanged her rifle for another, and then brought the butt down forcefully onto Lu Xiao's right hand. Yet, it remained unmoved. Noticing this, Lu Guang and Hua Tu lent a hand. Each man wielded a rifle and struck Lu Xiao's hand with all their might. Hua Tu was soon drenched in sweat. Is this guy made of iron? How can he be so tough? The driver, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, Let me do it. Stand back. He somehow procured a massive stone. Bang! The stone came crashing down. As an enigmatic being, the driver's strength surpassed that of an ordinary human by a considerable margin. Gazing at the shattered fragments of stone, the driver fell into contemplation. Xiao, feeling anxious, exclaimed, What should we do? At this rate, his wound won't heal. Dante scanned the surroundings, and then his eyes fell upon a pool of pus and blood beside Lu Xiao. I've got it. He dashed over and began rummaging through the mass. Soon, a voice of excitement rang out. The others turned to see Dante cradling a pink, tumor-like object in his hands. What is this? The driver asked curiously. Dante gazed intently at the pink mass. This is an unlaid egg from the queen, ghost-faced moth. Seeing the driver's puzzled expression, Dante explained in a hushed tone. The queen Lu Xiao just killed must have been born from the previous queen. We put in a lot of effort to find that egg back then, but we thought it hadn't laid yet. It appears now that it was hidden away. Judging by the size of this queen, she must have hatched not long ago. A fully grown queen would be enormous. As he spoke, he placed the egg into Lu Xiao's open abdomen, positioning it near the heart. Once the egg made contact with Lu Xiao's heart, it instantly became active. Fine tentacles penetrated Lu Xiao's heart, beginning to absorb his blood. Simultaneously, the egg pulsed in rhythm with the heartbeat. Before long, Lu Xiao's wound, previously ravaged by decay, began to heal in a most peculiar manner. Countless granulations spread from both ends, intertwining tightly together, resembling strands of melted cheese. Subsequently, new flesh began to grow rapidly. This process was swift. In less than an hour, the blood and flesh Lu Xiao had lost were restored. Is this thing really that miraculous? The driver inquired with curiosity. Although he was indeed an enigmatic life form, his understanding of such beings paled in comparison to Dante's. Dante nodded. The larvae of the ghost-faced moth can enhance mental strength, and the larvae of the queen exhibit the same effect. However, the queen is an extraordinary supernatural being, inherently possessing a high status. Such supernatural beings are born with significant standing. They have a certain level of restraint against curses. He gestured towards Lu Xiao and continued. The queen's larvae absorb part of the curse belonging to 097 in Lu Xiao's blood. Hence his wound has ceased to rot. At this moment, the queen's larvae are essentially parasitizing within him. Naturally, it will do everything in its power to preserve its host's life. It must be said that Dante was indeed a qualified sacrificer. His knowledge of the enigmatic surpassed that of most prison researchers. Hearing Dante's words, Lu Guang's expression darkened. As someone who had been parasitized by the ghost-faced moth's larvae, he felt quite resistant to this notion. Lu Guang asked in a grave tone, What about 292? If the Queen's larvae parasitize him, 1T he be in danger as well? When he wakes up and realizes this, are you certain he won't kill you first? Dante shrugged, momentarily remembering that the cigarette he had been holding had yet to be lit. After igniting it and taking a deep drag, he nonchalantly replied, I believe that, given his character, upon learning he has been parasitized by the Queen's larvae, he would most likely say something like this. He mimicked Lu Xiao's tone. This is really exhilarating. For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Upon reflection, it seemed quite plausible. Several more hours passed. At last, Lu Xiao stirred awake. He glanced around and, seeing everyone still there, sat up. Just as Xiao was about to speak, Lu Xiao suddenly let out a terrified scream. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ears. Please stop your thinking immediately. You will now experience extreme fear of thought. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao quickly slapped his temple. His gaze turned vacant, and drool began to trickle from his mouth. He grinned foolishly, resembling a person with underdeveloped intellect. This display left everyone bewildered. What was happening now? Dante quickly deduced it must be a side effect of 097, causing him to develop a fear of something. That slap likely gave him a concussion, rendering him a fool. He took another drag from his cigarette, noting that fools typically do not experience fear. Chapter 60. Is this really exciting? Huatu gave a thumbs up. What a tough guy. That's incredibly decisive. Then the question arose. What will happen when the side effects wear off? How will he return to normal? At this, everyone fell into deep thought. This was a serious issue. Dante rubbed his forehead. Let's deal with this matter later. For now, we must locate the larvae of the ghost-faced moth. Let's prioritize the important tasks. Regarding Lu Xiao's situation, they had no effective solutions. The driver volunteered to carry Lu Xiao on his back. The group traversed through the lair of the ghost-faced moth. Perhaps the previous extermination had indeed been successful, as aside from the initial group of ghost-faced moths they encountered upon entering and the subsequent queen, they had not encountered any others. However, without Lu Xiao's ability to perceive the enigmatic, they had to rely on the driver to lead the way. Although the driver was far less sensitive to the presence of enigmatic life than Lu Xiao, he was still significantly more attuned than the rest of the humans. After much searching, they finally discovered the location where the eggs were stored after blasting open a passage. The eggs of the ghost-faced moth larvae did not heavily depend on parasitic flesh for hatching. Even without a supply of flesh, they could still hatch, though the process would take longer. The eggs, about the size of pigeon eggs, were densely packed together. Dante estimated there were around 100. He pondered for a moment. One for each person. Remember to cut off the head before consuming. Huatu replied seriously. One for each? If the foreigner next door sees this, he might think we can't afford to eat. Dante suppressed his urge to beat him and clenched his teeth while explaining. Then go ahead and eat as much as you want. I won't stop you. At this, Huatu shrank back. Dante was the first to pick up an egg. Though called an egg, it was essentially a fleshy ball, pulsating slightly in his hand. He spoke solemnly. These eggs, which have not yet parasitized the human, have relatively low activity. Even so, they're still incredibly fast. Do not let them burrow into your bodies. So be sure to cut off their heads at the first opportunity. Upon concluding his words, he drew a dagger from his waist and proceeded to demonstrate. With a gentle motion, he sliced open a small incision, and subsequently, with a slight squeeze, a larva, resembling a white maggot of thumb width, emerged from the incision. Dan Ting promptly grasped the delicate larva, extracting it from its egg, and swiftly severed its head with the dagger. His proficiency stemmed from a prior encounter with a nest, where an elder had imparted such knowledge to him. He had consumed a considerable amount during that ordeal, which contributed to the strength of his mental acuity. Yet, the taste remained etched in his memory, an unforgettable experience. Without hesitation, he placed the larva into his mouth, swallowing it whole, unwilling to relive that flavor. The others followed suit, and the taste was utterly revolting, akin to rotten eggs left to fester for days. The slippery-headed individual nearly retched, while the expressions of the others were similarly grim. The lone driver, however, savored the morsel with delight, casting puzzled glances at his companions. Was it not delicious? With that, amidst the horrified gazes of the others, he picked up another, swiftly lopped off its head, and popped it into his mouth. His expression as mundane as if he had simply consumed a spicy snack. The slippery-headed one, suppressing his nausea, inquired, "How many of these can one consume?" Dan Ting took a deep drag from his cigarette, as if to dispel the lingering taste. Until your head feels swollen. The slippery-headed one, Xiao, and Lu Guang exchanged glances, their expressions contorted in agreement. They understood the significance of mental fortitude. It was one of humanity's greatest defenses against bizarre life forms, especially against those devoid of physical form. The benefits of possessing a strong mental acuity were manifold, including enhanced clarity of thought and superior memory. The four of them collectively consumed a substantial portion of the ghost-faced moth larvae eggs. The driver indulged the most, devouring approximately 20, followed by Xiao, who consumed over 10, while Lu Guang and the slippery-headed one shared the remainder. As for Dan Ting, he abstained from the feast, having already partaken in excess previously and unable to endure the taste. Momentarily, a feeling of lightheadedness enveloped them, prompting them to rest on the ground. At this juncture, Lu Xiao regained consciousness. His eyes regained clarity, indicating he had emerged from stupor. He realized that his previous fear of contemplation had dissipated. How long had it been? He turned to Dan Ting and asked. Dan Ting glanced at his watch and replied solemnly, "Exactly 12 hours." Lu Xiao nodded, gaining a clear understanding of the duration of the side effects associated with serial number 097. At that moment, the voice of the all-knowing mirror resonated in his ears. "Are you prepared to pay the price?" There are a total of 5 questions. Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment, then resolutely plucked all 5 fingernails from his left hand, cradling them against his chest. As for why he used his left hand, it was a matter understood by those in the know. The pendant version of the all-knowing mirror extended a tongue, swiftly snatching away the 5 bloodied fingernails. Dan Ting was unfazed by this spectacle, for the doctor had already informed him that Lu Xiao had escaped the containment facility with the all-knowing mirror. He pointed to the remaining larva eggs and declared, "The rest is yours." Lu Xiao grinned. Shortly thereafter, he consumed all the remaining larva eggs. Remarkably, he did not experience the expected lightheadedness. His expression even suggested a lingering sense of satisfaction. The slippery-headed one, holding his forehead, raised his thumb in admiration. "Buddy, you are truly formidable. By the way, I have good news. You have been parasitized by the larva of the ghost-faced moth queen." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then grinned widely. "Is it really that thrilling?" The others displayed expressions of confirmation. Lu Xiao seized the dagger and made a decisive cut across his chest, just as he reached for the queen larva's egg. The voice of the all-knowing mirror rang in his ear. "I advise against that." Lu Xiao, puzzled, asked why. "One of your fingernails," came the reply. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao used the dagger to slice off another fingernail. The all-knowing mirror continued. "Consuming it would merely enhance your mental acuity slightly. Retaining it, however, would yield significant benefits. It has absorbed the cursed blood you possess, leading to a transformation in its status. In the future, it will be more than just a ghost-faced moth queen." Lu Xiao pondered this statement, musing, "Does that not make it even more perilous? That question will cost you 5 of your fingernails." Lu Xiao glanced at his right hand, which now had only 4 fingernails remaining, and veins throbbed on his forehead. The all-knowing mirror promptly clarified, "In truth, this is quite a bargain. If the parasitism were not already a fact, the cost would be exorbitant beyond your capacity to bear." Lu Xiao's mouth twitched. "But I only have 4 left. You may opt for installment payments." The all-knowing mirror compassionately alleviated Lu Xiao's concerns. After removing the last 4 fingernails, Lu Xiao's expression twisted in determination. "Speak. If I find your answer unsatisfactory, I shall consume you. Do not doubt my bite." The pendant version of the all-knowing mirror quivered slightly. "Due to the nature of your blood, its life level has undergone a metamorphosis. Thus, you are now its closest entity, and it will never betray you. You might understand it, as you being its mother, is the egg you have laid." Lu Xiao's expression froze, and after a prolonged pause, he inhaled deeply. What a vivid metaphor. The words of the all-knowing mirror were easily comprehensible. It implied that Lu Xiao needed to hatch this egg, nurturing it with care and attention. In doing so, he would acquire a loyal companion, one with an alluring physique and unparalleled beauty. Lu Xiao envisioned this scenario, and the thought thrilled him immensely. The more he contemplated, the more excited he became, until a sudden shiver coursed through his body, causing him to feel somewhat less eager. Meanwhile, The slippery-headed one observed Lu Xiao's bloodied fingers and then glanced at his own. An inexplicable pang of pain surged through his mind. No wonder I cannot excel like him. It turns out I lack the courage to confront pain. He rarely articulated such philosophical reflections, and the others expressed their admiration for his insight. After a series of tribulations, they finally returned to their vehicle. Lu Guoyang awaited anxiously, and upon seeing Lu Xiao and the others emerge, he felt a weight lift from his chest. His gaze fell upon the near-defense grenade launcher that Lu Xiao carried, leaving him momentarily speechless. This what? Dan Ting approached with a broad smile. Upon seeing Dan Ting, Lu Guoyang made an effort to calm his emotions before recalling that he had yet to salute. Dan Ting nodded affirmatively. It has been completed. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, we emerged unscathed. Hearing this, Lu Guoyang's face brightened. What about those things? Dan Ting lit a cigarette and replied with a smile. They should be cleared out. You can take your men down to have a look shortly. He was confident that no other queens remained below. That would be too absurd. As for the common ghost-faced moths, they were easily dealt with given the presence of large-scale weaponry. Upon hearing this, Lu Guoyang saluted once more. Since being assigned to this location, he had been on edge, for anyone would feel fear in the presence of such entities. He was no exception, but due to his responsibilities, he could only grit his teeth and remain stationed here. Thank you so much. You have worked hard. Dante waved his hand. All right, the mission is complete. We should return to report now. With that, he was the first to open the van's door. Lu Guoyang hurriedly grasped Dante's hand. Chief, wait. Dante looked at him with a puzzled expression. Is there something else? Lu Guoyang pointed to the close-range grenade launcher held by Lu Xiao. Ultimately, the grenade launcher was returned to Lu Guoyang. The procedures for moving such weapons of mass destruction were exceedingly complex. Without the proper documentation, unauthorized movement of such weapons would incur significant liability. Although Lu Xiao was reluctant, he had no choice. After all, he was a model citizen. The van drove to a desolate area. Xiao sat in the driver's seat, her eyes closed, her hands resting on the steering wheel. The vehicle began to writhe, and soon transformed into a mass of flesh that enveloped her. A massive flesh ball emerged, its surface teeming with writhing blood vessels. Enclosed within the flesh ball, Xiao continuously envisioned every detail of the aircraft. Subsequently, the flesh ball began to morph. First, a rough outline of the fuselage gradually took shape, followed by the wings and other components. Perhaps due to the complexity of the transformation, this process felt interminable. After approximately 3 hours, a sleek black aircraft appeared in the wilderness. Xiao, appearing weak, disembarked from the plane, her complexion pale as she spoke. It's done. I've added a cloaking system to the vehicle. This way, the radar of Neon Country won't detect us. Lu Xiao supported her, smiling as he replied, Well done, sister. Leave the rest to me. Hearing his words, Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. After everyone boarded, Lu Xiao and the driver settled in the cockpit. The driver quickly fastened his seatbelt and then timidly asked, Is everything really all right? I feel like my left eyelid is twitching. Lu Xiao patted his chest and grinned. Don't worry. Left eye twitches for wealth. Right eye twitches for disaster. The driver paused momentarily. Then his face turned pale with fear. But now my right eyelid is twitching. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. That might be my mistake. It's left eye for disaster, right eye for wealth. The driver's expression morphed into greater horror. Damn it. Both my eyelids are twitching. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought. He cannot go on this flight. Sensing the driver's apprehension, Lu Xiao grinned widely. Want to get out? Too late. The door has long been welded shut. With that, he started the engine and pushed the throttle to the maximum. The driver was on the verge of tears. Oh my God, brother, you haven't even deployed the flaps. Accompanied by a roar of the engine, the aircraft's nose instantly lifted, its tail carving a deep trench into the ground. The tires screeched against the surface, leaving a trail of thick black smoke. Fortunately, the vehicle was an anomalous object. Otherwise, the headlines of the day's news would surely be dominated by this aviation disaster. Amidst a cacophony of terrified screams, the aircraft piloted by Lu Xiao clumsily ascended into the sky. His eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of the gameplay experience. The freshly airborne aircraft executed a grand maneuver, followed by a nosedive. The driver's face contorted. Brother, what kind of aircraft are you using for flight simulation? Lu Xiao flashed a toothy grin. I apologize for deceiving you. I was actually playing Give 'Em Love 5. I shall never believe your claims of being able to operate a vehicle again. After uttering this, the driver rolled his eyes and promptly fainted. As for the 4 fortunate passengers in the rear, they had already succumbed to unconsciousness ahead of time. Chapter 62, Serial Number 019, Source of Contamination. I am deeply sorry, Doctor. It's all the fault of that colorblind skeleton. It was precisely because he couldn't distinguish colors that he failed to fulfill your instructions. The prison doctor's sharp voice carried a hint of guilt. The doctor rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on as he removed his monocle. I merely asked you to monitor some surveillance. You too actually let 019, the source of contamination, escape. The prison doctor chuckled awkwardly. My sincerest apologies. How about I take the skeleton and help you retrieve it? Upon hearing this, the doctor immediately declined. No need for that. Your danger level is not any less than that of 019. Moreover, 019 has already escaped into the dark prison. The doctor had not come here to cast blame, but rather to pay the prison doctor for his services. After saying this, the doctor lay down on the prison doctor's operating table. The prison doctor let out a sinister laugh. Do you require anesthetic, doctor? This time I came prepared. The doctor's gaze remained calm. No need. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the prison doctor snapped his fingers. In the dark prison, Chainsaw Man sliced a high-tier, unknown, anomalous life form into pieces, arranging them neatly. Friend, this is the 39th meal today. The dart's eyes appeared somewhat numb. Within just over a day, Chainsaw Man had been feeding him high-tier, anomalous life forms, as if he were a grandmother caring for her grandson's husky. He seemed excessively concerned about not letting him starve and facing Lu Xiao's wrath. He could no longer recall how many meals he had consumed that day. Thank you, Mr. Chainsaw. After expressing his gratitude, the tentacles on the back of Dart's head surged forward. When Lu Xiao had left, the tentacles, which were no thicker than chopsticks, had now grown nearly as thick as steel pipes. The slippery tentacles wrapped around the meat chunks on the ground, feeding them into Dart's mouth. Initially, he found the meat chunks delectable. Now his expression resembled that of someone chewing on wax, utterly fatigued by the taste. Just then, Chainsaw Man abruptly stood up and activated his chainsaw. An ominous, twisted aura began to emanate from him. Dart's tentacles instinctively recoiled. He hurriedly rose, gazing towards the direction Chainsaw Man was facing. There, from the shadow of a nearby building, a soldier clad in the garb of a prison guard's special forces slowly emerged. The soldier cradled a glass container, which held a mask submerged in a pitch-black liquid. The mask bore a visage that seemed to smile, yet also weep. Upon witnessing this, Darts immediately became alert. Something's off. The prison guards should not appear alone in the dark prison. Due to the dim lighting, he could not see the contents of the glass container. Otherwise, he would have recognized it immediately. With this realization, Darts quickly retreated behind Chainsaw Man. Yet, upon seeing the anomalous entity, the typically formidable Chainsaw Man stood frozen, showing no signs of movement. However, the sound of the chainsaw whirring indicated his heightened state of alert. The soldier continued to advance towards Darts and Chainsaw Man, moving like a puppet. Beneath the mask, the soldier's eyes were hollow, and his features were contorted. Friend, this is my territory. Chainsaw Man's deep voice resonated. As he spoke, the soldier slowly raised his head. Darts looked up, and beneath the soldier's mask was an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, the soldier eerily transformed into a puddle of black liquid, as if he had never existed. Were it not for the glass container clattering to the ground, Darts would have thought he had merely imagined it. Before Darts could react, the puddle of black liquid seemed to come alive, enveloping the glass container. Following that, a sound of corrosion echoed in the air. The Darts suddenly sensed something amiss. The black liquid in that glass container now stirred a recollection within him. Oh no! How could the containment of sequence number 019, the source of pollution, have failed? There was no time for further contemplation. He grasped Chainsaw Man and prepared to flee. The strangeness of this object was beyond description, evident from his R-Class designation. R-Class signified that the guard must obliterate it. Those R-Class entities that had been contained were so due to the guard's inability to destroy them, a last resort to confinement. Yet, Dart chastised himself for his sluggish reaction. The black liquid surged towards him at an alarming speed. Dart could not evade it. A single drop of the black liquid splashed upon him. In that instant, the drop began to writhe, and he was soon enveloped by the seemingly conjured black liquid. It flowed over his body, coalescing on his face into a mask that appeared to weep yet smile. I can fulfill all your desires, as long as you need me. That voice echoed in Dart's ears like a demonic whisper. Dart roared in response. Get out of my body. Do not rush. I already know your wish. Do you wish to become human again? I can assist you. However, I require your help with some trivial matters. The voice seemed to brim with endless temptation. Although Dart was aware that this was likely a deception from sequence number 019, he hesitated. Chainsaw Man retreated a few paces, sensing Dart's unsettling aura. Ultimately, Dart resisted the temptation, his tone resolute as he declared, I do not need your assistance. He then turned to Chainsaw Man, saying, Mr. Chainsaw, please kill me immediately. Since deciding to become a guard soldier, Dart had long since cast aside the fear of death. He did not fear dying. Thus, the allure of returning to humanity was not insurmountable. I am sorry, Doctor. I have failed to complete the mission. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. However, Chainsaw Man remained motionless. At that moment, the pool of black liquid began to envelop Chainsaw Man's body as well. Clearly, he had no means to resist this source of pollution. What a pity. If you refuse, I shall have to enlist this seemingly dazed strongman to assist me. Upon hearing this, Dart's eyes flew open. No, absolutely not. He shouted in his heart. If Mr. Chainsaw were to be tainted, given his status, it would spell disaster for humanity. Dart could not allow that to happen. This was his current thought. Regardless of the reasons, he felt he had no choice. I agree to your terms. In that fleeting moment, Dart regained his composure. He spoke calmly. Those matters are best as trivial as you claim. Chapter 63. Sequence number S058. The jellyfish in the sky. Oh, you're finally awake? Xiao smiled at the newly conscious pilot. The pilot, a bit dazed, glanced around. Once he confirmed he was still seated in the co-pilot's seat, his pupils began to focus. I'm not dead, he exclaimed. Xiao's expression soured. Are you questioning my piloting skills? The pilot shivered at Xiao's words, hastily denying. How could that be? He quickly changed the subject. Where are we now? Xiao grinned. I activated the autopilot mode. We should arrive in Neon Country in 2 or 3 hours. The pilot was taken aback. He wondered if Xiao could indeed locate the autopilot button. It was not that Xiao had suddenly learned to fly. Rather, he had successfully activated the autopilot through the hands-on teaching of the all-knowing mirror. Notably, this time, the all-knowing mirror demanded no payment, claiming it was a gesture of gratitude to a valued client. Meanwhile, the aircraft had reached the skies over the ocean. Peering out of the cockpit, the view was shrouded in thick fog, with visibility alarmingly low. At that moment, Dante also regained consciousness and entered the cockpit. Are we already over the sea? He glanced out the window, confirming his query. Xiao complained, this wretched weather. You can see nothing outside? Dante nodded. Normal. This sea area is like this. By the way, have you turned on the autopilot? He directed the question at the pilot, not Xiao. The pilot hesitated briefly, but eventually nodded. Seeing the pilot's affirmation, Dante let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Dante, you mentioned that this sea area is like this. What is the reason? Dante retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. He had yet to respond when Xiao interrupted. Mr. Dante, smoking is not allowed on the plane. It is illegal. Do you understand? Xiao's demeanor was stern. Dante paused, and under Xiao's unwavering gaze, he extinguished the cigarette. This sea area is like this due to the existence of a supernatural and bizarre life form. He inhaled deeply before continuing. Sequence number S058, the jellyfish in the sky. The pilot was taken aback. So, isn't it dangerous to be above this sea area? Xiao shot a disapproving glance at the pilot. Did you not hear him? The safety level is S. Dante nodded slightly. Since its observation, this supernatural life form has never harmed passing aircraft. After numerous experiments by the guards, it was confirmed that it harbors no malice towards humanity. Subsequently, our organization expended great resources to erase the memories of all who witnessed it. However, due to its immense size, we cannot contain it. Thus, it continues to drift in this sea area. Xiao quickly grasped the crux of Dante's words. Immense? Just how large? Supernatural life signifies delicacies, and immense implies an abundance. It was no wonder Xiao posed this inquiry. Dante pondered for a moment. How large? You will see shortly. In the depths of the fog, a bell-shaped transparent jellyfish floated in the air. Countless tentacle-like appendages adorned its umbrella-shaped body, flailing wildly. At that moment, A small black private plane passed by. The tentacles appeared to part for the aircraft, all coming to a halt. The tentacles that originally extended in front of the plane even graciously elevated their height. In comparison, the aircraft appeared as a mere ant. The passengers aboard the plane were Xiao and his companions. Goodness, it is enormous, the pilot exclaimed, dumbfounded. From their vantage point, even the tentacles were significantly larger than their aircraft. The transparent dome was so vast it seemed endless. The entire jellyfish resembled a floating island. Xiao's eyes sparkled with an almost ravenous gleam. Endless. Absolutely endless. He drooled, murmuring to himself. Dante held his forehead. Your focus is always refreshingly unique. The pilot nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is truly endless. The others in the back row, including Liu Guang, displayed no significant surprise at this revelation. As a member of the prison guards, they were naturally well informed about the details of this jellyfish. However, only they knew that ordinary civil aviation passengers would never catch a glimpse of it, for there was no flight route connecting to this area. This airspace was a no-fly zone. Any aircraft attempting to enter would be ruthlessly shot down by missiles. The plane that Xiao and his companions were aboard had been equipped with a stealth system by Xiao, rendering it undetectable by radar. Xiao pressed his face against the window, fixated on the jellyfish, and only reluctantly withdrew his gaze once the plane had passed. He thought to himself that he must find a way to stew it. But what kind of pot should he use? For a moment, he was lost in contemplation. Mirror. Do you know what pot would be suitable? The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ears. I regret to inform you that this question lacks an answer. I suggest you consume it raw, as the flavor will undoubtedly not disappoint. Nearly 2 hours elapsed. At this juncture, an expanse of land comprised of interconnected islands came into Xiao's view. Is this the Neon Kingdom? He inquired of Dante. Dante nodded. Indeed, this is the Neon Kingdom. Xiao wrinkled his nose. Why does it seem so small? It appeared even smaller than he remembered from his recollections of the Neon Kingdom. Dante elaborated. The Neon Kingdom comprises only 2 cities, Tokyo and Osaka. Furthermore, it possesses only one shelter, J01. The entire population of the Neon Kingdom is barely over 1 million. Taken aback by Dante's explanation, Xiao felt a dissonance with his memories of the Neon Kingdom. However, he quickly grasped why the Neon Kingdom was currently in such dire straits. Dante had previously mentioned that the ocean was the most perilous realm, and the Neon Kingdom was entirely enveloped by it. Coupled with the kingdom's chronic scarcity of resources, a diminished population became inevitable. Moreover, this cluster of islands indeed appeared rather diminutive. He licked his lips. So, Mr. Dante, where do you intend to carry out the task of containing me? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Dante's eyes. Tokyo, Chapter 64. Only our Xiao nation is absolutely out of the question. Before long, the plane arrived above the islands of the Neon Kingdom. Xiao grinned widely. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land. Please fasten your seatbelts. At his words, the driver's eyes trembled. He hastily checked the seatbelts, confirming their security before fixing his gaze firmly ahead. Dante returned to his seat and secured his seatbelt tightly, even adjusting it to the utmost degree to ensure safety. Soon, Xiao identified a patch of land suitable for landing. The terrain was relatively flat, and the trees were not excessively tall. Brace yourselves, he declared, and then he dove the plane downward. The driver's eyes widened in alarm, overwhelmed by a strong sense of weightlessness. Are you sure this landing is safe? His voice quivered, clearly terrified. In that moment, he regretted not having learned to fly, for he would never have allowed this madman, Xiao, one step inside the cockpit. The engine roared violently, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. Under Xiao's command, the plane descended at an alarming rate, almost at a vertical angle. In the back, a passenger clung desperately to his seatbelt, his gaze dazed as he mumbled to himself. Granny, you've come to see me again. What? You want to take me with you? No way. I haven't earned enough to buy a burial plot. What? You must take one today? Why not look at my colleagues? Next to him, Liu Guang could hardly bear to listen any longer. He delivered a swift chop to the back of the passenger's head, rendering him unconscious. Xiao, witnessing this scene, looked at Liu Guang with pleading eyes. Liu Guang, help me. I'm so scared. Hearing this, Liu Guang sighed and, with another chop, sent Xiao into unconsciousness. His gaze then shifted to Dante, who was frothing at the mouth, seemingly already unconscious. Liu Guang was left dumbfounded. Who will help me? I'm scared too. The plane quickly completed its descent, albeit not with grace. The entire fuselage tilted as it landed, with the nose resting on the ground. Xiao unfastened his seatbelt and applauded himself. What a perfect flying experience. He was not exaggerating. He truly could manage takeoffs and landings in various extreme conditions, albeit with a somewhat harrowing process. The driver was the first to regain consciousness, resolutely deciding to master the operation of all vehicles. He vowed never again to allow this damned lunatic to touch any mode of transportation. No, not in the future, but right now. Once Dante and the others stood on solid ground again, tears streamed down their faces. The passenger even exaggeratedly bent down to kiss the earth beneath his feet. The feeling of solid ground was truly delightful. Except for Xiao, the other 5 nodded vigorously in agreement. Dante, trembling, could barely hold on a cigarette, but after taking a deep drag, he spoke. "Driver, we will rely on you from here on out." Without a moment's hesitation, the driver began transforming the vehicle. Soon, a silver-gray van materialized. The driver gripped the steering wheel firmly. "Mr. Dante, where next?" Dante wasted no words and took a seat in the passenger side. Tokyo. On the bustling streets, countless vehicles traversed the thoroughfare. In a luxurious black sedan, the craftsman sat in the back seat, exasperatedly clutching a communicator. The experiment yielded no results? "Yes, craftsman, and we've lost our last supply." The craftsman seethed. "If we VE run out of supplies, then go to the prison and find more." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. "There are no prisoners left in the prison. Neither are there any in the Osaka prison." Upon hearing this, the craftsman fell into contemplation for several seconds. "Then find me ordinary criminals to fill the gaps." The voice on the other end fell silent once more. "Craftsman, what I mean is, there are no prisoners left." A cruel glint flashed in the craftsman's eyes. "What are you all doing? Does this trivial matter require my guidance? If there are no prisoners, then have the Metropolitan Police catch some for me. We must obtain the experimental data for 297 as soon as possible." With that, he hung up the phone. The driver, clad in a white lab coat, spoke up. "Craftsman, isn't this approach somewhat unwise? The safety level of 297 should be D." The craftsman dismissed the concern. According to the prison guard regulations, D-Class Containment Objects cannot assist in completing containment tasks. The researcher hesitated for a moment, but persisted, however. Designating something that should be D-Class as S-Class also violates the prison guard regulations. At this, the craftsman's tone turned icy. "Who knows it is D-Class? The system?" The researcher was taken aback, then fell silent. The craftsman's gaze turned to the window. "Do you think Tokyo is bustling enough?" The researcher softly agreed. The craftsman sighed. "Indeed, Tokyo is sufficiently vibrant, but Tokyo is too small. One could say our neon kingdom is too small. Had we managed to seize the all-knowing mirror back then, perhaps we would have found a way to escape our predicament." As he spoke, his tone brimmed with bitterness. "Regrettably, not only did we fail to seize it, but we also lost our puppet in the process." The researcher driving the vehicle hesitated. "But didn't the roundtable meeting designate C03 to share the all-knowing mirror? Can we also participate in the research?" Upon hearing these words, the artisan let out a derisive snort. "Do you truly believe that the doctor would willingly surrender 301? Or, even if he did, do you think we possess the right to inquire of the all-knowing mirror?" The researchers fell silent, for the doctor's words had ruthlessly shattered the faith within their hearts. His voice grew somewhat somber. "Yet we still have 012. We can offer 012 as a bargaining chip to question the all-knowing mirror." The artisan scoffed. "If we were to present 012, the C01 containment facility, which possesses the 013 parchment, would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. At that point, the Xiao nation would spare no expense to seize 012. Should they acquire both of these items, the world would bend to their will." A flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes. Anyone could obtain these 2 containment objects, but the Xiao nation, absolutely could not. The researchers were engulfed in confusion. What had happened to the Guardian organization, leading it to devolve into its current state? As they spoke, the vehicle entered the opulent garage of a villa. "Mr. Artisan, you have arrived home." The artisan nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao." As he spoke, a handgun materialized in his hand. Chapter 65. The gas station. The handgun was fitted with a long silencer. A blood hole appeared in the back of the researcher's head as he sat in the driver's seat, blood oozing out. The artisan casually tossed the handgun aside, murmuring, Xiao Tian, only in that world will faith never betray you. Having uttered these words, he pushed open the car door and stepped out. A young girl rushed towards him. Daddy, you're finally back. The artisan's face softened with a gentle smile as he lifted the little girl into his arms. The girl curiously glanced inside the car. Daddy, what happened to Uncle Xiao Tian? The artisan replied in a soothing tone. Uncle Xiao Tian, he is just a bit tired from work and wants to rest. Outside Tokyo, a highway connected to Osaka, a silver-gray van was leisurely cruising along the road. Hey buddy, if you're driving, I think you could step on it a little more. Dante, cigarette in hand, said with a serious expression. The driver shrugged. I wish I could, but the vehicle lacks power. To put it simply, we're out of gas. Upon hearing this, Dante furrowed his brow. He suddenly recalled the unique characteristic of the vehicle designated 302, driven by flesh and blood. What should we do then? The driver shrugged again, indicating he didn't know either. Dante turned to Lu Xiao. Hey, why not ask the all-knowing mirror? Lu Xiao, lost in thought, examined his freshly grown fingernails. It seemed the mirror had a peculiar fondness for his nails. At that moment, the voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in Lu Xiao's ears. The answer to this question is presented to you. The vehicle designated 302 is driven by flesh and blood. You may feed it your own flesh. The effect is 1,000 times superior to that of ordinary human flesh. Lu Xiao grimaced. No, I'm afraid of pain. The others looked at Lu Xiao with strange expressions. Is this really the same person who could stab his thigh with bone spurs and pluck his own nails without flinching? The driver shrugged. Let us hope there is a gas station on this road. His mention of a gas station momentarily short-circuited Dante's brain. On the road, a truck was parked sideways, obstructing the passage. As a vehicle approached, a dozen young men armed with metal baseball bats jumped down from the truck, clearly a gang of thugs. The driver slammed on the brakes and pointed at the group advancing towards them. Look, ISNT at a gas station. Dante extinguished his cigarette. How much gas can we get? The driver shook his head. I've never filled it to the brim, but it should be quite a bit. Just as the two were chatting, a metal baseball bat crashed against the windshield. Bang! The windshield remained unscathed, but the young man wielding the bat felt his hand go numb from the impact. Get out of the car. Bakayuru. Lu Xiao exchanged glances with the others before they all exited the vehicle. Dante, holding a pack of cigarettes, instinctively prepared to offer one. However, his hand holding the cigarette box was slapped away. A young thug with brightly colored hair seized Dante by the collar. Hand over 100,000 yen, and we'll let you go today. If you can't pay up, don't blame me. With that, he smashed the bat against the front of the vehicle. In an instant, his expression changed. A searing pain shot through his hand gripping the bat. Lu Xiao extended his crimson tongue and licked his lips. Though he bore no ill will towards humanity, this did not extend to the Neon people. Moreover, this was a Neon person who had brought trouble upon themselves. In that moment, Lu Xiao's pupils trembled. Mr. Dante, may I? Before he could finish, a slight smile curled at the corners of Dante's mouth. Of course. My dear Mr. Lu Xiao, I have yet to successfully contain you, have I? An unstable, failed containment subject might do anything in such a state, would it not? Lu Xiao licked his lips. Should I leave some for you? Dante waved his hand. The Guardian regulations prohibit the use of force against ordinary people. Upon hearing their exchange, the thug appeared increasingly impatient. Bakayuru, I'm talking to you. What a pity. Lu Xiao, having long since grown impatient, dashed forward the moment he finished speaking. With a swift motion, he shattered the head of the thug who had been gripping Dante's collar. The others stood frozen, watching the scene unfold, while the driver, with a pained expression, shouted, Don't hit the head. The head has a better effect. The thugs who had jumped from the truck were paralyzed with fear at the sight. Before they could comprehend what had just happened, their leader's head had been obliterated. In an instant, they all wet themselves. A foul odor wafted through the air, with one person even soiling themselves. The driver wrinkled his nose in disgust. TSK, I can't have the one who soiled themselves. I'm a clean freak. The driver and Lu Xiao shared similar sentiments regarding the Neon Nation, despite having a beautiful wife. Oh no, he was merely a sycophant. He could not resist the allure of the third-class merit, as the saying goes. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Mr. Dante, may I? He looked at Dante with eager anticipation. Dante pondered for a moment. In principle, it is not permitted, as you are currently in a normal containment state. If you kill someone now, your containment level will be reassessed. Upon hearing this, the driver's expression dimmed. The sly one beside him reminded, "What is said in principle does not mean we will intervene if you do it." Dante shot a glare at the sly one, but did not refute. The four guardians then turned in unison, closing their eyes in tacit agreement. The driver watched Xiao charge into the crowd, his eyes suddenly reddening. "Damn, brother, slow down. Hey, don't steal my third-class merit." In the end, Xiao still felt a pang of sympathy for the driver who had been behind the wheel the entire time, leaving one for him. The driver, wearing a sinister grin, approached the last surviving neon thug. At such a young age, why learn to rob like others? The young thug was already in a state of collapse. A foul smell drifted into the driver's nostrils, indicating he had also soiled himself. The driver's brow furrowed slightly as he fell into contemplation. At that moment, a grave dilemma confronted him. Choosing third-class merit would mean breaking his cleanliness obsession. Choosing cleanliness signifies relinquishing the third-class merit. However, in the end, the driver could not resist the allure of the third-class merit. He shattered the neck of the thuggish youth with a swift slap. From behind, the voice of Dante resonated. "Sir, have you filled up on fuel?" The driver, with a satisfied expression, replied, "Almost done. My dear Mr. Dante." Chapter 66. Seeking an answer at last. Through the driver's diligent efforts, the vehicle was back on the road. This time, the speed was swift. Within an hour, Xiao and his companions had arrived at the capital of Tokyo. The operational privileges granted by the doctor had already been issued. This privilege allowed for the unconditional mobilization of personnel stationed at the C-03 containment facility. Thus, upon entering Tokyo, Xiao and his group headed straight to the office point established at the C-03 containment facility. The head of the office greeted them warmly. "Mr. Dante, ISNT your task to recontain 292? What brings you to the Neon Country?" At the dining table, a middle-aged man clad in a suit inquired. Dante's peripheral vision caught sight of Xiao indulging in a feast, and his lips twitched slightly. "Well, ISNT he right here?" He gestured toward Xiao. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was taken aback. Earlier, he had merely felt that Xiao seemed familiar, but seeing him with Dante had not aroused any suspicion. He asked warily, "Has the recontainment been successful?" Dante exhaled a smoke ring, his expression playful. "Who knows?" The head of the office immediately grasped Dante's implication and lowered his voice to ask, "Did the doctor assign any other tasks?" Dante shot him a glance, but remained silent. The head of the office, being perceptive, quickly understood Dante's meaning and straightened up. "What do you need me to assist with?" Dante took a drag of his cigarette. "Tomorrow, take us around the Neon Country." The head of the office looked puzzled, but did not press further. After the banquet concluded, Xiao and his companions returned to the accommodations prepared for them. In the dimly lit corridor, Dante silently smoked his cigarette. The haze filled the entire hallway. Xiao, catching a whiff of smoke, stepped out of his room. Seeing Dante chain-smoking, Xiao frowned. "Mr. Dante, smoking like this is irresponsible for your health." Dante chuckled and then asked, "How does the food in the Neon Country taste?" At this, Xiao's brow knitted tightly. "It's truly unappetizing, lacking any flavor. The food is even worse than the filthy vampires in the abyss." Although Xiao had indulged during the meal, he still had his grievances. Dante lit another cigarette, took a puff, and then remarked, "Let's see if I can catch an odd life form for you." Xiao nodded, then curiously asked, "What exactly are we doing in the Neon Country this time?" Dante took a deep drag and answered evasively, "You can ask the all-knowing mirror about that." Hearing this, Xiao pouted. "Mirror, what did the doctor send us to the Neon Country for?" After speaking, Xiao instinctively plucked a fingernail off. The all-knowing mirror's timid voice echoed in his ears. "You still owe a piece." Upon hearing this, Xiao's mouth twitched. He plucked another piece and tossed it to the pendant of the all-knowing mirror hanging around his neck. After swallowing the two bloodied nails, the all-knowing mirror finally responded. "That clever human seeks an answer." Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. "And then? What answer does he seek?" The all-knowing mirror stammered. "I cannot disclose that answer until our transaction is complete." Xiao clicked his tongue. Quite mysterious. ISNT it. However, he did not possess the habit of probing deeper. Regardless of the task at hand, as long as he followed Dante, the mystery would eventually be unveiled. Dante took a deep puff of his cigarette and suddenly began to cough violently, as if the smoke had choked him. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed for a full minute, tears streaming down his face. Ignoring the tears, he wiped his mouth and placed his hand behind his back. Mr. Dante, you might really need to quit smoking. Xiao expressed concern. If it gets too bad, I'll take you to see the prison doctor for a little procedure when we return. Surprisingly, Dante did not reject the suggestion this time. Sure, just remind that guy to remember the anesthetic. Seeing Dante relent, Xiao felt a sense of relief. Wonderful. You are finally going to see the prison doctor to cure your ailment. Rest assured, I will ensure the doctor uses the finest anesthetic. Dante smiled. That would be best. I'm most afraid of pain. All right, it's getting late. You should go rest. Xiao nodded, reiterating, once your ailment is cured, you must not smoke again. Dante nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I will. After Xiao returned to his room, Dante finally lifted the hand he had kept behind his back. In the dim corridor light, his palm was stained bright red. The next day, the head of the office arrived early at the accommodations of Xiao and the others. In the hall, he asked, Mr. Dante, do you know where you would like to explore? Mr. Diao, do you have a helicopter here? Diao was the code name of the head. Upon hearing Dante's question, Diao quickly nodded. Of course, but the airspace is restricted in a neon country, and the application for flight permission can be a bit troublesome. Dante smiled. Then I'll trouble you to handle the paperwork. Diao nodded and stepped aside to make a phone call. At this moment, Dante turned to the trio of Liu Guang, who were engaged in physical training. Is it tough? Sweat beaded on the foreheads of the three. Clearly, they had undergone a significant amount of training. Liu Guang, with a determined gaze, replied, Report, it's not tough. Huatu, somewhat begrudgingly, asked, Can't the salary for the sacrifices be raised a bit? This training load is far more than when I was a regular soldier. He seemed to have a strong obsession with a pay raise. Xiao Yu remained silent. Xiao nudged the driver beside him. Aren't you going to train with them? The driver's lips twitched. I'm an odd life form. Does training benefit me? Xiao pointed at his protruding belly. Can't you manage your image? No wonder you're beautiful. Before he could finish, the driver interrupted him. All right, I know what you're going to say. I'll go. With that, he joined the morning exercise team. Huatu, seeing the driver join, curiously asked, Buddy, did you earn a lot when you were a driver? The driver's lips twitched, but he still answered, Not bad, about 7,000-8,000 a month. Upon hearing this, Huatu was somewhat surprised. Huh, so little? No wonder your beautiful wife. The driver wore a face full of sorrow. Shut up. If you bring this up again, do you believe I will immediately demonstrate how terrifying an enraged odd life form can be? Chapter 67. The System and the Door. After about an hour, a woman dressed as a secretary arrived with a document in hand. Diao took the document from her and approached Dante. The flight permissions are approved. We can depart. Dante nodded. Lead the way. Thus, under Diao's guidance, the driver drove the van to a private hangar. At this moment, a civilian high-performance helicopter was already stationed outside the hangar. Diao introduced everyone. This is the helicopter prepared for our personnel by the shelter. We will return to Huaxiagua aboard it. Dante nodded. By the way, Mr. Shandio, can you pilot it? Shandio nodded. Of course. Every member of our office has undergone systematic training. This ensures that, in any situation, we foreign personnel can pilot the helicopter back to Huaxiagua. Speaking of this, Shandio's expression revealed a hint of pride. Although the salary at the C-03 shelter is not high, the benefits are quite good, especially concerning the safety of the staff. The doctor has always placed great importance on this aspect. Only the 3 shelters in Huaxiagua provide helicopters for their offices. Other countries' foreign offices are not so fortunate. In case of an incident, they must wait for their respective shelters to send a helicopter for retrieval. At this moment, Xiao approached, rubbing his hands. Gentlemen, may I pilot this helicopter? Hearing this, Shandio appeared somewhat astonished. Oh, sir, you can also fly a helicopter? Xiao nodded, beaming with a sunny smile. Certainly. I possess 2,000 hours of flying experience. I am adept at takeoffs and landings in various extreme environments. Shandio was taken aback. He never expected that this entity possessed such a skill. He glanced at Dante for confirmation. At that moment, Dante's pupils trembled. Before he could speak, the driver excitedly interjected. Sir, please do not let him touch any vehicle. His abominable driving skills are absolutely not worthy of any trust. Shandio remained silent. Ultimately, the helicopter was piloted by Shandio himself, while Lu Xiao sulked in the back seat. At this moment, his mind was conjuring up various culinary recipes. Deep fry driver, steam driver, spicy marinated driver, dry pot driver. The driver, seated in the co-pilot seat, felt a chill at the back of his head. Damn, which fool is plotting against me? He muttered to himself. The reason the driver occupied the co-pilot seat was that he had previously sworn to master the operation of various vehicles. He was determined that Lu Xiao should never touch any damned vehicle again. Thus, he observed with utmost seriousness, fearful of missing any step. Zhou Shandio piloted the helicopter, stating, "I'll take you on a tour over Osaka Prefecture first, and then we will return to Tokyo Prefecture." Dante nodded. "You may arrange it as you wish." As the helicopter ascended, the ground below gradually shrank until the entire expanse of Tokyo Prefecture came into view. Only then did Dante speak. "Just this height." Zhou Shandio nodded and began to cruise the helicopter. Meanwhile, he introduced to everyone, the population of Tokyo Prefecture exceeds 700,000, while Osaka Prefecture has over 400,000. The JO1 shelter is located at the heart of Tokyo Prefecture. The shelter is established beneath a shrine. Speaking of this, Lu Xiao became intrigued. "I see our shelter is beneath a psychiatric hospital. Is there any significance to this?" Upon hearing Lu Xiao's query, Zhou Shandio's expression stiffened for a moment before he explained. "Of course there is significance. Take J01 as an example. They built their shelter beneath the shrine. This has its advantages. For instance, if someone is troubled by a strange entity, they usually come to the shrine. This facilitates the shelter's ability to eliminate or contain the strange entity. Externally, it is proclaimed as an exorcism. Other nations have established shelters beneath churches or temples. Ultimately, the purpose is the same. Our shelter, being beneath a psychiatric hospital, is also for this consideration." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something amusing. "After all, our country does not have shamans masquerading as public officials." Ha ha ha. Lu Xiao understood and quickly followed up with another question. "So, does every shelter possess a radiant door?" Zhou Shandio did not answer this question. It was Xiao who responded from the side. "The serial number 03 door is the earliest discovered containment object by the Guardians. Its function is to connect the present world with the dark prison. Moreover, each door has an independent coordinate." After saying this, Xiao paused and then looked at Dante. Dante gently nodded. Xiao continued. "The first discovered containment object was the S-01 system. The Guardians established their organization based on this containment object. The system possesses immense power. It can split into subsystems. Each subsystem corresponds to a shelter. Thus, the 01 system can also be referred to as the brain of the Guardians. Furthermore, the doors are found under the guidance of the system." Lu Xiao's brows slowly furrowed. "How did you discover this system?" Xiao shook his head. "The origin of the system is the highest secret of the Guardians. Perhaps only someone of the Doctor's caliber could know. I only know that much of the advanced technology of the Guardians originates from a system." Lu Xiao hastily inquired of the all-knowing mirror. "Mirror, what price must I pay to learn about the origin of serial number 01? The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ear. "The cost is substantial. It is no less than resolving your curse issue." "Ah," Lu Xiao helplessly sighed. "Why do I feel you are somewhat misnamed? Do you truly know everything? Or are you merely cloaked in the guise of omniscience, deceiving questioners?" The all-knowing mirror remained silent. Lu Xiao's exchanges with the all-knowing mirror did not require vocalization. Often, he simply thought of a question in his mind, and the all-knowing mirror would provide an answer in his ear. This also indirectly reflected the omniscient nature of the all-knowing mirror. Therefore, the others were unaware of the content of their dialogue. Zhou Shandio hesitated. "Mr. Dante, is it truly acceptable to disclose this to him?" In the back seat, Dante casually flicked a cigarette, but out of the cabin. "The Doctor has authorized it. Any information regarding the Guardians that 292 wishes to know can be shared with him." Upon hearing Dante's words, Lu Xiao felt greatly reassured and adjusted the badge hanging around his neck. Chapter 68. Adam's mutation. Zhou Shandio was astonished to hear this. It is noteworthy that Lu Xiao is merely a living containment object. The Doctor has never shown such concern for a containment object, even for the contaminated creator of serial number 09. Even after it was confirmed to be a deity, the Doctor rarely communicated with it. Considering this, Zhou Shandio felt he should treat Lu Xiao with greater respect. The A01 shelter. After returning from Huaxiagua, He had shut himself in his office, not emerging since. Even his assistant could not see him. His once smooth, golden hair had become withered, resembling the dry grass of autumn. His black suit was tattered beyond repair. From the skin exposed, countless worm-like entities could be seen writhing beneath the surface. "Damn you, doctor. What have you done to me?" Adam's voice was hoarse, filled with resentment. "Doctor, you deserve to die. Not just you. Your entire Xiao deserves to perish." In that instant, his skin was pierced by slippery tentacles. Adam seemed oblivious to the pain, staring in horror at the tentacles protruding from his body. The tentacles flailed in the air, spraying viscous liquid everywhere. Simultaneously, a wound approximately 20 centimeters long appeared on his chest. Adam felt an unbearable itch in his chest, and he reached out to scratch it vigorously. In the next instant, a gaping wound suddenly opened up. A colossal eyeball spun wildly, its surface marred by crimson blood vessels. Witnessing this scene, a piercing scream should have erupted. What manner of monster have I become? Simultaneously, the alarm bells of the A01 containment facility blared. The cold monotone of the system echoed throughout A01. Dark Abyss value has reached the threshold. Dark Abyss value has reached the threshold. As all the staff looked on in astonishment, the door to Adam's office burst open with a resounding bang. Countless tentacles surged forth like a tide from the office. An utterly malevolent aura twisted the surrounding light. The staff instinctively turned to glance back, only to find their gazes vacant moments later, their forms dissolving into a puddle of flesh and blood. The master of those tentacles was none other than Adam, the leader of A01. He had long since lost his humanity, and the tentacles lifted him high as he rushed toward the door. Crossing the threshold, Adam plunged into the dark abyss. In the Neon Country, Xiao and his companions had already returned to the Tokyo Prefecture by helicopter. Mr. Diao took them on a tour above the Neon Country. Dante, smoking a cigarette, stated, "Mr. Diao, all personnel from your office should return home." Mr. Diao paused in surprise, but quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, I will make arrangements immediately." He did not intend to inquire about the reasons, since the doctor had granted Dante the highest level of operational authority. They were obliged to obey Dante unconditionally. A flicker of excitement crossed Xiao's eyes. "Oh, are we about to embark on something significant?" Dante did not respond, but addressed the trio of Liu Guang instead. "In truth, what a sacrifice requires is merely an unwavering heart. Everything else pales in comparison." The trio of Liu Guang looked at each other in confusion. Dante offered no clarification and instead turned to the driver. "Have you learned how to operate the helicopter?" The driver nodded. "Yes, I think I have a general understanding." Dante exhaled a cloud of smoke slowly. "Then tonight, we shall use the teleportation function to enter the J01 containment facility and fulfill the doctor's assigned task." The driver shrugged. He had been assigned to assist with the mission. Listening to Dante's tone, Xiao felt something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Nightfall descended swiftly. Mr. Diao stood before the helicopter, bidding farewell to Xiao and the others. "Mr. Dante, I wish you success in your mission." Dante waved back, cigarette in hand. Once the helicopter carrying the staff departed, Xiao transformed the vehicle into a helicopter. Inside the aircraft, Dante nonchalantly declared, "In this mission, you will lose your identity as guardians. Should you perish in this endeavor, you shall receive no compensation as guardians." He surveyed the trio. "Now, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw?" The three exchanged glances. Liu Guang, with a serious expression, replied, "Mr. Devil, did you not just say that what a sacrifice needs is an unwavering heart?" Upon hearing this, Dante smiled. "Liu Guang, is it? I have high hopes for you. You shall undoubtedly become an exceptional sacrifice. However, remember, you are not merely a sacrifice of the Guardians. You are also a sacrifice of Huaxia." Liu Guang nodded resolutely, his gaze unwavering. "I will heed your teachings." Dante then turned to Huido. "Huido, you have no significant issues. You were the most diligent during training, and I have noticed this. However, you lack a certain conviction." At this, Huido awkwardly scratched his head. "Mr. Devil, I train hard not just for the sake of it, but to earn a higher salary. Why not suggest to the doctor that we deserve a raise? If so, I would surely train even harder." Dante chuckled softly. He then looked to Xiao. "Xiao, to be honest, you are the one I admire the most. A young woman in her 20s, yet you became a guardian. Just that alone makes me feel you surpass me." Xiao bit her lip, remaining silent. Dante took a deep breath before smiling broadly. Congratulations. You have successfully completed your special training. From this moment onward, you are all qualified sacrifices. He then produced 3 medals he had prepared in advance. The formal award ceremony will have to wait until we return to C03, provided we all survive. He paused, then asked once more, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw now? This time, the 3 replied in unison, report, Mr. Devil. No. Dante nodded in satisfaction. Whido chuckled, Mr. Devil, we would prefer you to personally place these medals upon us. Xiao, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, interjected, I am a bit curious, what exactly did Mr. Dante teach you during your special training? Upon hearing this, Liu Guang's mouth twitched. The devil taught us how to smoke. At this, Liu Xiao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Mr. Dante, you truly are a devil. Chapter 69. The Paranoid Madman. Dante laughed heartily. This is not merely a hope that you will buy me cigarettes as a gesture of respect once you learn to smoke. After all, you know that the salary of a guardian is rather modest. Whido's lips twitched. I knew you were a devil who couldn't keep your thoughts to yourself. As the group conversed, the helicopter arrived above the J01 containment facility. Looking down from the helicopter, the shrine remained brightly lit. Dante instructed the driver, please initiate the teleportation. We will enter the interior of J01 directly. The driver nodded. Moments later, the helicopter experienced a brief glitch before vanishing into the night sky. In the C03 containment facility, the doctor sat in his office. The glare from his monocle reflected beams of light. He held a communicator in his hand. Doctor, have you truly made up your mind? The voice of the warden emanated from the communicator. The doctor adjusted his monocle. Minter, I have made my decision. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a sigh escaped. Xiao is quite angry with your actions. Listen to me, even if we obtain 012, we cannot utilize its functions in the short term. The doctor's tone remained calm. Minter, my goal is not 012. Rather, I seek answers to break through existing technology. With humanity's current technological level, we cannot cope with the disasters that arise from the failure of the gate. I must proceed this way. The warden's tone grew urgent. But by doing so, you will lose your position as the leader of the containment facility. You may even be demoted to a mere expendable. With your abilities, you should have a broader future ahead. I am old. It is time for me to retire. In my mind, you are the best candidate to succeed the C01 facility. The doctor replied indifferently, the leadership of the C01 containment facility can be passed on to others, but this matter I must undertake. The warden felt that the doctor was now incomprehensible. You fool, can you not let that sacrifice bear all the consequences? Must you take all the responsibility upon yourself? The doctor appeared somewhat fatigued as he rubbed his forehead. Xiao vehemently opposed my approach. The director's temperament seemed rather irascible. I thought to myself, who cares? The director's call came in. Doctor, well done. The director's voice was filled with excitement. I remarked that he should have acted this way long ago and inquired if he needed assistance. It was high time they managed on their own. The doctor appeared somewhat fatigued as he rubbed his forehead. Xiao vehemently opposed my approach. The director's temperament seemed rather irascible. I thought to myself, who cares? I have long been displeased with Xiao. How about we jointly petition for Xiao to step down and let someone else take his place? At that moment, the assistant's voice crackled through the communicator. Director, you have a call. It's from Mr. Xiao. The atmosphere turned awkward. The director hurriedly ended the doctor's call. After placing the communicator down, the doctor's gaze fell upon a massive petri dish containing the hematopoietic stem cells of Xiao. Just as he was about to conduct further experiments, the communicator buzzed again. The doctor answered the call. It's me, came Xiang's deep voice. Have your people withdraw from the Neon Country's borders immediately. The doctor adjusted his monocle and calmly replied, I regret to inform you, sir, that I have lost contact with them. Xiang's voice, once magnetic, now dripped with fury. Do you realize what you are doing? The people in the highest office are debating whether to abolish our position there. The doctor's tone remained composed. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this has caused you. Xiang nearly roared. Can't you wait a little longer? Must you execute this at this precise moment? His voice carried a hint of desperation. Give me a bit more time. We cannot sever ties with the Guardians yet, even if you manage to reclaim 012. We cannot contend with the vast organization of the Guardians in the short term. Moreover, we have no idea what price we must pay to use 012 and 013 simultaneously. All of this requires time, does it not? Truly, grant me some more time. Once I have the system in hand, you may do as you please. The doctor gently shook his head. Sir, 012 is merely ancillary. My objective does not revolve around it. While that containment unit is powerful, it offers no assistance in the predicament we are about to face. Xiao was taken aback. Then what is your true objective? The doctor removed his monocle and placed it gently on the table. I seek answers. Answers that transcend current human technology. In that moment, Xiao fell silent. And after a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply. Is it truly that urgent? The doctor's voice bore an unusual hint of concern. Yes, it is quite urgent. The gate is on the verge of failing. A plethora of data indicated that the dark prison was assimilating the current world. This process could take a month or perhaps merely until tomorrow. No one could say for certain. If by that time humanity has not devised appropriate countermeasures, then human civilization shall surely face annihilation. The sound of fingers tapping on a table echoed through the communicator. But all of this is merely your speculation, is it not? The system has not provided feedback indicating that the gate will fail. The doctor shook his head. I have faith in my research. You delusional maniac. Xiao was now completely enraged. Even if you uncover the answers, what then? Do you possess the capability to capture that divine being? If you cannot capture it, then all of this is but a fruitless endeavor. The doctor disagreed with this perspective. I believe our most pressing task is to ascertain the name of that divine being. Xiao's furious voice erupted again. Damn it! Maniac! Maniac! You are a thoroughgoing lunatic. He had lost track of the last time he had felt such rage. At this moment, seated in his office, his eyes were bloodshot, his former elegance stripped away. Even his suit's tie had been violently torn apart, leaving a mark on his neck. After a bout of venting, Xiao managed to regain his composure. Doctor, I need you to tell me now, does 292 possess divinity? This time, the doctor did not conceal the truth. Yes, and it possesses supreme divinity, even more intense than that of 09. Relieved to finally hear good news, Xiao exhaled deeply. After this matter, I need you to fully develop 292. The doctor unequivocally refused. That is impossible, sir. Xiao, who had previously been on the verge of compromise, fell back into a fit of rage. What on earth are you thinking? Faced with the roar emanating from the communicator, the doctor calmly replied, preliminary experiments have already been conducted. A soldier of the Guardians received a drop of 292's blood. Merely a single drop induced terrifying mutations in that soldier. Thus, 292's ability to possess divinity within a human form is an irreplicable miracle. As he spoke, the doctor raised his hand, his gaze fixed on his palm, wherein I resided. Time rewound to the day the doctor consulted the prison physician. Doctor, did you come into contact with Lu's blood? The physician's voice held a hint of intrigue. Lying calmly on the operating table, the doctor responded, I independently cultivated his hematopoietic stem cells and subsequently diluted the fresh blood produced before injecting it into my own body. The physician laughed sharply. I must say, you are a complete madman. Your level of insanity is nearly on par with Lu. The doctor replied calmly, so, can you resolve this curse? The physician shook his head. Regrettably, I cannot. However, Lu's blood has rendered your physical condition remarkably healthy. The doctor agreed. I feel as if I have regained 30 years of youth. His hair, which had begun to show signs of graying, was now a full head of dark locks, and even the wrinkles on his face had vanished. What intoxicating power! The doctor marveled. The physician seemed to concur. It is a fortune, or rather a blessing. The doctor, intrigued, asked, You mentioned this before. Could you elaborate on why? The physician paused for a moment. I respect your madness, and thus, I shall share some truths about Lu with you. The curse within Lu is known as Ascension. Upon hearing this, the doctor became intrigued. Ascension? Are you suggesting he will become a being akin to the tainted creator of 09? The physician let out a peculiar laugh. Doctor, first, it is quite impolite to interrupt others. Secondly, you cannot equate Lu with that inferior divine being. Lu's divinity is pure, noble. The doctor pondered for a moment. So, you are aware of 292's origins? The physician's beak-like mouth flapped as he spoke. I do not know. I only know he hails from the depths of the prison. The doctor nodded. Then what truly resides in the depths of the dark prison? The physician's voice took on a playful tone. Doctor, I do not believe you would wish to know. At least, for you humans, those are not benevolent entities. As he spoke, the physician turned away. Doctor, I regret to inform you that your body is in excellent health. The doctor sat on the cold operating table, lost in thought. Time returned to the present. The doctor's voice remained calm. Now, do you still desire his divinity? Xiao remained silent for less than 5 seconds before resolutely responding. Yes. The doctor, once again donning his monocle, finally spoke. I shall send you a sample of his blood. Naturally, I recommend that you dilute it before proceeding with your examination. Perhaps you should assess the current state of Yidong before making a decision. Considering the time, he should be nearly ready. The voice of Xiao has also quieted down. I understand, the doctor murmured after hanging up the phone. Technology is the only path humanity can tread. At the J01 containment facility, Xiao and his companions successfully entered the premises. Dantang remained on the plane, smoking. Now, I shall announce your mission. Collaborate with 292 to seize containment item 012. Upon hearing this, Huido felt deceived. Is it too late for me to withdraw? He never anticipated that this mission would involve infiltrating another containment facility to seize their most crucial item. This outrageous task included merely the 3 inexperienced sacrifices and a teammate driven mad to the point of confusion between friend and foe. Dantang grinned widely. Apologies, but it is too late. He then addressed Xiao, saying, Buddy, take good care of them. If you cannot manage, feel free to abandon them. After all, they're mere cannon fodder. Haha. Xiao nodded and grinned. Don't worry, I am quite reliable. Liu Guang asked in a low voice, what about you? Will you not join us in executing this mission? Dantang smirked. I have a more pressing task, so I cannot take you novices along. I would want you to hinder me. With that, he patted the driver on the shoulder. Driver, let us depart. The driver hesitated. Should I accompany them on their mission? Upon hearing this, Dantang's lips twitched as he leaned closer, whispering in his ear, their mission is far riskier than mine. Are you certain? The driver found himself in a dilemma. He glanced at Xiao and the others, then at the nonchalant Dantang. Ultimately, he decided to follow Dantang. The helicopter flickered again, and Dantang held a pendant, the all-seeing mirror of serial number 301. He addressed the mirror, stating, All I need to do is bring you to the right location, correct? The mirror began to transform. Soon, a tall mirror adorned with ancient patterns appeared, revealing a human face. Indeed, Dantang nodded, then directed the driver to fly to the predetermined location. Inside the containment facility, amidst the blaring alarms, Xiao licked his lips, his eyes filled with a thirst for blood. The others held their weapons, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The firearms had been provided by the office. Liu Guang spoke in a low tone. Mr. Xiao, please refrain from using that bone spur unless absolutely necessary. While it is undoubtedly effective, if we accidentally release any containment items due to its usage, we might all perish here. Xiao waved his hand, indicating his understanding. The moment they entered the facility, their presence had already been compromised. Ubiquitous surveillance had locked onto the 4 of them, and the entire guard force was converging towards their position. Chapter 71. Call Me the Devil, Dantang. Hundreds of well-equipped prison guards approached Xiao and his companions in tactical formation, grouped in 7s. A cold voice from their earpieces commanded, Capture 292 alive, eliminate all others. Xiao licked his lips and said to Liu Guang, Get out of the way, I'm going all out. With that, amidst the terrified gazes of Liu Guang and the others, Xiao drove the bone spur directly into his thigh. The spur embedded itself entirely, the pale blue gem emitting a halo. The 3 did not even have time to utter a curse before their eyes rolled back, unconscious. The soldiers fell like a line of dominoes. Xiao grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. The best method of infiltration is to eliminate them all. Ha ha! With that, he charged forward. For the fragile human body, Xiao needed merely a casual slap to shatter it to pieces. In the control room, the craftsman clutched his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. The intense dizziness caused him excruciating pain. On the screen, the fallen guards appeared as mere toys in Xiao's hands. In less than 5 minutes, over 100 guards had perished at his hands, each one reduced to fragments. Severed limbs lay strewn about, flesh splattered against the steel walls. The stench of blood was thick and suffocating, saturating the air with a crimson mist. Doctor, you actually concealed the abilities of the containment item. Thanks to his formidable mental strength, he did not succumb like the others. Madness flickered in his eyes. Fine, since you wish for my demise, let none of us survive. With that, He cast a glance at a deep red button encased in a protective shield. Without hesitation, he punched it. The shield shattered upon impact, and the deep red button was simultaneously pressed. An ear-splitting alarm resonated throughout the J-01 containment facility. The once bright white lights dimmed to a dark crimson hue. Simultaneously, the doors of all containment chambers swung open. In the control room, madness filled the craftsman's eyes. Shortly after Xiao and his companions crossed into the Neon Kingdom, they were discovered. The craftsman immediately reported this to the highest office. The response he received was to handle it promptly and to await further instructions. The craftsman waited an entire day without any reply from the highest office. Just before Xiao and his group entered the containment facility, he was still in communication with them, hoping that the sacrifices could leave the Neon Kingdom immediately. However, he did not expect that the highest office's recent response had confirmed that Danteng, Liuguang, Huaido, and Xiao had already severed ties with the guards, meaning they were no longer members of the organization and had no connection to the C-03 containment facility. They had been misled by the Saints, and this incident was led by Danteng, utilizing serial number 292 to execute the Saints' destructive mission. After stating this, the call was abruptly ended. The craftsman instantly understood that the J-01 containment facility had been used as leverage by the organization's upper echelons in negotiations with Huaxia. Not only J-01, but the entire Neon Kingdom had become a bargaining chip. At that moment, a wild thought seized him. If he could not stop Xiao and the others, he would release all living containment items. Thus, he remained in the control room, waiting for this very moment. Meanwhile, high above the Neon Kingdom, several small missiles were hurtling towards the helicopter piloted by the driver. The driver shouted at Danteng in the co-pilot seat, "You dog, didn't you say your mission was safe?" Danteng, donning a pair of sunglasses, had a nonchalant demeanor, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Huh? What did I ever say that? I don't recall." The driver was tempted to kick him right out. "You fool, I believed your nonsense. Trusting you is worse than trusting Xiao to fly a plane." Whoosh! A missile came hurtling towards them. The driver quickly ascended, narrowly evading the missile's attack. However, the missile veered and came back towards them. Meanwhile, within the driver's line of sight, several missiles were hurtling towards them. The driver was momentarily taken aback. This was infinitely more exhilarating than flying in a plane operated by Xiao. In that instant, his formidable mental strength came into play. Remarkably, he directly shut down the engine. The rotor blades atop the helicopter ceased their rotation in an instant. Devoid of the lift provided by the rotors, the helicopter plummeted downward. Above, several small missiles collided with one another. Boom! A violent burst of flames instantaneously dispelled the darkness. The blaze resembled the sun, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. The shockwave generated by the explosion engulfed the helicopter. Dante coughed up blood, his complexion pale. The driver, sensing the peril, immediately restarted the helicopter. Had he been piloting a conventional chopper, he could have styled his hair neatly, preparing to reunite with his beautiful wife. Buzzing, the rotor blades whirred back to life, and the helicopter was swiftly lifted upward. Dante gave a thumbs up. "My friend, I didn't realize you had such skills." Upon hearing this, the driver was on the verge of tears. "You madman, is this task even feasible for a human?" Dante grinned widely. "If it were a mere human, it would indeed be impossible, but you are not just any human." Before the driver could respond, the roar of a fighter jet's engine echoed through the air. Simultaneously, a voice came through the radio. "Sacrificial Dante, please cease your actions immediately." Dante glanced back. The fighter jet bore the emblem of an eagle. It's the A-01 Special Operations Team stationed in Neon Country. He then picked up the intercom. "Ahem, this is the devil. Sacrificial devil, please halt your actions immediately." The radio crackled with chaotic transmissions. Dante wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, chuckling. "Let me clarify. I am no longer a sacrificial offering. I am now a member of the Saints, codenamed Devil." The other end fell into silence. Dante smiled broadly, a dazzling grin. "Who can't pass the buck?" The radio crackled again with noise. "Whether you are a saint or a warden, you are still human. Your actions betray humanity. Do you understand?" In response, Dante removed his sunglasses and casually tossed them out of the window. His eyes gleamed a vivid crimson. "Betray humanity, you say? Very well from now on. Call me the devil, Dante." Chapter 72. Serial number 297. Xiao, an unreasonable madman. Shoot him down. The intercom fell silent. Dante reignited a cigarette and turned to the driver. "My friend, was I not oppressive just now?" The driver, undeniably influenced by Dante's exuberance, had calmed down considerably. "Impressive. Absolutely magnificent," he praised sincerely. "So, Mr. Devil Dante, how do we evade the fighter jet's lock-on?" He pointed to the radar on the dashboard, his voice grave. The radar indicated that their helicopter had been locked on. Behind them, the fighter jet emblazoned with the Eagle insignia launched 2 air-to-air missiles. In the J-01 containment facility, Xiao had dispatched all the prison guards. Before him knelt a humanoid creature, its back turned to him. A thin layer of grayish-white skin covered its back, the shape of its spine clearly discernible. It resembled a desiccated corpse. A chilling sound pierced Xiao's ears. He turned his head slightly. On the wall was a small display screen showing the containment object information. Serial number 297 Xiao, containment level, S, target abilities, speed, regeneration, containment conditions, a sealed room without surveillance or any gaps, combat ability, data under research. Upon seeing this string of information, Xiao stroked his chin. Is its face concealed due to its ugliness? Just as he prepared to witness the visage of serial number 297, the creature slowly turned around. In that moment, their eyes met. Xiao's lips twitched. It truly was rather unsightly. The being was emaciated, little more than skin and bones, with a slight amount of muscle beneath its skin. Its mouth opened, stretching from ear to ear, revealing sharp teeth. Particularly striking were its eyes, one large and the other small, devoid of any pigment, appearing entirely white. In that instant, the shy one covered its face, emitting a piercing scream, followed by a heart-wrenching wail, and then a series of incoherent babbles. Simultaneously, Xiao felt an overwhelming malevolence. It was an insatiable malice. Xiao grinned. "My friend, I know a highly skilled doctor. Would you like me to introduce you? I bet he could perform some cosmetic surgery for you. While we're at it, maybe he could help you with your vocal cords so I could actually understand you when you speak." No sooner had he finished speaking than the shy one lunged at him with eerie speed. Bang! Xiao felt as if he had been struck by a high-speed train. His body propelled backward. Before he could land, the shy one followed suit, extending its withered arm toward Xiao's chest. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao grasped the outstretched arm and twisted it forcefully. Crack! The shy one's arm was broken by Xiao's strength. Strangely, no blood flowed from the point of fracture. Xiao, unperturbed, landed and brought the severed arm to his mouth. Crunch, crunch. It was as if he were gnawing on sugarcane. The shy one's arm was devoured in a few bites. A satisfied smile graced his face. Delicious. He licked the residue from the corner of his mouth, gripping the bone shard and charging toward the shy one. Xiao maintained an attitude of consuming anything that bore malice toward him. He always considered himself a kind-hearted and upright young man, extending goodwill to all beings. Except for the neon people, the shy one's arm quickly regenerated. Witnessing this, Xiao's brows furrowed. Endless food? Very well. He resolved to capture this grotesque creature and take it back as a self-service buffet. Back with the driver, the missiles were about to strike. The visage within the all-knowing mirror stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. "We have arrived." Hearing this, Dante shouted, "Return the vehicle to its original form." The driver nodded and immediately began operating the controls. Moments later, the helicopter vanished, replaced by a horrifying mass of flesh floating in the air. The two missiles collided with the grotesque mass. A fierce explosion consumed the flesh ball in flames. Yet, in an instant, the fire from the explosion dissipated. The pilot of the fighter jet was rendered speechless by the sight before him. In the night sky, a colossal mirror appeared as if conjured from thin air. The ornate frame was adorned with ancient, exquisite patterns. The all-knowing mirror expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal presence that obscured the heavens. On its surface, a human face materialized, which flicked out a scarlet tongue, first swallowing the fighter jet whole. "The price of inquiry should have required you to deliver yourselves to my mouth. Let this be a lesson." As it spoke, the face had grown to the size of half of Neon Country. Taking a deep breath, an immense suction emanated from its mouth. Suddenly, a tornado materialized between the cities of Tokyo and Osaka, swirling like a natural disaster, lifting everything in its path. As time passed, the tornado grew larger and more formidable. Until the very end, the tornado was as vast as half of the Tokyo prefecture. Whether it was strolling humans or moving vehicles, all were swept into the sky by the force of this tornado. Trees, houses, and skyscrapers were uprooted, soaring towards the monstrous visage that obscured the sky. The air was filled with terrifying screams and anguished cries echoing through the night. Surrounding seawater surged, raising monstrous waves that reached hundreds of meters, threatening to shatter the very heavens. Simultaneously, a volcanic eruption occurred, spewing molten lava thousands of meters into the air, while thick, dark smoke enveloped the entire night sky. Soon after, the earth began to crack, revealing horrifying, bottomless chasms across the ground. This scene resembled a natural disaster, or perhaps the most severe punishment bestowed by the divine. The bustling cities of Tokyo and Osaka vanished in an instant. The monstrous face that shaded the sky revealed a satisfied expression. The deity, known as the loyal servant of a lord of Arlaya, Cthulhu, was the embodiment of distortion, overseeing the mortal realm in place of Cthulhu. This being was called the servant of the Lord, Saint Leader Nicolad. Inside the transformed mass of flesh, Dante coughed up blood, still clutching a communicator stained crimson with his lifeblood. "I understand. You have done well. I appreciate your efforts," came the calm voice of the doctor from the communicator. Meanwhile, the all-knowing mirror began to shrink, soon returning to the size of a pendant. It soared towards the floating mass of flesh, which parted to allow a passage. The driver, at a loss, exclaimed, "Dude, you're not going to die, are you?" Dante's face was ashen, blood continually oozing from the corners of his mouth. Yet he managed to force a smile. "Sir, could you spare me a cigarette?" Upon hearing this, the driver's lips twitched slightly. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately held it back. The driver reached into Dante's pocket, retrieved a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and then placed it into Dante's mouth. Dante took a deep drag with all his strength. Cough, cough, cough. Blood fell again from his mouth. Dante grimaced. "Dude, was I cool just now?" The driver's eyes reddened. He couldn't comprehend why this human was so indifferent to his own life for the sake of a mission. Even under suspicion of betraying his kind, Dante never flinched. The driver questioned himself. He could not achieve such resolve. "Cough, cough, dude, was I cool?" Dante's weak voice rang out once more. The driver silently nodded. At that moment, the voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed. "If we delay any longer, he may truly be lost." Startled, the driver looked up to see a pendant suspended in midair. "But I want to let the vehicle transform into an aircraft," he exclaimed. "What a foolish creature. Can you not even think to ask me?" The voice of the all-knowing mirror dripped with disdain. Realizing the implication, the driver quickly responded. "Noble all-knowing mirror, I wish to inquire. How can I transform my vehicle into a supersonic aircraft? What price must I pay for this knowledge?" A face appeared from thin air. "Having just completed a significant transaction, I shall grant you this answer as a gift." At the J01 containment facility, Xiao plunged a bone spike into the cranium of subject 297. The spike embedded itself completely, leaving only the end of a pale blue gem exposed. Subject 297, known as the Shy One, sat on the ground, motionless. The steel walls surrounding them began to warp as seawater seeped through the cracks. Lu Guang and the others had now awakened, their mental fortitude significantly enhanced by consuming a large number of ghost-faced moth larvae, drastically reducing their dizziness. When they found Xiao, he was gnawing on one of 297's arms. Upon seeing the three, Xiao smiled, awake. "Come, try this, it's quite delicious." He chewed the arm as if it were a savory snack. Lu Guang's brow twitched. "Mr. Lu, did I not just say to refrain from using that bone spike unless absolutely necessary?" Xiao nodded. "Yes, you did. I have always remembered." Lu Guang paused. "Then why did you use it?" Xiao shrugged. "I felt that was indeed a necessary moment." "No problem at all." Lu Guang was momentarily rendered speechless. Upon reflection, Xiao's reasoning did seem valid. It was Xiao Yu who broke the tension. "Let us not dwell on this. I sense the containment facility is about to collapse. We should find subject 012. This proposal garnered consensus. Xiao hoisted subject 297 onto his back, as this would be his sustenance for the foreseeable future, and he would not discard it lightly. After all, every grain is earned through hard work, was a motto ingrained in Xiao's very DNA. Just as they prepared to leave in search of 012, a fantastical aircraft appeared out of nowhere. The craft resembled a car, its chassis emitting scorching energy flames. Guided by the all-knowing mirror, the driver completed all transformations in under 5 minutes, aided by his formidable mental strength that expedited the metamorphosis of his vehicle. The doors opened, and the driver peered out. "Get in, Dante is fading fast." Hearing this, the group rushed into the vehicle. "We haven't located 012 yet," Lu Guang reminded. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao tore off a piece of his nail. "Mirror, reveal the location of 012. His voice was laced with urgency, for Dante's breathing was faint. The pendant, floating in the air, swallowed the nail fragment Lu Xiao had tossed and subsequently revealed a coordinate. Armed with this information, the driver immediately activated the vehicle's teleportation function. 3 seconds later, a door radiating white light appeared, and a sci-fi craft materialized before it. The craftsman, clutching an ancient steel pen, was less than 100 meters from the door. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the aircraft, he collapsed to the ground in shock. As the doors opened, Lu Xiao descended, snatching the steel pen from the craftsman's hand before returning to the craft. The exterior of the vehicle began to flicker, akin to a frame drop in a film. 3 seconds later, it vanished from sight. Who was that old man? Lu Xiao sighed in relief. Lu Guang pondered. If I'm not mistaken, he is the leader of the J01 containment facility, codenamed Craftsman. You should have just killed him on the spot. If he lives, our C03 facility could face significant peril. The driver, piloting the craft, remarked blandly, "It's fine. He likely won't survive. The only path before him now leads to the abyss, and a human devoid of fighting power entering the abyss, tch." Though he did not finish his thought, the implication was clear. Lu Guang was baffled, unaware of the external circumstances, lamenting why Lu Xiao did not simply eliminate the craftsman. Even if the craftsman possessed only a 1% chance of survival, it would not bode well for C03. Sensing Lu Guang's concern, Lu Xiao shrugged. "It's fine. He has no chance of survival." Dozens of bizarre creatures emerged from the shadows. These were all Class D anomalous entities contained within the J01 facility. Chapter 74. 3 Questions. As the vehicle piloted by the driver appeared above the Neon Nation, everyone was utterly stunned by the sight. Lu Guang stuttered as he spoke. What has happened?" At that moment, the entire island lay in ruins, engulfed in volcanic ash and flowing lava. Even the moonlight was obscured by thick, black smoke, presenting a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the sight. He nudged the driver beside him. "Is this Mr. Dante's doing?" The driver nodded gravely. A surge of brilliance erupted in Lu Xiao's deadpan eyes. How exhilarating! Just then, the pendant formed from the all-knowing mirror began to quiver slightly. The driver noticed this and quickly added, the esteemed all-knowing mirror was also involved. It devoured the Neon Nation whole. Having witnessed the apocalyptic scene firsthand, the driver's attitude towards the all-knowing mirror shifted to one of reverence, as if in the presence of a deity. Who could have imagined that this cataclysmic event was orchestrated by a mirror that appeared innocuous? Lu Xiao, oblivious to the driver's choice of words, detached 3 of his fingernails. "I didn't realize you had such abilities. Here, a reward for you." He tossed the fingernails to the all-knowing mirror. The mirror's surface manifested a human face, adorned with an expression of astonishment. Lu Xiao quickly pieced everything together and realized, the doctor has exchanged for answers with you. Hasn't he? The face nodded. Lu Xiao stroked his chin. Now that we know the name of that deity, the next step should be to offer a sacrifice to it in exchange for breakthroughs in human technology, correct? Why can't you simply tell the doctor the answer? Upon hearing this, the face immediately shook its head. The established process must be followed. Lu Xiao frowned. Return my fingernails. The face shook its head again. This cannot be returned. After a moment, it added, alternatively, you may pose me 3 questions. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment and decided that this was acceptable. Very well. My first question. Will Mr. Dante eventually recover? The face nodded. The answer is yes. Hearing this, everyone present exhaled in relief. Lu Xiao then posed a second question. How can that creature be completely eliminated? He pointed to the shy one, who was squatting motionless on the ground. Lu Xiao also felt a headache regarding the entity designated as 297. This being was virtually indestructible. Lu Xiao's consumption rate was far outpaced by its recovery. Initially intending to treat it as a buffet, Lu Xiao now found himself weary of the idea. There was hardly any flesh on it. Consuming it was akin to gnawing on twigs. As the novelty wore off, Lu Xiao found it utterly flavorless, even less palatable than those vampires, despite their sour and foul taste. The face promptly replied, "You can feed it to the vehicle of serial number 302. Upon hearing the all-knowing mirror-esque response, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. "Wouldn't that mean infinite power?" The face nodded obsequiously, adding, "This is your own deduction. It does not count as a question." Lu Xiao instantly made a decision. He would take this information back for the doctor's study, and once the research was complete, he would feed it to the vehicle. The Shy One still had Lu Xiao's bone spike lodged in its head, and he was certainly going to retrieve it. If the spike were removed, the Shy One would immediately descend into a frenzy, pursuing Lu Xiao relentlessly upon seeing his face. This was another source of Lu Xiao's vexation. In comparison to an infinite yet unappetizing buffet, Lu Xiao chose the bone spike gifted by Ivan. Subsequently, Lu Xiao posed his final question. "My last question. Will we ultimately succeed in offering that deity as a sacrifice?" The face again nodded. The answer to this question is already a predetermined fact. Upon hearing the all-knowing mirror-esque response, Lu Xiao fell into contemplation. "Wait, I recall you telling the doctor that humans could not afford this price." The all-knowing mirror replied without hesitation. "Humans indeed cannot afford this price." It must be said that the speed of the flying vehicle, acquired through the driver's inquiry to the all-knowing mirror, was astonishingly swift. It returned to Huaxia at supersonic speeds, far exceeding the speed of the civilian aircraft they had originally traveled in. Upon arriving at the C-03 containment chamber, Mr. Dante was still warm. Lu Xiao instructed the driver to pull the vehicle directly to the entrance of the prison doctor's chamber. He then jumped out and pressed the doorbell. Soon, the door swung open. The prison doctor, seeing Lu Xiao at the entrance, spoke with a hint of surprise in his voice. "Lu, it seems you had quite an enjoyable outing." Lu Xiao nodded and pointed to Mr. Dante, who was being assisted from the vehicle by Lu Guang and Hua Tu. "Doctor, my friend is in dire straits and requires an urgent procedure. Of course, treating the sick is my primary duty." The prison doctor's voice was filled with excitement. The last time the doctor visited him, health issues prevented him from fulfilling his desires, leaving him regretful. He had dreamt of dissecting the doctor to examine what lay within. However, the prison doctor deemed himself an ethical physician and could not do such a thing. Now, witnessing Lu Xiao bring in a critically ill patient, his fingers trembled with anticipation. Before long, Mr. Dante was placed on the operating table. The prison doctor's sharp voice rang out. "Oh, what a pitiful patient. Look at his mangled innards, resembling the beef tripe soup my grandmother used to make." Dante's insides were in disarray due to the impact of a missile explosion. He had endured such injuries while completing the tasks assigned by the doctor. Huadu wished to make a sarcastic remark, but thought better of it, fearing that he might soon find himself on the operating table instead. Having already received answers from the all-knowing mirror, Lu Xiao remained as calm as a seasoned veteran, unperturbed. He even took the liberty of reminding the prison doctor. "Doctor, my friend mentioned to me that he fears pain. Please ensure you use the finest anesthetic for him." The prison doctor's beak-like mouth opened and closed. "Certainly, I will administer the best anesthetic, ensuring he feels not a trace of discomfort." With that, he rummaged through his medical kit, producing an array of vials and containers. As the anesthetic was injected, Dante lay motionless on the operating table, though he had already been immobile. The prison doctor first made an incision in Dante's chest, removing a pair of lungs that looked as if they had been smoked to a crisp. "This patient truly does not take care of his body." Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. "He has promised me that he will quit smoking once he recovers." Chapter 75, serial numbers 012 and 013. "Lu, cut a piece of flesh for me," the prison doctor instructed. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao seized the surgical knife from the doctor's fingertips and sliced a piece of flesh from his own forearm. The prison doctor took the piece of flesh from Lu Xiao and placed it within Dante's chest cavity. He then began to stitch together Dante's shattered insides. Others averted their eyes in discomfort, while Lu Xiao appeared utterly engrossed. At that moment, the doctor arrived. He first glanced at Dante, lying on the operating table, and then inquired of the driver regarding the completion of the task. After all was said and done, he stood by the operating table, quietly observing the prison doctor perform the surgery on Dante. Before long, the prison doctor had completed the stitching of Dante's insides. Dante's abdomen was riddled with an array of stitches. Lu Xiao pointed at the bloody kidney resting on the tray. "Doctor, it seems you have forgotten to reinsert his kidney." The prison physician momentarily taken aback while preparing to suture the wound, let out a couple of eerie chuckles. How could I forget? It's an essential component of the patient. After properly placing the kidney back, the physician resumed his suturing, yet he found himself unable to locate the needle. Silently, he produced a new needle without drawing attention. Xiao sighed, exasperated. Inside his abdomen, the physician's voice bore no trace of emotion. "Lu, do you realize? I did this intentionally to assess your observational skills. It has been proven that you are a medical genius." Xiao nodded, evidently convinced by the physician's statement. Meanwhile, the doctor nearby swiftly recorded the physician's techniques and the surgical process in his notebook. After some time, the surgery concluded without incident. Once the physician completed the final stitch, he thoughtfully fashioned a delicate bow from the thread. Confirming that no extra components remained, he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. The operation was a success, and the patient would soon awaken. At that moment, the doctor adjusted his monocle. However, wasn't he at Xiao's flesh and blood that played a role in saving him? What is the significance of this surgery? The atmosphere grew awkward. "Doctor, would you like to examine this containment object?" Xiao gestured toward the crouching 297. The doctor merely cast a fleeting glance before shaking his head. "I've already reviewed his data. Let us just contain him." Xiao pondered. "The mirror informed me that feeding it to the vehicle could grant it infinite power." Upon hearing this, the doctor adjusted his monocle. "Then feel free to dispose of it as you wish." His gaze shifted to the ancient pen, which was covered in rust, as if it had withstood the ravages of time. The doctor accessed the data on 012. Serial number 012 pen, containment level, S, ability, script narrative, containment conditions, classic confidential. Taking a deep breath, the doctor contacted the warden. "Minter, I have obtained 012. On the other end, the warden fell silent upon hearing this, and his breathing grew heavy. "Quick, bring it to me." The doctor shook his head. "I'm afraid I still have use for 012, and I require 013. The warden fell silent once more. "Doctor, I trust you understand the significance of these two containment objects. It's not that I distrust you, but to prevent any unforeseen accidents. I need to witness your utilization of both items." Simultaneously, the director of C02 also required to witness this. "And you have no objections, do you?" The doctor adjusted his monocle and nonchalantly replied, "Of course, I have no objections." It was not that the warden doubted his student, but the combination of these two containment objects was simply too terrifying. Likewise, if he were to utilize these two items, he too would need the direct witness of both the doctor and the director. Approximately 3 hours later, the warden and the director arrived at the C03 containment facility. The warden carried a thick roll of parchment. Serial number 013 parchment, containment level, S, ability, record, containment conditions, classic confidential. The warden was a kindly old man. After handing the parchment to the doctor, he turned to Xiao standing beside him. "Hello there, young fellow." Xiao found himself quite fond of this amiable old gentleman. "Hello, sir," he replied with a smile. The director, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Doctor, we now have both containment objects. I believe it's time to topple the highest office and establish our own." The doctor remained silent, instructing an assistant to bring in a consumable. Ignoring the doctor, the director approached Xiao. "Friend, have you considered visiting our C02 containment facility? Our meals are the finest in all of Huaxia, featuring an array of cuisines. And there's no limit to the supply." Clearly, the director had done his homework before arriving and had already discerned Xiao's preferences. "Whenever you wish, you can come over. I'll have someone capture anomalous beings and let our chef prepare them. We can create dishes tailored to your tastes." For a moment, Xiao was tempted. He had always consumed anomalies raw, feeling it was somewhat barbaric, lacking civility and refinement. The doctor adjusted his monocle, a vein pulsing on his forehead, evidently agitated by the director's overtures. "I truly wish I could cut your hemorrhoids and stitch them onto your thick skin." The director waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you for not wanting to stuff my head up my backside. However, if stitching my hemorrhoids to my face would persuade 292 to join me, that would indeed be a worthwhile trade." With that, he rubbed his hands together and continued towards Xiao. "I forgot to mention, the chef I referred to is no ordinary cook. He is also a living containment object. Yes, much like the driver of 303, he is an anomalous life form. His culinary skills are absolutely trustworthy, especially when it comes to preparing anomalous beings. Hearing this, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. Doctor, I want. Before Lu Xiao could express his thoughts, the doctor hastily interjected. Director, you may pick any containment object here. I want to exchange for the chef. The director shook his finger. Doctor, the chef is my dear friend. The doctor's temples throbbed. 2 items. The director shook his finger again. He is still my brother. At that moment, the doctor could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it, I'll stuff your head up your backside right now. As he spoke, the doctor rolled up his sleeves. Just then, the warden furrowed his brow. Doctor, what is wrong with your hand? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell upon the doctor's hand. The doctor had no intention of hiding it, as it was impossible to conceal. He simply opened his palm. Within it, a blood-engorged eyeball spun around. Lu Xiao was the first to speak, his tone filled with wonder. Doctor, that is so cool. Can you tell me how you did it? I want an eye like that. The warden and director exchanged glances, their expressions turning wary. Doctor, have you been contaminated? The doctor shrugged, recounting the incident of injecting Lu Xiao's blood to the 2. Lu Xiao, puzzled, asked, injecting my blood allows one to grow such a cool eye? Why don't I have one? He began to examine himself. Why don't I grow one? The doctor adjusted his monocle, his tone flat. This is beyond the realm of scientific explanation, hence I cannot provide any clarification. Lu Xiao, somewhat disappointed, rubbed his hands together. I really want an eye like that, oh. And tentacles like darts. With those, I could probably navigate the abyss with ease. He thought to himself. The warden reproached him seriously. Nonsense. You could have simply experimented on the consumable. Why would you attempt this on yourself? The doctor shrugged nonchalantly. I forgot. The director's eyes brightened. Doctor, I've made up my mind. Provide me with a blood sample from him, and I shall deliver the chef to you. The doctor nodded in agreement without hesitation. The warden looked at the director, his gaze filled with concern. Are you also going to experiment on yourself? The director shook his head frantically. I'm not as insane as he is. I intend to experiment on my father. The warden. The doctor adjusted his monocle. You truly are a dutiful child. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. As they engaged in casual conversation, 2 Special Forces soldiers escorted a resource dressed in a yellow vest into the room. The resource glanced around, noticing nothing terrifying, and sighed in relief. The doctor adjusted his monocle again. From now on, you will write down whatever I say. The resource hesitated and then expressed his dilemma. But I cannot read. Soon, another resource was brought in. This one appeared cultured, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses. The doctor commanded softly, You will write what I say. Is there a problem? The resource nodded. The doctor handed him an ancient, rusted steel pen and unfurled a scroll of parchment. In a month, the stars will align in their rightful positions. The leader of the saints, Nyclide, realizes this is the perfect moment to awaken the great Cthulhu, the Lord of Relaya. He will lead his followers to Relaya for the awakening ritual, attempting to rouse the great Cthulhu. After the doctor finished speaking, the resource began to write. However, after completing the first sentence, he paused. His eyes reddened, and his expression turned frenzied. Suddenly, his skin began to decay, thick, viscous liquid oozing from his body. A horrific stench filled the room. Before long, the resource transformed into a writhing mass of flesh and blood, emitting indescribable shrieks. Witnessing this scene, everyone present fell into contemplation. Even Lu Xiao, who usually had a hearty appetite, felt somewhat nauseated at the sight of the unnameable entity. In a short time, prison guards rushed in, firing at the writhing mass on the ground until it was reduced to a puddle of mush. The doctor adjusted his monocle. Did it become so contaminated after merely writing the first sentence? The warden wore a grave expression. The side effects of these 2 containment objects are too severe. It seems we have underestimated them. At that moment, the warden felt immense relief that this madman, the doctor, had not attempted to write himself. After all, they had never before gathered the 2 objects together. The characteristics they had deduced were merely based on their individual traits. The doctor turned to Lu Xiao. Inquire with the all-knowing mirror about how to resolve this issue. Hearing this, Lu Xiao nodded. Mirror, how can we use that steel pen to write the doctor's words on the parchment? The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ear. This matter requires you to pay 10 fingernails. Upon hearing this price, Lu Xiao's lips twitched violently. Could you offer a discount? I'm a bit afraid of paying. The voice of the all-knowing mirror sounded somewhat troubled. I have already provided a discount. Lu Xiao sighed and then pulled off all his fingernails. Gazing at his bloody fingers, he fell into deep thought. Ever since the all-knowing mirror had accompanied him, it seemed his fingernails never lasted more than a day. They would grow back only to be pulled off again. If not for the rapid growth of his fingernails, it would indeed be quite burdensome. After swallowing the 10 fingernails, the all-knowing mirror finally responded. The degree of contamination will increase according to the rank of the target involved in the writing. Since the content the clever human wishes to inscribe pertains to a deity, albeit a humble servant god, it is beyond human capacity to withstand the pollution from the side effects. Chapter 77. The polluted creator with serial number 09. Upon hearing the all-knowing mirror's answer, Lu Xiao pondered. Are you suggesting that writing must be done by someone of sufficiently high rank? The all-knowing mirror confirmed this. Lu Xiao then asked, Can I attempt to write? The all-knowing mirror hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to provide the answer to Lu Xiao free of charge, considering his bloodied hands. Currently, you cannot. Although you would succeed in writing, it would also accelerate the outbreak of the curse within you. Lu Xiao conveyed the all-knowing mirror's answer to the doctor and the others. The doctor adjusted his monocle and spoke gravely. If that is the case, we are in trouble. The director interjected, Let 09 write. He is already contaminated and possesses divine rank. I imagine the side effects would not be too severe for him. At this, the doctor fell into contemplation. However, the warden immediately interjected sternly. No, that is far too risky. Although 09 has shown no signs of escaping containment, we cannot let our guard down. If he harbors other intentions and gains control over 012 and 013, it would be an unprecedented disaster. The warden's concerns were not unfounded, especially given the prefix polluted in the entity's designation. The director dismissed the concern, turning to the doctor. Doctor, what do you think? According to your assertion, the gate is about to fail. If we do not possess our own power before that happens, I fear the outcome will not be favorable. The director's words held merit. Though radical, they aligned with the doctor's thoughts. The warden, exasperated, exclaimed, We cannot gamble with the survival of humanity. The stakes are far too high, beyond what the three of us can decide. At this moment, the decision seemed to rest with the doctor. Both the warden and the director turned their attention to him. Awaiting his verdict, the doctor lowered his head, his gaze cast downward. Noticing the doctor's silence, the warden awkwardly looked at Lu Xiao. Young man, you mentioned that the all-knowing mirror indicated you could also write, correct? Only that it would accelerate the outbreak of your curse? Lu Xiao shrugged. That is indeed what the mirror said. Then could you write, and we will find a way to mitigate the side effects afterward? Without a moment's thought, Lu Xiao rejected the proposition. Sorry, I refuse. At that moment, the doctor raised his head and resolutely declared, No, Lu Xiao must not be allowed to write. He offered no explanation to his mentor, only stating firmly, I have made my decision. Let 09 write. Upon hearing this, the director expressed his excitement. Doctor, I did not misjudge you. You truly are of my ilk. He then turned to the warden. Mr. Warden, the minority must yield to the majority. This is a regulation long established by our 3 containment facilities in Huaxia. I trust you will abide by this regulation. The warden could only sigh heavily and remain silent. Under the doctor's lead, Lu Xiao and the others arrived at the containment chamber for serial number 09. The chamber for serial number 09 was unlike those of other S-Class Containment Objects. Its entrance bore no buttons, only an iris scanner. Sequence number 09. The contaminated creator. Containment level S. Target ability. Highest confidentiality protocol. Containment conditions. Highest confidentiality protocol. Combat capability. Highest confidentiality protocol. All information regarding sequence number 09 is classified. And even the highest-ranking members of the warden's office are not privy to it. Only the leader of C03, the doctor, is aware of these secrets. Even the director and the warden are only partially informed. Before opening the containment chamber door, the doctor solemnly instructed that upon entering, one must not gaze upon him for longer than 3 seconds and then must close their eyes for another 3 seconds. Should one look directly at him for more than 3 seconds, they would be contaminated by him. The director and warden nodded in acknowledgement. The doctor turned to Lu Xiao, feeling an apprehension that Lu Xiao might act foolishly. Lu Xiao smiled reassuringly, stating, Rest assured, doctor, I will not cause you trouble. Upon hearing this, the doctor approached the iris scanner. Beep. Identity verification successful. Beep. S-Class Researcher Doctor. Following the successful verification prompts, a series of intense mechanical sounds erupted, lasting a full 20 seconds, underscoring the complexity of the structure. A massive steel door, 3 meters thick, slowly ascended. The doctor entered first. The containment chamber was rather small, even more so than the one Xiao had occupied. The interior was dimly lit. The doctor's voice echoed, explaining that to avoid contamination from direct sight, no surveillance equipment was installed within. Xiao cast a curious glance around. The room was empty save for a massive crucifix mounted on the innermost wall. A naked man was suspended upside down on that enormous crucifix, dark chains piercing his chest, securing him firmly in place. At that moment, Xiao realized he had already exceeded 2 seconds of open-eyed observation, and he quickly shut his eyes. Simultaneously, the doctor and the others also tightly closed their eyes. "O great creator, your devoted followers have a small dilemma that requires your assistance." The doctor's voice resonated in the empty chamber. Following that, the sound of dragging chains filled the air. "Your followers beseech the descent of your glorious protection." The doctor's calm voice rang out once more. "My devoted followers, your call shall be answered." This voice was ethereal, devoid of gender or emotion, akin to a divine being responding to a supplicant. As 3 seconds elapsed, Xiao opened his eyes once more. The young man suspended upside down had transformed. His features were indistinguishable. His body was a grotesque sight, riddled with decaying wounds, swarming with maggots, writhing in those injuries. The dark chains that once bound him had morphed into slick tentacles, entwining him as dark, viscous fluid dripped down. This sudden transformation bewildered Xiao, leaving him puzzled as to why the seemingly normal 09 had undergone such a horrific metamorphosis. As 2 seconds passed again, to avoid contamination, Xiao shut his eyes once more. An irresistibly alluring scent wafted into Xiao's nostrils. At that moment, a voice filled with temptation echoed in his mind. "Consume him! Consume him!" Chapter 78. Consume him. This voice teased Xiao's senses like a nightmare. Consume him! Consume him! Suddenly, Xiao's breathing grew labored. As the 3 seconds elapsed, he opened his eyes again, only to find the being's appearance had shifted once more. Now, he resembled a benevolent elder, his expression radiating compassion for all beings. Clad in a flowing white robe, he raised his hands. Xiao rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not mistaken. The tantalizing scent had dissipated, along with the voice in his mind. It was as if all he had just experienced was but an illusion. As 2 more seconds passed, Xiao closed his eyes again. "I would like to request you to inscribe a passage upon this." The doctor's voice remained composed. The pen and parchment in the doctor's possession were mysteriously taken by the creator. At this moment, the doctor kept his eyes tightly shut. Even the hand that possessed sight was clenched into a fist, eliminating all potential hazards. As time elapsed, Xiao opened his eyes once again, witnessing yet another transformation. This time, he appeared as a golden-haired child. The crucifix had vanished, replaced by a divine throne. He held a pen in his hand, and the parchment floated before him as he inscribed words upon it. The series of transformations left Xiao feeling a chill run down his spine. Was this what divinity looked like? Why did he lack any aura of authority? Though Xiao had seen many wonders, this scene struck him as profoundly bizarre. He understood that now was not the moment for questions, and despite the multitude of inquiries swirling in his mind, he remained silent to avoid provoking the ever-changing deity, opting to keep his eyes closed. Soon, sequence number 09 completed inscribing what the doctor had in mind without even asking what content to write. It was as if he already knew everything, or perhaps had seen through the doctor's thoughts. The doctor felt no surprise at this. The contaminated creator was not a new encounter for him. His assessment of the all-knowing mirror was that it was possibly omniscient, and he held a similar view of sequence number 09. This was also why the doctor had previously been somewhat indifferent towards sequence number 301's all-knowing mirror. Furthermore, consulting the all-knowing mirror required a corresponding price, while this deity posed no such cost. Yet there remained a significant distinction. The all-knowing mirror could answer any question if one could pay the requisite price, while the deity might choose to decline to respond. For instance, the doctor had previously posed a similar question to sequence number 09, only for 09 to refuse to answer at that time. When the pen and parchment returned to the doctor's hands, his anxious heart finally settled. "Your devoted followers thank you for your grace." Clearly, the doctor had made a correct gamble. Sequence number 09 had no intention of retaining those items. Just as the doctor and his companions prepared to withdraw, the voice of 09 echoed once more, sounding like foul whispers in their ears, a cacophony of abominable ramblings that drove one to madness upon hearing the first utterance, as if their minds were gravely tainted. Xiao felt only a slight headache, with no other effect. In contrast, the doctor and his companions experienced heavy breaths and expressions of insanity. Just as they were on the brink of total madness, the voice suddenly ceased. Concurrently, sequence number 09's voice returned to normal, albeit still ethereal and devoid of emotion. The doctor and his companions exhaled in relief, stabilizing their minds before finally retreating. Xiao prepared to follow, but at that moment, he felt an icy sensation rise from his palm, as if something had been inserted into it. "Consume it," a chilling voice whispered in his ear, laced with malice that sent shivers down Xiao's spine. His body froze momentarily before he smiled widely, saying, "Thank you for your gift." With that, Xiao turned and strode out, shoving the object in his hand into the mouth of the all-knowing mirror, oblivious to what it truly was. Fortunately, the all-knowing mirror welcomes all and devoured that object in one gulp. When the grand door closed once more, Xiao finally opened his eyes. What was that which he just bestowed upon me? The voice of the all-knowing mirror echoed in his ears. A small source of contamination. Nothing serious. Oh, does he wish to taint me? Xiao inquired once more. The voice of the all-knowing mirror carried a hint of disdain. He merely wishes to leave a tether upon you. Xiao nodded, seemingly pondering something, and asked with curiosity, "What price must I pay for these two questions?" "You have already paid it." Upon hearing this, Xiao fell into deep thought. What then is the significance of him leaving a tether upon me? He desires to descend, once more relying on your flesh and blood. Upon hearing the answer, Xiao narrowed his eyes. Is there malice directed at me? Then let him consume it. Xiao had not forgotten the exceedingly tempting aroma that wafted into his nostrils. He extended his tongue to lick the drool that escaped the corner of his mouth. The doctor unfurled the parchment, and indeed, the sequence number 09 recorded the content as he envisioned. Moreover, the text did not vanish. He adjusted his monocle. We have less than a month to prepare. If we can capture that deity and offer it as a sacrifice to 301, we shall obtain the answer on how to transcend technological barriers. The warden, however, bore a troubled expression. After all, it is still a deity. How difficult it is for us humans to triumph over it. Not to mention, capturing him to offer to 301. Even a usually radical director fell into contemplation. Nikolai, that is the name of the deity. He is also the leader of the Saints organization. The Saints have existed for quite some time, even longer than the Keepers. The Keepers harbor a profound hatred for the Saints. This group has committed unspeakable atrocities to awaken their faith. Human sacrifices are merely the most trivial of their deeds, especially concerning their leader, Nikolai. Had it not been for the answer from the all-knowing mirror, the doctor and his colleagues would not have even known he was a deity. Deities are so named because they possess powers that humans lack. To them, humans are no different from ants. Reflecting upon this, if it were not for the containment objects 02 and 09, perhaps the Keepers would have been uprooted by the Saints long ago. The doctor adjusted his monocle and spoke solemnly. Capturing Nikolai is not solely our responsibility as the Huaxian nation. If they wish to share in the fruits of our labor, they must contribute, especially A01. Chapter 79, the Round Table Conference Resumes. The warden sighed. Humanity is still too weak. Over the years, we have had to rely on some containment objects and those bizarre life forms to survive. Faced with those supernatural and uncanny beings, we are utterly powerless. He patted the doctor's shoulder. Ultimately, I am growing old. With age, I have become increasingly timid. It seems the future of humanity must be entrusted to your hands. He glanced at the director again. I must say, you two are of the same ilk. Both are madmen. Recalling the containment chamber of 09, the warden still felt a shiver run down his spine, especially the final segment of filthy ramblings. At that moment, he was plunged into despair. Had 09 behaved abnormally, all of human civilization might have faced extinction. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable. The reason they did not consult the all-knowing mirror prior to taking action was that all three were aware that once deities were involved, the price would be beyond their means. Merely to discover the name of a deity would cost a staggering 1,000,000 lives. In truth, their conjecture was correct. While the all-knowing mirror is indeed useful, it is also a double-edged sword. Should dependency on the all-knowing mirror develop, it would spell disaster for humanity. After all, they are not like Xiao, who requires only a mere fingernail to pose a question. As for having Xiao inquire, the cost might be somewhat lesser, yet remains burdensome. After all, 1,000,000 lives exchanged for a single name is already a discounted price. The reason for the discount. The doctor gleaned from the all-knowing mirror's attitude towards Xiao. This was also why the doctor did not reclaim the all-knowing mirror after Xiao's return. Report this matter to the highest office. The warden instructed the doctor. Soon, this news reached the highest office of the keepers. Subsequently, the highest office communicated the information to all containment facilities. Naturally, the already extinct J01 was not included. Under the organization of the highest office, the roundtable conference was reconvened. This time, there were no lengthy opening remarks. Everyone's expressions were grave. The 5 seated representatives exchanged glances, and then one stood up to address the doctor. Doctor, how can you prove that what you say is true? The doctor rose and replied calmly. I have 3 sets of videos to substantiate my claim. With that, a luminous screen appeared before all present. In the footage, the doctor stood before an ancient mirror adorned with intricate patterns. Magic mirror, I ask you, how can we prevent the door from failing? A human face materialized upon the mirror's surface. The face extended a scarlet tongue to lick its lips, displaying a somewhat displeased expression. You are indeed a cunning human. Then, with palpable impatience, it declared, the price for this question is one that you humans cannot afford. The video was brief, yet upon its conclusion, a heavy weight settled upon the hearts of all. The doctor had indirectly questioned the all-knowing mirror, confirming that the door was indeed at risk of failure. This video was recorded when Xiao ventured into the abyss with darts in hand. The second video commenced immediately thereafter. The doctor lay upon an operating table, while a 3-meter-tall prison physician was in the midst of cutting open the doctor's chest. In the footage, the doctor appeared to feel no pain. What indeed lurked in the depths of the abyss? The prison physician spoke with a hint of amusement. Doctor, I believe you would not wish to know. At least, for you humans, those are certainly not benevolent entities. The footage abruptly cut off. Everyone gasped in shock. Though the durations of the 2 videos were short, the magnitude of information they contained was immense. At this juncture, all gazes directed at the doctor turned complex. Perhaps had the doctor not discovered this matter, other leaders might unearth it on a future day. Yet the greater possibility is that no one would discover it, or if they did, it would be too late. The atmosphere fell into silence, and at that moment, the 3rd set of videos began to play. The footage depicted the doctor's initial research upon successfully containing the all-knowing mirror. The doctor, holding a notebook, was recording notes. Just then, I have a question. How should humanity transcend its current technological level? The human face grinned widely. To know the answer to this question, the price is one you humans cannot afford. Following this was the scene of the doctor sacrificing an assistant. This alone sufficed to prove that the video had not been edited in any way. The human face continued, stating, to obtain the answer for transcending technology, a deity must be sacrificed. The doctor pressed on, inquiring of the all-knowing mirror. Sacrifice a deity? Can it be any deity? The face bore a contemptuous smile. Certainly not. Would you like to know which deity to sacrifice? Of course. That belongs to another question. However, I can offer you a discount. You need only sacrifice 1,000,000 lives. How about that? I have already given you a discount. At this moment, no one would blame the doctor for sacrificing the entire Neon Kingdom in exchange for answers. After all, the events had transpired, and they had not befallen them personally. The essence of human nature was vividly manifested at this juncture. Mr. Congressman, I propose we enter the highest state of combat readiness. The doctor intoned, adjusting his non-existent monocle with a sober demeanor. The congressman, with a grave expression, responded, I believe everyone already has the answer in their hearts. However, we must still proceed with the voting process. Now, let's all cast our votes. In such times, no one dared to vote against or abstain. Who would risk incurring the wrath of the other shelters? Those who did would face the frenzied retaliation of the others, while the highest office would turn a blind eye to it. Merely for an answer, the Neon Kingdom had been offered as a sacrifice. Moreover, it appeared the highest office had no intention of holding the doctor accountable. Not to mention the matter at hand concerned the fate of all humanity. Anyone who dared to provoke the public's ire would find the fate of the Neon Kingdom a cautionary tale. This was the reason for the congressman's call for a vote, aimed at identifying the indecisive individuals. As expected, the votes were unanimously in favor, with no one dissenting or abstaining. The congressman cleared his throat. Excellent. It seems everyone remembers the creed of the Guardians. Therefore, I announce that the C-03 shelter shall share all intelligence with everyone. Other shelters must unconditionally cooperate with the operational arrangements of C-03. This matter concerns the future of humanity. So I urge you all to cooperate to the best of your abilities. Doctor, you may now disclose your plan to us. The doctor nodded. I have recorded the future using the 012 pen and the 013 parchment. In 1 month's time, the stars will align correctly. Lala Yi will emerge from the depths of the sea. Chapter 80. Dante awakens. We must sacrifice him to 301 before he awakens the Lord of Lala Yi. Upon the doctor's proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Everyone was analyzing the feasibility of this plan. While the strategy appeared rudimentary, the doctor had provided a general direction. Now, they needed to discuss how to sacrifice Ni Kolida. Doctor, we have learned that Ni Kolida is a deity. Currently, we humans lack any means to confront deities. Do you have any corresponding plans regarding this? A leader stood up to inquire. The doctor adjusted the corner of his eye. I do not yet have a clear idea, but I intend to use containment objects to deal with Ni Kolida. Therefore, I will compile a list of necessary containment objects within 10 days, and I hope you will assist in delivering them to the battlefield. The doctor's proposal met with general agreement. Having the containment objects sent directly to the battlefield was a well-considered plan, alleviating concerns that the doctor might hoard them for himself. The doctor then looked towards the 5 leading congressmen. Gentlemen, I also require A01 to deploy 02 Angel. Given the characteristics of 09, I believe it is unsuitable for this operation. Although 09, the corrupted creator, harbors no malicious intent towards humanity, its tainted nature could lead to many unforeseen variables in combat. It is highly likely that before we can deal with Ni Kolida, the creator may already have gone mad. Everyone turned their gaze towards the leader of the A01 shelter. At this moment, the leader of A01 was not the previous Adam. Instead, it was a silver-haired, resolute elder, the predecessor of Adam, known as Nt. Nt stood up, trembling slightly, and spoke in a deep voice. 02 will arrive at the battlefield of Lala Yi on time. However, Doctor, I have a question for you. His eyes were sharp, akin to those of a hawk. My student Adam underwent a transformation after returning from your C-03 shelter. I need an explanation. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Adam had undergone a transformation? What had happened? I do not know. Let us see what the doctor says, came the murmured response. The doctor's tone was remarkably calm as he replied, Mr. Adam infiltrated the investigation team to investigate the potential containment failure of 292. Ignoring warnings, he insisted on implementing forced containment measures, which led to a riot by 292. Subsequently, 292 attacked Mr. Adam and escaped the shelter. That is the entirety of the incident, Mr. Nt. Do you have any further questions? This was a prepared statement by the doctor. Although everyone was aware that the escape of 292 was orchestrated by the doctor, no one would dare to confront him at this moment. Nt narrowed his eyes, his voice icily cold. Thank you for your explanation, Doctor. He emphasized the title doctor with palpable weight. The warden beside the doctor whispered in a private channel, This old man is not to be trifled with. Doctor, you must be cautious. Hearing this, the director quipped, His teacher is coming to his student's defense. Warden, if I were you, I would stand up and shout, Watch your tone with my student. You scoundrel Nt. For a moment, the warden was at a loss for words. The doctor then interjected in the private channel, Indeed, Mentor, I feel quite frightened. The warden's mouth twitched, and he opted to mute the private channel. The director then stood up, addressing Nt. Mr. Nt, your Adam came to our Huasha shelter to act arrogantly, so I believe you owe us an explanation as well. The congressman, standing at the forefront, furrowed his brow. Gentlemen, the topic at hand is how to complete the sacrifice of Ni Kolida, thereby unlocking the limits of human technological advancement. If you have any questions, you may apply to the highest office for an investigation procedure after this matter concludes. I do not wish for any unforeseen circumstances to impede this operation. And T sat back down, coldly replying, As you wish, Congressman. The doctor and director also took their seats. The warden observed the two, feeling a headache coming on. I can understand the youth of the director, but the doctor? No. Why does the doctor appear significantly younger as well? The warden pondered in confusion. The meeting swiftly concluded, and the leaders of various national shelters departed with heavy hearts. As the satellite images of the Neon Kingdom's demise circulated, the spirits of these leaders plummeted. If humanity failed to address this crisis appropriately, with the failure of the door, the fate of all nations would not fare much better than that of the Neon Kingdom. The three doctors exchanged glances before they too logged off. Xiao remained seated, his fingers lightly tapping the table, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. At this moment, he found himself utterly alone. He hesitated briefly before choosing to log off. He had already viewed the video of Adam's transformation. Now, a blood sample from Xiao and a syringe lay on the table before Xiao. Transformation could occur. It could also imbue the body with divinity. He hesitated for a long time. Finally, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, and he seized the syringe, plunging it into his arm. Inside the C-03 shelter, Dante slowly opened his eyes. The familiar white light greeted him. Dante abruptly sat up, surveying his surroundings, then began to feel about his body. Sighing in relief, he removed his upper garments, revealing his robust physique. Two ghastly sutures marred his chest and abdomen. After taking a deep breath, Dante confirmed that his lungs appeared to be functioning. He then donned his clothes and slowly descended from the bed. At that moment, the door swung open, and Xiao entered, clutching a badge. "Ah, Mr. Devil, you seem to be recovering quite well," he exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the sight of Dante's awakening. "The prison doctor mentioned you would soon regain consciousness. It seems his medical expertise is indeed trustworthy." Dante was not surprised. He recalled vividly that after the first wave of missiles exploded above the helicopter, his organs had been shattered. He had to endure in order to direct the pilot to a suitable landing spot. After the all-knowing mirror completed its sacrifice, he had lost consciousness. Now that he was alive, it was undoubtedly the prison doctor who had rescued him. He had no doubt about this, for the medical technology at the facility was far inferior to that of the prison doctor. Reflecting on this, Dante reached for his waist. Chapter 81. The Dart and Adam in the Dark Prison. Upon noticing this, Xiao retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "Are you looking for this?" Dante instinctively reached out to take it, but his hand froze in mid-air the next moment. "Forget it. I promised you I would quit smoking after recovery." Upon hearing this, Xiao nodded approvingly. After a brief exchange, the doctor arrived. "Do you feel anything unusual in your body?" he inquired, adjusting his monocle. Dante shook his head. "Doctor, I feel perfectly fine." The doctor nodded in response. "I hope you can still say that in a day." Dante was puzzled, clearly unaware of the mutations occurring with the Dart and Adam. The following day, the director personally escorted the chef back to the C-03 containment facility. The chef was a bizarre, rotund entity clad in a white chef's uniform, topped with a tall chef's hat, and adorned with a pink apron featuring a cute Hello Kitty design. He wielded a rusty kitchen knife. Serial number 121 Chef, containment level, S, target ability, culinary skills, containment conditions, must cook, combat ability, weak at that moment. Xiao was collaborating with the doctor on an experiment. Upon seeing the director bring in a chef, Xiao's interest was piqued. He circled around the chef. "Is this the remarkable chef you mentioned?" The director smiled. "Indeed, I must tell you, this chef possesses unparalleled culinary techniques for the bizarre." The doctor adjusted his monocle and asked solemnly, "So, have you tasted his cooking?" The director nodded, a reminiscent expression crossing his face. "I had it once, and the flavor was simply extraordinary. By the way, find some ingredients so the chef can showcase his skills." Xiao licked his lips and sought out the driver. The driver nearly soiled himself upon hearing Xiao's request for ingredients. "What are you afraid of?" he exclaimed, terror etched on his face. "I thought you kept me around for this moment." Xiao smirked, flicking the badge on the driver's chest. "I don't eat friends. Have you forgotten?" The driver then sighed in relief. Shortly after, the driver took Xiao into the vehicle. As they entered the dark prison, Xiao furrowed his brow. The driver sensed something amiss. "Why can't I feel the bizarre presence anymore?" Xiao remained silent, opting to exit the car. He searched the surroundings thoroughly, but not a single bizarre entity could be found. Even the lowest-tier lizard men were absent. Back in the vehicle, Xiao's frown deepened. Strange, not a single living bizarre entity in sight, let alone the dead. This is quite unsettling. The driver furrowed his brow. Shouldn't you summon the chainsaw guy? Xiao nodded and casually brushed his wrist. Instantly, a line of blood appeared on his wrist, the metallic scent wafting through the air. Xiao and the driver awaited patiently in the vehicle. Meanwhile, the chainsaw guy was busy slicing food for the dart. The chainsaw roared, echoing with fervor. By this time, the tentacles on the dart's head had vanished, having relocated to his body. Slick tentacles dripped with an unknown viscous substance, delivering the prepared food to the dart's mouth. The eye on the back of his head burned with a blood-red hue, and on his exposed back, a multitude of eyes lined his spine. Suddenly, the chainsaw guy halted his actions. "Friend, he is coming," he proclaimed, raising the chainsaw and gesticulating wildly. The dart's face was obscured by a mask, rendering his expression unreadable. The chainsaw guy's muffled voice resounded. "Friend, I must go see him." The dart paused momentarily before nodding. "You go ahead. I shall remain here." The chainsaw guy, wielding his chainsaw, departed. As the chainsaw guy's figure receded, the dart's voice shifted. "Why let him go? Without him, do you realize how much slower your evolution will be?" The dart spoke in a calm tone. "I can continue to evolve without him. If you don't let him go, I will refuse to work for you." The atmosphere descended into silence. Subsequently, the dart ambled deeper into the dark prison, the slick tentacles swaying in the air. On the other side, an indescribable creature rampaged through the dark prison. Its form was grotesquely decayed, and scarlet tentacles mercilessly slaughtered the surrounding bizarre entities. With each kill, the tentacles would ensnare the corpses of the bizarre beings, delivering them before the creature. A massive mouth had formed on its chest. Crack, crack, crack. After exterminating all nearby bizarre entities, it too ventured deeper into the dark prison. Filthy whispers echoed around. "Doctor, just wait. I will ensure you pay dearly. And that damn 292, I will devour you, I promise." This entity was none other than the mutated Adam. At this moment, he had lost all semblance of humanity, resembling a mass of rotting flesh that incessantly writhed forward. Countless tentacles wreaked havoc, and atop those slick, crimson appendages, a multitude of blood-red eyes spun wildly. Xiao and the driver waited for approximately 2 hours before faint chainsaw sounds reached their ears. Xiao's brow relaxed. It seemed the chainsaw guy was unharmed. The driver also exhaled in relief. The dark prison was inherently terrifying, but its silence amplified the ominous atmosphere. Within the dark prison, if a certain area lacked the presence of low-tier bizarre entities, it could only indicate one possibility. A high-level bizarre entity had appeared nearby. Those unfortunate low-tier beings would either be devoured or have fled. Soon, the chainsaw guy's figure appeared before their vehicle. Xiao promptly exited to greet him. "Chainsaw guy, do you know what transpired here? How come not a single life is in sight nearby?" The chainsaw guy's somber voice replied. "They were all eaten. All of them." Xiao was perplexed. "You ate them all?" The chainsaw guy waved his chainsaw. "Friend ate them. All of them." Xiao immediately realized that the chainsaw guy was referring to the dart. He then noticed the dart was not accompanying the chainsaw guy and inquired with confusion. "Where's my friend? Why isn't he with you?" The chainsaw guy's voice was profoundly grave. "Friend has become incredibly powerful. I can no longer contend with him." Chapter 82. The transformation of Dante. "Are you saying my friend has suddenly become formidable?" The chainsaw man affirmed with a vigorous swing of his chainsaw. Combining this with the prior words of the chainsaw man, Xiao was convinced that there was something amiss with the dart. "Take us to find him," he exclaimed, pulling the chainsaw man into the vehicle. The driver opened his mouth, but after a resigned sigh, he pressed down on the accelerator. The transformed vehicle sped swiftly towards the direction of the dart. "Where is he?" Xiao looked around at the chaos, puzzled. A nauseating stench permeated the air. The chainsaw man waved his chainsaw, indicating his ignorance. Xiao gazed ahead, where an unsettling aura faintly stirred his heart. "Mirror, has the dart ventured deeper? What has transpired with him?" As he spoke, he peeled off a nail. The voice of the all-knowing mirror resonated in his ears. The answer to the first question is yes. The cost of the answer to the second question is rather burdensome for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao furrowed his brow. The all-knowing mirror had been by his side for quite some time, and their collaboration had generally been pleasant. Typically, when the all-knowing mirror spoke of a heavy price, it meant a cost Xiao would be reluctant to bear. It seemed that to uncover what had happened to the dart, he would need to delve deeper into the dark abyss. With this thought, Xiao lifted his foot to proceed further. The driver hurriedly stopped him. "Brother, perhaps we should reconsider." That presence sends shivers down my spine. Xiao glanced back at the driver, who was visibly gripped by fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao decided to consult the doctor's opinion first. He raised his hand, his wrist adorned with a communicator given by the doctor during his first mission. "Doctor, this is Xiao." Soon, the doctor's voice returned. "Why are you taking so long to return?" Xiao's tone grew grave. The dart may be in trouble. He then relayed the information he had gathered to the doctor. The doctor's voice revealed little emotion. "Come back first. The dart should be fine." The doctor had already discovered through surveillance that the source of the R019 contamination was controlling a soldier to enter the door. At this moment, he linked the situation of the dart to the R019. The doctor analyzed that, under such circumstances, the dart would at least not perish within the abyss. Furthermore, Xiao's value far surpassed that of the dart under R019's control. Hearing the doctor's words, Xiao pondered briefly before opening the car door and exiting. Upon returning to the containment area, the director's eyes lit up at the sight of the chainsaw man, who held the chainsaw. "Is this the ingredient you retrieved from the abyss? It appears quite delectable." At this remark, the chainsaw man unhesitatingly activated his chainsaw, producing a dull sound laced with astonishment. He intends to consume me." Xiao facepalmed. "Fear not. He is merely a friend with a penchant for humor." The chef behind the director observed the chainsaw man, visibly trembling. It was evident that their statuses were not on the same level. The director departed with Xiao's blood sample and a piece of flesh. His purpose in bringing the chef was to exchange for Xiao's blood sample. The doctor generously provided the director with the earliest piece of flesh that Xiao had severed. As the director left, he wore an expression of triumph, eagerly anticipating his experiments. The doctor quickly arranged a containment room for the chainsaw man. Serial number 305 Chainsaw Man. Containment level S. Tentative. Targetability unknown. Understudy. Containment conditions must not leave serial number 292. Combatability supernatural and anomalous being. Understudy. Initially, the doctor intended to classify the chainsaw man as a D-level entity, considering that he did not harbor ill intentions toward humanity like Xiao. However, Xiao repeatedly assured him that the chainsaw uncle was benign, promising that he would never harm anyone or attempt to escape containment with his presence. After a moment of hesitation, the doctor decided to classify the chainsaw man as S-level. After all, this way, the chainsaw man might play a significant role in the upcoming operation a month later. If classified as D-level, according to the Guardian regulations, D-class entities could not be removed from the containment facility, although other leaders would not fault him under such circumstances. The doctor believed that the necessary protocols should still be followed. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days flew by. On this day, Dante awoke from his slumber only to find something amiss. The bed was soaked with a viscous, unknown liquid. Dante was certain he had not produced such a quantity, nor had he watched any videos the previous night. He hurriedly lifted the covers to inspect. His skin was undergoing severe decay, riddled with grotesque sores that oozed repugnant fluid. Without a moment to spare, Dante raced to the prison doctor's containment area. "Would you prefer the good news or the bad news first?" The prison doctor's sharp voice echoed. Dante paused. "Let's hear the bad news first." The doctor nodded, his voice tinged with regret. "Unfortunately, your body is in perfect health." Dante's lips twitched. What on earth qualifies as bad news? Though he understood the doctor's character, he couldn't help but retort. "And the good news?" The doctor's tone rose with enthusiasm. "Congratulations. Fortunate human. Your life essence has been elevated." As Dante looked on in confusion, the doctor proceeded to slice open his skin. Before Dante could react, the doctor forcibly tore apart the incision. Beneath Dante's decaying skin lay a layer of dark red, scale-like material. The doctor patiently explained, "The fragile human form cannot endure your elevation, which is why you exhibit symptoms of skin decay. In truth, you may regard this condition as a form of shedding." Dante inhaled sharply. "Like those lizard people?" The doctor's voice grew displeased at Dante's comparison. "How could you equate this elevation with something so base and filthy? Your elevation is pure, noble, and free from any taint." Chapter 83. An excellent surgeon at this point, Dante shivered. "Can you revert me to my original form? I find this elevation quite unappealing." The doctor gently shook his finger. "Regrettably, I lack that capability. The changes to your physical form are irreversible. Much like a pot of rat soup that has simmered for 5 hours, no matter how much longer you cook it. It can never return to its lively and charming state. Though this analogy might be somewhat flawed, it conveyed the essence of the matter. Dante began to feel a surge of frustration. What a peculiar metaphor. So, do I still count as human? The doctor seemed surprised. A previous fortunate individual posed the same question. Why do you all seem so concerned with your species? Dante was evidently calmer than the dart had been at that time. He even contemplated the doctor's inquiry. Perhaps it stemmed from an innate desire. Although I recognize this question may be foolish, I understand that normal humans do not develop scales. As Dante spoke, he let out a sigh. Perhaps it was time for me to truly adopt the name Donding. He did not find his current state too repulsive. After all, he had long been diagnosed with lung cancer, and the mere fact that he was still alive felt like a grand blessing. Contemplating this, Dante's brow furrowed slightly. By the way, doctor, you just mentioned that my body is in good health, but am I not afflicted with lung cancer? The doctor nodded. Indeed, your lung cancer has been completely cured through a minor surgical procedure. Furthermore, you shall no longer be troubled by the thought of developing lung cancer from smoking. Upon hearing the doctor's mention of a minor surgery, Dante instantly understood. His pitiful lung had ultimately departed from him forever. So why am I still able to breathe? Saying this, Dante demonstrated a deep breath to the doctor. If the entire lung had been removed, then breathing should have been impossible. As the conversation shifted to this topic, the doctor showed keen interest, eager to observe what intriguing transformations might occur within Donding's body. Do you require assistance with a physical examination? After pondering for a moment, Dante ultimately agreed. After all, he was already in a state that was neither human nor ghostly. It mattered little if the doctor took a look. With this thought, he reclined on the examination table. The doctor was quite excited, extending a finger. The sharp scalpel glinted with a faint metallic sheen under the light. With a swift motion, the scalpel grazed Dante's chest, igniting a flurry of sparks. The doctor awkwardly remarked, "Your damn scales are as hard as Ivan's skeletal frame." The scalpel, designed for cutting, could slice through iron like mud. Yet it left only a faint white mark on Dante's chest. At that moment, Dante was completely enveloped by these unyielding scales, even his face glimmering with a dark red sheen. For a moment, the doctor found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, the doorbell of the holding cell rang. Xiao entered with the chainsaw man. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a humanoid creature covered entirely in dark red scales lying on the operating table. Tears slipped from the corners of his mouth. "Doctor, where did you find this exquisite ingredient? It looks quite delectable. Just in time, we have a new chef. I'll fetch him right away." Saying this, he turned to leave. Dante, lying on the operating table, felt his heart racing. "Buddy, it's me." Hearing that familiar voice, Xiao finally paused. "Who are you, Mr. Devil? How did you end up in this ghastly state?" Xiao hurried over. At this moment, the doctor spoke, his voice tinged with frustration. "Lu, I wish to conduct an examination, but my scalpel cannot penetrate these damned scales." Upon hearing this, Xiao pondered for a moment, then his eyes brightened. "Doctor, I suggest we remove his scales." The doctor nodded, as if suddenly enlightened. "That is indeed a splendid suggestion." Dante twitched at the corners of his mouth. "A good suggestion, but please refrain from mentioning it again. Thank you for your acknowledgement." Xiao grinned, eager to assist, as he was quite familiar with such tasks. The doctor quickly intervened. "Lu, I believe we should administer some anesthetic to alleviate his suffering." Upon hearing this, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with satisfaction. "Doctor, you finally remembered to use anesthetics for the patients." Lying on the operating table, Dante finally understood why Xiao could comfortably interact with the doctor. As the doctor rummaged through the medical box for anesthetics, he engaged in conversation with Xiao. "By the way, is this a new friend of yours?" He gestured towards the chainsaw man standing behind Xiao. Xiao quickly introduced, "This is the exceptional surgeon I mentioned to you earlier, much like yourself." The doctor's gaze fell upon the chainsaw held by the chainsaw man. "Did he perform your surgery with that chainsaw?" The chainsaw man revved the chainsaw, swinging it slightly. Xiao quickly translated. He said, "Indeed, that is correct." Suddenly, the doctor had a thought, his tone becoming somewhat animated. "Lu, could we have him demonstrate his remarkable skills?" The chainsaw man swung the chainsaw once more. Before Xiao could translate, the doctor interjected. "I presume this gentleman is indicating, yes." Xiao nodded. "You truly are an understanding physician." At this moment, Dante yearned for a cigarette to numb his brain with nicotine. Can such understanding be applied in this context? Soon, The doctor retrieved a large bottle of anesthetic from the medical box. As the needle could not penetrate Dante's surface scales, the doctor opted to pour it directly into Dante's mouth. Only after the bottle was empty did the doctor step aside. The chainsaw man approached, the chainsaw spinning rapidly, generating a gust of air. He then aimed directly at Dante's exposed chest, placing the chainsaw against him. With a series of sparks, it was akin to sawing through steel. It took a full minute for the chainsaw man to cut through Dante's outer scales, revealing the flesh beneath. Meanwhile, Xiao discreetly plucked a scale from Dante's body. His expression one of sheer delight. Xiao had claimed that the chainsaw man was an exceptional surgeon, and this was no exaggeration. The chainsaw man, wielding the hefty chainsaw, skillfully opened a section of Dante's chest. The force and angle were perfectly calibrated, neither excessive nor deficient. Through the incision, the first sight was of a vibrant, pulsating heart. As the gaze descended, a pair of small arms sprouted from a healthy lung. One arm slowly extended towards the onlookers, raising its middle finger. The three exchanged bewildered glances. The abrupt shift in tone was rather unexpected. Xiao suppressed the urge to break that middle finger. "Doctor, have you encountered such a situation before?" The doctor, pondering with a pensive expression, replied, "To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a unique lung." The chainsaw man's deep voice echoed, "I too am witnessing this for the first time. How terrifying. Perhaps we should consume him instead." Xiao facepalmed, momentarily at a loss for words. He feared that Dante might be unwittingly devoured, hastily redirecting the topic. "By the way, doctor, I came here seeking your assistance for a pregnancy examination." At this proclamation, the atmosphere once again fell into an eerie silence. The doctor's tone was uncertain. "Lu, if I heard correctly, you mentioned a pregnancy examination?" Xiao nodded, responding without a second thought. "To be precise, I am preparing to lay an egg." At that moment, the all-knowing mirror had described it this way to Xiao, who found nothing amiss. The doctor felt his thoughts becoming muddled. What a wild statement. A man requesting assistance for a pregnancy examination was already peculiar enough, but for that man to claim he intended to lay an egg transcended the barriers of biological species. Without waiting for the doctor to respond, Xiao abruptly shoved Dante off the operating table. As for stitching up Dante's incision, he deemed it unnecessary. With scales harder than steel, sewing would be an insurmountable challenge. Xiao removed his shirt and reclined on the table. Though the doctor found the situation odd, he still glanced towards Xiao's lower body. "Since this was a pregnancy examination, I shall first perform a dilation, making observation more convenient." Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly exclaimed, No, that egg is on my heart." Upon hearing Xiao's words, the prison doctor finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the situation would have taken a strange turn. He extended his finger and slowly cut open Xiao's chest. Indeed, beside that pulsating heart lay a fleshy sphere the size of a pigeon egg. The tender pink orb pulsed rhythmically alongside the heartbeat. "Lu, how did you become parasitized by the larva of the ghost-faced moth?" The prison doctor was perplexed, given Xiao's status. How could such a lowly creature as the ghost-faced moth possibly complete its parasitic life cycle on him? Xiao quickly explained, "This is the larva of the ghost-faced moth queen that I encountered during my recent outing. Can you check its condition to see if it's healthy, and whether it has any genetic defects like deformities?" At this moment, Xiao's tone was filled with concern, resembling that of a worried father. The prison doctor found this scene exceedingly absurd. Yet at the request of his patient, he made a small incision on the fleshy sphere. Through the opening, a plump, white larva, reminiscent of a silkworm, could be seen. After observing it carefully, the doctor hesitated before stating, "The fetus is quite healthy." Xiao sighed with relief. "Please check how long it will take to hatch. I've been feeling nauseous lately, in the physical sense, and it's truly dreadful." The prison doctor tentatively suggested, "Lu, have you considered cesarean?" At these words, Xiao's eyes brightened. It sounded like a viable solution. "Then please assist me with the surgery." The prison doctor glanced at the chainsaw man beside him. This time, the chainsaw man did not wield his chainsaw, but instead replied, "I have never performed such a surgery." The prison doctor sighed, and then detached the fleshy sphere from Xiao's heart. After stitching up Xiao's wound, he turned his attention to the orb. At this moment, Xiao also sat up. What should we do next? The prison doctor shook his head, his voice filled with confusion. "Sorry. but I have never performed a premature delivery on an oviparous creature. This is beyond my area of expertise. At that moment, the fleshy sphere seemed to enter a frenzy. Seeing that the doctor was at a loss, Xiao decided to consult the all-knowing mirror. Mirror, what should we do next? After speaking, he consciously tore off a piece of his fingernail. The voice of the all-knowing mirror resonated in his ear. Soak it in your blood, and wait for it to complete its metamorphosis. Xiao nodded, and then asked the prison doctor to fetch a container. Using the surgical knife from the prison doctor, he cut open his wrist. Blood flowed from the wound, filling the container. Finally, Xiao placed the queen larva's egg into the container. After being soaked in blood, the egg returned to a state of calm. The chainsaw man's deep voice broke the silence. It looks quite appetizing. Upon hearing this, Xiao quickly cradled the container in his arms. No, it is my daughter whom I will nurture from infancy. The prison doctor gazed with interest at the egg soaking in blood. This egg seems somewhat different. Xiao nodded. The mirror told me it absorbed the curse from my blood, which will elevate its status. The prison doctor pondered for a moment. Then perhaps it can no longer be referred to as the queen of the ghost-faced moth. This is a brand new life form. I am eager to witness its birth. His tone grew increasingly excited, and he seemed to recall something. I believe such an important matter should be communicated to Ivan, that skeleton. Not long after, Ivan entered the door of the containment facility. The prison doctor spoke with enthusiasm. Ivan, come quickly to see Lu's newly born daughter. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Ivan's soul fire flickered intensely in his eyes. A newly born daughter? When did this happen? Isn't it a bit too quick? In his memory, it seemed he had only been away from Xiao for a few days. How could a daughter come into being in such a short time? After Ivan finally stabilized his emotions, he approached. Gazing at the fleshy sphere submerged in blood, Ivan's soul fire flickered again. Are you saying this is Lu's newly born daughter? As he spoke, he poked the orb with a finger. The prison doctor exclaimed excitedly, Ivan, quickly inscribe a hastening alchemical array. I can hardly wait to see what this little one looks like. Ivan turned a glance at Xiao, seeing Xiao's face also filled with anticipation. He dipped his finger into the blood in the container. Chapter 85, Qian. Soon, he began inscribing a complex alchemical array on the surgical table with his blood-stained finger. Before long, the intricate alchemical array took shape. As Ivan touched the center of the array, it erupted in a burst of white light. He placed the container, holding the egg at the center of the array. Everyone present witnessed this miraculous scene. In the area enveloped by the array, time seemed to fast forward. At that moment, Dante also slowly awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Xiao and the others staring intently at the surgical table, each body trembling with excitement. Others could not discern their expressions, but Xiao's was particularly vivid. This scene appeared somewhat bizarre. Dante first checked his chest. His chest had healed, with only some broken scales left to testify that it had once been cut open. He then stood up, following Xiao and the others' gazes. It was a glass container filled with nearly dry dark red blood. An egg-sized larva was writhing frantically, as if it were about to break free from its shell. Dante murmured in surprise, "Is this the egg of the queen larva?" Hearing Dante's voice, Xiao and the others remembered there was still another person present. Xiao exclaimed with excitement, "Mr. Devil, come quickly and see, my daughter is about to be born." Upon hearing this, Dante was taken aback for a moment, before quickly reacting. However, unlike the others who eagerly anticipated the hatching of the egg, he took several steps back in terror and said, "Are you all insane, hatching a ghost-faced moth queen larva here? This could bring devastating consequences to the entire containment facility." His words trailed off abruptly as he realized this was the C-03 containment facility. How could a ghost-faced moth queen larva wreak havoc here? Not to mention that 3-meter-tall, utterly unprincipled avian doctor and that skeleton devoid of flesh were both beings of the same status as an adult queen. Realizing this, Dante stepped closer. "Mr. Devil, what were you about to say?" Dante smacked his lips. "Nothing. I was merely expressing my affection for this new life." He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, have you thought about what to name your precious daughter?" Xiao appeared to be prepared, revealing a sharp, bright smile. "Just now, I decided to name her Qian." "Qian? What a lovely name." Dante nodded. Just then, a faint cracking sound echoed. The prison doctor exclaimed with excitement, "Look, the little one is coming out." No sooner had he spoken than the fleshy sphere split open. Following that, A pair of resplendent wings spread from either side. A small head emerged, glancing around as if a bit shy, before retracting back into the orb. Hee. It seems the little one is a bit timid. The physician of the prison, with a beak-like visage, unleashed a piercing cackle. He seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that none of the individuals present bore a semblance of normality. There stood a towering 3-meter avian monstrosity, a ghastly skeletal frame. An enigmatic creature swathed in bloody bandages, and a Dante adorned with dark crimson scales. Only Xiao appeared relatively unremarkable. Ivan extended a hand to lightly touch a node of the alchemical array, causing it to falter instantaneously. Observing this, Xiao extended a finger towards Qian. She emerged once more, breaking free from her cocoon, and clasped Xiao's outstretched finger. A gentle warmth radiated from his fingertip. The little creature, now only slightly smaller than Xiao's finger, resembled a beautiful butterfly resting upon it. It was evident that she held a profound affection for Xiao. As she nestled her small head against the skin between his fingers, Xiao raised his finger to scrutinize it closely. Unlike the previous encounter with the ghost-faced Moth Queen, Qian's wings bore no terrifying human visage. Her body, however, was identical to that of the Moth Queen. She possessed a cascade of soft pink hair and a beauty that was almost ethereal. Although her head was not much larger than Xiao's fingernail, it was clear that she was destined to be a stunning beauty. Qian lifted her head, curiously surveying her surroundings, her gaze ultimately resting upon Dante. She gently parted her lips and emitted a musical note. Buzz. Dante suddenly clutched his head, racked by excruciating pain that caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. This assault was not directed solely at Dante. Xiao and the others experienced varying degrees of impact. However, their mental fortitude was not on par with Dante's. Thus, they did not exhibit the same level of anguish. The physician cackled ominously. It seems the little one is merely greeting us. As she spoke, Qian opened her mouth once more. Dante collapsed to the ground with a thud, froth escaping his lips. Ivan's skeletal frame quivered slightly. I apologize for not having prepared a gift for the little one. Allow me to return and craft a magnificent castle from bones for her. I am certain she will be the happiest princess. Upon hearing this, Xiao's eyes lit up. Thank you, my friend. There was a peculiar tone in Ivan's voice. No need for gratitude, yet I have a small request. I hope you can fulfill it. Xiao nodded without hesitation. Mr. Ivan, please feel free to express your wishes. Ivan's skeletal frame trembled, and the soul fire within his eye sockets flickered intensely. Could it be that the little one calls me godfather? Xiao grinned widely. Certainly, in fact, I had the same intention. Hearing Xiao's affirmative response, Ivan joyfully leaped in place, the clattering of bones resonating throughout. The physician's shrill voice pierced the air. Ivan, you seem to be suffering from some bone density issues. Do you require my assistance? Ivan's sarcastic tone emanated from the physician's body. Quack doctor, do you not intend to present a welcoming gift to the little one? Upon this,